Chapter 1: A Drop of Divine Blood. Lan Xiaodai, 150 points. A middle-aged woman wearing black rims with a thick smile on her face handed the math exam paper in her hand to a bright-eyed young girl. Lan Xiaodai received the test paper with both hands. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. The more Suli looked at Lan Xiaodai, the more satisfied she became. Smart, pretty, and sensible. Such a girl wasn't plentiful these days. And when Suli saw the scores on the next paper, her face suddenly clouded up. Yi Hao, 38 points. The students in the room immediately laughed out loud. 38 points. Yi Hao is really an oddball. I'm afraid Yi Hao will be the bottom of our academy again this time, right? Is there any suspense in this one? Amidst the jeers of his classmates, a red-faced youth walked to Suli with a disturbed look. Suli was furious when she looked at Yi Hao, taking the test paper and slapping it on Yi Hao's face. Take the test paper and go stand at the door. Yi Hao was about to pick up the test paper, but Suli casually threw it away. Yi Hao had to squat down and pick up the test paper and walk out of the classroom silently. Standing by the wall, Yi Hao's face was uncertain. No one cares about face, especially at this age. And at this time Yi Hao heard Suli's summary. Everyone did well this time. If it wasn't for Yi Hao, a liability, pulling down the average score of our class wouldn't have been able to take first place. Suli scanned the room and said, "You guys went to the second highest ranked junior college in Jiangnan City, so you won't have to worry about your jobs when you graduate in the future. But frankly speaking, we are only a college. You can still have a better future. Next year in June, you can participate in the college entrance examination. You can change your destiny once again in that examination. Understand?" Yi Hao suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Suli's words were like a thorn in his heart. He staggered towards the school's small pond. Standing in front of the small pond, Yi Hao couldn't calm down for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly and wanted to shout, but he didn't dare. He was worried about inviting the school security team. Yi Hao felt a burst of suffocation for no reason. Back then, he struggled to get into the Jiangnan City Second Vocational and Technical College, but only after arriving here did he realize that he was at the bottom of the list. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard, but there were many things that didn't work just by trying hard. He was at the bottom of every exam. The ridicule of his classmates and the contempt of his teachers gave him a feeling of having had enough. But what could he do? Thinking of this, he sat down disheveled on the grass. The bewildered Yi Hao didn't notice that a rattan cane surged out of the water and slowly crawled along the grass towards his ankle position. When the cane was only one step away from him, it wrapped around his ankle like lightning, and then a huge force pulled Yi Hao towards the pond. Yi Hao instantly woke up. In a panic, he kept pulling the soil and grass along the way to try to stop the pull of the cane, but it was useless. In just 2 breaths of time, he was pulled into the pond. Yi Hao choked on a few mouthfuls of water before he hurriedly closed his mouth, and at that moment, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. It was because he saw a hideous-looking figure looking at him coldly and bloodthirstily. The next moment this figure wrapped around his body, and then he opened his mouth and bit towards his neck. Yi Hao even forgot to resist under the panic. And just when the other party's mouth was about to bite his neck, a thunderous explosion shook in the pond. Sinful animal, bold. The moment this voice rang out, the figure entangling Yi Hao shattered with a bang. What the hell? Yi Hao's eyes widened. At that moment, a soft power wrapped his whole body, sending him to the grass. At a glance, Yi Hao saw a middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous robe. The middle-aged man's figure was as illusory as being hidden in the clouds and mist, and he swept Yi Hao lightly before frowning. Qualification is so poor? It's just that. Meeting is fate. Junior, open your mouth. Yi Hao hastily opened his mouth. Even a fool would know that this middle-aged man was a legendary immortal. This was to bestow a panacea? At this time, a fine dagger appeared in the middle-aged man's hand, and he held it towards a finger and gently slashed it. A drop of blood immediately emerged. Junior, drink this drop of blood. This. Yi Hao was a bit embarrassed. Was this asking himself to suck on his finger? Was it disgusting? However, Yi Hao thought that this drop of blood would definitely be of great use to him. So he held back the nausea in his heart and held that middle-aged man's finger to suck it. The middle-aged man's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and then he slapped Yi Hao's face. What are you doing? That middle-aged man scolded. Didn't you tell me to drink this drop of blood? Yi Hao covered his cheeks somewhat confusedly and said. That middle-aged man snapped his fingers somewhat helplessly, and instantly the drop of blood detached from his fingers. Yi Hao looked at the drop of blood suspended in midair before realizing that he was too. He quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of blood. The moment the drop of blood entered Yi Hao's body, he felt that his whole body was burning hot. What's going on? The divine blood is gradually changing your body, but you might have to suffer for a while in the early stage. That middle-aged man said this and his figure silently disappeared. Yi Hao no longer cared about the middle-aged man's departure, because he couldn't endure the pain and passed out. Yi Hao couldn't remember how many times he passed out from the pain. He just vaguely remembered that he was sent to the hospital. What followed was unknown. Jigua, The doctor has been pushing for Xiaohao's medical bills for a few days now. Wu Xiu sighed as she looked at a middle-aged man who rushed to deliver the food. This middle-aged man looked a bit like Yi Hao, and after a moment's hesitation he said, "I'll go to old Zhou's house to borrow. Our family has already borrowed 50,000 from Lao Zhou's family. How can we be ashamed to open our mouths towards them again?" Guo Xiu looked at Yi Zhigua and said, "Doesn't our father have a lot of money? It's not like you don't know about our father's affairs." Yi Zhigua smiled bitterly. "If I could borrow it, I would have already done so. Xiao Hao is his own grandson. Is he going to see death and save him?" Guo Xiu spoke angrily. Yi Zhigua fell silent. Guo Xiu couldn't help but shed tears when she saw her husband in this state. He shed tears not because her husband was incapable, but because she, as a mother, was incapable of saving her son. If the medical bills couldn't be paid again, Yi Hao would have to be swept away. "Don't cry. Take good care of Xiao Hao. Leave the money to me." Yi Zhigua turned around and left after saying this. Guo Xiu was still crying powerlessly. Originally, Yi Hao's family was quite well off, but Yi Hao's 6-month stay in the intensive care unit had completely destroyed this well-off family. These days the couple had borrowed everything they could, but Yi Hao still has no sign of waking up. When Guo Xiu was crying, she didn't notice that 2 tears slipped from the corners of Yi Hao's eyes while he was in a coma. Yi Hao heard his parents' conversation clearly. Just now his body was still in the process of transformation, but Yi Hao was clear that the transformation was almost done. Chapter 2 Perspective Eyes. Yi Hao's guess was correct. 3 days later Yi Hao woke up. When he opened his eyes the whole person was stunned. The whole world gave him an extremely clear feeling. Yi Hao had some small myopia before, but now he was sure that his eyesight had reached a terrifying point. There was also his sense of hearing, which had also become sensitive. Yi Hao vaguely heard the conversation on the other side of the wall. "Let me have a kiss. This is a hospital. Aren't you the only one in the ward? That won't work either. How bad would it be for people to see it? Just one bite, okay? It's okay." Yi Hao suddenly wanted to see the situation of the opposite ward in his heart when he heard this. The wall in front of Yi Hao disappeared steeply when he thought like this, and then Yi Hao saw the scene of a pair of young men and women kissing. "Ah!" Yi Hao screamed. Guo Xiu, who was sleeping on the hospital bed, woke up violently, and when she saw Yi Hao sitting up her eyes showed ecstasy. "Xiao Hao, you woke up." Yi Hao's heart was filled with shame when he saw his wasting mother. "Mom!" Wei Xiu answered, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pressed the emergency button on the hospital bed. Not long after, a nurse came in, and that nurse's face changed when she saw Yi Hao waking up, because Yi Hao's situation was very complicated. It was reasonable to say that he would not wake up at all. She went forward to check Yi Hao's vital signs and then hurriedly left to report to the doctor in the duty room. Hearing that Yi Hao woke up, the doctor in the duty room ran in. "I want to check your body comprehensively." This doctor came to a conclusion after careful examination. That was that all of Yi Hao's vital signs were normal, and his body was much healthier than normal people. This didn't make sense. You have to know that most of the patients who were bedridden for half a year were weak, and there was no one like Yi Hao who was healthier than before he was bedridden. The doctor gave Yi Hao a discharge notice. Yi Zhigua hurriedly came after he got the news, and took Yi Hao home after he paid the final payment. After returning home, Yi Hao froze, because a lot of appliances and even furniture in the house were gone. "Dad, is this Dash?" Yi Hao had just asked this when he saw Yi Zhigua's complexion dim. At this time, Yi Zhigua's cell phone rang. Yi Zhigua hummed twice and picked up the key and said to Guo Xiu, "I have something to go out." After Yi Zhigua left, Guo Xiu pondered for a while and said, "Xiao Hao, go to your room to rest after your first illness. I'll go out to buy 2 dishes to make your favorite sweet and sour pork at noon." Yi Hao nodded and went back to his room. Nothing in the room was moved. Nothing was moved at all. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but get wet. "Mom and Dad, I will definitely let you have a good life." If Yi Hao didn't dare to say such words before, but now Yi Hao's whole body was transformed. Yi Hao lay on the bed thinking about ways to make money. He was not a little cutie. How could he not see the dilemma at home? Right, perspective. Yi Hao quickly thought of the scene he had in the hospital room. Yi Hao looked towards the living room as he thought about it. When Yi Hao had this thought, the thick load-bearing wall suddenly disappeared in his eyes. Yi Hao saw benches, garbage cans and so on in the living room. One has gained the ability of perspective. Yi Hao was truly convinced this time. Thinking of this, Yi Hao thought of a way to get rich. Scratching lottery. Yi Hao used to scratch one from time to time, but most of them couldn't even recover their capital. Now that he had the ability of perspective, it would be stupid if he didn't utilize it. Just think of it and do it. Yi Hao flipped out $20 from the drawer and ran towards the lottery store near his home. "Boss, I want a scratch ticket." Yi Hao pointed at a stack of 21 scratchers and said. The owner of the lottery store answered and was about to tear one for Yi Hao. Yi Hao hurriedly stopped it. "I'll choose one myself. Here you go." The lottery store owner casually gave Yi Hao the stack. Yi Hao took the stack of lottery tickets and first looked at the winning rules. then his eyes looked at the tin layer on top. He looked at it like this and suddenly the tin layer disappeared in his eyes. Yi Hao saw the characters behind the tin layer at a glance. It didn't hit. Yi Hao then looked at the second one. He still missed. Yi Hao then looked at the third one. $20. Of course Yi Hao wouldn't choose the third one, because it was equivalent to buying it for nothing. When Yi Hao saw the 10th one, his eyes couldn't help but light up, because the winning amount of the 10th one was $100. Yi Hao wrote this one down and then continued to look at the next scratchers. After Yi Hao finished the stack, his face showed disappointment, because the biggest amount in this stack was that 100. However, Yi Hao was relieved when he thought about it. If a random stack could win $100,000 or $80,000, the welfare lottery would have closed down long ago. Take your time. It was a sure thing anyway. Boss, I want this one, Yi Hao said as he tore off the 10th scratch off. After scraping off the tin layer, he really won $100. The boss's face also revealed a look of amazement. Young man, good luck. Do you want 2 more? The boss was being unkind. He knew very well that the biggest prize in this stack was this 100, and Yi Hao would have to smash this 100 into it if he scraped it again. I'll change one kind of scratch. Yi Hao wasn't a fool. How could he scrape that stack again? Hearing this, the boss's eyes showed disappointment, but still handed Yi Hao a new stack. Yi Hao unleashed the ability of perspective again. This time, Yi Hao's luck was even worse than before, because the biggest one in this stack was $50. Yi Hao took out the 50 and scraped it. The boss was really surprised this time. I say your kid's luck is too good, right? Just luck. Yi Hao took the $50 and decided to withdraw. This kind of thing could be 1 or 2, not 3, otherwise it would easily cause others to suspect. Carrying $130 in his pocket, Yi Hao ran towards the lottery store that was slightly far away. Yi Hao was about to launch his penetrating eye as he did when the tin layer in front of him didn't disappear, and Yi Hao also felt a burst of unspeakable weakness. Yi Hao's face changed greatly. The perspective eye was gone? Yi Hao's whole body broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. He had just gotten used to the existence of the perspective eye, and now the heavens had taken it away again? No way. But no matter how Yi Hao tried his eyes, he couldn't see through objects anymore. Yi Hao returned home a bit disoriented. At noon, Guo Xiao made a table of Yi Hao's favorite dishes, but Yi Hao, who had experienced great ups and downs, didn't have the heart. Guo Xiao thought that her son was still weak, so she didn't think much about it. Yi Hao didn't rest all night. He just looked at the ceiling quietly. Looking at the ceiling, he didn't know how long it took Yi Hao to suddenly see the blue sky. Chapter 3 Not fearing the heat. Yi Hao rubbed his eyes and sat up. He hastily rubbed his eyes and still saw through them when he went to look again. Does the penetrating eye mean that there is a time limit? Yi Hao said in his heart, and it will be restored after a certain amount of time. The more Yi Hao thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. His heart became incredibly excited. It was definitely like that. And that was when Yi Hao thought that he hadn't eaten anything for a day. He pushed open the door of his room and saw his mother who was busy in the kitchen. Yi Hao came to the kitchen and picked up an egg omelette and ate it. Be careful, it's hot, Guo Xiao hurriedly said. It's not hot. Yi Hao ate all the egg pancakes on the plate in a few bites. Then his eyes were fixed on the unfinished pancakes in the pan. There was no way. It was just too hungry. Wait a while. Guo Xiao looked at Yi Hao favorably and said with a smile. Seeing her son with such an appetite, Guo Xiao's heart was also very happy. It didn't take long for her to spread a pan of pancakes. Yi Hao reached out and went to take it. Hot. Guo Xiao was anxious. Yi Hao, however, took the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth as if it was nothing. You child. Guo Xiao scolded when she saw Yi Hao eating all the egg pancakes in a few bites. You're not afraid of burning it. It's okay. I'm not afraid of scalding. Yi Hao was stunned when he said this. How could an egg omelette made at high temperature not be hot? Did it mean that he wasn't afraid of scalding? Yi Hao ran towards the living room when he thought of this. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of boiling hot water. Then he used his hand to test the temperature of the cup. The temperature of the cup was a bit hot, but he didn't feel anything. Yi Hao hesitated for a while, then he put his fingers into the boiling hot water, and to Yi Hao's astonishment, this high temperature was still within his tolerance. Yi Hao was shocked. I'm afraid that the divine blood transformation involved every aspect of him. Yi Hao was contemplating when a tired-looking Yi Jigua pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Yi Hao contemplating and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Hao, how do you feel today? I feel good today. Yi Hao stood up and said back. Well, that's good, Yi Jigua said and went to his room. After a while Yi Jigua changed his clothes and walked out. Xiao Hao, how are you recovering now? Yi Jigua asked as he sat beside Yi Hao. I've recovered as good as new now, Yi Hao said softly. If it's as good as new then you'll go to class later, Yi Jigua said after a moment of silence. Jigua, what are you talking about? Guo Xiao, who was cooking in the kitchen, probed out with a disgruntled face and said. You let the child rest for a few days. Aren't I afraid of delaying Xiaohao's studies? Yi Zhigua scratched his head and said, that doesn't care about these few days. Guo Xiu blared at Yi Zhigua. It's okay. Yi Zhigua could only compromise under his wife's threat. Mom, I'm fine now. I'll go to school later. Yi Hao said at this time. But your body. Guo Xiu still had a worried face. Yi Hao interrupted Guo Xiu and said, Mom, I'm really fine. Okay. Guo Xiu also wanted Yi Hao to go to school earlier, but as a mother, she was most concerned about his body. Yi Hao pushed his bike towards the Jiangnan City's second vocational technical college after he finished eating. There were a total of 4 vocational and technical colleges in Jiangnan City. The first vocational technical college was known as the School for the Proud Sons of Heaven, because as long as you can get into the first vocational technical college in the future to become a white-collar, almost nailed it. The second vocational and technical college compared to the first vocational and technical college is a bit inferior. However, those who can go to the second vocational technical college will have no problem finding a job in the future. Yi Hao came to his class and retreated, because he saw many unfamiliar faces. At this time, a surprised voice sounded behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao, Zhou Shuai. Yi Hao asked after seeing that it was Zhou Shuai, is this the second class? Zhou Shuai was Yi Hao's deskmate, and the two of them had a pretty good relationship. Yeah, class 2. Zhou Shuai went forward and put his arm around Yi Hao's shoulder. I said, what's wrong with you? How come you've been in a coma for half a year? It's a long story. Of course Yi Hao wouldn't tell Zhou Shuai about his encounter. A new dean came to our academy right after you left, and this one announced a major decision right after he came. Zhou Shuai put his arm around Yi Hao's shoulder and said while walking, you also know that we have monthly exams every month, right? After each monthly exam result comes out, the whole school will be ranked. The top 60 students will go to the key class 1, the 61st to the 120th will go to the key class 2, and so on according to the results one by one. In that case, wouldn't the 20th class be the bottom 60 in the whole academy? Yi Hao was startled to hear this. Who says it isn't? Zhou Shuai nodded and said, that's why the whole school is now full of energy. One by one, they are working overtime to study. After all, no one wants to go to a class that is ranked at the bottom. It's just a matter of disgracing yourself. The point is that your parents are disgraced as well. I almost fell out of the key class the last time I took the 118th place. Zhou Shuai said with a frustrated face. I guess I'll have to go to ordinary class 3 for the exam in half a month. How come my seat is still next to you? Yi Hao looked at his desk and books and said, isn't it special in your case? So you'll stay in your original class temporarily, but you'll have to take the exam when you come back now, and then you'll set your class according to the ranking of your results. Zhou Shuai winked towards Yi Hao and said, these are all the things that buddies have inquired with the old witch. Just based on this favor, are you going to treat me to a teppanyaki? You can add a pack of chili fries. Very good. Yi Hao chatted with Zhou Shuai for a while and then organized his desk. Then he casually flipped out a history book. It was possible for a college or university to be promoted to undergraduate. However, it was very difficult to get a bachelor's degree. All 9 disciplines are tested in the college entrance examination. Language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, history, politics, biology, geography. These 9 subjects, of which the language and mathematics is 150 points. As for English and other 7 are 100 points. Therefore, the full score of these 9 subjects is 1000 points. Generally speaking, if you can score 700 points, you will be able to go to undergraduate school. And if you can score 800 points, you will be able to go to a major university. And if you can score 900 points, you may be able to get into the 6 top universities in China. Yi Hao looked at the history book in his hand, and his eyes showed a surprised color. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Yi Hao closed the book, and then he read what he had just read in his heart silently. When he opened the history book again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't forget it. Chapter 4. Never forget. Yi Hao's body trembled with excitement at the thought. When he was small, he had once struggled with whether he should go to Confucius Institute to become a titanic master of literature or go to the University of Finance and Economics to become an all-powerful giant in the business world. When he went to a junior college, he realized that he had overthought it. But now it was different. He now had the ability to forget everything, that he could not help but strive for a key university or even the 6 top institutions. Yi Hao. Yi Hao was in the middle of his reverie when a voice rang in his ear. Yi Hao looked up only to see his teacher Su Li standing beside himself at some point. Old Teacher Su. Yi Hao opened his mouth and almost shouted out Su Li's nickname, Old Witch. Su Li looked at Yi Hao and asked, how is the body recovering? It's already fine. Yi Hao hurriedly said. Then read well, don't pull the class's leg again. Su Li thought of something when she said here. Right, you don't have the chance to pull the class's leg now. Su Li's words were like a slap to Yi Hao's face. He stared at Su Li with some anger. Ms. Su, don't underestimate people. I underestimate you? Su Li was stunned, then smiled coldly. Yi Hao, Which one of the students in our class doesn't want to specialize? I see that you are also trying to muddle through the class. Teacher Sue, I will be promoted to the 6 top academic institutions. Yi Hao clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. Su Li couldn't help but be stunned. Then she laughed out loud. Yi Hao, do you know what you're saying? I know. You said that you will be promoted to the 6 top academies? Yes. Yi Hao's argument with Su Li caught the attention of the whole class. There were still most of Yi Hao's original classmates in the class. After all, the second class was originally a key class. When they heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh. What did I hear? Yi Hao actually said that he would be promoted to the 6 top academies? Does Yi Hao think that the 6 top academies can just casually enter? We don't know if there's anyone in the entire Jiangnan city who can get into the top 6 universities? How dare Yi Hao, the bottom of the list, say he can enter? Is this guy in a coma with a bad brain? Which one of the students of the 6 top schools is not a phoenix among men? How can this guy Yi Hao be admitted to the 6 top schools? I can't, I'm going to die laughing. The classmates recklessly humiliated Yi Hao. He surprisingly did not get angry. Yi Hao, stop it. Zhou Shuai pulled Yi Hao. Yi Hao didn't move, but looked at Su Li. Does Ms. Su dare to make a bet with me? Say? Su Li couldn't help but arouse a hint of interest when she saw how serious Yi Hao was. If I get into one of the 6 top colleges, you have to apologize to me in front of the whole school. Yi Hao said word by word. Su Li was stunned by Yi Hao's words, but immediately she shook her head and laughed. What's the harm in apologizing to you if you can get into the 6 top colleges? The problem is, Ms. Su, don't say any unnecessary words. Yi Hao interrupted Su Li's words. Su Li's face showed a displeased color, then twisted her bucket waist and turned around. After Yi Hao sat down, Zhou Shuai touched Yi Hao's shoulder and said, I say, buddy, are you playing for real? That old hag looks down on people. Yi Hao said indignantly, do you really think she is dog-eyed? Zhou Shuai said with wide eyes, the best result in this term of our academy is Lan Xiaodai, but it's Lan Xiaodie's highest score ever is only 880 points, and wanting to get into the 6 top academies is simply impossible without a score above 900 points. Zhou Shuai mentioned Lan Xiaodai. Yi Hao's mind immediately appeared that bright-eyed and white-toothed young girl. Lan Xiaodai was not only the school flower of the second academy, but also the best achiever in the same class. Therefore, Lan Xiaodai is the goddess in the school, and the boys who chase her don't have 1,000 or 800. But Lan Xiaodai doesn't show any false colors to anyone. Lan Xiaodai is in the first class? Yi Hao felt that he had asked an idiotic question after asking this sentence. Lan Xiaodai is number 1 in her grade, and no one can shake it. Zhou Shuai sighed lightly. Such a girl is not something we can ask for. Even if a girl like Lan Xiaodai couldn't get into the 6 top schools, she could still get into the best universities below the 6 top schools. And a girl like her was not destined to cross paths with people like them. Can you say that without bringing me along? Yi Hao rolled Zhou Shuai's eyes. Lan Xiaodai was pretty and nice, but Yi Hao didn't like it. The reason for not liking it was because Yi Hao knew that he was not worthy of such a girl. If you don't expect it, you don't want it. You don't like Lan Xiaodai? Zhou Shuai's eyes widened with an unbelievable look. Don't like, Yi Hao said decisively. There was another reason why Yi Hao didn't like it. That was that Lan Xiaodai was too arrogant in nature. She was like a haughty princess, and she wouldn't even look at an ugly duckling like Yi Hao. The pride of Yi Hao's bones made her not like such a girl. However, immediately Yi Hao remembered that there were only 3 months to go before the college entrance examination. There was not much time left for himself. Instead of chatting with Zhou Shuai, Yi Hao opened his history textbook and quietly read it. After half an hour, Yi Hao closed the history book. Then he silently recalled the contents of the book in his mind. Then Yi Hao compared them one by one. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yi Hao realized the horror of unforgettable. What he memorized was like imprinted in his brain. Even if he wanted to forget it, he couldn't forget it. Things in the arts relied on a lot of memorization. Yi Hao then took out the history workbook and read it. By this time, Yi Hao didn't care what the teacher on the stage was saying. He had to follow his own plan if he wanted to get into the 6 top universities in 3 months. Science stuff had to be taken step by step, and liberal arts stuff was simple and rough. The morning passed quickly, and Yi Hao closed his textbook with satisfaction. After school, Yi Hao rushed towards the lottery store near the school. He had never forgotten to make money. It wasn't that Yi Hao didn't know that gambling was fast money, but where would he dare to go as a student? The lottery store near the school was doing very hot business, and Yi Hao squeezed in and came to the scratch-off area. When he picked up a stack, he activated his perspective eye. After he finished the stack, he couldn't help but be a bit disappointed. The biggest prize in this stack was 100. When will I get rich if this is the case? Yi Hao said so but still tore that one down by hand. And just at this moment, Yi Hao glanced at him inadvertently and his breath suddenly became sharp. Because standing next to him, a fat man who was scratching the scratching music held a stack of 20,000 in his hand. Chapter 5 hit the jackpot. The stack in that fat guy's hand only had 7 or 8 sheets. Yi Hao saw the fat man counting one by one. His heart sank. This guy won't wrap it, right? Thinking of this, Yi Hao stepped forward and gently touched the fat man with his elbow. The fat man looked at Yi Hao with surprise. Brother, what's the matter? Just now I saw that someone in your stack won 100. Yi Hao whispered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fat man casually threw the stack away. Obviously he was also a frequent scraper, and he knew the unspoken rules of scratching music. Yi Hao was overjoyed in his heart. His eyes glanced at the stack of lottery tickets and then withdrew his gaze. He picked it up when the fat man wasn't paying attention, and then tore down the 20,000 scratch off quickly. Boss, I'll take one, Yi Hao said as he handed over $10. Yi Hao didn't scratch here, but picked up the lottery ticket and left. The owner of the lottery store didn't have the authority to cash the 20,000 scratchers. Yi Hao had to go to the city sports lottery center to cash it. Yi Hao put the lottery ticket into his pocket and rode his bike towards home. If you don't pay the bank loan tomorrow, we'll bring it to the court, so don't blame me if the court seals your house. A staff member with glasses said nonchalantly. Tolerate for another half a month. There will be money by then. Yi Jiguo was busy saying. It's already been postponed for 3 months. I'll be out of luck if it's postponed any longer. The bank staff said in a cold voice. Yi Jiguo still wanted to say something else. That youth then said. Words I have brought, you guys look after yourselves. After saying this the youth turned around and left. Yi Jiguo's gaze suddenly became dim. Guoxiu held back her tears from falling. Jiguo, do we not have a home anymore? Guoxiu choked a little. No, Yi Jiguo said in a deep voice. Jiguo, really can't we sell the house? Guoxiu said fiercely after a while of silence. No way. Yi Jiguo flatly refused. But if we don't sell the house we won't be able to pay back the bank's loan at all. And when the court seizes our house and then auctions it, it will be cheap. Guoxiu said feebly. Anyway, I'll find a way. Yi Jiguo shook his head. He strongly disagreed with selling the house. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just then Yi Hao rode his bicycle and said with a smile. Yi Jiguo and Guoxiu immediately gathered their looks as if nothing had happened. Hungry. Guoxiu looked at Yi Hao favorably and said. Hungry. Yi Hao stole a glance around, then carefully said. Mom and Dad, I made a small fortune today. Ha, you picked up money? Guoxiu was stunned and said. Pretty much. Yi Hao nodded. How much? Guoxiu just felt in her heart that Yi Hao had picked up 180. Mom, guess? Yi Hao played a dumb riddle. 100? Guoxiu asked tentatively. Too little. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. 300? Mom, didn't I say it just now? It's too little. Could it be 1,000? Guoxiu said in surprise. Still too little. Guoxiu and Yi Jiguo looked at each other. Both saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. 5,000? Still too little. Let's talk about it at home. Guoxiu hurriedly said. The amount had exceeded Guoxiu's expectations. This kind of thing was not suitable to be said at the door. After closing the door of the room, Guoxiu and Yi Jiguo looked at Yi Hao with burning eyes. Yi Hao smiled and took out the lottery ticket from his pocket. Yi Jiguo took the lottery ticket and looked at it. Soon his eyes showed a bright light. $20,000? Won 20,000. Yi Hao answered. Guoxiu was stunned when she heard the amount of 20,000. She hurriedly came up. Her face was filled with ecstasy when she and Yi Jiguo confirmed that this lottery ticket had won 20,000. Jiguo, our house is saved. Guoxiu's surprise accidentally slipped out. Yi Jiguo hurriedly signaled Guoxiu with his eyes. Only then did Guoxiu realize that she had said something she shouldn't have. Xiao Hao, this lottery money Mom and Dad will keep for you. Guoxiu said softly. Mom, what are you talking about? You guys just use it. It's not like I can use it. Yi Hao said with a smile. I'll go into the house and rest a bit. Yi Hao lay down on the bed after returning to the room. With Yi Hao's sensitive ears, how could he not hear the conversation between his father and that bank staff? It was just that his parents didn't want him to know about it, so Yi Hao cooperated and pretended not to know. Yi Hao was clear about his parents' intention of not letting him know. He was about to take his bachelor's degree, and knowing this kind of thing would not only increase his psychological pressure, but also what else? After all, in his parents' eyes, he couldn't do anything to help now. Jiguo, after Xiaohao goes to school in the afternoon, we'll go to the city lottery bureau to cash the ticket. Guoxiu glanced at Yi Hao's room and said, well, the two of us will go together. Yi Jiguo nodded and said, this is finally a reprieve for a few months. The sorrow in Guoxiu's brow slightly reduced as she said this. The days of being forced into debt day after day, never know what it's like without experiencing it? Yi Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seems that the $2 million to solve the family's immediate needs, as for the next slowly is. Yi Hao believed that he could find a way to get rich in a few months' time. However, Yi Hao still had important things to do now. That was to study. Yi Hao's task these days was to memorize all the rote things in his head. Time passed day by day like this. Tomorrow was the day of the monthly exam. so there was no evening self-study scheduled. Yi Hao rode his bike towards his home, and when he passed a small alley, he heard a voice of alarm. Help! Yi Hao hesitated for a moment, then turned around and rode towards the small hut on. Who? Yi Hao heckled in a deep voice. As Yi Hao spoke, he saw the young girl sitting paralyzed on the ground. The young girl was wearing a school uniform and her pretty face was full of fear. Li Qianqian. Yi Hao was surprised. Li Qianqian was Yi Hao's neighbor for many years. How could Yi Hao not know her? Just a few years ago, Li Qianqian's family moved away, and the two of them had no contact. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that after a few years of not seeing her, Li Qianqian had grown into a beautiful woman. Even the school flower of the second vocational and technical college, Lan Xiaodai, seemed to be incomparable. Yi Hao, save me! Li Qianqian saw that it was Yi Hao and hurriedly shouted. Don't worry, there's me. Yi Hao was clear that this was the time for a hero to save a beauty, so he wouldn't balk no matter what. He glanced at a brick by Li Qianqian's side. Yi Hao rushed over with an arrow step, then quickly picked up the brick. Only then did Yi Hao turn around to measure who was bullying Li Qianqian. But when Yi Hao saw who it was, a cold sweat involuntarily filled his whole body. Chapter 6: The Hero Saves the Beauty. A 1'9" bald and strong man holding a spring knife in his hand was looking at Yi Hao coldly. The spring knife was spinning in his hand as if he was playing with a flower, and a scarlet light flowed out from his eyes as he sneered. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. I'll take her to roll with me, okay? Yi Hao asked carefully. It had to be said that this bald and strong man gave Yi Hao a huge impression, not to mention that he was carrying a spring knife in his hand. Scram! When the bald young man saw that Yi Hao still dared to bargain, he rushed to Yi Hao's face with 2 steps forward, and then his big hand swiped towards Yi Hao's face. The bald and strong man was a good gangster, but he wasn't strong enough to stab people without moving. Yi Hao was startled. He didn't expect this one to strike when he said he would, but then a magical scene happened. In Yi Hao's eyes, the speed of that bald young man's big hand drawing became slow. It was like the slow motion of a movie. Yi Hao didn't know why this happened, but it didn't stop him from dodging the other person's slap. Ha! The bald youth obviously didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to avoid his blow, but he was also stunned before he jerked towards Yi Hao again. Yi Hao clearly saw the trajectory of the other party's attack this time, so he easily avoided the other party's strike again. Damn! The bald youth was enraged. People were easily irrational when they were angry. Yi Hao's 2 subtle evasions made the bald youth angry, and the spring knife in his hand viciously stabbed towards his chest. Is this also the change brought by divine blood? Yi Hao had already realized what was going on at this time. Therefore, as the bald youth stabbed towards himself, his big hand sliced towards his wrist. With a bang, the bald youth was shocked to see the spring knife in his hand being shaken off, and just then Yi Hao's big hand jerked towards his face. Snap! Yi Hao smacked the bald youth spinning in place twice, then paralyzed on the ground. Let's go! Yi Hao turned to look at Li Qianqian and said. Li Qianqian looked at Yi Hao with a face of worship and said, Yi Hao, when did you become so powerful? This issue will be discussed later. Yi Hao mounted his bike and signaled Li Qianqian to sit up. Li Qianqian sat up without the slightest hesitation. After Yi Hao brought Li Qianqian to the main road, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The reason why Yi Hao was in such a hurry to leave was because he didn't know how long the state he was in would last. Yi Hao didn't dare to take a risk on this kind of thing. After all, this was gambling with his life. Qian, why are you there? Yi Hao asked softly. Isn't that path a shortcut? Li Qianqian said here with a burst of fear on her pretty face. Who would have thought that I would run into this situation just by taking a shortcut once? Where is your bicycle? The bicycle gas is gone. I walked back. Don't take shortcuts in the future. Yi Hao warned. The law and order cases appeared there not once or twice. I won't pass through there next time even if it kills me. Li Qianqian patted her chest with palpitations. Well, where is your home? I'll send you home. You go straight from this street and turn left at the second intersection for 300 meters. Li Qianqian pointed out the location of her house. Then she asked when she suddenly thought of something. Yi Hao, you haven't answered the question I just asked you? What question? When did you become so powerful? I've always been this powerful. It's just that I'm a low-key person. Yi Hao saying this was pure pretense. But who wouldn't want to show themselves in front of a pretty girl? Who did you learn your kung fu from? A hint of incandescence appeared in Li Qianqian's eyes. This, confidential. Yi Hao didn't know any kung fu, so he could only say this. Alright, Li Qianqian said with some loss. Qian, I remember back then, your grade was number 1. How is your grade now? Yi Hao changed the topic and asked. Hearing Yi Hao asking this, the corner of Li Qianqian's mouth couldn't help but rise. It's okay. Strive to get promoted to a key university, Yi Hao said with a smile. Yi Hao, what about you? Which university do you want to take? Li Qianqian asked softly. I haven't thought about it yet. Yi Hao didn't tell Li Qianqian that he was aiming for the 6 top universities. After all, it would be a bit shocking if he said something like that. Li Qianqian knew her own bottom line. Be sure to tell me which university you get into by then. Good. Here it is. Li Qianxian pointed to an apartment building in front of her and said, bye. Yi Hao looked at the young girl near him. A faint ripple arose in his heart. The young girl in front of him was beautiful. The beauty was a bit unreal. Li Qianxian looked at Yi Hao, who was a bit lost in thought, and her face couldn't help but redden. I'm going home. Yi Hao awkwardly wanted to say something, but Li Qianxian was already far away. I don't know who will be cheaper in the future. This thought inexplicably arose in Yi Hao's mind, but immediately he put it behind him, because tomorrow it was time for the exams again. Xiao Hao, don't be stressed about the exam today. Yi Zhiguo looked at Yi Hao, who was eating buns with a big mouthful, and said softly. Guo Xiu, who was pouring porridge for Yi Hao, glared at Yi Zhiguo and said, what are you talking about? I'm not. Yi Zhiguo wanted to say something else, but under Guo Xiu's warning look, he didn't dare to say a single word. Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry. I have no pressure on the exam. Yi Hao said with a smile. No pressure is good. Yi Zhiguo said after hesitating for a while. If you can't get promoted to undergraduate, the big deal is that you won't be promoted. Yi Zhiguo was afraid that Yi Hao would have psychological pressure on the exam, so he said what he had in mind early. Aha! Yi Hao thought about it and suddenly wanted to give his parents a surprise, so he didn't refute on this matter. After Yi Hao left, Guo Xiu didn't clean up the dishes as before, but sat opposite Yi Zhiguo and said in a grave tone, Xiao Hao, are you going to be divided into classes after this exam? Aha! Why don't we look for Dean Ma again? Dean Ma is just the vice principal. The one who really makes the decisions is Dean Zhou. But I think even Dean Zhou has to give Dean Ma some face, right? Our family doesn't get along with Dean Ma. Isn't Dean Ma a friend of Big Brother? Big Brother is now avoiding me. What kind of relatives are these in your family? Guo Xiu couldn't help but get angry. Xiao Hao is his nephew. Yi Zhiguo didn't say anything and just sighed with his head down there. Yi Hao, who was in the examination room, didn't even know that his parents were worried about his class placement. His entire mind was now on the language paper in front of him. Chapter 7, End of Examination. The language topics were relatively more flexible, but it was not difficult to defeat Yi Hao. Yi Hao had memorized hundreds of language papers these days, and some grammar and punctuation notes had long been memorized. Therefore, except for some exam questions that Yi Hao hadn't encountered, the rest Yi Hao had most of the grasp. After an hour, Yi Hao finished the paper, but he didn't hand it in early but checked it carefully. There was no problem. The ones that would be written on were written on, and the ones that wouldn't be written on were masked. As for the rest, it was up to God. Yi Hao didn't continue to consume time on the paper but thought about the scene last night. Why did that bald youth's speed slow down in his own eyes? Was it a problem with the perspective eye? Yi Hao activated his perspective eye as he thought about it. The moment Yi Hao activated his perspective eye, the world in his eyes changed strangely, but the speed of these classmates didn't change in any way. Could it be that his eyes have other abilities? The world in front of Yi Hao's eyes changed again when he thought of this in his heart. The speed of the whole class was invisibly slowed down. Yi Hao slightly estimated it and realized that the speed had slowed down at least 10 times. 10 times. Take a simple example. When an athlete was running at full speed, it was about 10 meters a second, but in Yi Hao's eyes, it was only 1 meter a second. Figuring this out, Yi Hao understood why he was able to easily defeat that bald youth. The speed of the bald youth was even faster. But how fast could it be after being slowed down 10 times? One's own physical quality has to be strengthened as well. Yi Hao muttered. What could one do if one's fist had no strength even if it was ahead of the others? Yi Hao just watched and looked like this. After about 30 seconds had passed, Yi Hao had a feeling of vertigo. He hurriedly terminated this slowing down ability of his eyes. 30 seconds was his own limit. In the future, if he strikes out, he must settle the battle in 30 seconds. Yi Hao secretly made a note of this. Perspective eye. Yi Hao then unleashed his perspective eye. Yi Hao also wanted to know the limit of the perspective eye, but what surprised Yi Hao was that his head once again felt dizzy just as he unleashed his perspective eye. Both abilities are dependent on the eyes. Yi Hao understood this at once. School was over after the language. There was still a politics test to take in the afternoon. Yi Hao took out the previous year's political papers and looked at them after returning home. For other students, clawing their way through the exams was mostly a kind of psychological comfort, but for Yi Hao, it was a great enrichment of his knowledge base. The ability to forget everything made Yi Hao memorize a dozen papers within 3 hours, and so on. Yi Hao suddenly thought of a point when he put down the test papers. Because before, his memorization ability wasn't so horrible. Did it mean that his ability was still improving as time went by? In other words, was his body still being gradually transformed? Yi Hao couldn't help but remember what that middle-aged man told himself. The divine blood is gradually changing your body, but you might have to suffer for a while in the early stages. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, that must be it. Thinking about this, Yi Hao became even more excited. When he got the politics paper for the afternoon exam, Yi Hao swept a glance in his mind. In addition to 2 questions here that he didn't know, and 3 questions that he couldn't get his mind around. The rest of the questions Yi Hao didn't know. Yi Hao wrote his name and then brushed it. 40 minutes later Yi Hao looked at the clean paper and his heart was full of surprises. He knew that his politics paper had to be at least above 90 points. If he gave himself more time, Yi Hao believed that a perfect score was possible. 2 months. Yi Hao couldn't help but clench his fists. Within 2 months, Yi Hao must raise his score to more than 900 points. 9 subjects were examined 3 times a day. 1 main subject in the morning, and 2 secondary subjects in the afternoon. Yi Hao spent the rest of the 3 days except for meals nestled in his room reading. This made Guoxiu feel relieved and at the same time felt a pang of worry. Yi Hao finally knew to study well, but learning never happens overnight. Yi Hao's grades were not good to begin with, and now that he had been delayed for half a year, it would be strange if he could do well in the exam this time. He was worried that Yi Hao wouldn't be able to handle the blow. After finishing the last exam, Yi Hao was just about to go home when Zhou Shuai called out to him. Yi Hao, let's go and relax a bit. Zhou Shuai went forward and put his arm around Yi Hao's shoulder. CF? Asked Yi Hao. Yes. No go. Yi Hao refused without even thinking about it. What's wrong with you? Zhou Shuai was surprised. In the past, this kid played CF more actively than himself. What's the situation now? I'm going to Xinhua bookstore to buy some materials. This exam made Yi Hao realize that his accumulation was still not enough. Not to mention other things, just to say the language ancient poetry he would not be able to do in 2 places. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you kid won't play for real, right? Zhou Shuai looked like he was recognizing Yi Hao for the first time. Otherwise? Yi Hao winked at Zhou Shuai and left. In the past 2 days, Yi Hao made 2 trips to the lottery store when he went home. This made the wealth on him accumulate to 500 yuan. Yi Hao went to the Xinhua bookstore and chose more than 20 materials and went to the cashier. Hello, the total is 632. What? Yi Hao was stunned. 632. I'll remove a few books, Yi Hao said with an embarrassed face. How many more are you missing? At this moment, a nice voice sounded behind Yi Hao. 122. Yi Hao finished the sentence and was surprised to find that behind him stood Li Qianqian, who was more beautiful than a flower. Qianqian, how come it's you? I've been hanging around you for 2 laps. Li Qianqian fainted. This is embarrassing. Yi Hao's mind was focused on the information before. He didn't care about Li Qianqian's appearance at all. This is 122. Li Qianqian took out cash from her wallet and handed it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took it and gave the cashier a handful of cash from his body. The cashier handed Yi Hao a big bag of information after she counted it. Let me help you carry it. Li Qianqian stepped forward and said, how can I trouble you? Yi Hao smiled and then lifted the bag into his hands. Ha! The smile on Yi Hao's face suddenly froze, because he realized that his strength seemed to have improved a lot. These 20-odd materials had to be around 10 pounds at least, but it was unusually easy in his own hands. This must be the merit of the divine blood transformation. Yi Hao muttered. What's wrong? Li Qianqian asked softly when she saw Yi Hao as if something had happened. Nothing, Yi Hao said hurriedly. Chapter 8, Inviting Qianqian. Qianqian, do you have time? Yi Hao said in his heart. Yes, Li Qianqian said with a flash of her eyes. Can you teach me science and engineering? Yi Hao was embarrassed and said. Yes. Li Qianqian smiled and nodded. But where would I go to teach you? Isn't there a KFC nearby? Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. Well, when then? Every night you teach me for half an hour. Yi Hao just wanted to say 1 hour, then considered that it was not good for Li Qianqian to go home too late as a girl. 2 hours every night then. Li Qianqian nodded and said. Ah, isn't that too long? Yi Hao said with wide eyes. Will uncle and aunt worry about it? Where is the evening self-study not on? Li Qianqian said with a light smile. Just from 6 o'clock tonight. Well, I'm going home for dinner. Li Qianqian said she would leave without giving Yi Hao a chance to refuse. Yi Hao looked at Li Qianqian's back and said, Li Qianqian, will she like herself? But immediately, Yi Hao laughed mockingly. How could a big beauty like Li Qianqian like herself? Never make a fool of yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Hao put away the flirtation in his heart. Junior, work hard. Yi Hao cheered himself up like this. After Yi Hao returned home, he found that his parents were at home. Xiao Hao, come here, I have something to tell you, Yi Zhigua said softly. Yi Hao looked at Yi Zhigua with some doubts, but still obediently sat on the chair. Dad, what is it you want to tell me? Did you save Li Qianqian 3 days ago? Yi Zhigua looked at Yi Hao and said, yes, there was nothing to deny about this kind of thing. Are you too bold? Yi Zhigua said in a deep voice when he heard Yi Hao admit it. Dad, seeing this situation, how could I possibly see death? Yi Zhigua gently shook his head and said, do you know who was injured by you? Who? By C, the leader of a small gang in Jiangnan City. Yi Zhigua said in a deep voice. Father Li called the police after Li Qianqian went home, and the police arrived and caught the unconscious by C. Comatose? Yi Hao was stunned. Well, Bai Si was in a coma for a day before he woke up. The doctor diagnosed Bai Si with a moderate concussion. Yi Zhiguo looked at Yi Hao in astonishment when he said this. When did your kid's strength get so big? This. Yi Hao scratched his head and didn't know what to say. In the future, run as far away as you can when you encounter this kind of thing, Yi Zhiguo warned. I know, Yi Hao said honestly. Alright, don't reprimand Xiao Hao. Guo Xiu spoke at the right time. How did you do on the exam this time? The exam was good. Did you estimate the score? Around 700 points. Yi Hao could be said to be shocked by his words. What did you say? Guo Xiu froze. Around 700 points. Yi Hao said it again. Hearing this, Guo Xiu's face became grave. Xiao Hao, low scores are not impossible, but you must not take a crooked path. Yi Hao didn't understand Guo Xiu's meaning. Mom, I'm not stupid. What's the point of plagiarizing now? Isn't it still necessary to show up during the college entrance exam? Then how can you estimate 700 points? It's not like Guo Xiu didn't know Yi Hao's performance situation. Mom, haven't you seen me studying day and night? Yi Hao said with a smile. How can I face myself if I don't have some effect? But you shouldn't have improved so much in one go? This shows that your son is a genius himself. He just has been neglecting his studies for so many years. Yi Hao went straight towards the slightly farther away lottery store at 6 o'clock with $50 in his pocket. Li Qianxian had given herself a lecture, so it was only logical that she should treat her to something to eat, right? But Yi Hao didn't have much money on him. After arriving at the lottery store, Yi Hao took a stack of lottery tickets and quickly looked at them. Yi Hao knew that there was a time limit for his prospective eyes, so he looked at the lottery tickets unusually fast. When Yi Hao realized that the 10th ticket in his hand was a 50, he threw it back, and then Yi Hao picked up a stack of tickets again and looked at them. Yi Hao took 5 stacks in a row like this and didn't see a single one over 100. This made Yi Hao quite annoyed, and at this moment, Yi Hao felt a strain. Not good. The prospective eye is reaching its limit. Yi Hao hurriedly took a new stack again. Surprise appeared in his eyes when his penetrating eye swept to the 12th sheet. 3,000. Yi Hao didn't expect that he had struck lucky again. This stack of 20 came out with a 3,000. Boss, I want this one. Yi Hao handed the boss $20 and said. After the boss took the money, he smiled and said, scratch it to see if you can win? It will definitely win. Yi Hao said confidently. The boss smiled and didn't think so. If anyone could win the lottery, the General Administration of Sports would have closed down a long time ago. What did I say? Yi Hao said excitedly after scraping off the tin layer. The boss knew Yi Hao had won just by looking at the situation. How much did you win? Boss, how much is the maximum you can redeem here? Yi Hao didn't hand the lottery ticket to the boss in the first place. I'll redeem anything below 10,000 for you, the boss said and came forward. When he saw the pattern of the orangutan with a surprised face, he said, 3,000? The boss's words caused the surrounding lottery players who were purchasing lottery tickets to gather around, their eyes filled with envy after surveying the ticket. The boss gave Yi Hao $3,000 readily after checking it carefully. Boss, thanks. I'll come back to you next time. Yi Hao gave a polite word and left. Would Yi Hao come again? The answer was no. If he won again, he couldn't help but say that the boss doubted himself. When Yi Hao rushed to KFC, he saw the girl in white standing at the door at a glance. The girl stood there quietly like a green lotus that was independent from the rest of the world. Yi Hao. When the girl saw Yi Hao, an intoxicating smile bloomed on her pretty face. I made you wait for a long time. Yi Hao was embarrassed. No, I just came. Li Qianxian said softly. Let's go in. The duo chose a table that wasn't by the window. Then Yi Hao asked, what do you want to drink? Coke. Yi Hao got up and asked for 2 cups of Coke and sat down. Since my math foundation is not good, you can start teaching me from the elementary level. Yi Hao's words made Li Qianxian stunned. What time is it now? It was less than 2 months before the specialized examination. Yi Hao even wanted to start learning from the elementary level now? Is he sure he has the time? But of course, Li Qianxian wouldn't say such words. Well, ask me if you don't know anything. The most important thing in science was the foundation. This was also the reason why Yi Hao didn't study hard in the previous half a month. Yi Hao read the book very fast, asking a question from time to time, and Li Qianxian patiently answered them one by one. It took less than 2 hours for Yi Hao to finish learning the elementary math. Of course, this kind of learning is only the knowledge in the textbook. He has not yet integrated this knowledge. Chapter 9, One Hit Wonder. Tomorrow night you take the beginner's workbook, Li Qianxian said softly. Aha! Yi Hao didn't arrogantly think that he had mastered all the elementary math in 2 hours. The most important thing in science was to integrate this knowledge. See you tomorrow then. Li Qianxian put her textbook away and stood up. Let me send you home, Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. No need. Li Qianxian refused. Yi Hao rode his bike without much thought and went towards the direction of his home. Li Qianxian rode her bike but didn't go home. Instead, she turned around and went to her school. The efficiency of the second vocational and technical college was fast. The next morning the homeroom teacher, Suli, walked into the class with a stack of test papers. The entire class fell silent, their gazes fixed on Suli, the test papers in her hands to be exact. The results of this monthly exam have come down. Suli swept a glance across the class and said, "This time the students have made good progress." With that said, Suli placed the test paper on the podium. Zhou Xian scored 145 points. Almost the entire class looked at a quiet teenager wearing glasses. Zhou Xian, the class president of the key second class. Zhou Xian endured his glasses for a moment before stepping onto the podium. "This time, your math is ranked second in the grade," Suli said with a smile. "Next time, try to get 2 or 3 more points." "I will," Zhou Xian said softly. Zhou Xian is really domineering. How did he score 145 points on the exam? First I wonder if it's Lan Xiaodai? It's definitely Lan Xiaodai. Zhou Xian returned to his seat with the test paper amidst his classmates' discussions. Easy Sense, 128 points. Suli handed the test paper to Yi Sense and said, "Not bad, this time you improved 10 points from last time." Xia Ming, 131 points. Zhou Shuai, 115 points. It didn't take long for Suli to read Zhou Shuai's name. Zhou Shuai's face couldn't help but turn a bitter melon color when he heard 115 points. "Zhou Shuai, if you keep hanging out with Yi Hao, by then it will be a problem if you can even get into an undergraduate program," Suli said as she handed Zhou Shuai the test paper. Yi Hao couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Suli with strong disgust in his eyes. Zhou Shuai didn't say anything, just silently took the test paper and returned to his seat. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't say anything, Zhou Shuai touched Yi Hao with his elbow. "I said what's wrong? Bad mood. Don't put the old witch's words in your heart." Zhou Shuai hemmed and hawed. "Look at me. This time more than likely to fall out of the key class. Look at me now, can never lose? You haven't fallen out of the key class after so many times of monthly exams. Do you think I could possibly believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" Yi Hao flipped Zhou Shuai a glance and said. Zhou Shuai was about to retort when Su Li's voice sounded in the classroom again. "Yi Hao, 38 points." The whole class was in an uproar, then laughed out loud. Yi Hao stood up calmly. How could Yi Hao be completely indifferent to the ridicule of his classmates? It's just that when you get used to something, you will be relieved. Suli asked Yi Hao after handing him the test paper. "Are you still sure you can get into the top 6 universities?" "Aha." Suli couldn't help but laugh. "Are you kidding me?" Yi Hao didn't respond to Suli, turned around with the test paper and left. Zhou Shuai wanted to comfort Yi Hao, but he didn't know where to comfort him, so he only sighed deeply. Yi Hao didn't listen to Su Li's explanation of the test paper, but took the elementary math workbook and read it silently. Yi Hao couldn't casually waste time if he wanted to get into the 6 top schools. Su Li was explaining comprehensive papers, many of which Yi Hao couldn't understand at all, so he might as well study the elementary ones. When the class bell rang, an older teacher walked in with the test papers. A kind smile hung on the older teacher's face. "I know what you guys are concerned about, so let's hand out the papers now." Xia Ming, 76 points. Tang En, 68 points. Zhou Xian, 78 points. Zhou Xian's face was grim as he took the paper and silently returned to his seat. Arts is really Zhou Xian's weak point. Zhou Xian would have gone to first class long ago if he wasn't delayed in arts. The whispers of his classmates made Zhou Xian's heart unhappy, but at this time he could do nothing about it. Zhou Shuai, 90 points. As the old teacher read out Zhou Shuai's name, the whole class looked at Zhou Shuai, because this was the first history to reach 90 points. Zhou Shuai joyfully took the paper. "Don't worship brother," Zhou Shuai said with a slight expression of interest. "It's not certain who worships who," Yi Hao said without any good humor. Yi Hao had long known that Zhou Shuai's liberal arts score was good, and it could be said that he didn't leave the key class all because of liberal arts. "Can you still be higher than me?" Zhou Shuai was surprised. "Yi Hao." The old teacher hesitated for a moment after reading Yi Hao's name, then looked at Yi Hao, who was walking towards him with some surprise. 98 points. The whole room was in an uproar. Facing the questioning and disbelief of his classmates, Yi Hao looked calm. The answer to history is unique. This one was to rely on rote memorization. Yi Hao took the test paper and swept a glance to know where he was wrong. That fill-in-the-blank question was very out of the way and not in the history textbook. Otherwise he could have gotten full marks. "Strive for full marks next time." The old teacher patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Aha, I will try my best." Yi Hao nodded. Yi Hao returned to his seat. There were still a lot of students looking at Yi Hao. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the situation? Zhou Shuai grabbed Yi Hao's test paper, and after he carefully checked it, he said, "How did you do it?" "Rote memorization." Yi Hao smiled lightly. "Isn't this nonsense for you?" Zhou Shuai said breathlessly. "Do you think there's a shortcut to history?" Yi Hao casually threw the history test paper to the side, then picked up the exercise book and read it seriously. Zhou Shuai looked at Yi Hao for the first time and felt that he was a bit strange. And when the test papers of one subject came down, Zhou Shuai calculated the total score for Yi Hao and found that this one's total score reached 722, and his own total score was only 718. Just when Zhou Shuai felt unbelievable, Su Li, who got the ranking paper, showed the same look in her eyes. How could this guy score 722? Su Li quickly thought of something when she said this. Good for you, Yi Hao. How dare you blatantly plagiarize? It was reasonable for Su Li to have such a guess. One should know that Yi Hao's score half a year ago was 460. Now that Yi Hao had been in a coma for half a year, the result rubbed off and soared to 722. Who would believe it? Thinking of this, Su Li stood up and walked towards the second key class. After pushing open the door of the classroom, Su Li stared at Yi Hao sitting in the back row. Yi Hao, stand up for me. Yi Hao was looking at the materials. He stood up at the words and asked, Ms. Su, what's wrong? Yi Hao, you really let me down. Su Li said with a look of hatred. Chapter 10, Urgent as a Law. Teacher Su, I don't understand what you mean. Yi Hao said with a somewhat ugly face. You don't understand what I mean? Fine. Then let me ask you what happened to your grades this time. Su Li said angrily. It's not shameful for a person to have poor grades. What's shameful is plagiarism. Do you know what plagiarism is? Plagiarism is stealing. It's thievery. Understand? Su Li split her head and scolded. In fact, many students had long suspected this matter. It was just that no one had spoken up about it. Now Su Li said it out in a dignified manner, and the students suddenly whispered one by one. Yi Hao stared at Su Li and said, I don't understand. You don't understand? Hearing this, Su Li became even angrier. Yi Hao, you really are rotten. Teacher Su, don't you think you've gone too far? A mudman still has 3 points of fire, let alone Yi Hao. I'm too much? Yi Hao, it seems like you still don't know the seriousness of the matter. Su Li coldly looked at Yi Hao and said, the matter of blatant plagiarism in the exam will be written into your file. After saying this, Su Li turned around and left. Slow down, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Su Li stopped. Do you have anything else to defend? You said I plagiarized? Fine. Show me the evidence. A stern cold light bloomed in Yi Hao's eyes. If you can't take out the evidence, don't blame me for going to the education department to sue you. You want evidence, right? Su Li was enraged by Yi Hao. She walked towards him. I'll give you the evidence now. Su Li came in front of Yi Hao as she spoke. She picked up the history book on Yi Hao's table with her hand. If I don't remember wrongly, you scored 98 points in history, right? That's right. That means you know almost everything in the history book, right? Yes. What is the significance of the human smokeout victory? The human smokeout was a great victory of the Chinese people's anti-smoking struggle, showing the strong will of the Chinese nation against foreign invasion. Yi Hao memorized it word for word. Then Su Li asked a few more questions from the history book, and Yi Hao answered them without a single word in between. The unbelieving Su Li picked up Zhou Shuai's college entrance exam simulation paper, and she flipped through it for a while and found a big question asking. The Song Dynasty person Ji Yuan said, I have tasted the greatness of the 3 religions, and they are not to be left out. The practice of the 5 constants, the 3 programs, get the road of human relationships. Confucianism is there, the absolute saint abandoned wisdom, guarding the female to protect the weak. The road is there, since the cause and effect, anti-delusion return to the true, so that the thousands of changes, back to the nature of the heart, the interpretation of the there is there. After Su Li read out this passage, many of the students' faces revealed a look of bewilderment. It was because they hadn't heard this sentence at all. Seeing the pensive look on Yi Hao's face, Su Li sneered. What phenomenon in the field of thought at that time was reflected by this material? The above material reflects the unity of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, Yi Hao said after weighing his words. Su Li's face stiffened, but she still went on to ask, what is the reason for this situation? Since the period of Wei Jin and North and South dynasties, the social unrest caused Taoism and Buddhism to flourish and develop one after another, and Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism absorbed and penetrated each other, forming the situation of the unity of the 3 religions. Su Li looked at Yi Hao with some shock. You've read it? No. Yi Hao shook his head. Without seeing it, how can you possibly answer the same as the answer? Su Li couldn't accept this fact. It's easy to come up with such an answer based on the background of the era at that time, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. I'll ask you another one. Su Li found a few more raw questions, but Yi Hao gave reasonable answers to all of them. At this point, Su Li was really convinced that Yi Hao didn't plagiarize, because one simply couldn't do that without a certain knowledge base and a flexible brain. Politics, biology, geography, these are a few subjects. Teacher Su might as well test me too? Yi Hao said in a salty manner. I don't want to carry the reputation of plagiarism. Why did you hide your strength before? Su Li's mind flashed, suddenly understood something. Su Li also had this thought because it had appeared like this. Because I don't want to be high profile. Yi Hao also didn't want to behave in such a shocking manner, so he followed Su Li's words back. You. Su Li pointed at Yi Hao and didn't know what to say. This was undoubtedly making Su Li very passive, but what could she do now? Su Li left. The whole class boiled. They looked at that originally unappreciated classmate in disbelief. Asterisk. So you're hiding so deeply? Zhou Shuai slapped Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao, however, stood up and walked towards the outside of the classroom. The mockery of his classmates and the cold eyes of the teacher made Yi Hao physically and mentally exhausted. Yi Hao's heart couldn't help but give birth to the idea of staying away from this academy. Walking, Yi Hao came to the pond again. He looked at the lime green pond in a daze, and the scene of a few months ago appeared in his mind. Yi Hao was thinking back when a woman in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in his sight. What the hell? Mei Yixue didn't think that there were still students by the pond. She looked at Yi Hao with a displeased expression and said, "What are you doing here at this time without going to class?" Bad mood. Yi Hao said back, "You shouldn't come to this place even if you're in a bad mood." Mei Xiaoxue snorted coldly. Why? Yi Hao's heart fluttered. Because of this place. Mei Jianxue stopped her mouth in time. Anyway, leave this place. Did you come here to feel the demonic aura of this place? Yi Hao asked tentatively when he saw that Mei Jianxue didn't say anything. Mei Jianxue's eyes couldn't help but blossom. I can't see that you're a fellow traveler too, kid. No, I'm just a student, Yi Hao said with a coy face. Then you just said that there is a demonic chi here? Mei Yixue was stunned. I guessed. Don't you Taoist priests all like to pretend to be demons? Yi Hao said so, but he definitely didn't think so in his heart. Otherwise, how would the demon from that day be explained? How would that mysterious middle-aged man be explained? Dare to say that your aunt is pretending to be a ghost? Are you kid impatient with life? Mei Jianxue raised her willow eyebrows and said angrily. I was wrong, Yi Hao said honestly. The look on Mei Jixue's face slowed down a little when she saw Yi Hao admitting his mistake. You should leave here now. The next scene is not suitable for children. I might be able to help you out here? How could Yi Hao leave? I'll remind you again. Get out of here, Mei Xiaoxue warned. Me. Just as Yi Hao said this, an impatient look appeared on Mei Jianxue's face. Urgent, pardon. A yellow talisman paper appeared in Mei Jianxue's hand just as she spoke, and as soon as her words fell, the paper burned up in an instant. At the same time the clarity in Yi Hao's eyes instantly disappeared. Chapter 11 Plum Snow. Yi Hao turned around like a puppet with a wooden expression and left the pond, delaying the old lady's business. Mei Qianxue turned around and stared at the pond. Her expression became grave. There was not a single simple demon. Mei Jianxue was well aware of this. She drew the peachwood sword behind her back and drew an 8 trigrams formation diagram on the ground. And then a piece of talisman paper appeared in her hand. Urgent, pardon. The moment the talisman paper in her hand ignited, it turned into a golden light and disappeared into the pond. Just like that, Mei Yui waited for a while without seeing anything come up. What's going on? Did the demon detaining talisman fail, or was the demon too strong? Mei Jianxue's heart sank. The possibility of the demon detainer not working was too low. There seemed to be only the second possibility. As soon as she thought of the second possibility, Mei Jianxue had the urge to turn around and leave. However, she stopped just a few steps away. It wasn't her style to be afraid of fighting. After thinking about it, this time, Mei Jianxue ignited 2 pieces of talisman paper at once. The 2 talisman papers transformed into 2 golden lights, which merged in midair and transformed into an even stronger golden light. The golden light quickly disappeared into the pond. Mei Qianxue waited for a while to see there is still nothing up to turn and run. Mei Yixue hadn't run 2 or 3 steps before she saw Yi Hao staring at himself. Run! Mei Xue shouted at Yi Hao. Run what? Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders and said, there are no demons in this river. No demons? Mei Xue froze. Yeah, it was possible that there were no demons even if the talisman didn't work. After Mei Yixue stopped, she suddenly thought of something. Why are you okay? What can I do? Yi Hao smiled lightly. Mei Jianxue looked at Yi Hao with suspicion. It was reasonable to say that the mesmerizing talisman wasn't so easy to solve, but immediately she thought of something. How do you know there is no demon in the pond? Because that demon was killed by a high-ranking person. You were present at that time? Aha! Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't have the chance to say it. Mei Xiaoxue thought back carefully and realized that it was indeed her own problem. But how could she admit it? Let's go. Mei Jianxue returned to the pond and stomped on the ground to erase the 8 trigrams formation diagram. Yi Hao saw that Mei Jianxue was about to leave and hurriedly chased after her. Slow down. What's your business? Can you teach me your spells to subdue demons and eliminate devils? This lineage transmits to women, not men. Times are evolving. Society is progressing. Shouldn't the rules of your lineage be appropriately adapted? Mei Yixue nodded after thinking for a while and said, you have a point. Since that's the case, I'll adapt a bit. You can learn the spells to cut down demons and eliminate devils from me. Really? Yi Hao said ecstatically. Really? As long as you break the distracting thoughts with a single slash, I'll immediately pass it on to you, Mei Shui said and handed Yi Hao an exquisite dagger. Yi Hao shook his head like a rattle drum. No. Mei Jianxue had long predicted that Yi Hao would say this, so she was about to take back the dagger in a smooth manner. But just at this moment, Yi Hao was lightning fast and snatched it towards the dagger in her hand. Since you're not willing to pass on my ability to cut down demons and eliminate devils, then this dagger will be given to me. Yi Hao laughed as he held the dagger. How dare you rob something of my mother? Mei Lianxue raised her willow eyebrows and grabbed her hand towards Yi Hao's shoulder blade. The function of Yi Hao's eyes slowing down speed in a highly tense state instantly kicked in. Mei Jianxue's speed slowed down 10 times in Yi Hao's eyes, but even if it slowed down 10 times, Yi Hao still had a feeling of being unable to avoid it. Ha! Mei Jianxue looked at Yi Hao with surprise, then changed her stance and grabbed at him again. Yi Hao narrowly avoided it again this time. I don't believe you can still dodge it this time? Mei Yixue's speed increased a bit again, and this time, her hand steadily grabbed Yi Hao, who was about to dodge. Yi Hao's shoulder blade was grabbed and her body reacted instinctively. A powerful force surged into her hand like a wave. But still, she was not able to bounce off Mei Yixue's prime hand. Ouch! The shoulder blade was restrained. Yi Hao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Kid, who the hell are you? Mei Yixue looked at Yi Hao with a gloomy face and said, I'm a college student. Yi Hao hurriedly said, how can a student's physical quality be so strong? Mei Yanxue looked at Yi Hao contemptuously and said, this. Yi Hao didn't know what to say. Could he tell Mei Yixue that he had been transformed by a drop of divine blood? Subconsciously this matter Yi Hao wasn't prepared to tell anyone. It looks like you kid has a secret in you. Mei Jianxue smiled and said, I don't want the dagger, okay? Yi Hao said carefully, I can give you the dagger, but you have to tell me, what's going on with your body? Mei Shui glanced wildly at Yi Hao's body. I don't want it. Yi Hao hurriedly said, humph, I know even if you don't say it. Mei Jianxue said and let go of Yi Hao's shoulder blade. It must be that senior who transformed your body. How do you know? Yi Hao was surprised. Casually transforming your body into this shape is not something an ordinary elixir can do? Mei Xiaoxue murmured. What did you say? Nothing. This dagger is for you. Mei Yixue hurriedly left after saying this. Yi Hao held the bronze dagger and was momentarily confused. How could Mei Yixue just give it away when she said she would? Regardless of what Mei Shui thought, it was his own now. Yi Hao put the dagger in his pocket and hurried home. After Yi Hao returned home, he found that there was a guest in the house. Auntie Niu. Yi Hao shouted. Niuli was Guo Xiu's good friend for many years. Niuli couldn't help but light up in front of Yi Hao's eyes when she saw him. Xiao Hao, this time you have to do your Auntie Niu a favor. Yi Hao was skeptical. I don't know what favor Auntie Niu wants me to do. Xiao Hao, aren't you from the 2nd Vocational and Technical Institute's Key 2nd class? Yes. Find a chance to ask if any of the students in your class want to enter our 3rd Vocational and Technical College? What? Yi Hao was stunned. As long as the students in your class are willing to come to our 3rd Vocational Technical College, the issue of school records doesn't need to be a concern for you, and on top of that, we have cash rewards. Niuli said softly. Auntie Niu, what are you guys dash? Yi Hao knew that Niuli was a teacher of the 3rd Vocational Technical College. The dean gave us a dead order to dig heavily into the 2nd Vocational and Technical College and the 1st Vocational and Technical College. As for the reason, naturally, it's to increase the undergraduate advancement rate of our 3rd Vocational and Technical College, Niuli frankly said. Otherwise in the long run the 3rd Vocational and Technical College will really fall. I don't know how you are rewarding it, Yi Hao said with joy in his heart. Yi Hao was now disappointed to the top with the 2nd Vocational Technical Institute. He couldn't wait to leave the 2nd Vocational Technical College immediately. We offer 2,000 cash rewards for college students with more than 700 points, and the reward increases by 300 for every 10 points higher, which means that it's 5,000 cash rewards for students with 800 points. Chapter 12, Professional Gamer. Are you sure the school registration can be solved? Yi Hao said in a deep voice. The dean of our 3rd Vocational Technical College is a hairdresser with the director of the Education Bureau, so you don't need to worry about the school registration, Niuli said with a smile. Plus this kind of thing involves not 1 or 2 college students. Who do you think dares to joke about this kind of thing? Then what if the college students with more than 800 points, every 10 points higher reward or increase by 300? Yi Hao was clear that he could score above 800 points next month. College students with more than 800 points will have their rewards increased by 500 for every high 10 points, which means that college students with 900 points can get 10,000 cash rewards. Niuli said here with a self-deprecating smile. Students with more than 800 points are students who can get into major universities, and such students most likely won't just transfer to another school for a few $1,000s. I'll tell the class about this. Yi Hao had a slight meditation in his heart. You have to pay attention to this matter. Xiao Hao, Niuli said busily. When is the deadline for your 3rd Vocational and Technical College? Yi Hao then asked. Now there are still 2 months before the specialized college exam, so the deadline is half a month before the exam. Otherwise it will affect the processing of the pass. Nyoli said back. Yihao stopped talking when he had a plan in his mind. Nyoli came to Yihao's house this time mainly for the sake of Yihao, and now that everything had been said she got up and left. Guoxiu waited until Nyoli left and then asked, Xiao Hao, have the grades come down? The report card in the parent group didn't come down? Yihao was puzzled. All the parents had added a group specially set up by the school, and this group would announce the students' grades every month. When Guoxiu heard this, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened the parent group, and she quickly found the file in the group to find the report card of the second class. Guoxiu looked at them one by one from the first place, and it didn't take her long to see Yihao. When she saw Yihao's score her whole body was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and looked at it again. 722. Xiao Hao, you got 722? Said Guoxiu, looking at Yihao with a look of disbelief. Aha! Yihao nodded his head. This happiness came too suddenly. Guoxiu suddenly didn't know what to say. Mom, actually, my grades were good before. It's just that I've always disliked high profile. Yihao said with a guilty face. It's just that I didn't think that because of my willfulness I would make mom and dad unable to raise their heads in front of others. Silly child, what are you talking about? Guoxiu glared at Yihao in dissatisfaction and said, okay, don't say anything. Xiao Hao, you have to work hard in the next 2 months. Let's see if you can impact the key points then? Guoxiu clenched his fist and said, aha. Li Qianshan was like a cup of clear tea. Light, elegant, fragrant and charming. Chatting with her was a very enjoyable thing. Li Qianshan's knowledge is vast. No matter what Yihao chats about she can always interject a few sentences at the right time. You won't feel tired chatting with such a girl, and you won't feel embarrassed because there is no topic. At the same time, Yihao also realized that Li Qianshan's grades in the first vocational and technical college must be the top of the list, because no matter what questions she asked, Li Qianshan could always give the answers in the first time. How could she do that without a horrible knowledge base? After 2 hours, Li Qianshan closed the textbook and said softly, Yihao, tomorrow we will study physics. Aha. Yihao nodded. I'm leaving then. Li Qianshan stood up. Shall I see you off? No need. Li Qianshan refused. Yihao didn't force himself but turned around and walked towards the direction of his house. Yihao hadn't gone far before he saw Zhou Shuai with a glance. Halfway, Yihao saw Zhou Shuai who was downcast. Zhou Shuai, didn't the teacher tell you that skipping class is shameful? Zhou Shuai skimmed his lips after seeing that it was Yihao. I can't skip class any more than this grandson of yours. Tell me how long you haven't been to the evening study hall? What is it? Starting tomorrow I'm going to be eating instant noodles for a month. Living in luxury? Your sister. Okay, what happened? Didn't I skip class to play 95 nunchucks? But I hadn't even played 3 games before I was ed off by a grandson. I wasn't happy about it, and I played 3 consecutive games against each other, and lost all 3. Zhou Shuai said after a moment of silence. What does this have to do with chewing instant noodles? That grandson stimulated me to waste game coins after abusing me. People are right. Your Honor, which side are you on? Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. After losing 3 times in a row, that grandson wouldn't let me play against him, and said that if he wanted to play again, he'd bet $100 a hand. You're betting on a fight. Aha, and how many did you lose? I lost 10. Yihao looked at Zhou Shuai's expression and suddenly looked for a taste. I say, is your kid's head caught in the door? Zhou Shuai also realized that his behavior was a bit 205, but how could he admit that at this time? I think I was hacked by that grandson. It's you yourself who went up to him. Your grandpa. Alright, I'll help you take revenge. Yihao pointed to the back seat and said, let's go kill him. Yihao thought that Zhou Shuai would jump up at once. Who expected Zhou Shuai to look at himself like a fool? What do you mean? Our skills are half a catty. What's the use of you getting up there? Who told you that I was at the real level? Ha, I've been saving your face, okay? Can we not brag like that? Believe it or not? Are you a big player? Yihao pedaled his bike and rode towards big player. Zhou Shuai jogged and sat on the back seat of the bike. He said with a serious face, Yihao, that grandson's level is at least professional level. I was abused by him. I reached the professional level years ago. Yihao said with a spontaneous smile. Under normal circumstances, of course Yihao couldn't reach the professional level, but after unleashing his ability to slow down his speed, he would instantly surpass the professional level. Big player Yihao had been here not once or twice. There was no need for Zhou Shuai to lead the way, and Yihao quickly came to the 95 nunchuck console. A young man with shiny hair was controlling the big dragon and killing the penultimate gate god, and the powerful gate god had no ability to fight back in front of this young man, a micro-manipulation expert. Yihao quickly understood that this youth was a professional gamer. This youth was surrounded by many players watching the game. Yihao squeezed in and put in a game coin, then pressed the start button. the youth was about to abuse the door god. And after Yi Hao pressed the start button, the screen turned into a match. Chapter 13, Vermilion Bird Alliance. The youth gave Yi Hao a displeased look and said, "Kid, looking for abuse?" Without saying anything, Yi Hao took out 1,000 cash and put it on the game table. "Do you have the guts to play with me?" The youth was stunned. When his eyes saw Zhou Shuai standing beside Yi Hao, he immediately understood what was going on. "So it's looking for a game." That youth hemmed and hawed and said, "Since you think you have a lot of money, I don't mind laughing at it. Isn't it too early to say that?" Yi Hao snorted coldly. "Come on then." That youth glanced at Yi Hao and said, "I'll let you have it for the sake of the money you're giving away. I won't pick the big dragon that I'm good at." The game cursor kept rotating back and forth on the character, and after rotating a few times that youth tapped it, the game cursor instantly stayed on the small dragon now. Yi Hao, on the other hand, directly tapped it, and the system chose the big dragon by default. A countdown quickly appeared on the screen. 3, 2, 1. When the match started, Yi Hao activated the ability to slow down. The whole scene slowed down 10 times in Yi Hao's eyes, and the movements of the small dragon controlled by that youth also became slow. Without hesitation, Yi Hao maneuvered the big dragon towards the little dragon to make a frantic strike. One side down. No matter how much more that youth controlled, Yi Hao could easily break his defense. Thus it was a wild beating. After about 8 seconds, little dragon was KO'd. And at this time, big dragon's blood was still full. Zhou Shuai stared wide-eyed and said, "Asterisk asterisk 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 Yi Hao, your skill is so powerful? Wouldn't I dare to help you find a fight if I wasn't awesome?" Yi Hao rolled Zhou Shuai's eyes and said, "The second game started soon." That youth came up and didn't attack anymore. He immediately ducked to the side to defend. But in Yi Hao's eyes, he still made a lot of mistakes, because his speed was no match for Yi Hao, who quickly sought a loophole, and then broke Xiaolon's defense state with a punch, followed by an inhumane beating. Cold sweat bristled on that youth's face. He had never heard of a big dragon who could put his opponent to death with one wild beating, but today he had seen it. Little dragon was taken out alive by a wild beating, not even having the chance to resist once in the middle. Exciting. This is the real game master. This one's level is fully capable of participating in a professional league. The youths surrounding the onlookers said one by one. Yi Hao patted the 1,000 cash on the table and said, "Bring it." The young man simply and quickly handed the 1,000 cash to Yi Hao. Then the young man took out his wallet and took out 1,000 from it. "Are you interested in playing again? You'll have to double your money if you want to play again," Yi Hao said and put the 1,000 cash on his own 1,000 cash. "No problem." That youth took out 1,000 again. "Let's start then," Yi Hao said indifferently. A round of 2 sparring matches was about 16 seconds. Yi Hao's initial time limit was 30 seconds, and with the passage of time Yi Hao could now last up to 40 seconds. This was the reason why Yi Hao agreed to fight another round. There was no suspense in the ending. That young man had no power to fight back in front of Yi Hao. In the first round, he took the initiative to attack and was abused. In the second round, he took the initiative to defend and was abused. Yi Hao smiled and handed Zhou Shuai 1,000, then put 3,000 into his own waistband. "Practice hard." Zhou Shuai gave a thumbs up towards Yi Hao. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a jerk. I want 10 big waists. Why don't you eat to death?" Zhou Shuai laughed and scolded. Yi Hao and Zhou Shuai hooked shoulders and were about to leave when the youth chased after them. "Two of you. What is it?" "I am Tai Xiao, one of the members of the Vermilion Bird Alliance." "Vermilion Bird Alliance?" Yi Hao and Zhou Shuai glanced at each other. Both of their eyes were bewildered. The Vermilion Bird Alliance is one of the strongest professional gaming squads in China, and we often participate in various gaming tournaments both domestically and internationally, Tai Xiao hurriedly said. "Get to the point." Yi Hao still didn't understand what Tai Xiao was looking for him for. "I want to invite you to our game squad this time," Tai Xiao said with a straight face. "Not interested." Yi Hao refused without even thinking about it. He was now facing the college entrance exam where he had so much time. "Maybe you don't know the benefits of joining our game squad." Tai Xiao seemed to have realized that Yi Hao would refuse, smiled and said, "First, when new games are developed in China, our team will be asked to find loopholes, also known as bugs, and the income from each test starts at 6 figures. Second, various game tournaments are often held both domestically and internationally, and once you achieve results, you can likewise get a 6-figure income. Thirdly, our Vermilion Bird Squad can be said to have a long-standing reputation in this circle of gaming, and we often receive invitations to do refereeing for gaming tournaments and so on. So naturally we can also receive a considerable amount of returns. What I can tell you now is, there is no member of our Vermilion Bird Squad who earns less than $1 million. Tai Xiao's words made Yi Hao quite moved. "I'll think about this matter," Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. "Well, you give me a number so I can contact you then." Tai Xiao was surprised. "I don't have a cell phone." Yi Hao was embarrassed. "Shall I tell you my mom's cell phone number?" "Okay." Taisha Hu used his cell phone to count down Guoxiu's cell phone number. Watching Taisha Hu leave, Zhou Shui patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, "Yi Hao, are you going to fly high? I just want to study quietly now." The reason why Yi Hao didn't agree immediately was because he knew his level. His body was still in the process of remodeling. Only after his body was transformed to a certain level would Yi Hao consider this matter. After jerking the skewer, Yi Hao said goodbye to Zhou Shui and hurriedly rode his bike home. When Yi Hao came to the door, he saw a youth with dyed yellow hair wandering around in front of his house. "Doing what?" Yi Hao said in a deep voice. The yellow-haired youth took a close look at Yi Hao, and then threw something towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao casually caught that thing in his hand. The moment he saw such a thing clearly, Yi Hao's face changed. "Because this bag is Li Qianxian's." Yi Hao then looked at the yellow hair. When Yi Hao went to look at the yellow-haired young man again, he found that he ran away on a roaring motorcycle. Yi Hao hurriedly opened Li Qianxian's bag. Inside the bag, besides Li Qianxian's things, there was a note. "If you want Li Qianxian to be alive, come to Southgate Warehouse 13 quickly. If you call the police, you know the consequences." Yi Hao clenched the note into a ball after reading it. "I see." Yi Hao's eyes flashed with a stern and cold aura when he read out the name. Chapter 14, Saving People Alone. Yi Hao knew who did this thing just by casually thinking about it. "I see." With a slight contemplation, Yi Hao turned the direction towards the Southgate 13 warehouse. If it was before, Yi Hao wouldn't dare to go alone, but now that Yi Hao's body had been completely remodeled, Yi Hao was confident that he wouldn't have a problem dealing with even a dozen or so big men. When Li Qianxian woke up, she was shocked to find herself tied to a chair. A dozen of social youths were playing poker. Li Qianxian didn't recognize any of these youths. When a sharp-eyed youth saw Li Qianxian waking up, he slammed his cards and said, "Fourth brother, this girl has woken up." A dozen of youths all stood up. Li Qianxian's heart couldn't help but slow down half a beat. Waking up is just right. A tall figure appeared in front of Li Qianxian. Li Qianxian couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the figure. "How did you come out?" "By C didn't make sense to come out in more than 30 days. The police caught me and then followed the trail to pick up one of my old stories." Bai Si looked at Li Qianxian and said, 3 years ago when I robbed money I killed a couple. Tell me if they found evidence of this. Would there be any way for me to live?" "So you escaped from prison?" "I ran away while being escorted." Bai Si nodded and said, "I can't mix in Jiangnan City anymore, but I'm not willing to leave like this." A scarlet color appeared in Bai Si's eyes as he said this. "If I don't take revenge I will have trouble sleeping and eating." Li Qianxian's face changed wildly, and at that moment Bai Si walked to Li Qianxian's front. Then his big hand touched towards her white rabbit. With a bang the door of the warehouse was kicked open and Yi Hao walked in carrying an iron rod. Bai Si retracted his and Lushan's claw and looked coldly at Yi Hao who walked in. "Kid, you have guts. You think I'm like you?" Yi Hao scanned the surroundings a glance and his heart secretly had a plan. "Yi Hao, did you call the police?" Li Qianxian saw Yi Hao came alone and a certain softness in his heart was touched. "How dare I call the police?" Yi Hao shook his head. "His little brother told me if I call the police, they will tear the ticket." Ah, Li Qianxian was stunned. She didn't think that Yi Hao, this 205, really didn't call the police, but immediately Li Qianxian thought of something. "Yi Hao, run, I came here to take you away." Yi Hao grinned towards Li Qianxian. "You fool, they will kill you." Li Qianxian shouted anxiously. "It's not certain who will kill who." Yi Hao gripped his iron rod and stared at Bai Si and the others. "Are you going to come one by one?" "Fourth brother, I'll go." A youth held a spring-loaded knife in his hand and walked towards Yi Hao. "Learning to fight when your hair isn't even long enough. Brother will teach you today." Just as that youth said that, Yi Hao unleashed the ability to slow down his speed without any hesitation. In the next instant, the iron rod in his hand hit the youth's neck, and the youth let out a muffled grunt as he fell headfirst to the ground. The faces of the surrounding dozen youths couldn't help but change. Points hard. Together, a dozen of youths looked at each other and coincidentally carried iron bars, steel pipes and the like, gradually closing in towards Yi Hao. "Yi Hao, run!" Li Qianxian saw the scene and shouted. Yi Hao didn't respond but calmly calculated the time. Yi Hao fought with Taisha Xiu. Now the time left was only 8 seconds, and now there were only 7 seconds left. Yi Hao had to finish all these guys within 7 seconds. It was exactly what Yi Hao wanted to do when these guys swarmed together, because this could effectively save Yi Hao's time. When they were only 2 meters away from Yi Hao instantly activated the ability to slow down his speed, and right at this time, the iron stick in Yi Hao's hand was drawn towards the 2 youths on the opposite side. Bang! Bang! Those 2 youths were instantly knocked out by Yi Hao. Yi Hao naturally couldn't stop at this time. Then he turned around and walked towards the 2 behind him. 5 breaths later, the dozen or so youths were all knocked unconscious by Yi Hao. At this moment, both Bai Si and Li Qianxian looked at Yi Hao with shock, because just now in their eyes Yi Hao's speed had been so fast that it was hard for them to distinguish with their naked eyes. Bai Si finally realized that it was not a fluke that Yi Hao smoked himself unconscious last time. He saw Yi Hao stepping forward and hurriedly put the knife in his hand across Li Qianshan's white neck. I will kill her if you take another step forward. Yi Hao calculated the distance in his mind. 10 meters. This distance could be reached in a second by himself. Thinking of this, Yi Hao activated the ability to slow down his speed without any hesitation. Whoosh! In Bai Si's eyes, Yi Hao turned into a shadow, and he instinctively cut towards Li Qianshan's neck. Just in the nick of time, Yi Hao's big hand gripped the sharp dagger, and then kicked Bai Si's crotch hard. Yi Hao vaguely felt something shattered, followed by Bai Si's miserable scream. Are you alright? Yi Hao looked at the stunned Li Qianshan and said. Li Qianshan's whole body was stunned, and she only snapped out of it when the hot blood dripped down onto her one by one. She hurriedly asked, Yi Hao, your hand dash? It's fine, Yi Hao said while turning around. He checked it before realizing that the knife had cut into his bones. Yi Hao pulled the knife off after gritting his teeth, and blood immediately gushed out in a desperate manner. Yi Hao endured the excruciating pain and made a stroke towards the rope binding Li Qianshan, which cracked with a sound. After Li Qianshan untied the rope, she went up to see Yi Hao's injury. When she saw that Yi Hao's left hand was already dyed with blood, she shed tears anxiously. You still tell me it's okay? Li Qianshan forced herself to calm down as she thought of the first aid knowledge in the book. Her eyes fell on a young man who was wearing a white t-shirt. Li Qianshan took the spring knife and cut open the youth's t-shirt before bandaging Yi Hao's hand. Gradually, Yi Hao's hand stopped bleeding. Li Qianshan was relieved to see this scene. What do we do now? Call the police, Yi Hao said after a moment of contemplation. Yi Hao wasn't worried about over-defense. These guys were all vicious people. How could Yi Hao subdue them if he didn't put his hands on them? It didn't take long for dozens of loaded special police to rush in, followed by members of the city's criminal police brigade and doctors. After the chief of the criminal police briefly asked about what happened, he looked at Yi Hao with a different color. Did you knock them all out? Chapter 15 Bronze Dagger. Liang Yamo was an outstanding graduate of the police academy. 3 or 4 such youths Liang Yamo still has no problem. If more than Liang Yamo will have to be accounted for here. However, the unimpressive-looking youth in front of him had cleanly knocked down all of these dozen or so club-wielding youths. Did you knock them all out? Liang Yamo looked at Yi Hao with uncertainty. Aha! Yi Hao nodded. How did you do it? Liang Yamo asked next. This. Yi Hao scratched his head without saying anything. Liang Yamo looked deeply at Yi Hao and said, Little Li, you take a statement for both of them now. There was a report to be written on this matter, and this was the process needed to do the job. Police uncle, Yi Hao will be alright, right? Li Qianshan asked softly. These guys killed 2 police officers 3 days ago when they robbed Bai Si away, so you won't have anything even if you beat them to death. Not to mention that Yi Hao belongs to self-defense in this case, Liang Mo said with a smile. In that case I'm relieved. Li Qianshan let out a sigh of relief. Li Qianshan was worried that Yi Hao would be burdened with a lawsuit of over-defense. After the forensic doctor and other criminal investigators took care of things, Yi Hao and Li Qianshan's statements were also finished. Let's go, Liang Mo said softly. Yi Hao and the others then walked out towards the warehouse door. Ah! Just then Li Qianshan screamed. What's wrong? Yi Hao and the others turned around and looked at Li Qianshan in shock. Someone just blew cold air towards my neck. Li Qianshan turned to look. Where was there anyone? What? Yi Hao was shocked. There was no way Li Qianshan would joke about this situation. Liang Yamo and several other police officers looked around with grave expressions. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful girl, so stay here with me. Right at this moment, a voice that was cold to the core rang out in midair. This voice caused a burst of cool air to run out of Yi Hao and the others' hearts. And just at the moment this voice fell, Li Qianshan's figure slid uncontrollably towards the distance. Liang Yamo rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed Li Qianshan's hand. But what made Liang Yamo change color was that Li Qianshan's body surged with a burst of icy cold power, which instantly bounced Liang Mo's 140 pounds body away. This scene made the rest of the police officers change color. The scene made the rest of the police officers change their color. From afar, it seemed like there was a pair of big hands tugging Li Qianshan's jade hand forward in the underworld. Liang Yamo just bounced away and Yi Hao rushed up. His big hand held Li Qianshan's small hand tightly. The bone-chilling cold could not help but reach his body. But the cold was still within Yi Hao's tolerance. Although Yi Hao was not afraid of the cold, he still couldn't stop Li Qianshan from gliding towards the front. Liang Yamo and other police officers were also running one by one towards the direction of Yi Hao's duo. At this moment, they were shocked to see a vortex appear just 10 meters in front of Li Qianshan. Yes, a vortex. This vortex exuded a deep energy and seemed to be connected to another world. Yi Hao, let go! Liang Yamo shouted loudly. There was no doubt that Yi Hao would be pulled into that vortex if he kept holding Li Qianshan's hand. It's not that Liang Yamo didn't know that Yi Hao letting go of his hand would mean that Li Qianshan would be swept into that vortex, but one death is better than 2. Yi Hao, let go! Li Qianshan shouted. Li Qianshan could kind of see the current situation. Yi Hao definitely couldn't stop himself from entering that black vortex. If that was the case, why should Yi Hao be dragged into it? I said I would take you away, Yi Hao said incomparably seriously with his eyes staring at Li Chen. Li Chen was about to say something when Yi Hao's hand that was tightly holding his own suddenly let go. Li Chen's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of loss. Who would be stupid enough to accompany herself to death? What Li Chen didn't know was that just at the moment Yi Hao let go of Li Chen's small hand, he activated the ability to slow down his speed. Just now Yi Hao still had 1 second left, and this 1 second was enough for Yi Hao. Yi Hao's figure instantly surpassed Li Chen. Then he pulled out the dagger on his waist and chopped towards Li Chen's front. At the moment of chopping, a miserable scream rang out, and the next moment, Li Chen felt that the force pulling her disappeared. What's the situation? When Li Chen saw Yi Hao standing in front of her, she immediately understood. It turned out that Yi Hao had just let go of his hand because he wanted to rush to his front. What is the magic weapon in your hand? A chilly voice rang out from the vortex. Yi Hao tightly gripped the bronze dagger in his hand and said in a cold voice, "Do you think I could possibly tell you? Even if a magic weapon is strong, it has to depend on the person who uses it. Kid, you don't have a bit of cultivation in your body. Even if you are holding a divine weapon, what can you do?" As soon as the voice's words fell, Yi Hao immediately felt several illusory tentacles wrapping his whole body. Yi Hao struggled for a while and was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. And then these tentacles pulled Yi Hao towards the whirlpool and glided away. Li Chen instinctively went to pull Yi Hao, but as soon as she touched Yi Hao's clothes, she was shaken away by a cold force. Li Chen raised her feet and was about to rush towards Yi Hao, but she was pulled by Liang Mo before she could run 2 steps. "Don't be impulsive," Liang Mo said in a deep voice. "I want to save Yi Hao." Li Chen's eyes contained tearful waterways. "You can't save him. How could Liang Mo let Li Chen die?" So he pulled Li Chen to her death. Yi Hao watched himself getting closer and closer to that whirlpool, and a thought inevitably arose in his heart. Is he going to die? No. Yi Hao's eyes flashed with determination. I can't die. How hurt would my parents be if I died? The black vortex was only a foot away from Yi Hao when he thought of this, and at the critical moment, Yi Hao's left hand pressed towards the black vortex. Yi Hao's right hand holding the bronze dagger was wrapped up by a tentacle. Therefore, the only thing Yi Hao could use at this moment was his injured left hand, and the moment Yi Hao's left hand pressed the black vortex, the vortex strangely disappeared, and then an unwilling scream rang out in the whole warehouse. Ah, no! What followed was a terrifying silence. Liang Mo and the others were all stunned. What was the situation? Yi Hao. Liang Mo was momentarily unaware that Li Chen broke free. She ran to Yi Hao's side and then asked busily, "How are you?" Yi Hao looked at the blood-seeping left hand in a daze and didn't reply. Yi Hao, don't scare me. Li Chen cried with a whimper when she saw that Yi Hao hadn't replied all the time. I'm fine. At this moment, Yi Hao's gentle voice rang in Li Chen's ears. When Li Chen saw Yi Hao's bright and godly eyes, she immediately jumped into his arms and smashed her pink fist towards his chest. Let you scare me. Let you scare me. Let you scare me. Chapter 16, Collision. Li Chen suddenly jumped into Yi Hao's arms, giving him a feeling of not knowing what to do. But subconsciously Yi Hao felt he had to do something. Yi Hao raised his hands and wanted to hold Li Chen in his arms when Liang Mo's voice rang in their ears. Let's get out of here quickly. Only then did Li Chen jolted awake, and in waking up with a start her pretty face turned red. How did she jump into his arms? But now is not the time to consider this problem. Li Chen was busy holding Yi Hao's hand and said, let's leave here quickly. Li Chen's hand was like soft jade. Yi Hao had an unreal feeling. Was he holding hands with Li Chen? Yi Hao had an unreal feeling. Until Li Chen held Yi Hao's hand and sat in the police car. Yi Hao's soul only returned to its place. Yi Hao, what kind of person are you? Liang Mo looked at Yi Hao and asked in a deep voice. Yi Hao said after a moment of silence, I'm just a college student. Hearing this, Liang Mo's face was filled with a bitter smile and said, do you think you believe yourself when you say this? I believe it. Yi Hao nodded his head. Yi Hao, are you interested in joining our criminal police team? Liang Mo, however, changed the topic and asked. Yi Hao looked at Liang Mo's burning eyes and realized that this guy sought his ability. I'm still a student. That's not a problem. I can get you in through my connections, and you'll have a regular establishment. Liang Mo said with a smile. Yi Hao couldn't help but be stunned. He was aware that not many of a criminal police team had an establishment. The truth was also true. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that the city police said that they were temporary workers whenever something happened. But in fact, what the public didn't know was that they were really temporary workers. Something like establishment was not something that anyone could have. Still, Yi Hao shook his head and said, I don't have this idea for now. I hope we will have the chance to work together again in the future. Liang Mo seemed to have known that Yi Hao would refuse. Yi Hao heard this but his heart jumped. Don't. I still have to specialize in the examination. Captain Liang, don't amuse me. Family members know their own business. Yi Hao didn't know anything about the ability to cut down demons. Captain Liang, can we not tell my parents about today's incident? Just then Li Qianxian said softly. Why? Liang Mo asked. I see, and the rest of their lives can only be spent in prison. So telling my parents will only make them scared. Okay. Liang Mo thought about it for a moment before replying. Perhaps today's incident was too unbelievable. Both Li Qianli and Liang Mo forgot about the fact that Yi Hao still had injuries on his hands. Yi Hao only remembered about it when he saw the straps on his hands after coming to his doorstep. Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Yi Hao was puzzled and untied the strap. What came into his eyes was a clear-cut mark. But this cut mark was far less horrible than before. Could it be that the divine blood has bestowed itself with a horrible recovery power? The more Yi Hao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise he simply couldn't explain this phenomenon. Yi Hao put his hand in his pocket after rewrapping the bandage. According to such a horrible recovery power, tomorrow would be almost done. Yi Hao pushed the door in and then casually found a reason to hide in the bedroom to read the information he bought. Guo Xiu did not doubt it. Her heart was full of surprise that her son was so motivated. 2 months later, perhaps her son can really get into the key. Thinking about it, Guo Xiu is looking forward to the expression of those low-eyed relatives when they arrive. Yi Hao's guess was correct, because when he got up the next morning, there was only a shallow cut on his hand. This kind of recovery power can only be described by 2 words. Pervert. It had been less than 2 months since the specialized examination, and all the students in the class were studying seriously. This exam was about their destiny. No one would joke around at this time. Even Zhou Shuai, who had always been a big talker, listened to the teacher's explanation of various topics with a serious face. Yi Hao was still reading the study materials according to his own plan, because Yi Hao's learning ability was too strong. Listening to the teacher's explanation was simply a waste of time. Yi Hao hurriedly rushed to KFC at 5:30 p.m. What surprised Yi Hao was that Li Qianxian had been waiting there for a long time. What are you doing here so early? Is your hand alright? Li Qianxian was busy going forward and asked with a concerned face. It's fine. Yi Hao shook his bandaged left hand towards Li Qianxian. In fact, Yi Hao's hand was already fine, but it was too unbelievable to recover this kind of thing in one day. Therefore Yi Hao bought some bandages wrapped by himself. Does it still hurt? Li Qianxian checked Yi Hao's hand and said, much better. Yi Hao said with a smile. Li Qianxian's face was full of pity. Her eyes were filled with a layer of light water mist. It's all because I am not good. I even forgot about it yesterday. It's really okay. Yi Hao softly said when he saw Li Qianxian's appearance. Remember to change the medicine every day, and don't touch water these days. Li Qianxian instructed one by one. Yi Hao listened quietly, not feeling nagged at all. The feeling of someone caring was really good. Gradually, both Li Qianxian and Yi Hao realized that the relationship between them had changed. Because when a person is quiet at night, the figure of the other person will always appear in his mind. This silhouette can't be waved away, as if imprinted in the soul. But happy times are always short. There are still 3 days before the monthly examination when Yi Hao's rhythm of life is broken. At the KFC store, Li Qianxian was patiently explaining to Yi Hao about the previous year's college entrance examination papers. Suddenly Li Qianxian caught a glimpse of a figure, and panic immediately flashed across her small face. Qianxian. A middle-aged woman walked up to Li Qianxian and said with a frosty face. Li Qianxian stood up in fear. She said in a nervous manner, Mom, why are you here? Shouldn't you explain to me why you're here? Xia Ning said angrily, if I hadn't run into your teacher today, I wouldn't have known that you've taken almost 2 months off. What? Yi Hao was stunned. Mom, you don't know that the classroom is a bit noisy in the evening study, so I took a leave to study here. Li Qianxian defended. Li Qianxian, do you think I could possibly believe such a statement? Where would Xia Ning believe Li Qianxian's explanation? Auntie, Yi Hao. Xia Ning interrupted Yi Hao's words. My whole family is thankful to you for saving my daughter, but I will never allow you to come and go with my daughter. Xia Ning wasn't in love. How could she not see that her daughter was secretly in love? Otherwise, how would this good girl hide from her parents and ask for 2 months of evening self-study to come here to help Yi Hao make up lessons? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. No, it's a love affair. In Xia Ning's eyes, Li Qianxian came here to fall in love with Yi Hao. Chapter 17, The door is not right. The household is not right. Xia Ning's lungs were about to explode. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hao had saved his own daughter, Xia Ning would have slapped her in the face. Don't take a piss and look at yourself. What qualifications do you have to pick up your own daughter? Come home with me. Xia Ning stared at Li Qianxian and said. Li Qianxian didn't dare to say more and put the information away, giving Yi Hao an apologetic look before leaving with Xia Ning. Yi Hao looked at Li Qianxian's silhouette with a sense of disappointment in his heart. Maybe there won't be such a chance in the future. Yi Hao sighed lightly and packed up the information and returned home. Lying on the bed, Yi Hao realized that his mind was full of Li Qianxian's figure. At this moment, Yi Hao was sure that he had fallen in love with Li Qianqian. Tossing and turning, the night passed like this. The next day Yi Hao walked out of the bedroom with panda eyes, which made Guo Xiu look heartbroken and proud. Xiao Hao, pay attention to your body even when you work hard, Guo Xiu said softly. Guo Xiu's words made Yi Hao feel quite guilty. Mom, I will pay attention. Yi Hao rode his bike to class after breakfast, while Guo Xiu cleaned up the house at home. After about an hour, the doorbell rang. Guo Xiu was a bit puzzled who would come to the door at this hour. She opened the door and was stunned when she saw that it was Xian Ning, and then a smile blossomed on her face as she said, "It's Xian Ning, come on, have a seat in the house." Xian Ning said with a cold face, "Sitting is not necessary. This time I came to tell you something." Guo Xiu looked at Xian Ning's face and said, "Let's talk inside." Guo Xiu, tell your son Yi Hao to stop pestering my daughter in the future. Xian Ning coldly said. What? Guo Xiu's face changed. Is this some kind of misunderstanding? My family Qianqian is the #1 in the first vocational and technical college, and in the future, she will be attending the 6 top institutions. Xian Ning interrupted Guo Xiu. Xian Ning, what do you mean by that? Guo Xiu was somewhat enraged. Xian Ning was protective of her calf. Who wouldn't be? What I mean is that your son is not worthy of my daughter. Xian Ning said with a mocking face. You're not unaware of your son's accomplishments. Do you think he's worthy of my Qianqian? Xian Ning finished her sentence and gave Guo Xiu a deep look. The phrase door is right for the family is not just words. She turned around and walked away. Guo Xiu looked at Xian Ning's back and trembled with anger. When Guo Xiu calmed down a bit, she began to think about Xian Ning's words. If Li Qianqian is really the first place winner of the first vocational college, then there's a great possibility that she will be admitted to one of the 6 top schools in the future. The students who come out of the 6 top schools are not the pride of heaven. It can be said that the worst students are able to achieve a good social status, which is far from being comparable to the students of key universities. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for Xian Ning to say such words. Just Xian Ning underestimated Yi Hao. Guo Xiu's heart was not happy. In the evening, Yi Hao returned home after his evening study. After arriving at his room, Yi Hao didn't continue studying, but laid down on the bed. The figure of Li Qianqian appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Li Qianqian's knitted brows and smile were so clear that Yi Hao's eyes gradually showed a mesmerizing color. Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao. Yi Hao vaguely felt that his thoughts gradually returned to his body when someone called out to him. Father. Yi Hao woke up violently when he saw that it was Yi Zhiguo. Yi Zhiguo looked at his son's appearance how he still didn't know what was going on. Do you like Li Qianqian? Yi Zhiguo opened the door. His father's directness made Yi Hao embarrassed, but immediately he thought of something. How did father know about this matter? Your age is the right age to talk about love, but I still hope that you'll collect yourself first. Yi Zhiguo said softly. You can talk about it when you've been promoted to undergraduate, and then you'll meet girls from all over the world. Dad, how do you know about me and Qianqian? Yi Hao still asked the doubt in his heart. Today Xian Ning came to the door. She said some unpleasant things. Can't you see your mom moping all day? The reason why Yi Zhiguo said this was because he wanted to stimulate Yi Hao. Yi Hao needed to be stimulated in his current state. Otherwise he would most likely be addicted to it. Love was never a double-edged sword. If you get it, you are lucky. If you lose it, you are doomed. What did Li Qianqian's mom say? Yi Hao's heart surged with guilt at the thought of his mother being humiliated. Yi Zhiguo then briefly talked about what happened today. So it's not impossible for you to be with Li Qianqian, provided that you have the ability to get into the 6 top schools. Yi Zhiguo looked at Yi Hao and said in a deep voice, I will get into the 6 top academic institutions. Yi Hao said without hesitation. The 6 top academies are not for anyone. Even though Yi Zhiguo was a bit unable to see through his son now, he felt that Yi Hao couldn't get into the 6 top academies. Father will just wait and see. Yi Hao's eyes flashed a bright color and said, the door is not right for the family? I'll make you understand exactly who doesn't deserve who. After Yi Zhiguo left, Yi Hao picked up the test questions and read them. This month and a half Yi Hao had already learned everything he needed to learn, and most of his time now was spent looking at various exam questions from previous years. Yi Hao believed that he could get a high score in the last monthly exam. Tomorrow is the last monthly exam. I hope everyone can get good grades. Suli scanned the class and said softly, and when you do the questions, you have to examine the questions correctly. Don't be careless. 1 point can decide your whole life. There's also a 2-day vacation after this monthly exam. You guys can't relax for me in these 2 days. Zhou Xian, you hand out these 2 math papers. Suli said as she handed Zhou Xian 2 test papers. There wasn't much complaining on the faces of the students, because they could get promoted to the university if they worked hard. No one would indulge in not studying at this time. Zhou Shuai took the test papers and then looked at Yi Hao beside him. Yi Hao, how many points can you get this time? Over 800. Zhou Shuai was stunned and then laughed. Stop joking. Not joking with you. Yi Hao gently shook his head and said, and you do me a favor after this exam. What favor? help me send my books to my home. Yi Hao pointed at the materials piled up on the table and said, my bicycle can't hold it at all. What are you doing? Remember the special admission to the 3rd vocational and technical college that I mentioned to you? You're going to the 3rd vocational technical college? Zhou Shuai instantly understood. Well, I'll go there after this exam. There's still a month before the specialization. It's not good for you to transfer over at this time, right? There's nothing bad about it. There's not much of the 2nd vocational and technical college that I'm staying for. Yi Hao couldn't help but see Su Li's figure in his mind when he said this. The 2nd vocational and technical college left Yi Hao with nothing but shame and pain. This place was a place he didn't want to stay for a moment. Chapter 18, the last monthly exam. Yi Hao looked at the test paper in front of him and a smile blossomed at the corner of his mouth. In a month's time Yi Hao had already mastered everything he needed to master. Even some of the out-of-the-way knowledge points he had mastered a lot. He held a pen and brushed it. By the time he stopped writing Yi Hao was confident that he wouldn't have any problems with 140 points in the language paper. With the last subject chemistry finished Yi Hao's mind estimated the total score. His eyes flashed with an excited aura. If there was no divine blood transformation Yi Hao wouldn't have thought that he would be able to score more than 900 points no matter what. This score was enough to ask the 6 top academies. Of course at this time, Yi Hao didn't have a high profile, because no one would believe him even if he did. Zhou Shuai, let's go. Yi Hao put his arm around Zhou Shuai, who looked like a black charcoal, and laughed. I sucked at chemistry this time. Zhou Shuai said in tears. Which time did you not suck in chemistry? How could Yi Hao believe this set of Zhou Shuai's? Just based on how many times this guy had not been brushed down in the monthly exam. It proved that this guy still had a few brushes. Looking at you it mostly looks like you did well on the exam. No, you have to treat me to a jerk tonight, Zhou Shuai said with an uneven heart. Whatever. Yi Hao still had $2,000 or $3,000 on him. How much could Zhou Shuai eat? But you have to help me work before jerking off. Yi Hao returned to his seat with Zhou Shuai in his arms and started to organize the information. Are you for real? Who's joking with you about this kind of thing? Have you discussed this with your parents? I can make my own decisions on this kind of thing. Brother, can I call you brother? You'd better discuss this kind of thing with your uncles and aunts. No need. That's it, Yi Hao said and handed a pile of information to Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai knew that he couldn't be persuaded when he saw Yi Hao like this. The two of them worked together to send the textbook materials to Yi Hao's house. Wu Xiu was also quite surprised to see this scene. Xiao Hao, why did you bring all the books back? I can't use them for now. Yi Hao wasn't ready to show his cards to Wu Xiu. Zhou Shuai was just about to open his mouth when Yi Hao glared at him. Mom, I'll eat outside with Zhou Shuai in the evening, Yi Hao said after putting the book down. Wu Xiu gave a hum and was about to pull out money to give it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao hurriedly said, Mom, this kid is treating. How can you let your classmate treat you? Wu Xiu said while handing Yi Hao $300. Zhou Shuai had come to Yi Hao's house before, only that he didn't expect Yi Hao's house to fall into such a state of disrepair in just half a year. Therefore how could he let Yi Hao treat him in this situation? Auntie, let's go. Zhou Shuai pulled Yi Hao and left. Yi Hao understood Zhou Shuai's mind, so he let Zhou Shuai pull him. After leaving Yi Hao's house Zhou Shuai said softly, Yi Hao, you're home. It will be fine right away. Yi Hao said with a smile, I have $30,000 in my New Year's money. Let me bring it to you tomorrow, Zhou Shuai said after a moment of contemplation. Yi Hao was stunned. Yi Hao's relationship with Zhou Shuai hadn't been much good, just pretty good compared to other classmates. And what he didn't expect was Zhou Shuai being so righteous. It's not necessary for the time being. Yi Hao shook his head and said, it's not like I can use the year-end money. Zhou Shuai was interrupted by Yi Hao just as he said, I will definitely borrow it from you if I need it. Alright, but jerking off tonight is on me. Well, I want 10 strings of big waist. Zhou Shuai rolled Yi Hao's eyes and said, you're not afraid to make up for your death. You don't know that big waist is very fragrant. Yi Hao licked his lips as he said, I'll take you to an authentic barbecue restaurant. Yi Hao brought Zhou Shuai to a hotdog in 7 turns. Do you smell the flavor? The flavor of this one is definitely good, Zhou Shuai said joyfully. Because there were still so many people coming to such a remote place proved that the flavor of this place was awesome. Boss, 20 skewers of big waist, 20 skewers of mutton kebabs, a plate of peanut rice, and mix a cold dish, Yi Hao said familiarly. Boss, another mention of beer. Zhou Shuai circled around the barbecue stand and pointed at the Red Lobster and said, Boss, have a lobster. Alright, you guys find a seat, things will be ready soon. The barbecue stall was a naive middle-aged man, who wiped the sweat on his face and laughed. Yi Hao and his duo randomly picked a seat and sat down. A woman with an apron quickly brought peanut rice and a cold dish. Zhou Shuai tasted a bite and his eyes lit up as he said, the flavor of the cold dish is good. How could I bring you here if it doesn't taste good? Yi Hao just said this and noticed that Zhou Shuai's face became gloomy. Yi Hao followed the direction of Zhou Shuai's eyes. When Yi Hao saw his classmate, Tan Hua, making love to a young man with yellow-dyed hair, He knew why Zhou Shuai showed such a look. It had long been an open secret that Zhou Shuai liked Tan Hua. Zhou Shuai was just about to stand up when Yi Hao held him down. What are you going to do? Me. That yellow hair didn't force Tan Hua, Yi Hao said seriously. I have to go and ask. Zhou Shuai said firmly. Alright. Yi Hao let go of Zhou Shuai. He knew that Zhou Shuai wanted an answer. Even though he had known this answer for a long time, he still wanted to hear Tan Hua admit it himself. People were like this sometimes. Perhaps it was because of this that there was the aphorism of the moth to the flame. When Zhou Shuai walked towards Tan Hua, who was sitting on that yellow hair's lap, saw Zhou Shuai. Her complexion became a little unnatural. Tan Hua, were you forced? Zhou Shuai hissed and asked. Who the hell are you? Yellow hair said with an unpleasant face. I'm with Huang voluntarily, Tan Hua said after a moment of hesitation. Ah Huang? Shouting so affectionately, Zhou Shuai said with incomparable sadness in his heart. What can he give you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you TM looking for death? Yellow hair rubbed his head and stood up. He casually picked up a beer bottle. Misunderstanding. Yi Hao hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Tell your classmate to get the hell away from me. Huang Mao put down the beer bottle and said in a cold voice. Zhou Shuai, let's go. Yi Hao pulled Zhou Shuai and said. I'm not leaving. Zhou Shuai stretched his neck and said. Tan Hua, what's wrong with me? Where am I not better than him? Yellow hair really blew up this time. Yellow hair picked up the bottle and smashed it towards Zhou Shuai's head. Zhou Shuai, who was in anger, couldn't react at all, and saw that the bottle was about to hit Zhou Shuai's head, but Yi Hao's big hand held Yellow hair's wrist. Can't you say anything properly? Speak your ass off. Yellow hair kicked towards Yi Hao's thigh. What Yellow hair didn't expect was that Yi Hao's big hand violently exerted force to bring Yellow hair away from his original position. Huang Mao's kick naturally fell short. Chapter 19, Shocking Score. Yellow hair's minions stood up when they saw this scene. Yi Hao smoothly carried over a wine bottle and smashed it with a bang, then laid it across Yellow hair's throat. Who dares to come over? Don't be impulsive. Yellow hair was terrified. Yellow hair's minions were also worried about Yi Hao's hand, so no one rushed over it this time. Marshal Zhou, ask whatever else you want to ask. Yi Hao looked at the dazed Zhou Shuai by his side and said, Yi Hao, let go of Huang. At this moment, Tan Hua rushed forward and pulled Yi Hao's arm, saying. Zhou Shuai's heart jerked when he saw the worry in Tan Hua's eyes. Tan Hua was simply showing his true feelings. Yi Hao, let go of him, Zhou Shuai said with some disinterest. Yi Hao nodded, then let go of Yellow hair and said, my classmate did the wrong thing in this matter today, but I believe you also understand what's going on. In this way, your food and drinks today are all on my head. I will now serve you another drink to make amends. How about this matter is over? Huang Mao's eyes hesitated for a while and then opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Yi Hao. I think you are more suitable to be a gangster than me. Come on, dry up. Yi Hao touched it with Huang Mao and drank it all. Man, Yellow hair didn't have Yi Hao's ability to finish a bottle of beer in one gulp, so he gave a thumbs up towards Yi Hao. I won't bother you all. We'll both go eat at that table. Yi Hao left with Zhou Shuai with a confession. Zhou Shuai's mood was very low, so he poured in a bottle. Yi Hao didn't stop Zhou Shuai either. Drinking was also an emotional catharsis. Yi Hao, on the other hand, was thinking about the changes in his body. Yi Hao realized that this drop of divine blood transformed not only his body, but also his mind. Because just now when he was holding a half-empty beer bottle across Yellow hair's throat, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. It seemed that this was how it should be. Everything was taken for granted. Yi Hao didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but he had no other way but to accept it now. Huang Mao's table consumed 680. Yi Hao's table consumed 330, and Yi Hao left 1,000 to carry the drunken Zhou Shuai home. Zhou Shuai lived in a high-end neighborhood in Jiangnan City, from which it could be inferred that he had a good family background. Afterwards, Yi Hao took a taxi back to the barbecue stand, then rode his bike back home. Wu Xiao no longer had the heart to cook. Her whole mind was on her cell phone, because in a little while, the college would announce the results of the last monthly exam. This time, the results will not be much different from the results of the college entrance examination, which means that this time will determine the child's future. Yi Zhigua also returned home from work early. Mom, it's dinner time, Yi Hao said as he pushed open the bedroom door. I'll make it for you guys later. Guo Xiao glanced at her cell phone and saw that there were no messages from the group yet, so she said perfunctorily, Mom, there is something I want to discuss with you. Yi Hao sat beside Guo Xiao and said softly, What is it? I want to transfer to another school. Transfer to another school? Guo Xiao was shocked. What school transfer at this time? I want to go to the 3rd Vocational Technical College. No way. Guo Xiao understood why Yi Hao made this decision with a turn of her mind. You don't need to worry about your family's affairs. Yes, Xiao Hao, $2,000 or $3,000 is not useful to our family at all. Yi Zhigua had heard his wife mention Niu Li's matter, so what Guo Xiao thought of he also thought of. I didn't make the decision to go to the third vocational and technical college in a brainstorm, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Because I think I can improve more by going there. Tell me the reason. Yi Jigwa was surprised. First, with my score, going to the third vocational and technical college will definitely get focused treatment. The problem I'm facing right now can't be solved by even an ordinary teacher. And it's only possible to be solved with a group effort of teachers from the third vocational and technical college. Wait, what do you mean by this? Guoxiu interrupted Yi Hao. What do you mean that the problem you are facing can't be solved by ordinary teachers? And just then Guoxiu's cell phone vibrated. Guoxiu hurriedly clicked on it and saw the grade box at a glance. Guoxiu couldn't be bothered to ask Yi Hao as he quickly opened the results of the second class. She searched from the last place towards the front, and the more she searched, the more alarmed she became. Because it didn't take long for her to scan to the top 20, but there was still no Yi Hao's name. Guoxiu's heart thumped. Guoxiu's eyes continued to sweep towards the front, and when she swept to the top 10 she felt her throat go a little dry. Had Yi Hao elevated to the top 10? But what made Guoxiu's mouth even drier was that she still didn't see Yi Hao's name when she swept to the third place. Shannon, total score 782, third in class, 61st in grade. Zhou Xian, total score 788, second in class, 56th in grade. Yi Hao, total score 928, first in class, first in grade level. Guoxiu's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw Yi Hao's results. Yi Jigwa couldn't help but ask when he saw Guoxiu's appearance. How many points did Xiao Hao score? Guoxiu didn't answer but rubbed her eyes to confirm it again and again. And after a moment Guoxiu handed her cell phone to Yi Jigwa and said, "Look at it." Yi Jigwa looked at it for a while with the same look on his face as Guoxiu. This was too shocking. Before, no matter what, they didn't expect Yi Hao to get this score. 900 points would have made it possible to ask for the 6 top academies in Huaxia, and Yi Hao's 928 points could be said to be 100% to get into the 6 top schools. Xiao Hao, is this true? Lianzhou Guoxiu asked excitedly. Aha. Yi Hao nodded and said, the questions that I can't do right now ordinary teachers can't do either. And this is one of the reasons why I want to transfer to the third vocational and technical institute. I don't agree, Yi Jigwa said with a straight face. You'll be able to get better training at the second vocational technical college. The faculty of the third vocational technical college is not much weaker than the second vocational technical college. It's just that it hasn't received good students for so many years, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. And there's another reason for me to transfer to another school. I don't want to continue in the second vocational technical college. What happened? Yi Jigwa heard the strong resentment in his son's words. When my grades were bad the teacher said that I was the trash of society. And when my grades were a little better nonetheless accused me of plagiarism and cheating, but also had to put this incident in my file. Yi Hao still couldn't keep calm when he said this. Such a teacher, such a school, don't stay. Guoxiu rubbed her feet. I'll go find your teacher tomorrow. No need. I've taken all my textbooks from the second vocational and technical college. I don't want to have anything more to do with that specialized college. Yi Hao shook his head. Yi Jigwa and Guoxiu glanced at each other how they still didn't understand that Yi Hao had long had the intention of leaving the second vocational technical college. In fact, with Yi Hao's current grades in the coming month, even if he didn't study, there was no problem. Just listen to Xiao Hao, Yi Jigwa said after thinking for a while. Since we're transferring schools we have to fight for more benefits. Guoxiu said softly, the matter of the bonus is not important. What is important is that the teachers of the third vocational and technical college must train my son with all their might. Chapter 20 Niu Li's surprise. Guoxiu got the score at the same time as Niu Li, the teacher of the third vocational and technical college, did as well. When she saw that Yi Hao's score reached 928 the whole person was equally shocked and speechless. Her first feeling was that it was impossible, and when she confirmed it again, her heart thumped. The matter of cheating didn't cross Niu Li's mind, because no one could copy into first place. If she could drag Yi Hao to the third vocational and technical college then wouldn't the head of teaching be expected? The more Niu Li thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. With Yi Hao's current grades there was no problem at all in getting into the top 6 institutions. When the third vocational technical college appeared to have a student who got into the top 6 universities, then the number of students who came to the third vocational technical college to enroll would undoubtedly multiply. And how could the college not give itself a director of teaching for such a great merit? Niu Li thought of this and hurriedly changed her clothes. Zhou Chon looked at Niu Li with some surprise and said, what are you going out to do? Going to Guoxiu's house. Go to her house to do what? To run to the future. Niu Li played a riddle on the bag and left. Where did Guoxiu and Yi Jigwa have the heart to eat? While they were discussing which of the 6 top institutions Yi Hao should attend, Niu Li arrived. Xiao, congratulations, Niu Li said as soon as she entered the door. Congratulations for what? Guoxiu pretended not to know. Xiao Hao scored 928 points on the exam. Do you think I don't know? Niu Li said while putting down the things in her hands. I bought some supplements for Xiao Hao, so make up for it properly this month. Yi Zhiguo looked at it and his face changed slightly. This is too expensive. Yi Zhiguo was not without insight. The value of these supplements had to be above 3,000. What are you saying? Niuli was dissatisfied. Isn't it right for me to buy some tonic for my great-nephew? Fine. Wei Xiao didn't dwell on the matter anymore. She invited Niuli to sit beside her, and Yi Hao made tea for Niuli with a good eye. Xiao, you've really made it through this. Niuli looked at Guo Xiao with an envious face. Our Jiangnan city has not had a student who got into one of the top 6 universities for 3 consecutive years, which makes the heads of our city's education bureau feel that there is no honor on their faces. So this time, the director of the education bureau promises that whichever academy appears to have a student who got into one of the top 6 universities, whichever school's funding will be raised by 20% on top of its original foundation, and the candidate will also receive a cash prize of $100,000. $100,000? Guo Xiao was surprised. This was because in the past, students who got into the 6 top academies were given a cash reward of $50,000. The province likewise has a cash reward, but this has to be for getting into the top 10. Niuli continued, with Xiao Hao's grades achieving the top 10 is still not a problem, plus the academy can't possibly not show it. Wei Xiao and Yi Zhiguo looked at each other both getting excited. It didn't matter if Yi Hao could get the reward from the province, as long as he could get the 100,000 reward from the city, it was enough. Although they still couldn't pay off the family's debt, they were finally able to take a breath of relief. Auntie Nyo, what can your college offer me if I go to your 3rd vocational technical college now? Yi Hao said at this time. Niuli's heart stopped violently, then she said with an ecstatic face, Xiao Hao, you're transferring to the 3rd vocational technical college? Knowing that even the 1st vocational technical college would throw out an olive branch with Yi Hao's grades, Niuli came this time with only a 1 in a million hope, but now Yi Hao's words made her realize that Yi Hao had such a mind. Aha! We will give you the greatest support if you head to the 3rd vocational and technical college, and what I can guarantee is that this support will exceed the other 2 vocational and technical colleges. Niuli said firmly. The 3rd vocational and technical college was inferior to the 1st vocational and technical college and the 2nd vocational and technical college in terms of both prestige and teachers. Therefore, who would come if the 3rd vocational technical college couldn't come up with something more attractive than those 2 institutions? Then I'll leave this matter to Auntie Nyo. Yi Hao said softly. Niuli took a deep breath and said with a straight face, Xiao Hao, this matter can't be a joke. Auntie Nyo, I will go no matter what conditions the 3rd vocational and technical college gives. Yi Hao said in a grave tone. Niuli then looked at Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiao again. Is this also your idea? The child's decision is our decision. Yi Zhiguo, the head of the family, spoke up. Good, let me run this matter. I will definitely fight for the greatest rights for your family. Niuli said here stood up and excused herself to leave. After Niuli left, Guo Xiao said softly, Xiao Hao, isn't this decision a bit hasty? After all, the 1st vocational and technical college will still throw an olive branch towards you? Actually, there are 2 more reasons for me to head to the 3rd vocational technical college. Yi Hao said in a condensed voice. Auntie Nyo's family helped our family a lot when I was sick and hospitalized, and Auntie Nyo will surely go towards the top this time when I head to the 3rd vocational technical college. Yi Hao's words stunned Guo Xiao. Xiao Hao Yu. Guo Xiao was surprised that Yi Hao considered this layer. There's also the fact that I become an adult this year, and it's time for me to take responsibility. Yi Hao continued. It's not that I don't know about the family's situation, and neither the 1st vocational and technical college nor the 2nd vocational and technical college can give our family cash rewards in order to pull me in, and I believe that the 3rd vocational and technical college will give the most generous bonuses by the time I'm admitted to the 6 top academic institutions. Guo Xiao couldn't help but choke up when she heard Yi Hao say this. Yi Zhiguo also had tears in his eyes and forced himself not to shed them. Dad, you don't have to do the work at the construction site. The situation at home will be better soon. Yi Hao looked at Yi Zhiguo and said seriously. What? Yi Zhiguo stood up in shock. Dad, do you go out every night when I don't know? Yi Hao said softly. Sigh, since you know I won't hide it from you. Yi Zhiguo said after a moment of hesitation. The family is still in debt of $680,000. Even if you got into the top 6 universities, it's actually not enough to pay off the debt. Yi Zhiguo didn't say the next words, but Yi Hao understood what Yi Zhiguo meant. Dad, I'm not aiming at the rewards from the city and the province, Yi Hao said with a smile. Ha? Yi Zhiguo was stunned and said, ever since I was in a coma I felt enlightened. There is still a lot of room for improvement in my performance. Yi Hao said confidently. I'm aiming for the country's top 3 A. The top 3 awards in Huaxia were the top student, the top scholar, and the scout. The top 3 awards could receive huge bonuses in addition to reaping great honors. Yi Hao had actually known that his father was working at the construction site for a long time, But Yi Hao hadn't stopped his father before because he didn't have the qualification to do so, but now Yi Hao was already qualified to say this. Yi Hao could pay off his family's debt even if he achieved the scouting flower. This was because the prize money of all the previous scouts was $1 million. Xiao Hao, are you telling the truth? Guo Xiu was on the verge of being incoherent with excitement. I think there's still not much of a problem. Yi Hao nodded and said. Chapter 21, Su Li's shock. Many of Su Li's co-workers congratulated Su Li when she arrived at the office. Ms. Su, congratulations on your promotion. Su Li was very flattered by her colleagues' compliments, but her face didn't show it. The 8 characters haven't even been written yet? Teacher Su. This time Yi Hao scored 928 points and the entire Jiangnan city's education sector shook. And you as Yi Hao's homeroom teacher can be said to be a credit to you. The class teacher of class 3 said with a smile. The dean has already decided to make you the head of teaching. You can't say that nonsense. Su Li said modestly. It's a matter of process. The homeroom teacher of class 4 laughed. Director Su, you'll have to put up a show when the time comes. Su Li didn't dare make any promises at this point. After all, the appointment hadn't come down yet? Wouldn't it look like she was being high-profile to promise to treat herself here? Su Li was enjoying the compliments of her colleagues when a figure walked in with a gloomy face. Su Li, Director Zhang, what are you looking for me for? Su Li hurriedly said. The one in front of her was the academy's director of logistics, and was considered a member of the higher echelons in the academy. Su Li, can you explain to me why the 3rd Vocational Technical College transferred Yi Hao's file? What? Su Li stumbled. The office was even more in an uproar. No one had expected something like this to happen. A student of the 2nd Vocational and Technical College who had the qualifications to ask for the top 6 academies had been poached by the 3rd Vocational and Technical College? Just now a vice dean of the 3rd Vocational Technical College transferred Yi Hao's file accompanied by the leaders of the Education Bureau. Director Zhang looked at Su Li angrily and said, the dean asked you to go to his office. Director Zhang turned around and left after saying this. Director Zhang couldn't not be angry. The value of this student, Yi Hao, was too great. And the school was still preparing to use Yi Hao to raise the school's popularity? As a result, Su Li even forced Yi Hao away in a raw manner. Until she came to the door of the dean's office, Su Li was confused. She didn't expect Yi Hao to come to a bottom. Su Li was silent for a while and realized that the key to break the situation was in Yi Hao. Pushing open the door, Su Li saw that the school's top management were all in the dean's office. Dean, you're looking for me? Su Li, do you know about Yi Hao's transfer? Dean, I think there must be a misunderstanding in the middle. I'll go to Yi Hao's house now to persuade him. Su Li weighed her words and said, it would be strange if you can persuade him back? A glasses-wearing vice dean snorted coldly. Maybe you still don't know that Yi Hao transferred to another school because of you, right? What? Su Li was stunned and said, you mocked Yi Hao many times when his scores weren't high, and when Yi Hao didn't retain much. Not only did you question Yi Hao about plagiarism in public, but you even threatened him to write the plagiarism in his file. This vice dean stared at Su Li. Is this how you teach? Me. A cold sweat appeared on Su Li's forehead. This kind of thing could be inquired about by any random student, and she couldn't even refute it if she wanted to. There are 3 teachers in charge of invigilating every monthly exam, and there are even specialized teachers patrolling outside the window nonstop, not to mention the 10 teachers keeping an eye on the monitor. Do you think Yi Hao has this ability to plagiarize? Another vice dean burst out here. Is your head kicked by a donkey? I'm Yi Hao's homeroom teacher no matter what. I think I still have a chance to persuade him back. Su Li didn't want to give up just like that. Maybe you don't know that Yi Hao took all the textbooks away after this monthly exam. This shows that Yi Hao has long had the intention of leaving the 2nd Vocational Technical College. The dean sighed softly. Just as well. You go and try. Su Li answered and hurriedly left the dean's office. Halfway there she bought some gifts before arriving at Yi Hao's home. Guo Xiu's face turned cold when she pushed open the door and it was Su Li. Who are you looking for? Su Li's heart sank. Guo Xiu, this was simply the rhythm of not wanting to talk to her. I'll come. Su Li was interrupted by Guo Xiu just as she spoke. Yi Hao's choice to go to the 3rd Vocational Technical College was our family's decision. We cannot and will not return to the 2nd Vocational Technical College. But the 3rd Vocational and Technical College's faculty is not comparable to the 2nd Vocational and Technical College. If it's not comparable, it's not comparable. Anyway, with Xiao Hao's grades, even if he doesn't advance to the top 6 academies in the next month, it's still not a problem. Guo Xiu said here, paused for a moment and said. Su Li was still about to say something when Yi Jigua's figure appeared at the door. Teacher Su, we still have things to do. Guo Xiu closed the door and left on Yi Jigua's arm. Su Li stood in place somewhat disoriented. Yi Jigua and Guo Xiu's high profile had given her a feeling of being doubly humiliated. While Su Li had forgotten how she had been high profile to the duo in the first place, this feeling is so refreshing. Guo Xiu said softly, this woman Su Li is too much of a snob. Yi Jigua had dealt with this woman more than once, and she tended to be not a qualified educator. Don't mention her, Jigwa. Who are you going to return this $50,000 to? Guo Xiu asked. The third vocational and technical institute that Yihao's family didn't expect gave a cash reward of $50,000 in order to let Yihao transfer to another school. This reward greatly exceeded Yihao's family's expectations. Early in the morning, a vice president of the third vocational and technical college, accompanied by Nyoli, sent a 50,000 cash check. And now Guo Xiu and Yi Jigua were the ones who were ready to go to the bank to cash in the cash. First, pay back the money from the old Kong family and the old Li family. These two families have been urging more urgently recently, Yi Jigua said after pondering for a while, because the Yi family owed too much. Therefore paying back the money also had to be prioritized. For example, the old Zhou family Yi Mingming still owed their family 50,000, but the old Zhou family can't use the money at all in the short term. So the deadline for repaying the money has to be pushed appropriately. Jigua, do you think my son can really get into the top 3? Guo Xiu asked softly. It doesn't matter if you get into the exam or not. It's enough for my son as long as he can get into the top 6 academies. Yi Jigua said with a smile. Yes, it's enough as long as you can get into the top 6 academies. Guo Xiu understood what Yi Jigua meant. Yihao would definitely obtain a good social status after graduating 4 years later, and paying off the family's hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt then would not be a problem at all. I didn't realize that I would have to rely on my son to support me. Yi Jigua laughed. It's not everyone who has such an opportunity, Guo Xiu said with a proud face. The third vocational and technical college. The request Yihao made was that the school must arrange heavyweight teachers to answer his questions at any time. The third vocational and technical college naturally agreed to such a request. In a clean and bright office, Yihao was looking at the test papers on the table. These papers were all raw exam questions that the third vocational and technical college had specially retrieved from the question bank. Yihao swept through them and then brushed them up. Beside Yihao was the top math teacher of the third vocational and technical college, who was studying the answers to these questions while Yihao was doing his work. Some of these exam questions were beyond the syllabus. Even some of them he couldn't do, and all he had to do was to explain them to Yihao. Chapter 22, Going to the Family Banquet. What Yihao had to do in the coming month was to study these raw exam questions in a targeted manner. All he had to do was to raise his score further from the original one. There wasn't a single teacher who didn't like intelligent students. Yihao's cleverness made these teachers of the third vocational and technical college quite happy, even if they couldn't answer the question at that time, but each teacher had their own exchange group, so these teachers posted it to the group for their colleagues to help answer. Yihao was like a sponge frantically drawing all kinds of knowledge. Actually, Yihao was right to choose the third vocational and technical college, because even the second vocational and technical college might not pay so many teachers specifically to train Yihao alone. Furthermore, Li Qianqian's mother's appearance was also timely, because Li Qianqian didn't have the ability to answer these questions anymore. Otherwise Yihao was just wasting his time purely. The divine blood transformed definitely not only his memory. Yihao felt that his brain power had also developed a lot, and he became smarter and smarter as time went by. Yihao understood that this was because his brain area was still developing gradually. Time passed slowly like this. There were still 3 days left before the college entrance examination, and the 4 vocational and technical colleges in Jiangnan City were on vacation. Yihao packed up his materials and was sent home by the college's specially arranged driver. Guo Xiu was quite distressed to see her somewhat thin son. Xiao Hao, how about food and accommodation this month? Because of the final sprint, Yihao ate and lived in the third vocational and technical college for the last month. Daily 4 dishes and 1 soup, meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition. Yihao said with a smile, the room where I live is the dean's apartment, which has all kinds of facilities. That's good. Guo Xiu heard that her son didn't suffer. A heart was relaxed. Are you still studying tomorrow? Yi Jigua put down the newspaper and asked. I've mastered everything these days. There's no use in studying for another 3 days. Yihao shook his head and said. These 3 days Yihao was ready to relax. Well, it's time to relax. Yi Jigua had just said this when his cell phone rang. When he saw the number on the phone he froze for a moment. Then he pressed the answer button with a complicated look. Tonight at 8 o'clock I'm hosting a banquet at the Lido Hotel. Your family come too. After the other party finished the sentence a beeping sound came from the other side of the phone. Who is it? Guo Xiu asked when she saw Yi Jigua looking different. The old man's treat. Yi Jigua said back. Not going. Guo Xiu refused without even thinking. This, old master is not easy to invite once. Isn't it bad if we don't go? Yi Jigua was a little afraid to look at his wife's eyes. If I say I won't go, I won't go. The always gentle Guo Xiu got angry. He didn't care when Xiaohao was hospitalized in a coma. He still didn't care when our family was being forced to pay a debt. Who would love to have such a relative? Yi Jigua's lips wriggled a bit, not daring to say anything more. Yihao pondered for a while and said in Guo Xiu's ear, Mom, it's good to go there. Whose side are you on? Guo Xiu glared at Yihao and said, How will Dad die if not? Yihao said with a smile, Guoxiu understood Yi Hao's meaning with a slight contemplation. This time, Yi Jigua's elder brother, Yi Jimin, would definitely go as well, and with the urbane nature of Yi Jimin's family, he would definitely mock Yi Jigua's family, so as to make Yi Jigua's heart gradually cold, and eventually no longer have any expectations for the home that he couldn't squeeze into. Yi Dongji said to go to the banquet at 8 o'clock. As a junior, of course it was impossible to arrive at 8 o'clock, so Yi Hao's family arrived half an hour earlier. Second uncle. At the door stood a young man who was about the same height as Yi Hao. Unlike Yi Hao, this young man was covered in international brand names, and he looked at Yi Jigua with a gaze full of superiority. Even the voice of second uncle was full of perfunctory and impatience. Yi Jigua gave a hum and said, "Which room is the old man in?" "Box 206. Under normal circumstances, Yi Zhangmao had to lead Yi Jigua to the box, but Yi Zhangmao looked away after saying this. Yi Jigua's heart was pressed with anger, but he still didn't say anything as he led Yi Hao and the two of them towards box 206. "The whole family is the same. Dog-eyed," Guoxiu cursed in a low voice. Yi Hao, however, smiled without thinking. Yi Hao realized that his mind had changed without realizing it. Perhaps he was standing at a different height. Yi Zhengmao's behavior like this felt ridiculous in his eyes. There was also childishness. Knocking on the door, a very clean waitress pulled it open. Yi Hao's eyes immediately fell on the old man sitting on the main seat. Yi Hao knew that this old man was none other than his grandfather, Yi Dongji. It was just that Yi Hao's impression of his grandfather was too vague, as the last time he saw him was in middle school. Yi Dongji was hale and hearty, and his clothes were quite luxurious. The smile on his face tightened bit by bit when he saw Yi Jigua's family. On the other hand, an old woman sitting beside Yi Jigua said in an unpleasant tone, "Dongji, what are you letting their family do here? Sister-in-law, what kind of words are you saying?" An old lady sitting on Yi Jigua's other side said unhappily, "Jigua is my brother's son. I've never admitted it. This matter doesn't need you to admit it because it's simply the truth." Yi Dongji saw that his wife was about to quarrel with his sister, so he had to round up the situation and said, "Today's dinner is to wish Zhengmao the best of luck in the gold exams. What's the point of you guys bickering now?" Yi Mingyan and Sitaqiu also realized that this kind of occasion is not suitable for quarreling, so they stopped in unison. "Find a seat." Yi Dongji glanced at Yi Jigua and said indifferently. Yi Jigua had a surge of heartache for no reason. He thought it was his father who had come around to inviting him to the banquet, and he felt that it was his own sister-in-law who had facilitated this. But Yi Jigua still pulled his wife and son's hands to find a seat. Perhaps Yi Jigua's heart still holds a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Yi Jigua does not want to brush off Yi Dongji's face. Perhaps. Yi Hao's heart was also extremely uncomfortable after taking a look at his father's appearance. Even though Yi Dongji hurt him again and again, Yi Jigua still wanted to get close to Yi Dongji. Only what Yi Jigua didn't know was that some things were not possible with effort. Of course, maybe Yi Jigua already knew that, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He wanted to integrate into the family. Only his efforts were destined to be futile. No one in the Yi family liked Yi Jigua's family except for his sister-in-law, and even Yi Dongji, the helmsman of the Yi family, didn't want to see Yi Jigua. Yi Hao understood this behavior of his father. This was also the reason why Yi Hao let Yi Jigua come. Only despair would not have expectations. Chapter 23. What qualifications do you have? Irresponsible scum are always there. Yi Dongji is a living example. More than 40 years ago, there has been a wife of Yi Dongji traveled to the Miao village, where Yi Dongji met the bright and charming Xiao Mei. Miao girls simple and innocent were to see the face of Yi Dongji. Xiao Mimi easily handed over their bodies to Yi Dongji, while Yi Dongji is patting the ass and walk away. Xiao Mimi in the Miao cottage waiting for many days did not wait for Yi Dongji, but their stomach is growing day by day. After giving birth to Yi Jigua, Xiao Mimi's death was not long after she became ill with grief, so the heavy responsibility of raising Yi Jigua fell on Xiao Mimi's father. When Yi Jigua was 12 years old, there was a change in the village of the Miao family, and Xiao Pingju brought Yi Jigua to Yi Dongji after several rounds of negotiations. Yi Dongji did not recognize Yi Jigua as his son at all. Luckily, Yi Dongji's sister, Yi Mingyan, took Yi Jigua in. Otherwise Yi Jigua would probably have become a beggar on the street. Here, let's talk about Yi Mingyan again. Yi Mingyan just married her husband. Did not half a year her husband died. That time the feudal superstition is more serious than Yi Mingyan husband. Then Yi Mingyan left her husband's family to live alone. And Yi Dongji's wife is very mean, not willing to give Yi Mingyan funding. This makes Yi Mingyan's life very bad. Therefore, Yi Jigua came out to work at the age of 16 to earn money. For so many years Yi Dongji didn't care about Yi Jigua at all. Even when Yi Jigua got married he didn't come. Yi Mingyan saw that Yi Hao's family was silent, so he smiled and asked, "Xiao Hao, how are you studying at the second vocational and technical college?" "Auntie, I wasn't at the second vocational technical college a month ago," Yi Hao said softly. "What?" Yi Mingyan frowned. "Didn't I ask Jimin to help you transfer to the key class of the second vocational technical college? Rotten mud can't help the wall." Situcho coldly snorted. Mostly because your grades were too poor and you were swept away, right? Ha! Yi Hao glanced at Situcho and said, what do you mean? Situcho slammed the table and stood up angrily to rebuke. It wasn't like she couldn't hear the disdain in Yi Hao's words. Don't get angry when you are old. If you get angry, don't rely on me. Yi Hao looked straight at Situcho and said, unbridled. Yi Dongji growled with a glare. Wanton? Yi Hao laughed. Are you showing off your majesty as the head of your family? Sorry, you are nothing in my heart? Are you looking for death? Yi Dongji smashed a glass in front of him towards Yi Hao's head. Be careful, Gui Xiu exclaimed. But out of everyone's expectation Yi Hao easily caught the glass. You are trying to smash me to death. Yi Hao's face flashed with a cold light. Then he violently exerted the glass and it exploded. What I want to ask is what qualifications do you have? As Yi Hao said this the shattered glass turned into crumbs that brushed down from among his fingers. Yi Dongji's lips quirked as he watched the scene with extreme shock. This was a real glass. How could it turn into crumbs? Xiao Hao, don't be rude to your grandfather. Yi Mingyan was busy saying at this time. Auntie, don't mention the word grandpa. Really, it sounds especially disgusting to me. Yi Hao said and pushed away the chair looking at Yi Dongji as cold as ice. One day I will seek justice for my dead grandmother. After saying this Yi Hao turned around and left. Guo Xiu coldly glanced at Yi Dongji and said, in the future, my family will have nothing more to do with your Yi family. Yi Zhigua didn't say anything, just left with his wife. Zhigua, Yi Mingyan exclaimed. Yi Zhigua's body stiffened for a moment, but then he left firmly. The slamming of Yi Dongji towards Yi Hao made Yi Zhigua recognize a fact. Yi Dongji had never considered Yi Hao as his grandson, but Yi Zhigua should have thought of it long ago. When Yi Hao was born, Yi Zhigua took the name Yi Zhenghao, but Yi Dongji called and said that he was not allowed to take the Zheng character generation. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yi Dongji did not recognize Yi Hao as his grandson. It was ridiculous that he still thought that this hard-hearted guy would reform after all these years. Let's go home, Yi Zhigua said with a smile after the three of them walked out of the hotel's door. Go home, go home. Without expectation, there was no disappointment. Yi Zhigua opened his heart at this moment. He was no longer obsessed with returning to the Yi family, because he never belonged to the Yi family. Father, I will build a Yi family with my own hands, Yi Hao said in a grave tone after a long silence. I believe it. Yi Zhigua gently nodded his head. The annual specialized examination came. Yi Hao refused to be accompanied by his parents and rode his bicycle to the second vocational and technical college half an hour earlier. It was because his examination center was assigned to the second vocational and technical college. Yi Hao. Yi Hao heard a familiar voice after he put his bike away. Teacher Zhang. Yi Hao waited until he saw that it was the old teacher who had tutored him in math and rushed forward. Zhang Jinsheng wasn't the teacher in charge of the third vocational and technical college's accompanying exams, and this time he came purely for Yi Hao. Zhang Jinsheng patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, don't have too much pressure, just play normally. Well, my mind is relaxed. Yi Hao grinned. That's good. Go in and familiarize yourself with the environment, Zhang Jinsheng said softly. Well, I'm going in, Teacher Zhang. Yi Hao nodded. Yi Hao took out his pass and ID card and entered the exam room after being authenticated by the security guard at the entrance. Yi Hao had seen the examination center yesterday. It didn't take long for Yi Hao to find his classroom. Unlike other students who were chattering, Yi Hao behaved very quietly. With the ringing of the bell, the supervising teacher tore open the exam papers in public, and then distributed the exam papers one by one to the students' hands. Yi Hao swept the paper once and wrote his name and pass number. Then he wrote without any distraction. Yi Hao answered the questions very quickly, and he finished the 2-hour paper in an hour. Yi Hao got up to hand in his paper after checking it once. In fact, there was no such thing as a mistake for Yi Hao. How could his brain calculate accurately? The whole class looked at Yi Hao in amazement. No one expected this one to hand in his paper so fast. Quiet, don't clamor, the main teacher said in a deep voice. The clamor in the class stopped at once. The main supervising teacher took Yi Hao's paper and said, have you checked it? Checked. Well, then take your stuff and go. The main supervisor teacher looked at Yi Hao with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. This was because under normal circumstances Yi Hao would never be able to finish the exam paper within an hour. Just this kind of dissatisfaction he didn't show on his face. When Yi Hao left, the main supervisor teacher picked up Yi Hao's exam paper and read it, and when he swept a glance his eyes showed surprise. The most difficult knowledge point in the language exam was the 50 points of ancient poems, which even the language teacher couldn't say that he knew all of them. But Yi Hao's 50 fill-in-the-blanks of the ancient poems were surprisingly filled in. Chapter 24, Changes. Monkeyed? This was his first thought. Because these 50 fill-in-the-blanks textbook only 30, the other 20 of which 10 will have to rely on your accumulation. As for the last 10 will have to have a horrible amount of reading. Generally speaking this question can test to 40 points even if it is extremely outstanding. and contest to 45 points as the head corner of the generation of the lofty. As for 50 points, there are not many in the country. The main supervisor teacher is a language teacher, and his favorite is classical poetry. The main supervisor of the teacher looked at the face, showed a shocking color. Because of his accumulation of this above, fill in the blanks will be 46, and he will be the 46 Yi Hao gave the correct answer. He will not be the 4 Yi Hao also gave the answer. With his literary attainments, he can see that these 4 questions are extremely neat. That is to say, these 4 questions Yi Hao also gave the correct answers. Is he witnessing a miracle? The main supervisor teacher's breath was shortened. He pressed on and continued to watch. Next, both the reading comprehension and judgment questions could be said to be without any mistakes. But what made him stunned was yet to come. Essay Yi Hao's intention was clear and written perfectly. Even if he is extremely picky, he feels that this essay must be full marks. Full marks for the essay. This is a great honor. Now the main supervising teacher could be sure that he had witnessed a miracle. Today is the last day. On the third day Yi Hao rode his bicycle towards the second vocational and technical college after having breakfast. For the past 2 days Yi Hao had played his level to the extreme. Yi Hao believed that he would get a high score this time. Yi Hao was in a trance when he suddenly heard an ear-piercing sonic boom. And then Yi Hao saw a large truck crashing into one car after another. The van's rushing force was just too big. Those small cars were torn apart and crushed in front of it just as easily as they were made of papier-mâché. It wasn't until the large truck hit the fifth sedan that it managed to stop. Car accident. This was Yi Hao's first thought. But didn't the city not allow big trucks to pass during the college entrance exam? Yi Hao was thinking about this when the sound of calling for help rang in his ears. There are still people surviving. Yi Hao parked his bike on one side and busily ran over to the frontmost sedan. Because the 4 sedans in front were crushed into pieces, and it was impossible for the people inside to survive. Yi Hao looked at the already deformed sedan and got a little worried about the owner's situation. Help! A low voice rang out from the sedan. An old man in a Chinese mountain suit was covered in blood. One of his legs had been deformed because of the extrusion, and his chest was pierced by a steel pipe. Grandpa, how are you? Yi Hao was busy shouting when he saw this scene. Save me! A look of hope appeared in the old man's eyes when he saw Yi Hao. Yi Hao was about to pull open the car door in a hurry. The moment Yi Hao pulled open the car door, a crisis of death enveloped Yi Hao's heart. In the nick of time, Yi Hao activated the ability to slow down the speed. With a bang, a bullet penetrated Yi Hao's chest, and a splash of blood instantly burst out from his chest. The bullet penetrated with a strong impact, causing Yi Hao to hit the car door head-on. Wang Wei was a professional assassin, and this time his mission was to snipe Lin Yuantu. Just by the time he was ready to shoot, a teenager blocked his line of sight. How could the murderous Wang Wei care about killing one more person? So he decisively pulled the trigger. What surprised him was that he was clearly aiming at the other person's heart, but at the last moment the bullet hit the other person's chest. Missed? This was Wang Wei's first thought. However, the next moment he let out a muffled grunt. A piece of debris pierced into his eye, and blood immediately gushed out in a desperate manner. At the same time Wang Wei saw Yi Hao turning around and staring at himself with a stern gaze, his right hand still in a throwing position. High hand. Wang Wei realized this immediately. The intense pain made him not even able to hold his gun steady, so Wang Wei covered his blind eyes and fled to the distance. Lin Yuantu also saw this scene. He looked at Yi Hao with some shock and said, "You." Right at this moment far away Yi Hao heard the sound of an emergency vehicle. Yi Hao looked at Lin Yuantu and said, "I'm just a student. Now that the ambulance is here, I'm going to take the specialization exam." Yi Hao turned around to leave when he said this, but his head fainted and he half kneeled on the ground. "You've lost a lot of blood, you must be bandaged," Lin Yuantu said busily. "I have to take the specialization exam." Yi Hao gritted his teeth to endure this strong dizziness and said, "Kid, you mustn't move rashly, or you will lose more blood," Lin Yuantu said in a deep voice. "My Lin family has some connections in the society. I'll bail you out when the time comes to go to whatever university you want to go to. Can you bail me out to the 6 top universities?" Yi Hao grinned and asked. This, Lin Yuantu didn't respond. The 6 top academies never talked about going through connections. Even if you were the heir of a high official without grades, you couldn't. So I still have to take the exam. Yi Hao gritted his teeth and stood up when he said this. And just as he stood up, he fainted with a heavenly spin. Wang Wei's bullets were specially made. Both the penetrating power and killing power were far beyond ordinary bullets. After Yi Hao's chest was penetrated, instead of stopping the bleeding immediately, Yi Hao shot out and stabbed one of Wang Wei's eyes blind. The consequence of the blood and chi movement was that the blood gushed out further. Even if Yi Hao's physique was more than enough, he would have to faint. After Liang Mo of the criminal police team came to the scene, he realized that this was a planned assassination after a slight inspection. When he saw Yi Hao on the stretcher, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Yi Hao, this officer, do you recognize this student?" Lin Yuantu said in a deep voice as he lay on the other stretcher. "Are you?" I'm Lin Yuantu from Lin's Group. Liang Mo's face couldn't help but change. Lin's Group was a large real estate company in the south. With a market capitalization of $10 billion, even the governor had to treat them with respect. This is a little friend of mine, Liang Mo said back. Then, please inform the parents of this student, and arrange the best doctors and wards for this student. All expenses are counted on my Lin Yuantu's head. Lin Yuantu coughed as he spoke. Mr. Lin, your injuries can't be delayed. You need to go to the hospital immediately. A doctor was busy saying, quickly send to the hospital. Liang Mo had wanted to ask what was going on, but after seeing this situation he quickly said. The doctor in the ambulance checked Yi Hao's injury immediately said, hemostat, gauze, alcohol. Yi Hao's wound was still bleeding, and it was imperative to stop his bleeding. When the shadowless lamp shone on Yi Hao's face, his sleeping consciousness awoke violently. He rubbed his head and sat up. Chapter 25, Grievance. The doctors and nurses who were preparing for the surgery were startled. Yi Hao scanned the whole place and instantly realized where he was. What time is it now? Yi Hao asked. It's 8:50. The doctor who was the main surgeon returned. There are still 10 minutes left. Yi Hao was about to get out of bed when he said this. The doctor in charge of the knife was busy pressing Yi Hao and said, what are you going to do? The exam is coming at 9 o'clock. Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Can you stop joking? The main surgeon pointed at Yi Hao's chest when he said this. Look at the blood flowing out again. Now help me stitch up the wound. Yi Hao pondered for a moment. The bullet hasn't been taken out yet. The main surgeon was just interrupted by Yi Hao. Otherwise I won't do the surgery. The main surgeon pondered for a while, then gave colors to the several doctors around him. Those few doctors came to Yi Hao's surroundings without moving. Then they unanimously shot out and pressed Yi Hao. Prepare a tranquilizer, the main surgeon said in a deep voice. A nurse skillfully took out the tranquilizer. How could Yi Hao not understand what the main surgeon meant when he saw this? Offended, Yi Hao threw the 4 doctors who were tugging at him to the side with a fierce force, and as Yi Hao exerted his force, the wound that had just been bandaged once again seeped out a large amount of blood. The main surgeon was stunned. Is this a gunshot wound? If you don't stitch up my wound I will leave now. Yi Hao stared at the main surgeon and said with a straight face, you're joking with your own life. The main surgeon sighed lightly. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Yi Hao said back. I need to ask the dean for instructions. The main surgeon didn't dare to make a decision. I'll just give you 3 minutes. Yi Hao estimated the time and said. The main surgeon was busy pushing open the door of the operating room to meet Liang Mo. How did the surgery finish so quickly? Liang Mo was surprised. The patient didn't cooperate. Not cooperating? He asked me to stitch up his wound directly because he's going to take the exam now. Liang Mo pondered for a moment and said. I'll go take a look. You can't enter. The main surgeon stopped Liang Mo and said. There is no sterilization on you. And just then Yi Hao was pushing open the door of the operating room. Officer Liang, I think you know something about my situation. I have to go to the exam now. Is your body really okay? My physique is very strong. Nothing will happen to me. Yi Hao said firmly. Liang Mo looked at Yi Hao's determined eyes and gently nodded. Doctor, stitch up his wound. What? The main surgeon didn't expect Liang Mo to fool around as well. He will take the exam no matter what. Even if you find the dean, it's useless. Liang Mo said in a deep voice. I'll be responsible if anything happens. Are you sure? The main surgeon had to confirm. Because Yi Hao really had an accident, it would be impossible to say when the time came. I'm sure. I'll take this police uniform of mine as a guarantee. Liang Mo said seriously. I hope nothing will happen. The main surgeon turned around after saying this and returned to the operating room. 5 minutes later a weak-faced Yi Hao walked out accompanied by the main surgeon. Please trouble Officer Liang to send me to the 2nd Vocational and Technical College. Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Can you hold on? Liang Mo asked. It can. Let's go then. Liang Mo helped Yi Hao to the co-pilot and then turned on the siren and drove all the way towards the 2nd Vocational and Technical College. Zhang Jinxing saw that the time was about to arrive and rubbed his hands together anxiously. Mr. Li, haven't you contacted Yi Hao yet? Zhang Jinxing saw one of the teachers who accompanied the examination came over and hurriedly said. The teacher of the 3rd Vocational and Technical College said bitterly. Yi Hao had an accident and is now being rescued in the hospital. What? Zhang Jinxing's head couldn't help but be confused when he heard this. How could this happen? After about 2 minutes the doors of the 2nd Vocational and Technical College closed. Zhang Jinxing's strength seemed to have been drained out of his body. Although he didn't spend much time with Yi Hao, he loved this student from the bottom of his heart. Because Zhang Jinxing had never seen such an intelligent student, he believed that Yi Hao was capable of taking the top position in the province. But now everything is finished. Zhang Jinxing lost his mind and stood still for a long time. At that moment, an ear-piercing siren pulled Zhang Jinxing's soul back. And then Zhang Jinxing saw Yi Hao running towards the school accompanied by Liang Mo. Zhang Jinxing ran towards the door without even thinking. Open the door. Do what? A gatekeeper of the second vocational and technical college said in a deep voice. One of my students rushed over. Zhang Jinsheng hurriedly said, the gate is already closed. That gatekeeper shook his head and said. Zhang Jinsheng looked at his watch. 9:13. You can enter within 15 minutes of closing the gate. How could Zhang Jinsheng not be familiar with the rules of the college entrance exam? That gatekeeper hesitated. And just then a female teacher in charge of inspections walked over. What happened? The female teacher asked. The doorman then told the story. The female teacher took one look at Yi Hao then said with a straight face. He can't enter. Teacher Su, are you taking personal revenge? Yi Hao had rushed to the door at this time accompanied by Liang Mo. And when Yi Hao saw this female teacher refusing his entry, he angrily said. Yi Hao did not expect the female teacher in charge of inspection to be his former class teacher Su Li no matter what. Su Li coldly said. Yi Hao, you won't be unaware of what's on this exam, right? English, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Since you know that the test is English, you should know that the students are looking at the listening questions right now, right? Su Li stared at Yi Hao and said. You will affect the listening test of the whole class if you intrude into the classroom in such a grand manner. Su Li was being alarmist. At this kind of time even if Yi Hao broke in who would put their mind on Yi Hao? Furthermore there were 3 other teachers in the class. How would they let it go? Mr. Su, there is nothing in the rules and regulations of the exam that says English is not allowed to enter within 15 minutes. Zhang Jinsheng said angrily. If I say it's not allowed, it's not allowed. Su Li said with a terse neck. Teacher Su, can you afford the consequences of violating the exam rules and regulations? Liang Mo said at this time. Liang Mo was a criminal police officer by birth. How could he not see that Su Li was basically holding a personal vendetta? I, Su Li, am doing this for the sake of the majority of my classmates. Su Li stared at Liang Mo and said, I, Su Li, have a clear conscience. What a good one to have a clear conscience. Zhang Jinsheng's eyes were filled with a cold light and said, Su Li, I'll ask you one last time. Are you letting or not letting? I won't let you. Then I will spell this old life not to tear this villain out of you. Zhang Jinsheng roared. Ignoring his old body, he rushed towards Su Li. Chapter 26, Anger Attacks the Heart. Zhang Jinsheng couldn't help but be angry. He didn't expect Su Li to be despicable to such an extent no matter what. A clear-eyed person could see that Su Li was deliberately preventing Yi Hao from entering the field. How could Zhang Jinsheng not see it after so many years of coaching? Zhang Jinsheng was stopped by the security guard before he could pounce in front of Su Li. What are you going to do? Teacher Zhang, don't be impulsive. Liang Mo was also busy saying. If Zhang Jinsheng hit Su Li, it would be a big deal. Su Li's face also had some panicked looks, and when she saw Zhang Jinsheng being stopped by the security guards, her panicked look gradually calmed down. Trespassing on the examination center and beating up the inspector. Zhang Jinsheng, I think you don't want to get better. Teacher Su, a candidate's future is cut short because of your selfish interests. Can your conscience live with you? Just then a woman wearing glasses and a small short skirt asked, Who are you? Su Li looked at the woman with a mischievous expression and said, Wen Xing was a trainee reporter for a newspaper. She had always wanted to find an explosive news to raise her popularity. Just where was explosive news so easy to find? Today, Wen Xing inadvertently filmed the car accident when she was driving through Culture Road, and then she instantly filmed Yi Hao being shot by an assassin when he was rescuing Lin Yuan. And that's when Wen Xing realized that she had found an explosive news. Wen Xing then silently snapped the picture from the sidelines. What amazed her was how Yi Hao could still insist on coming to the specialized examination even though he had obviously been shot. This guy was shot in the chest. But soon Wen Xing did not dwell on this issue, because she saw that Su Li even stopped Yi Hao from entering the field, without a trace. Wen Xing pointed the camera in the button at Su Li. Then Wen Xing said in a deep voice, I'm Wen Xing, a reporter from Jiangnan Daily, and I'd like to ask you why you're preventing this candidate from entering the field? Su Li was just about to explain when Wen Xing interrupted. According to the regulations, you can still enter the field within 15 minutes, and there is no special regulation that English exams are not allowed. Su Li didn't dare to speak out of turn when she heard that Wen Xing was a reporter. Teacher Su, you haven't answered my question. Wen Xing saw that Su Li was silent and said in a deep voice. Su Li indeed did not know what to answer. And right at this moment Su Li violently heard the sound of playground music. Her face quickly flashed with a sense of surprise as she glanced at her watch which showed 9:15 above. I think a mess. Reporter, shouldn't you look at the time before you say that? Wen Xing's face just changed when she saw the time on it. You're stalling for time? Rice can be eaten carelessly. Words cannot be spoken carelessly. Su Li looked to the 2 doormen when she said this. Lock the gate. No one is allowed to enter. You. Zhang Jinsheng almost didn't pass out from anger. Forget it, Teacher Zhang. Yi Hao held Zhang Jinsheng and said softly. He's ruining your future. Zhang Jinsheng said with anger in his eyes. It's just a missing exam. Yi Hao said seriously. Your score is capable of hitting the Dragon Gate ranking, Zhang Jinsheng said with tears falling down his face. Dragon Gate ranking. When Xing's face changed when he heard these 3 words, there were only 3 candidates in the country who were qualified to be on the Dragon Gate ranking. The first top scholar, second top scorer, the third scout. You say he can impact the Dragon Gate ranking? When Xing stepped forward and asked. 3 days ago our school took out the test papers of the past years for him. Do you know how many points he scored? 996 points. Zhang Jinsheng reddened his eyes and said, as for those 4 points or the deduction from the language and English composition, how is that possible? When Xing's first feeling when he heard 996 points was impossible. How could Ji Hao score so high? One should know that the previous year's top student only scored 980 points. If you don't believe it, then you can look at the scores of several other exams he took. If this matter was true, when Xing could understand why Zhang Jinsheng was so angry. Su Li was ruining Yi Hao's future. Can I know what kind of conflict you have with that teacher? When Xing looked at Yi Hao and said, Yi Hao was about to say something fiercely felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Then a mouthful of blood was sprayed out with a wow. Yi Hao's mouth said he didn't care. The question was, could he not care? Yi Hao but always wanted to impact the scholar's shine luster. But now everything is finished. Even if Yi Hao scored full marks in all other subjects, he was destined to have no chance with the Dragon Gate ranking, and it was even questionable whether Yi Hao could get into the 6 top schools. Yi Hao, how are you? Liang Mo hurriedly supported Yi Hao and said, take me to the hospital to rest for a while. Yi Hao was incomparably weak and said, aha, let's hold him together. When Xing busily stepped forward, lying on the hospital bed, Yi Hao's face was pale without a trace of blood. Wuxiu looked at her son's appearance and kept wiping her tears there. Auntie, I think Yi Hao needs to rest now. When Xing said softly, Yi Zhigua echoed, reporter Wen is right. Wuxiu sniffed and stood up busily. Xiao Hao, get well and recuperate. I'll be right outside. If something happens, you call out to me. Wuxiu commanded for a while and walked out with Wen Xing. Auntie, can I ask you a few questions? What do you want to ask? I want to know the grudge between Yi Hao and teacher Su. That's going to start from. Yi Hao lay on the hospital bed and closed his eyes. He could feel his body gradually recovering. After pondering for a while, Yi Hao pressed the pager on the bedside. Soon Wuxiu and the nurse ran over. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Wuxiu asked hurriedly. I want to take the bullet, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Yi Hao had originally strongly disagreed to take the bullet because he was worried that it would affect the exam in the afternoon. The problem was to what extent would his body actually recover until after the afternoon exam? The afternoon exam was at 2 o'clock. Yi Hao believed that in 4 hours he should regain the ability to walk. Guoxiu's face was filled with surprise when she saw that her son had figured it out. I'll go inform the operating room. The custodial nurse was busy saying. Yi Hao was then pushed to the operating room. The main surgeon examined Yi Hao's wounds with a look of surprise in his eyes, because Yi Hao's wounds had actually healed quite a lot. How could it be? The bullet was still in Yi Hao's chest. It's good that it didn't get worse. How could it still be healed? At this moment, the main surgeon suddenly thought of what Liang Mo had just told him. Don't make a fuss when you see something amazing. Just pretend that nothing has happened. The main surgeon quickly adjusted himself and then said in a deep voice, prepare for anesthesia. About how long will the anesthesia take? 2 hours. Anesthesia it is then. But what made the main surgeon dismayed was that the anesthesia didn't work on Yi Hao. Bind his hands and feet. The main surgeon made an immediate decision. Chapter 27, Body Mutation. Is it possible not to bundle? Yi Hao said with a blank face. Any way he looked at it, he felt that it was the same as killing a pig. You can't move around during the surgery. Otherwise it will affect the progress of the surgery. The main surgeon gently shook his head and said, all right. Yi Hao had to compromise. The 2 nurses and the medical staff quickly tied Yi Hao's hands and feet, and then they pressed his hands and feet in unison. Ready? The main surgeon asked. Aha! Yi Hao said back. When the sharp scalpel sliced through the skin, Yi Hao felt a sharp pain, which made his hands and feet struggle instinctively, and a fine sweat appeared faintly on his forehead. But Yi Hao forced himself to endure the pain and didn't shout out. The main surgeon suddenly thought of something. Put a piece of gauze in his mouth. A nurse immediately took a bundle of gauze and let Yi Hao bite it, for fear that Yi Hao would bite his tongue in too much pain. Until after the surgery was successful, the main surgeon still found it unbelievable, because it was too normal for a patient to pass out in a surgery of this degree. But Yi Hao kept holding on, and even in the middle of the surgery, he didn't even have any more struggling movements. This kind of horrible willpower he had never seen before. The surgery went well. An hour later the main surgeon pushed Yi Hao out of the hospital room and said to Guoxiu with a smile, That's good. That's good. Thank you, doctor. Guoxiu thanked the main surgeon. Yi Hao was about to get out of bed when he saw the time reached 1:30. What are you going to do? Guoxiu was shocked to see this scene. Take the exam. Stop it. Mom, I'm really fine, Yi Hao said with a smile. how can you not be fine? Guo Xiao said with a black face. Yi Hao took a paring knife on the bedside table after a moment of contemplation. What are you going to do? Guo Xiao's heart snapped. Yi Hao held the paring knife and scratched it. A strand of blood gushed out. Then Yi Hao looked at Guo Xiao and said softly, Mom, look at my hand carefully. You child. Guo Xiao didn't have the heart to look at Yi Hao's hand. She snatched the paring knife with a split hand. Are you stupid from reading books? Mom, look at my hand. Yi Hao said helplessly. Guo Xiao then looked at Yi Hao's wound suspiciously, but looking at it her face changed, because Yi Hao's wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 minutes the wound was almost completely healed, and now only a shallow scar could be seen. This dash? Guo Xiao was shocked after carefully inspecting it. If it wasn't for seeing it with her own eyes, Guo Xiao simply wouldn't believe who had such a terrifying recovery power. Mom, you believe now that I'm not showing off, right? Yi Hao whispered. What's going on? I met an immortal. How can there be an immortal in this world? Guo Xiao said with a disbelieving face. Well, actually, my body mutated and suddenly possessed a terrifying recovery power. Yi Hao could only say this. It seems like it should be the mutation that happened to your body when you were unconscious last time. Guo Xiao pondered for a while and said, but are you sure that your body is really fine? Mom, how could I possibly joke about such a thing? Yi Hao said and jumped down from the hospital bed. This startled Guo Xiao. Don't you break your wound. Mom, these few hours of mine are equivalent to other people's half a month of recovery. You think I can still have any problems? Yi Hao said with a smile. But you've already missed one exam. What's the point of taking these 2 exams again? Guo Xiao suddenly thought of something. I won't even have a chance to get an ordinary bachelor's degree if I miss these 2 exams again. Even if you can't specialize to a bachelor's degree, it's nothing. It's not like you won't be able to find a job in the future. Mom, don't jump to conclusions so early now. Yi Hao's body was recovering horribly. It was already 20 minutes later after coming to the examination center. Yi Hao felt that the wound didn't even hurt much anymore. Yi Hao, why did you miss the exam? Just at this moment, Lan Xiaodai walked to Yi Hao's side and asked. Lan Xiaodai was assigned to the same exam room as Yi Hao. Lan Xiaodai didn't pay much attention to Yi Hao in the past, but after Yi Hao took the first grade, Lan Xiaodai inevitably paid attention. But what Lan Xiaodai didn't expect was that Yi Hao transferred to the 3rd vocational and technical college. This matter is a long story. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Well, then I won't bother you anymore, and strive for a good grade in these 2 subjects. Lan Xiaodai turned around and returned to her seat after saying this. Chemistry really didn't have much technical content. Yi Hao wrote hard for half an hour and finished the paper. After checking it, Yi Hao stood up to hand in the paper. Hand in the paper early. It's only half an hour. It's not once or twice that this one handed in his paper early. Yi Hao came to the chair on the playground after handing in his paper, and then Yi Hao closed his body and lay down on the chair to rest. Yi Hao realized that he recovered faster when he fell asleep. By the time Yi Hao heard the hustle and bustle of the school, he realized that the chemistry exam was over. Yi Hao squinted and continued to rest for 15 minutes before getting up and heading to the classroom. The rest time in between one exam and the next was 20 minutes. If chemistry didn't have much technical content, geography was even less technical. Yi Hao used 20 minutes this time to get up and hand in his papers in front of the dumbfounded looks of the whole class. Lan Xiaodai looked at Yi Hao, who left the classroom with a somewhat complicated expression. Lan Xiaodai didn't think that Yi Hao was clowning around, because no one dared to joke about this kind of thing. This showed one thing. Yi Hao was extremely confident in his grades. Just why did you miss a test? Lan Xiaodai didn't know, but did it matter? She only needed to know that Yi Hao had no chance of getting into the 6 top academies. Yi Hao didn't go back to the hospital. What was the point of going back to the hospital? When the doctor examined Yi Hao's wound, he would be scared to death. After returning home, Yi Hao didn't have the heart to search for the answer to the exam paper online, because the correct answer will be published online after the exam. Of course, you can also go to the college the next day to get the paper answer. Yi Hao hadn't even rested on his bed for an hour yet when Zhang Jinsheng personally delivered the paper answers. Don't move. Zhang Jinsheng saw that Yi Hao was about to get up and said busily, "You just lie on the bed." "Teacher Zhang, I'm much better." Yi Hao said and sat up. "This, school's senior management all wanted to know your results earlier, which made me send the answers over." Zhang Jinsheng looked a little embarrassed and said, "Let me see." Yi Hao took the answer over. About half an hour passed before Yi Hao closed the answer. "How many points did you estimate?" Zhang Jinsheng was a bit excited when he asked this. Even though he had known for a long time that Yi Hao had no chance to get into the 6 top schools, Yi Hao's score was still worth the expectations of the 3rd vocational and technical college. Chapter 28 Yi Hao estimated score. Besides a conceptual exposition question, there is also a language composition. But I think 890 points is still no problem. Yi Hao said softly. Zhang Jinsheng's heart couldn't help but shake. "Are you sure?" "Aha." Actually, Yi Hao estimated 895 points in his heart, but he said 890 just to be safe. If it's 890 points, it can't be said that it can hit the first place in our city. Zhang Jinxing's eyes showed a hint of color, saying, Wuxiu's expression was a bit gloomy. Yi Hao's English could 100% get into the top 6 universities if he scored 20 or 30 points at random. Yi Hao, take a good rest. Zhang Jinxing said softly, I have to go back and tell the dean about this happy news. After sending Zhang Jinxing away, Yi Zhiguo comforted Guixiu. It's okay if you don't get into the top 6 universities. Our son can pick any major university in the country. Yi Zhiguo said this, but how can he feel comfortable in his heart? Well, our family will have to make a good selection. Guixiu said and flipped through the information of various universities. Let our son rest. Let's go out and look. Yi Zhiguo said softly. After Yi Zhiguo and his wife left, Yi Hao lay on the bed and quietly thought about what had happened these days. Yi Hao now felt that all this was like a dream. But if this was a dream, Yi Hao hoped that he would never wake up. Thinking randomly, a figure popped up in Yi Hao's mind. Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian. This young girl with a blue heart doesn't know how it is? Li family. Li Qianqian combed a beautiful ponytail for herself, looked at the mirror for a while to make sure there was no flaw, and then pushed open the door of the restroom. What Li Qianqian didn't expect was that she bumped into Xianning head-on. Mom, didn't you go out to buy salt? It suddenly occurred to me that there's another bag in the closet. Xianning stared at Li Qianqian and said, then why are you dressed up so beautifully to go? I have an appointment with Xiaoyu to go out shopping. Li Qianqian said busily. Do you want me to ask Xiaoyu now? Xianning shook the cell phone in her hand. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian fell silent and a moment later Li Qianqian said, Mom, you shouldn't interfere with my life too much. I'm your mom. I have the qualification. Xianning said in a deep voice, I can tell you right now, it's impossible for you and Yi Hao. Mom, in another year I'm going to specialize too. Li Qianqian suddenly said. Xianning's expression moved and said, what do you mean? When you go to college, the sky is the limit. Li Qianqian looked at Xianning and said. Only then did Xianning realize that Li Qianqian was afraid that she really liked Yi Hao as a kid. Li Qianqian's look soft, but her nature is extremely strong. What she decided could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. Xianning thought for a while and said, it's not impossible for you to date Yi Hao. Li Qianqian's eyes couldn't help but light up. First, Yi Hao has to get into the 6 top academic institutions. Otherwise how can he be worthy of my daughter? It's possible. Li Qianqian's answer left Xianning stunned. Did you hear my words? I heard you clearly. You said Yi Hao has to get into the top 6 academies? Are you sure Yi Hao can get into the 6 top academies? I'm sure. If Yi Hao can get into the top 6 universities I'll make an exception and let you guys meet at KFC. Xianning said after thinking for a while. Xianning stopped Li Qianqian from meeting with Yi Hao because she was worried about affecting her daughter's study. And secondly, she was also worried that something would happen between her daughter and Yi Hao. Okay, Li Qianqian only had to compromise. Li Qianqian has been living with Xianning for 17 years. How can she not know Xianning's temper and disposition? She could do anything if she pushed her hard. Yi Hao was injured and Guixiu didn't allow him to run around at all. Yi Hao also obeyed his mother to obediently lie at home and read books. This day, Yi Hao's family was eating when the knock on the door sounded. Yi Zhiguo went to open the door and when he saw it was Old Li, he laughed and said, I said who's rushing to come at mealtime? So it's you, Old Li. Guixiu got up and was about to go get the dishes. Sister-in-law, don't bother. I'm looking for Zhiguo for something. Old Li hurriedly said. Yi Zhiguo was stunned. Zhiguo, come out for a moment. Old Li said this and headed out. Guixiu watched Yi Zhiguo go out with Old Li. His face just slightly changed. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. Guixiu said nothing on her lips, but she was not interested in eating. Yi Hao, on the other hand, perked up his ears and quietly listened to the conversation between Yi Zhiguo and Old Li. Outside the doorway Old Li rubbed his hands and said, Little Fong is in trouble. What happened? Yi Zhiguo's face changed. Little Fong was Old Li's son. You also know that Xiao Fong dropped out of school a long time ago. After dropping out of school he mixed with social youths. Yesterday he fought with someone and blinded one of the other's eyes, and looked for an intermediary to negotiate with the other side to ask for $200,000 or else he would call the police. Yi Zhiguo heard here how still do not understand the meaning of the Old Li. This is to let himself pay back the money. I'm just asking. Zhiguo, if you don't have it, forget it. Old Li looked embarrassed. This way, Old Li, you give me 3 days. I will send it to you after 3 days. This matter concerns Old Li's son. This money must be returned no matter what. Zhiguo, if you're embarrassed I'll think of another way. Old Li was busy saying. Not difficult. In fact, Lao Li was very clear about Yi Zhiguo's situation in the country. If he hadn't been pushed to the extreme he wouldn't have let Yi Zhiguo return the $30,000. It was just that $200,000 was not a small amount. Old Li did not eat in Yi Zhiguo's country but left. Yi Zhiguo returned home and pretended that nothing had happened. Dinner. Yi Jigwa said with a smile. Guoxiu also didn't ask Yi Jigwa what Oldly came for in front of Yi Hao, but Guoxiu could guess it even if she guessed. Yi Hao, however, was secretly thinking about how he could make some more money. Just when the family had their own thoughts, Guoxiu's cell phone rang. Guoxiu answered it and handed the phone to Yi Hao. Which one? Me, Tai Xiu. Tai Xiu? Yi Hao's heart fluttered. Tai Xiu, a member of Vermilion Bird Alliance. Playing games you used to abuse me, that side reminded. I remember. What's the matter? Our Vermilion Bird squad is betting on a battle with Hydra squad. We've lost 2 games in a row now. If we lose another one, our Vermilion Bird squad's reputation that we've managed to gather with great difficulty will be dealt a blow. You guys want me to make a move? Yes, it's fine for me to make a move, but I want to be paid. Of course there is a reward. How much? 100,000. Tai Xiu said in a deep voice. The premise is that you can help our Vermilion Bird squad defeat the other party. Is it convenient for you to come to Hangzhou today? Convenient. How could it not be convenient? Yi Hao was just thinking about how to raise money. It didn't occur to him that Tai Xiu had sent money to himself. Chapter 29, Vermilion Bird Squad. Hangzhou was only about 200 miles away from Jiangnan, and it took 2 hours to get there by motorized train. How do I contact Hangzhou when I get there? I'll pick you up at Hangzhou station. Well, I'll contact you after I buy my ticket. Guoxiu asked suspiciously when she received the cell phone. You're going to Hangzhou? Leaving later. Going to Hangzhou for what? Yi Jigwa asked softly. To help a friend play a professional game match. A professional game match? Yi Jigwa looked at Yi Hao with a skeptical face. Yi Jigwa still understood some professional game tournaments. Those who were qualified to participate in professional tournaments were all experts. Dad, do you think I've been playing games for nothing for so many years? Don't be ridiculous. Professional game tournaments aren't the same as your little games. Professional gamers are all micro-manipulation experts. I'm also a micro-manipulation expert. I forgot to tell you guys one thing. If I help win this time, Vermilion Bird Squad will pay $100,000. What? Yi Jigwa and Guoxiu exclaimed in unison. It was only after a moment that Guoxiu calmed down a little and said, this is simply a money grab. 100,000 pay in a professional league is not much. I think it's normal to report $1 million. Yi Jigwa shook his head and said, Xiao Hao, are you sure? Guoxiu's heart became excited. If I didn't have this certainty, I wouldn't dare to take this job. Yi Hao said with a smile. I'll accompany you. Guoxiu said after thinking for a while. Guoxiu was also uneasy about Yi Hao going alone. Aha! Yi Hao nodded. Mom, does your phone have a 12,306 client? If it does, book 2 tickets now. Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. My cell phone has it. I'll book it for you. Yi Jigwa said and took out his own cell phone. Hangzhou. Since ancient times, there had been the saying that there was heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. However, this time, Yi Hao didn't have the idea of watching the beautiful scenery of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The duo saw Tai Xiu, who was holding a sign, in the crowd when they got off the moving train. This is Auntie, right? Tai Xiu said with a smile. Well, Xiaohao's health is a bit bad, so I accompanied him this time. Guoxiu told the reason why she accompanied Yi Hao to come. Tai Xiu's face changed slightly. It doesn't affect the play, right? It's just a little bit weak now. Yi Hao shook his head. Haven't asked you when the match will start? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Tai Xiu said while carrying Yi Hao's luggage. Is it this time for 3 days in a row? Aha! Where are we going now? I'll take you to the Red Leaf Hotel to check in now. Then Yi Hao, you follow me to meet our captain. Tai Xiu said back. Tai Xiu drove a Land Rover. It looks like your Vermilion Bird Alliance has a good income. Yi Hao patted the Land Rover and said, that must be. You can too if you join. Tai Xiu hemmed and hawed. I'd better go to college obediently. University? By the way, how many points did you estimate this time for your specialization? More than 800 points. More than 800 points? Not bad. This can go to a major university. Tai Xiu said here on a burst of sighing said. Unlike me, senior high school dropped out. You can earn much more than graduating from a major university. That being said, I still feel like I'm missing a part of the experience in my life. Tai Xiu arranged 2 neighboring rooms for Guoxiu and Yi Hao. Then Tai Xiu led Yi Hao towards room 606. Yi Hao, let me tell you that our captain has a strong character, so you must pay attention to the way you speak. Tai Xiu said softly. Aha! Right now, Yi Hao still needed the Vermilion Bird Alliance to save his life. Of course Yi Hao wouldn't be rude to his captain. Tai Xiu knocked on the door. A boy with long flowing hair pushed open the door. Yo, which handsome guy is this? That boy had peach blossom eyes, he asked while throwing a wink at Yi Hao. Yi Hao couldn't help but shiver. Fake lady. Tai Xiu pointed at the man in front of him and said, Yi Hao, this is my teammate Death. God of Death? Yi Hao was stunned. This one's sniping level is one of the best. Tai Shio pointed at Yi Hao when he said this. This is the expert I mentioned, Yi Hao. Get to know each other. The god of death stretched out his white hand. Yi Hao hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook it. However, when Yi Hao shook it twice and wanted to release it, the Grim Reaper was tugging at his own hand. Then the other hand of the Grim Reaper came up and gently stroked it, and a hint of fascination appeared in his eyes as he said, "Your skin is so good. How do you take care of it?" Yi Hao hastily drew it out and got goosebumps. "Reaper, stop it." Just then a calm voice sounded in the room. Yi Hao's eyes revealed a look of surprise, because the voice was actually a woman. "This is our captain." Tai Shio led Yi Hao into the room and pointed at the woman wearing all black clothes. "Pretty, isn't it?" Death whispered in Yi Hao's ear. Yi Hao instinctively dodged away. "Death, this guy wouldn't be a right?" "Hello," Yi Hao said softly. The woman in front of her eyes had short hair, and the whole person looked valiant. She sat quietly but gave a feeling of presidential model. It was true that as the god of death said, this woman was more than beautiful. Even compared to Li Qianqian, she was no less beautiful. Tai Shio said, "Your strength is good." "Aha. It would be foolish to be modest at a time like this. What is your code name in the circle?" Just then the door pushed open. A youth wearing glasses walked in, and along with this youth came a youth with a tattoo on his arm. "There is no code name." Yi Hao felt hostility in this youth's body. "No code name means you're not famous in the circle. That's just what you think yourself. Dare to fight with me? Who are you?" Yi Hao flipped the other party a glance and said, "Yi Hao, this is Huang Sharan, the vice-captain of our Vermilion Bird Alliance." Tai Shio was worried that Yi Hao would clash with the other party and hurriedly said, "Oh." Huang Sharan couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw that Yi Hao didn't follow after an "oh," and then his gaze went to the black-clothed woman and said, Xian, call me captain." The woman in black mercilessly interrupted Huang Sharan's words. "All right, captain," Huang Sharan said helplessly. "Look who I invited here." The woman in black stared at the youth for a while. Eventually her gaze landed on his arm. "Your tattooed dragon? Captain Vermilion Bird has good eyesight." The tattooed youth smiled faintly. "The tattoo on your arm is so obvious. Unless the other party is a fool, who wouldn't be able to guess it?" Tai Shio didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the tattooed dragon, so he immediately sneered back. "Tai Shio, right?" Tattooed dragon lightly glanced at Tai Shio and said, "If I don't remember wrongly, this time I came to replace you, right?" Chapter 30, Strongly Defeated. The game that Vermilion Bird Squad and Hydra Squad chose to fight against this time was none other than the nationwide CF Crossfire. The Grim Reaper specializes in sniping, Huang Sharan specializes in sneak attacks, and Ning Xian specializes in head-on combat. Tai Shio, whether sniping or sneak attack technology is good, but these three aspects, no matter which aspect, is not the top. This made the Vermilion Bird Squad face the Hydra Squad in 2 consecutive defeats. If the Vermilion Bird Squad's reputation will be hit. "I'm not something that can be replaced by a cat or a dog," Tai Shio said indifferently. The striped dragon was full of provocation, so how would Tai Shio be polite? "Then how about letting me, a cat or a dog, teach you a lesson?" Ripple Dragon said indifferently, "Provided that you have the ability." Just as Tai Shio said this, Death pressed his shoulder and whispered, "Don't be impulsive." Ripple Dragon's ranking in the circle was 1 place lower than Death, so even Death wasn't absolutely sure. As for Tai Shio, he was more than 100 ranks behind Death. "It's better for me to do it." At this time, Yi Hao said with a smile. "You." Ripple Dragon shook his head slightly and said, "Don't joke around, okay? So your friend is so gutless." Yi Hao looked at Huang Sharan. The coldness in Huang Sharan's eyes flickered and said, "Ripple Dragon, since this kid likes to seek abuse, how can we not give him a chance?" "All right," Ripple Dragon said helplessly. Originally, Ripple Dragon did not care to make a move, but now that Huang Sharan had spoken, Ripple Dragon couldn't be bothered to hold back. Ning Xian's room had 4 sets of top configuration computer equipment. Yi Hao casually chose one and sat down. Looking at the luxurious mechanical keyboard in his hands, Yi Hao's fingers felt on it for a while. A mechanical keyboard is just better than 25 sets of ordinary keyboards. "Turtle," Ripple Dragon scolded Yi Hao when he saw him familiarizing himself with the keyboard. Yi Hao smiled carelessly. "Believe it or not, I, a turd, will abuse you all over." Yi Hao stared at Ripple Dragon and said, "Abuse me for a full hand?" Ripple Dragon looked like he had heard the best joke in the world. "No one can do it except for the top 10 ranked kings if you want to abuse me." It wasn't that Ripple Dragon was saying such things for no reason, because Ripple Dragon's strength itself was within the top 100, and what Ripple Dragon was good at was sneak attacks and assassinations. "You can choose whatever map you like?" Striped Dragon said this simply because he wanted to proclaim his high profile in disguise. Which map was a game master like him not proficient in? Just White House. Less than a third of the maps in CF Yi Hao was familiar with, and even less than a fifth of the maps he was proficient in. Since Ripple Dragon was so pretentious, he himself would fulfill his request. Yi Hao picked up a submachine gun and then rushed towards Ripple Dragon's base under the dumbfounded looks of Ning Xian and the others. Is this guy a dummy? Doesn't he worry about being sniped? Yi Hao didn't have any evasive maneuvers, looking like a newcomer who just played CF. Taisher Xiao didn't even dare to look at it. His heart was already 100% sure that Yi Hao would be easily killed this time. After Yi Hao rushed into Ripple Dragon's base, he noticed a figure flashing in the direction of the second floor, and then a clear sound of gunshot was heard in Yi Hao's headset. It's over. It was as if Taisher Xiao had foreseen the next scene. But immediately, Taisher Xiao heard a voice of alarm. But Yi Hao avoided the shot in the middle of the time, and while avoiding it, Yi Hao even shot a gun calmly. With a bang, the striped dragon fell to the ground. The whole place was in an uproar. Ripple Dragon even dabbed his head and stood up. How did you do that? Ripple Dragon felt unbelievable, because how could Yi Hao make an evasive maneuver in such a short time? Of course, Ripple Dragon didn't know that Yi Hao resolutely activated the ability to delay speed at the same time the gun went off. The whole picture was slowed down 12 times in Yi Hao's eyes. This gave Yi Hao enough time to avoid Ripple Dragon's bullets and make a fatal shot towards Ripple Dragon. A strange color flashed in Ning Xian's eyes, because even Ning Xian might not be able to avoid that situation. Yi Hao, this guy was good. Not only avoided it, but also killed the other party. It was as if Yi Hao had designed it with Ripple Dragon. The question was it possible? First shot. Yi Hao grinned a mouthful of white teeth towards Ripple Dragon and said, I was negligent just now. Ripple Dragon snorted coldly and said, Yi Hao had a smile on his face, but his heart was full of shock. Yi Hao's reaction speed was now several times higher than before, but he still lost to Ripple Dragon in the confrontation just now. Yi Hao was sure that if he hadn't activated the ability to slow down his speed, he wouldn't have been able to avoid Ripple Dragon's fatal shot. Professional gamers are really all tentacle monsters. With this thought in his mind, the second game started, and Yi Hao rushed towards the base of Ripple Dragon just like before. If they still thought that Yi Hao was a novice before, they had a different view in their hearts at this moment. This guy Yi Hao is definitely doing it on purpose. The god of death laughed. Yi Hao is deliberately humiliating Ripple Dragon. I'll charge into your defense zone without any defense. What can you do to me? Taisher Xiao heatedly laughed. And just at this moment 2 gunshots rang through the entire room at the same time. The next moment Ripple Dragon stood up again, and he looked at Yi Hao with a face full of horror. Ripple Dragon must have fired the gun himself first, but in the end it was himself who hung up. This guy had the strength to predict in advance? Ripple Dragon, calm down, Huang Sharan said in a deep voice. Ripple Dragon gasped 3 times in a row, then sat down wordlessly. Bang, bang, bang. As Ripple Dragon was easily killed by Yi Hao again, Ripple Dragon's thoughts that had just calmed down couldn't be calmed down no matter what. There was no need to fight. If once was a coincidence, then 5 times was a proof of strength. The unimpressive-looking guy in front of him was definitely an expert. Who the hell are you? Ripple Dragon stared at Yi Hao and said, there are only 3 of the top 10 kings that I haven't seen before, and these 3 are the number 1 ranked Qinglong, the number 2 ranked Angel, and the number 7 ranked Qingfeng. You are Qingfeng? The reason why Ripple Dragon guessed that Yi Hao was Qingfeng was because Qingfeng's style was to fight head-on. Yi Hao said non-committally, this round isn't over yet? Is there any point in fighting anymore? Ripple Dragon said and casually threw the headset to the side. Waiting to be ed full of you. Ripple Dragon admitted defeat. Yi Hao didn't get aggressive. All of you guys go out. Ning Xian said at this time. Huang Sharan gave Yi Hao a gloomy look and turned to leave. Your reaction speed is fast. Ning Xian said with burning eyes after Taisher Xiao and the others left. Chapter 31, Professional Match. Your reaction speed is fast. Ning Xian asked with burning eyes after Taisher Xiao and the others had left. Aha. I noticed that you're not very familiar with this game. I just have fast reaction speed. Some of the maps are unfamiliar. Yi Hao nodded and said, tomorrow's map is randomized, so remember to familiarize yourself with it later. Aha. The bet between both sides of our Vermilion Bird Squad and Hydra Squad this time is $1 million. If you can represent our Vermilion Bird Squad to defeat Hydra Squad, I'll make the decision to give you a bonus of $400,000. Yi Hao was confused. This Taisher Xiao guy wasn't being generous. I'll do my best for this $400,000 as well. The more Yi Hao looked at Ning Xian, the better he looked. Your reaction speed is the fastest I've ever seen. I'm sure you'll have no problem against Hydra tomorrow. Ning Xian nodded and said. What Ning Xian didn't know was that this wasn't Yi Hao's extreme speed at all. Yi Hao's speed could be increased by 3 or 4 times if he exploded with all his strength. Ning Xian chatted with Yi Hao about some things to pay attention to and called Taisher Xiao over. Ning Xian gave some instructions and let Taisher Xiao leave with Yi Hao. When he arrived at Yi Hao's room, Taisher Xiao excitedly patted Yi Hao's shoulder. Man, I really didn't misjudge you, but I was wrong about you. Yi Hao skimmed his mouth. What's wrong? Now I finally know why you agreed without even thinking about it when I asked for 100,000 reward. Yi Hao said this how Taisher Xiao still didn't understand that Yi Hao knew about the $1 million bonus. This, he. Taisher Xiao rubbed his hands and said, "It's not that brother I'm stingy, but I have a gambling debt looking at the day." Gambling debt? Lost playing baccarat in Macau. Macau? A bright light flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. How did he forget about this? Gambling with prospective eyes by himself was simply unfavorable. Thinking of this, Yi Hao had an urge to turn around and go to Macau. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's familiarize ourselves with the topographical map in CF now. Taisher Xiao skillfully opened his laptop while saying this. 8 seconds to boot? Yi Hao said in shock. Brother, my laptop is a solid-state hard disk, extremely fast boot up. Solid-state hard disk. This technology has not yet begun to popularize the masses, Taisher Xiao said proudly. Yi Hao nodded. Taisher Xiao and their professional players, a highly configured computer could sometimes decide a lot of things. This is CF's 108 maps. See which one you are not familiar with and ask me. Taisher Xiao quickly clicked a few times and a map appeared on the desktop. Yi Hao sat down at Taisher Xiao's position after Yi Hao looked at it very carefully, but Yi Hao flipped through it too fast. I said, why are you flipping so fast? Taisher Xiao stood right behind Yi Hao. He still wanted to familiarize himself with the map. If you are bored, just stand on the side. Yi Hao flipped Taisher Xiao a glance. Yi Hao saw that Taisher Xiao had stopped, so he continued to look through a map on the desktop. 1 piece, 2 pieces. About half an hour passed before Yi Hao flipped through all the 108 maps, and then Yi Hao looked sideways at Taisher Xiao and said, "Is there anything to pay attention to when you guys are competing? Have you finished reading the maps?" "Almost. Are you sure? Can you stop making such a fuss?" "Alright, I'll tell you about the things to pay attention to in the match." Taisher Xiao spoke for a while. Yi Hao realized that CF matches didn't have any rules at all. As long as you can take out the opponent, any means can be used. What you said is all nonsense. Isn't it just nonsense? Taisher Xiao laughed out loud. Alright, I'm going out to jerk off. You keep looking at the map. Just as he walked to the door, Taisher Xiao thought of something. If you're hungry, order some food. The food in this hotel tastes good. Yi Hao waited until Taisher Xiao left and then entered the CF game and played 2 games before closing the computer. Then Yi Hao went to the toilet and knocked on Guo Xiu's room. "Xiao Hao, how is it?" Guo Xiu asked with some concern. "What could be wrong?" Yi Hao said with a smile. "Mom, are you hungry? You don't say. It's really a bit hungry now. There is a menu of this hotel on the desktop. Mom, you can order whatever you want to eat," Yi Hao said and handed the menu to Guo Xiudao. "I heard that the hotel's meals are very expensive." "Mom, this guy Taisher Xiao has a lot of money. You mustn't be polite with him." "It's okay, then I'll order a bird's nest stewed with snow clams, unicorn sea bass, toffee red, and a breaded crab." The corner of Yi Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Mother was really nonchalant. When checking out, it was estimated that this Taisher Hui guy would cry. "You order 2 as well." Guo Xiu handed Yi Hao the menu and said. Yi Hao flipped through it and chose 2 relatively inexpensive dishes. After the meals were served up, Yi Hao tasted 1 bite and realized that this Taisher Hui guy wasn't lying. The flavor of this hotel's meals was really good. It's just that the price is too sour. Yi Hao's eyes were filled with disgust at the first sight of the Hydra team. This kind of loathing was from the bone, originating from the soul. "Japanese, Captain Ning, I don't think there will be any more fighting today, right?" A youth in samurai robes spoke in raw Chinese. "Isn't it a bit too early to say such things?" Ning Xian said in a cold voice. That youth couldn't help but freeze. Immediately, his gaze fell on Yi Hao. "So Captain Ning has found a helper. It's just a temporary change of a team member." "Is that so?" How could that Japanese youth believe such nonsense from Ning Xian? But so what if their side sent even the strongest opponent? "If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense?" Ning Xian said with a wave of her hand. "Take your seats." What made Huang Sharen's heart unhappy was that this guy Yi Hao was sitting beside Ning Xian. "Change your seat," Huang Sharen said in a deep voice. "If you put your mind on the match, maybe you guys wouldn't have lost so badly." Yi Hao glanced at Huang Sharen and said indifferently. How could Yi Hao not see that this guy Huang Sharen was interested in Ning Xian? "You, letting others see the joke at this time?" Taisher Xiao, who was standing on the side, whispered. Huang Sharen opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. His heart couldn't be more stifled. There were 13 games in the CF match, and the one with the highest score won. The referee briefly talked about the rules of the game and signaled that both sides could start. Yi Hao entered the game page and picked up a submachine gun, then once again rushed towards the opponent's base like a douchebag. "What's the situation? Who is that douchebag?" "A member of Vermilion Bird Squad." "Is Vermilion Bird Squad losing Bean?" Chapter 32, Senior Brother Yi. The confrontation between 2 heavyweight teams in the industry attracted many professional gamers to watch. These professional gamers stood in front of a huge screen watching the match. This behavior of Yi Hao was tantamount to suicide, because the opposing team definitely had snipers. If you rushed over like this with a big grin, what was it if you weren't looking for death? when Yi Hao's figure appeared in the opponent's base. All three Hydra players were stunned. What's the situation? And just when they were stunned, three clear gunshots rang out across the field. And then the three Hydra's team members fell down under the stunned looks of the whole field. This guy's speed is too fast, isn't it? This guy shot 3 bullets in almost an instant. Just now I thought this guy was a dilettante. How could he not be a dilettante when he dared to run towards the opponent's base with such a big grin? Yi Hao circled around the room after taking down 3 members of Hydra. And when Yi Hao walked to the corner with a bang, the sniper hidden in the dark instantly fired. Yi Hao once again activated the ability to slow down his speed. When Yi Hao saw the position of the sniper, he calmly avoided it and then threw a shot towards the other side. Because the speed of both sides was too fast, the crowd thought that they shot at the same time. 4 kill. Steady. It's just an accident, Hydra's captain said in a deep voice. The other party utilized our inertia, but this trick can only be used once. They won't have such a chance in the second game. Hydra's captain nodded slightly as he saw his 3 team members quickly find their confidence. Remember to use bombs, the Hydra's captain reminded and looked at the screen with gloomy eyes. After the second game started, Yi Hao charged towards the opponent's base again just like before. This kind of behavior looked like sending death, but this time no one would think so. Generally speaking, charging into the opponent's base would be careful to stick to the wall and advance slowly, but Yi Hao was charging into the center of the opponent's base with a big grin. Isn't this guy afraid that others will finish him off? Just as these words rang in the minds of these professional players, 2 gunshots rang out. And with the gunshots, 2 members of Hydra fell to the ground in response. The next moment 2 bombs fell along the parabola towards Yi Hao's direction. It had to be said that professional players were professional players. They quickly judged Yi Hao's position based on the orientation of the bullets. Yi Hao resolutely rushed towards one side. Bang! Bang! 2 bombs exploded not far from Yi Hao, and Yi Hao reduced his blood by 60%. One can't be too careless yet. Yi Hao jumped out towards the top and fired 2 shots in a row when he thought of this. The opponent judged Yi Hao's position based on the bullets, and Yi Hao judged their position based on the bombs. Of course these 2 would move after throwing the bomb, but who made Yi Hao's reaction speed too fast? With these 2 team members falling in a pool of blood after the whole field erupted with a voice of shock. An expert. This guy is definitely an expert. A single person killed 4 top 100 ranked professional experts. This person's strength can be squeezed into the top 10. The top 10 are all kings. The Vermilion Bird Squad even invited a king to assist them? This has to be great. I'm afraid that the Vermilion Bird Squad is going to soar into the sky in the future. Hydra's captain looked at Yi Hao with a gloomy face and said, I wonder who your honor is. Does Huadis have a dime to do with you? Yi Hao glanced at the other party and said, I said, are you guys still competing? Compare. However, all the professional players in the room knew that there was no point in competing anymore, because this was simply a massacre. No matter how the 4 Hydra players cooperated, Yi Hao could always kill them comfortably. In the last few rounds, the God of Death trio didn't even bother to pick up the guns on the ground. They didn't need to pick them up. Yi Hao alone controlled the whole game. There was nothing for them at all. 13:0. The 4 members of Hydra's team looked at this score with faces as ugly as those of their dead parents. Continue tomorrow, Ning Xian said with a smile in her eyes. There's no need to compete again. Hearing this, the captain of Hydra shook his head and said, we admit defeat in this match. 2 more matches would result in being abused for 2 more matches. I have yet to ask your honor's name? The captain of Hydra looked at Yi Hao in awe and said, Japanese people were like this. They fear the strong but like to bully the weak. Japan paid tribute year after year like a grandson during the Tang Jingguan period, and even flattered the flourishing Tang dynasty by being a heavenly kingdom. Yi Hao, brother Yi, I'm polite here in Kiba, the captain of Hydra said and bowed respectfully to Yi Hao. It had to be said that Kiba's attitude at this moment was extremely humble. Even if you had grievances in your heart, they would dissipate with it. Senior brother Yi, can Kiba learn the art of micromanipulation from you? Kiba looked at Yi Hao with an expectant face. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw this. Japanese people were like this. Before, he was high and mighty when he thought he was strong, with the bravado that the king of heaven is the first and I am the second. But after understanding the gap between the 2 sides, they can quickly put down their stature to learn. There's a reason why Japan hasn't disappeared from the map for so many years. But no matter how humble Kiba was, Yi Hao was not going to teach this one. Even if Yi Hao would teach him, he wouldn't. The nature of this nation was too despicable. Furthermore, Yi Hao has a narrow nationalism. If you are not of my kind, your heart will be different. Of course, saying that Yi Hao's viewpoint is narrow-minded is also defined by a group of experts. To concentrate the material power of China, and to make the hearts of 10,000 countries happy. This kind of tune Yi Hao has always been despised. Nay, this kind of tune had been going on for a long time. No, Yi Hao refused. Why? Kiba was stunned. What the hell? Aren't all Chinese people vain? Would they pass on their mastery as long as they stoop down? because I don't like you, Yi Hao said word for word. The look on Kiba's face was a shade of green and white. However, he still stared at Yang Majin and said, this kind of thinking should not be done. You should know that this world is open. You have so much nonsense. Yi Hao turned around and left after saying this. Kiba stood in place somewhat hand-wringingly. Yi Hao, this is not at all according to common sense. Yi Hao, what is this doing? Huang Shaoren said with slight anger. How can you have no manners at all in front of international friends? You seem to have forgotten about Japan's massacre of 35 million Chinese. Tai Shirshio said nonchalantly. People like you are typical traitors. Chapter 33, Shocking Score. Tai Shirshio, what did you say? No one wanted to be labeled as a traitor. So Huang Shaoren looked at Tai Shirshio with anger in his eyes. It's all your own people. What's the point of arguing? The god of death said with a grim face. Shut up. Huang Shaoren snapped. Say it again if you have the guts. The god of death stared at Huang Shaoren and said word for word. At this moment the entirety of the feminine god of death became extremely terrifying. For some reason Huang Shaoren suddenly felt that offending the god of death at this time seemed like a very irrational thing to do. Captain, you judge. Huang Shaoren's gaze turned to Ning Xian. Tai Shirshio is a bit on the up and up. Ning Xian said after a moment of contemplation. I knew that you, Captain, didn't have Tai Shirshio's narrow-mindedness. Who are you calling narrow-minded? Tai Shirshio blew up as he pointed at Huang Shaoren. Try saying one more damn thing? I just said what's wrong with you? Looking at Tai Shirshio pointing at his nose, Huang Shaoren was also enraged. Captain, I think that a player like Tai Shirshio is no longer suitable to stay in our Vermilion Bird Squad. Drive me away? Huang Shaoren laughed. I'll even put my words here. Vermilion Bird Squad has you without me. Do you think the captain might choose you? If it wasn't for your drag, Vermilion Bird Squad would have become a top 10 top team. Huang Shaoren spoke the long-suppressed words in his heart. Captain, Tai Shirshio looked towards Ning Xian and said. Ning Xian swept a glance at the two of them before saying, Huang Shaoren is right. Tai Shirshio, if it weren't for your drag, the Vermilion Bird Squad would have long since become a top 10 team. As soon as Ning Xian's words fell, Huang Shaoren's face instantly revealed a smug smile. Tai Shirshio was somewhat disoriented. The god of death, on the other hand, had a cloudy expression on his face. So if I have to make a choice between the two of you, Ning Xian said in a slow but firm tone, I'll choose Tai Shirshio. What? At this moment both Tai Shirshio and Huang Shaoren, as well as the god of death, were all stunned. Captain, did you say it wrong? Huang Shaoren had a bad premonition in his heart, because the probability of Ning Xian saying something wrong was very low. Are your ears deaf? Ning Xian faintly said. Huang Shaoren, the Vermilion Bird Squad is no longer suitable. Saying this, Ning Xian then said, Tai Shir, Reaper, let's go. Yi Hao hadn't been back to the hotel for long before Tai Shirshio knocked on the door. Rested? What am I resting for at this point? Yi Hao, can a brother discuss something with you? Go ahead. Can you lend me $300,000? Tai Shirshio was embarrassed. You owe a lot from gambling in Macau? Well, adding your $300,000 would be about right. Why don't you borrow it from your teammates? I'd be screwed if the captain knew about my gambling. And those two teammates of mine, do you think they're reliable? Alright, when will you give me that $100,000? Give it to you now, Tai Shirshio said and handed over a briefcase. Yi Hao swept it and found 10 stacks of 100 inside. 100,000. Thanks a lot this time, Yi Hao said with a smile. Yi Hao believed that 100,000 could solve the family's urgent problems. That afternoon, Yi Hao and Guoxiu rushed back home by moving train, and Yi Jigua's whole body trembled when he saw the 100,000 cash. Yi Hao gave Yi Jigua the right to dispose of the $100,000. What Yi Hao and Guoxiu didn't expect was that Yi Jigua lent the $100,000 to Lao Li. Old Li only borrowed $1,100,000 from the East. Even if our family returns $30,000 to Old Li's family, there is still nearly $60,000 short of funds. Yi Jigua said in a deep voice. Old Li has already opened up to sell the ancestral home. Old Li is already over half 100 years old if the ancestral home is sold. In the future, it is not possible to say that you will have to sleep on the streets. When Xiao Hao was hospitalized, Old Li borrowed 30,000 yuan without saying a word. And now that Old Li's family is in trouble, we can't pretend we can't see it. Originally, Guoxiu had a grudge against Yi Jigua for lending $70,000 to Old Li. After all, the Yi family now there are hundreds of thousands of foreign debt, and the current situation of the Old Li family when can pay off. However, it is too late to say anything else. In the following days, Yi Hao read books at home, and Guoxiu did not let Yi Hao run around. Time passed day by day like this. When the 25th 12 o'clock at noon, almost all the candidates and parents in the country were waiting for the announcement of the results by the computer. Yi Hao's family was the same. Yi Hao's results appeared clearly on the computer screen after he entered his pass number. 150 in language, 150 in math, 0 in English, 100 in physics, 100 in chemistry, 100 in biology, 100 in geography, 100 in history, 100 in politics, and a total score of 900. Yi Hao also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw this. He did not think of his own that expository question 10 points teacher did not deduct points. He more did not think of his own composition teacher gave full marks. Full marks SAA. It was equally a distinction. First in Jiangnan City, 82nd in Zhejiang Province, 1840th in the country. Wu Xiu was stunned when she saw Yi Hao's grade ranking. Yi Zhiguo was equally shocked and speechless. Yi Hao had still advanced to the 900-point threshold even though he had missed one exam. Third vocational and technical college. The school's senior management got Yi Hao's score at the first time. 900 points. The only candidate in our Jiangnan city who pushed through the 900 points. 1840th place. It's a pity. The principal of the third middle school sighed softly. If he could have scored 1800th place, he could have possibly set foot in the 6 top academies. Each of the 6 top academies in China only enrolls 300 students each year, that's 1800. Principal. Yi Hao's situation is special. Can you see if you can? Zhang Jinxing's heart became more and more blocked when he saw Yi Hao's results. If it wasn't for Su Li, Yi Hao might even reach 1000 points. Since the founding of China, there are only 3 people who have scored 1000 points. One is the president of the Confucius Institute, internationally recognized master of Confucianism and Taoism. So far no one has his influence. One is the president of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, China's top Chinese medicine saint, healed countless difficult cases, so that the world heard the name of traditional Chinese medicine. One is the president of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, the world's most famous physics masters, masters of mathematics, China's high-end strategic weapons all have his figure. Xia Tianhua, the principal of the third middle school, thought for a while and said, "I'll go to the education bureau now." Xia Tianhua rushed to the education bureau when he heard roaring voices in the office of the Jiangnan City Education Bureau chief. "Call Xia Tianhua over to me." Du Hong's lungs exploded with anger. The education level of Jiangnan City in the entire Zhejiang province had always been at the end of the list, and this time, Jiangnan City finally had a candidate who scored above 900 points. This way, Jiangnan City's face was always not so ugly. But wait until he scanned Yi Hao's results after the whole person was stunned. English 0 points. What is the situation? Even if you do it casually, there is no problem to score 30 or 40 points. What's the difficulty of entering the top 6 universities with a score of English? Chapter 34, Interrogation. Just as Du Hong was slapping the table, Xie Tianhua pushed open the door and walked in. Du Hong glared when he saw that it was Xie Tianhua. What happened to Yi Hao's English? I came this time just for this matter. Xie Tianhua smiled bitterly. Yi Hao encountered a car accident on his way to take the English test, and just as he was about to save someone, there was an accident, and then Yi Hao was sent to the hospital to be rescued. Xia Tianhua said in a deep voice, but Yi Hao still insisted on heading to the exam center. Late? Not late exactly. Xia Tianhua's eyes were filled with anger when he said this. The time when Yi Hao was escorted to the examination center by Officer Liang was 9:13, but because of Su Li's obstruction Yi Hao wasn't able to enter the examination center. What? Du Hong was shocked. Why did Su Li block Yi Hao? Xia Tianhua then talked about Yi Hao's grudge with Su Li. Du Hong was furious after hearing this. Su Li is not worthy of a human teacher. If it wasn't for Su Li's obstruction, Yi Hao would have no problem getting to the top of the country this time. Xia Tianhua said in a deep voice. Yi Hao almost always scored full marks in English in the subsequent tests of our academy. Perfect scores? Not bad. Du Hong only felt a wave of anger go straight to the sky. Follow me to the second vocational technical college. Xia Tianhua had long wanted to go to the second vocational technical college. He wanted to give Su Li a slap in the face and ask her why she was so vicious. Second vocational technical college. Alright, since all of you are here, Mr. Sun, you can start. Zhou Xiao, the dean of the second vocational technical college, then spoke. Sun Xiang cleared his throat for a moment before looking at the school's top management and said, according to the results of this specialized examination, I have summarized that there are 32 people who got into the key points this time, and 103 people who got into the undergraduate program. Who's number 1? Zhou Xiao asked. Lan Xiaodai, 888 points. Sun Xiang returned. 888 points without a chance to get into the 6 top academies. More than not having no access to the 6 top institutions. Even the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine is not qualified to attend. This is Lan Xiaojie's normal level. The executives of the second vocational technical college said one after another. By the way, this time, the number 1 in our Jiangnan city is from the first vocational technical college? Zhou Xiao suddenly thought of a question. No, the first in Jiangnan city is Yi Hao of the third vocational technical college. Sun Xiang paused for a moment when he said the name Yi Hao. Third vocational technical college? Yi Hao? Why is the name Yi Hao somewhat familiar? How can it not be familiar? This one is the one who went out from our academy. What? As one of the academy's executives briefly talked about Yi how everyone knew what was going on. Therefore they were all furious one by one. You have to know that the number one status of Jiangnan City's specialized education can help the academy boost its fame quite a bit. How many points did Ji Hao score? Zhou Xiao asked after calming down a bit. 900 points. Sun Xiang said after scanning Yi Hao's total score. 900 points? I remember that time when Yi Hao scored 928 points in the monthly exam. Zhou Xiao said after a slight contemplation. In that case, Yi Hao probably played out of order. Misbehave your ass. Right at this moment, the door of the conference room was brutally pushed open. And then Xia Tianhua roared towards Zhou Xiao with an angry face. The executives of the second vocational technical college were all confused. What was the situation? The dean of the third vocational technical college had come here to scold them? Old Xie, what are you up to? Zhou Xiao's face sank as he said. You only know that Yi Hao scored 900 points. Do you know why he scored 900 points? Xia Tianhua stared at Zhou Xiao and said. How do I know why he scored 900 points on the test? Zhou Xiao obviously couldn't keep up with Xia Tianhua's pace. What did this matter have to do with himself? If it wasn't for Su Li from your academy stopping it, how could Yi Hao only score 900 points this time? Xia Tianhua's words caused the faces of the top management of the second vocational technical college to be filled with dismay. How did Yi Hao's score get involved with Su Li? I don't understand what you mean, Zhou Xiao said after calming down a bit. You might as well take a look at Yi Hao's scores in various subjects if you want to know the answer. Du Hong's figure appeared in the conference room. Du Hong's appearance caused the senior management of the second middle school to be greatly shocked, and then they all stood up one by one. How did the education director kill over? Zhou Xiao had a bad premonition in his heart. Teacher Sun read out Yi Hao's grades in each subject. Zhou Xiao looked at Sun Xiang and said. Zhou Xiao swept a glance at Yi Hao's grades. His face couldn't help but change. It was really because the zero score in English was too harsh. Teacher Sun. Zhou Xiao couldn't help but frown when she saw that Sun Xiang didn't respond. Language 150 points. Sun Xiang hurriedly said. Zhou Xiao and the other higher-ups couldn't help but show a shocked look on their faces. It wasn't easy to get a perfect score in language, not to mention that it was difficult to get a full score on the essay. The expository questions alone were easy to deduct points. 150 points for math. If the language test was a student's reading level, then the math test was a student's natural talent level. English 0 points. Zhou Xiao and the other higher-ups couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this score. 0 points? What the hell? I remember Mr. Sun, just now you said that Yi Hao's total score was 900 points? A vice dean suddenly thought of something. This vice dean's words caused the top management of the second vocational technical college to change their faces furiously. What did this mean? Yi Hao scored full marks in the rest of the subjects. Sun Xiang's words proved their guess. But then the problem came again. What did Yi Hao's zero score in English have to do with Su Li? Yi Hao encountered a car accident on his way to take the English test. And just as he was about to save someone's life, there was an accident. And then Yi Hao was sent to the hospital to be rescued. Xia Tianhua said in a deep voice. However, Yi Hao still insisted on traveling to the examination center. When Yi Hao arrived at the examination center, it was 9:13. According to the regulations of the examination, Yi Hao was qualified to enter the examination center. But Su Li took all kinds of reasons to prevent Yi Hao from entering the examination center. And when the time came to 9:15, Yi Hao couldn't even enter if he wanted to. Zhou Xiao and the other executives were all stunned. No one had thought that there was such a turn of events. Just this kind of thing. Could the second vocational technical college recognize it? If they did, the reputation of the college would be ruined. Because in a sense, Su Li represented the second vocational technical college. I think Ms. Su is afraid that she has her own considerations. The English test involves a listening test. Ms. Su Li should be worried about that. And is the time 9:13? The executives of the second vocational and technical college rushed to Su Li's defense. In fact, they also felt that Su Li had done too much. But at this time they could only support Su Li. You couldn't say they were wrong. When it was the third vocational technical college's turn to do this kind of thing, they would do the same. I will report this matter to the education department, Xia Tianhua said in a deep voice. In short, I will give Yi Hao a statement, even if it spells out my position as the principal. Xia Tianhua's statement made the top management of the second vocational and technical college look bad. This matter would be detrimental to the second vocational technical college's reputation if it became a big deal. Su Li is no longer fit to stay in the position of education, Du Hong said with a majestic face. Chapter 35, Making Headlines. The executives of the second vocational and technical college instantly understood that Su Li's behavior had angered the Lord in front of them. However, no one stood out to speak for Su Li at this time. In fact, even if Du Hong didn't come forward, the college's senior management wouldn't allow Su Li to continue to stay in this position. After Du Hong and Xie Tianhua left, the vice dean had a cold look on his face. I suggest that Su Li's establishment be cancelled. Not bad. Agreed. If Su Li didn't stop it, Yi Hao would never have a problem asking for the Dragon Gate ranking, Zhou Xiao said angrily. When they heard Zhou Xiao mention the Dragon Gate ranking, the executives of the second vocational technical college became interested. Has the Dragon Gate ranking come out yet? The scout is Li Sun from Baidu. The top ranker is Manhwa from Magic City. And the top ranker is Fangwen from Imperial City. Sun Xiang said softly. How many points did Fangwen score? 988 points. Hearing that Fangwen only scored 988 points, the faces of the crowd showed regret. Yi Hao definitely wouldn't have any problem getting above 90 points in English. In other words, because of Su Li's obstruction, Yi Hao missed out on the top spot. Su Li's spirit hadn't been very good. As soon as she thought of rubbing shoulders with the director of instruction, Su Li's head tingled for a while. The cell phone rang violently. Su Li pressed the answer button and heard the vice dean's voice. Su Li, come to the college to get your things and files. Dean Li, what happened? Su Li couldn't help but panic. Did you intentionally prevent Yi Hao from entering the examination room? Ah, me. Do you know that because of your selfishness Yi Hao missed out on the top spot in the Dragon Gate ranking? What? Su Li exclaimed. You definitely don't know how many points Yi Hao scored on the exam this time, right? Let me tell you. 900 points. The vice dean growled towards Su Li when he said this. With Yi Hao's score easily making it to the Dragon Gate ranking, even if you don't see Yi Hao in a good light anymore, you can't ruin someone's future. Su Li's entire body was speechless with shock. Su Li clearly remembered that Yi Hao only scored 928 points before he left the second middle school. In just a month's time, Yi Hao had progressed to such a point. No, Yi Hao should have originally had this kind of strength. Take your stuff and get lost, the vice dean said nonchalantly. Our academy doesn't want a teacher like you. Saying this, the vice dean smashed his phone in anger. This was the top student. At that time, the college could completely publicize that this was Yi Hao's alma mater. There had been 42 top students since the founding of the country, and the alma maters of these top students were now renowned throughout the country. The second vocational college could have had this honor, although part of the honor would be shared by the third vocational and technical college. It was better than nothing, right? But this was all cut short because of Su Li's selfishness. Su Li was stunned as she listened to the sound of her cell phone beeping. The entire person was confused. She had been expelled from the public service. This dismissal from the public service means that he or she is no longer qualified to engage in the profession of education. In 8 years he will be retired? What kind of retirement is there now? How to live in the future? One by one the problem in front of Su Li. Thinking about Su Li's head, a dizzy fainted. The first time the results of the specialized college entrance examination came out, the circle of friends in Jiangnan City was brushed with the screen. The top of the list is a message. The first candidate in Jiangnan City was Yi Hao from the third vocational and technical college. I didn't expect that the number one in the city this time was from the third vocational and technical college. Who told me that the third vocational technical college was poor? Didn't other colleges also produce number one? 900 points. Our Jiangnan City finally has one who has stepped into the ranks of 900 points. 840 in the country. Just a little bit short. Otherwise it would be able to ask the top 6 universities. With 900 points, you can enter any major university in the country. I heard that Yi Hao came out of the second vocational and technical college. Nonsense. Yi Hao has always been a student of our third vocational and technical college. I've been classmates with Yi Hao for 3 years. I'll lie to you? As the students of the second vocational and technical college questioned Yi Hao's identity, the students of the third vocational and technical college came out to wash their hands of him. And for a while even the people of Jiangnan City didn't know which school Yi Hao actually came from. Li family. Li Qianshan looked at the news in her friend's circle. The whole person was dumbfounded. Qian. It's not that mom doesn't give you a chance. It's Yi Hao himself who doesn't compete. Xianing saw that Yi Hao took the first place in Jiangnan City and also felt surprised. But as soon as she thought of her own daughter being able to ask for the 6 top schools, Xianing gritted her teeth and said. Li Xingping hesitated for a moment and was about to say something when Xianing glared at him. Li Xingping deflated his mouth and didn't dare to speak. Yi Hao has already done a good job. Li Qianshan lifted her head and said seriously. You seem to have forgotten the agreement between us. I haven't forgotten. Li Qianshan pursed her lips. It's good that you remember. Xianing said in a deep voice. Li Qianshan fell silent. Li Qianshan had always thought that Yi Hao could ask for the top 6 academies. Had it played out of order? However, Li Qianshan wasn't prepared to listen to Xianing. As the results of the specialized school are announced one by one after that, the 3 on the Dragon Gate list that the people of the country are looking forward to also appeared on the news broadcast. I didn't expect that Baidu, could also be on the list. The bright moon of Magic City is so beautiful, so pretty with such good grades. God knows who will be cheaper in the future. Don't you guys think Fangwen who asked for the throne is very handsome? Handsomer than even my Oba. No way. I'm going to switch fans. Just as the whole country was discussing the 3 positions in the Dragon Gate ranking, a news item in the Jiangnan Daily quickly drew the attention of all the major media outlets. The real top scholar is not Fong Wen. This headline was too eye-catching. Many people's first feeling was that this news was just claptrap, but as they saw Yi Hao's report card, it caused a furor. Perfect scores in all 8 subjects. This is a super schoolmaster. It wouldn't be a problem for this one to surpass Fong Wen in English if he didn't miss the exam. Maybe this one's English sucks? Yeah. No talking about my family's Fong Wen. You can be a nymphomaniac, but don't be brainless. Yi Hao, even if he doesn't know any English at all, he can still get 30 or 40 points in nonsense. Right, and then he can easily get into the top 6 universities. Unlike now when he can only go to a key university. It's a pity, but how could Yi Hao's English miss the exam? In just a few hours this news hit the headlines of major media. All the major media related while also speculating why Yi Hao missed the exam. But then the official website of Jiangnan Daily declared that even more shocking news would be announced tomorrow. No media would publish all the news at once. This was the only way to continuously create a sensational effect. When the reporter from Sina came to Yi Hao's house, Yi Hao realized that he couldn't stay in this house anymore. Then Jiangnan Daily sent a special car to pick up Yi Hao's family. Jiangnan Hotel was the best 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. Yi Zhiguo looked at the luxurious decoration of the interior with some astonishment and said, "President Long, I also ask you to temporarily condescend to stay here these days." The president of the Jiangnan Daily newspaper said softly, "Your predicament was caused by our newspaper, so our newspaper will compensate you for your losses." Chapter 36, A Small Trial. When President Long said this, he took out a check and handed it to Yi Zhiguo. "This is a small token of our newspaper's appreciation." Yi Zhiguo looked at the 200,000 written on the check and was stunned. We will continuously publish explosive news about Yi Hao." President Long deliberated his words for a while, "But we have a small request." "Go ahead. We want to exclusively publish about Yi Hao," President Long said with a straight face. Yi Zhiguo immediately understood that this $200,000 was the hush money. Yi Zhiguo looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao gently nodded and said, "Yes, but we won't live here." Our family is going to go out for a trip. Where do you guys want to go?" "This is not convenient to tell President Long," Yi Hao said with a smile, "but we can guarantee that we'll let your Jiangnan Daily News publish my news exclusively." "You are mistaken," President Long hurriedly said. "What I mean is that our newspaper will continuously release your news. Then we will guide the public opinion, thus attracting the attention of the top. And then the Ministry of Education will most likely let you retake the English test." Yi Hao's mind stirred when he heard this and said, "This possibility is very small, right? Specifically letting a candidate retake the exam hasn't been the case since the beginning of the country. But this situation of yours is extremely rare." President Long nodded and said, "I don't have much certainty either. Even if the Ministry of Education agrees that I should retake the exam, it will take some time, so let's come back after a week," Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. When President Long left, Yi Zhiguo asked with a puzzled face, "Xiao Hao, where is our family going to travel?" "Macau." "Macau?" Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu looked at each other, their eyes filled with puzzlement. "I studied statistics when I was bored." "What do you mean? Statistics is but applicable to gambling. You're going to Macau to gamble?" Yi Zhiguo's face changed. Yi Hao gently shook his head and said, "I am going to win money." It wasn't that Yi Hao hadn't read statistics, but it was still far from profound, and Yi Hao relied on his perspective eyes. "Xiao Hao, you're not planning to gamble with this $200,000, right?" Guo Xiu stared at Yi Hao and asked, "I know you guys definitely don't believe in my level. I'll let you guys see it when we get to Macau," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Xiao Hao, I don't recommend you to gamble," Yi Zhiguo said in a deep voice, but Yi Zhiguo's persuasion didn't have any effect. "This way, after arriving in Macau, you guys give me 1,000. If I lose this 1,000 we will withdraw." Yi Zhiguo was pulled back by Guo Xiu when he was about to say something else. "Listen to your son. Why are you also following the nonsense?" Yi Zhiguo said anxiously. "Don't forget that my son scored a perfect score on his math test. How would he dare to go to Macau if he didn't have a certain level of certainty?" Guo Xiu said softly, "Plus our family is under a lot of stress these days. Let's take advantage of this time for our family to go out for a trip." Yi Zhiguo nodded after thinking for a while and said, "All right, but we can't go directly to Macau. We can only go there if we enroll in a tour group. Then sign up for a tour group," Yi Hao said. It didn't take long for Yi Zhiguo to point at his cell phone screen and said, "I found one. A 4-day and 3-night tour to Hong Kong and Macau. Staying in a 5-star hotel for only 998 per tourist. This tour group will definitely force shopping." Yi Hao said and dialed the number of a tour group. "Who are you calling?" "Jian Travel Agency." "Jian Travel Agency wants 4,999 per person." Yi Zhiguo saw this just now. Jiin Travel Agency's reputation has always been very good, and more importantly, without a price tag of 5,000. I don't think it's reliable either. A nice voice rang out on the other side of Yi Hao's cell phone when he said this. Hello, this is Jiin Travel Agency. Is there anything I can do for you? I saw the news of a 5-day trip to Hong Kong and Macau on your website. When Yi Hao put down his cell phone he said, we'll go to Jiin Travel Agency later to pay off the fees. Yi Zhiguo heard this and only agreed. Macau, the gaming capital. Yi Hao's family of 3 came down to Kawa Casino under the guide's leadership. Gentlemen, you have 5 hours of free time next, and we'll meet up here after 5 hours. A female guide wearing glasses said aloud. And I want to remind everyone that gambling is risky. But no one cared about the female guide's warning, because you can't stop those who want to gamble, and you don't need to stop those who don't want to gamble. The first 2 days both in Shenzhen and in Hong Kong Yi Hao's family had a bad time. Hong Kong is known as a global shopping center, where you can buy luxury goods much cheaper than the mainland. Wu Xiao had the mind to purchase some, but once she thought about the family's situation, she gave up the idea. So the family of 3 shopped around Hong Kong without buying anything. Yi Hao didn't persuade his parents to buy these things either, because Yi Hao knew that it was useless even if he persuaded them. Looking at the luxurious casino in front of him, Yi Hao's eyes gradually surged out a divine aura. I'm sorry, Yi Hao came here just ready to draw 1,000. The difference was that no one could see through him drawing 1,000. A family of 3 saw a variety of gambling machines when they came to the hall on the first floor, and the vast majority of them gathered a lot of guests in front of them. Xiao Hao, what are you going to play? Yi Zhiguo asked in a low voice. Take a look. Yi Hao walked around the hall on the first floor for a while before he saw a few tables playing fried gold flour. Just play this, Yi Hao said in surprise. The reason why Yi Hao chose this was also because this perspective eye was useful. Other gambling machines were completely about odds. Fried gold flour has something to do with odds? Yi Zhiguo was stunned and said. In the past, Yi Zhiguo also played fried gold flour with his friends when he was bored. Dad, go change 1,000 chips. Yi Hao stood aside and looked around twice before saying, aha. It had come to this point Yi Zhiguo didn't hesitate. Actually, Yi Zhiguo's heart was still quite unconvinced. However, Yi Hao wanted to play so urgently let him just play. The big deal was that he didn't want the 1,000. Soon Yi Zhiguo walked over with 10 yellow chips. Casino chips were divided into 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. One of the ruddy chips represented $1. The orange chips represented $10. The yellow chips represented $100. And the green chips represented $1,000. The first floor lobby only offers these 4 colors. You should head to the VIP hall if you want to play big. Yi Hao waited quietly on the side after receiving the chips. About 3 minutes passed and a middle-aged man stood up with his head hanging down. Yi Hao took a step forward and was about to sit in the middle-aged man's place. And just then a tattooed young man grabbed a step ahead of him and sat down. You wait again, the tattooed youth faintly said. Chapter 37 Macau Casino. Yi Hao pondered for a while without saying anything. Coming to this unfamiliar place in Macau, Yi Hao didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to earn a few $100,000 peacefully and leave. The tattooed youth saw that Yi Hao didn't dare to respond, then looked at the dealer and said, deal the cards. The dealer took out a deck of playing cards and verified it in front of the 5 people. This was to tell the 5 of you that I didn't fake it. No one said anything about this process. The tattooed youth didn't look over his cards and casually threw a yellow chip. I call. The tattooed youth's next player also did not look at the cards. In fact, not many people who came up would look at their cards. Because you look at the card and then up will give others a kind of the sky card good illusion. Your several under the family may also choose to look at the card. Then your winnings will shrink. If your hand is not too big or too small, do you call or not? If you don't, you'll feel sorry for yourself. But if you do, you'll probably get caught in a trap. Plus you'll have to double your call once you've seen your cards. After 2 rounds of calling, a middle-aged woman chose to look at her cards. When she saw that her bottom card was a 10-hitter, she tossed it aside in chagrin. I give up. Yi Hao stood aside and watched quietly as he easily saw through the bottom card. After seeing the bottom card, Yi Hao knew that this tattooed youth had won, because his bottom card was 3, 4, 5 straights. This is relatively large in the fried gold flour. As expected, the tattooed youth won 3,000 in this game. He pulled the chips in front of him and laughed. Good luck today. The face of the remaining 4 families are a little bad, but their own family's cards are not good and who can rely on? However, the tattooed youth's luck was really good today, as he won 3 more of the next 5 games, by which time his cash winnings had exceeded 10,000. A woman with thick makeup on her face angrily left, and Yi Hao grabbed her seat. The tattooed youth glanced at Yi Hao and said, another money giver. Yi Hao smiled without thinking. There was no point in a verbal argument. Later, Yi Hao would let him understand who exactly was giving away money today. Yi Hao activated the function of perspective after the dealer dealt all the 5 people's cards. In 0.5 seconds, Yi Hao saw through all 5 people's cards. What made Yi Hao helpless was that one of the 4 opponents had a flush. Call. I call. It was soon Yi Hao's turn to speak. What made the 4 people speechless was that Yi Hao directly looked at the cards. This was playing too conservatively, right? Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu stood behind Yi Hao, and when they saw that Yi Hao's card was a pair of aces, both of their faces showed surprise, including the tattooed youths. The 4 of them were all moved in their hearts. This guy's card didn't look small. They had already decided to look at the cards themselves after Yi Hao called. But what stunned Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu was that Yi Hao directly threw his cards away. I give up. Give up? Yi Zhiguo was anxious. Did you look at your cards? Yi Hao gave Yi Zhiguo a look of calmness, but Yi Zhiguo still couldn't calm down. He wondered if Yi Hao could play fried gold flour or not. Guo Xiu tugged Yi Zhiguo's sleeve and said, "Listen to your son. He this." Yi Zhiguo wanted to say that Yi Hao was simply playing recklessly, but he swallowed his words after noticing Guo Xiu's warning look. In the second game, Yi Hao was still the first to look at the cards, and then Yi Hao casually threw them away again. This time Yi Zhiguo didn't say anything, because Yi Hao's card was a jack, which was a must-throw card. What made Yi Hao speechless was that his luck seemed to be very bad, because for 5 consecutive games Yi Hao's cards were not very good. I said, "Are you giving us money?" The tattooed youth looked at Yi Hao playfully and said, "Fried gold flour had to be on the bottom money as long as it was on the field. Therefore Yi Hao had already thrown 500 in 5 games. It's too early to say something like that, isn't it?" The other party provoked Yi Hao again and again. Yi Hao couldn't help but get a little angry. "Oh, if you have the ability, you'll call this one," the tattooed youth said and threw 2 yellow chips. The tattooed youth raised the price directly. Yi Hao's penetrating eye was happy in his heart as soon as he scanned it. The cards of the 5 people in this game were all bad, but Yi Hao had the biggest cards. After seeing this, Yi Hao didn't even look at the cards and said to Yi Zhiguo beside him, "Dad, go buy some more chips." "How much to buy?" 2,000. Yi Hao thought for a while and said. Yi Zhiguo shivered and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Alright." Yi Zhiguo turned around and left. Just after Yi Zhiguo left, Yi Hao took 2 yellow chips and threw them over. "If you have the ability, let's keep following." "Egu, kid, you have guts." Ah Long laughed. Then he threw 2 yellow chips again. "If you have the ability, let's follow it for 10 or 8 rounds. The 10 or 8 rounds that Tattoo said in his mouth was pure nonsense. We didn't look at the bottom card. Who knows who has the biggest one? Unless your luck is particularly strong this bout. It doesn't matter to me. I'm afraid you won't dare." Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders and said. Yi Hao didn't care how many hands he followed. It didn't matter if he followed until the end of time. "You," Long said angrily. Yi Hao was now open to the idea that he would have to offend him sooner or later. The remaining 3 families saw that Yi Hao's 2 families had a tendency to go together, so they looked at their cards one by one. One of the cards is a pair of 2. This family hesitated for a moment, then doubled the call. Yi Hao ignored this one and directly threw in 2 yellow chips. Then Yi Hao looked at Lang with a smile on his face. A stripe was a bit torn. In this situation, he should look at the cards. The problem was that looking at the cards now wasn't conceding. Call. Lines had already decided to call even if he lost $1,000 this hand. The problem was that by the time Yi Hao called to the 5th hand, the one who looked at the cards laughed bitterly and threw them away. "This is too risky. You should know that you have already thrown out $2,000. More importantly, according to the trend of these 2 families, God knows how many more hands will be followed. It's just us 2 now." Yi Hao pointed at the chips on the table and said, "Let's do it this way. Let's play pokies. I'll bet all the chips on my side, and if you don't find it enjoyable, I'll go fetch some more chips." Lung's face darkened. Yi Hao still had 2,400 chips on his side. However, things had come to such a point that Lang definitely had no possibility of retreating. Stud. Rang took 22 yellow chips and threw them over. Arlene carefully flipped over the first bottom card, and when he saw that it was the ace of spades, a wisp of a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It's not a bad hand to be mauled into an ace. Then Stripe carefully turned over the second card, the king of spades. A Stripe's heart thumped. As long as the last card was a spade, Avon was almost certain to win. As for the queen of spades, Avon hadn't thought about it. The possibility was too low. As soon as a Stripe saw the red edge, he realized that his deck was headed by an ace. "Make a pair if you can." Line showed his 3 cards out provocatively, looking at Yi Hao. Chapter 38, Stud. "Let's see," Yi Hao said and flipped the 3 cards over. Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu, who were standing behind Yi Hao, saw at a glance that Yi Hao's card was exactly a pair of 5s. "Pair. It's really a pair," Guo Xiu exclaimed. Lung's face couldn't help but change. Yi Hao smiled and turned over the 3 cards on the gambling table. "Sorry, what's there to be proud of after winning a hand?" Arlene snorted coldly. Yi Hao stood up and peeled the chips to himself. This one hand Yi Hao earned almost 7,000. "Deal the cards," Lang said with displeasure in his heart. This hand Yi Hao could see that one of the 4 underdogs had a straight, so Yi Hao symbolically called 2 hands to see the cards and threw them away. The time Yi Hao's penetrating eye could hold on to was now up to 60 seconds. It took Yi Hao 0.5 seconds to look at each deck of cards, which meant that Yi Hao could gamble for 120 hands. Yi Hao didn't want to win many chips here, because the most that could be won or lost here was just a few tens of thousands, and what Yi Hao really wanted to head to was the VIP hall. But before that, Yi Hao needed to accumulate enough money. As time passed, Yi Hao had more and more money on the table, and by the time the 60th hand was played, Yi Hao's money had reached $60,000. Yi Hao stood up with it. What are you going to do to go? Lung dabbed his head and stood up. Yi Hao pointed to the second floor and said, go to the VIP hall to play 2 games. You think you can play a few games with $60,000? It's always more fun than a small game, right? Yi Hao said with a smile. You can't go. A Stripe was still thinking about flipping his capital. Are you sure you want to stop me here? Yi Hao looked at Arlene and said calmly. Only then did Stripe notice the appearance of 2 tall security officers around him. Which one who could watch the casino in Macau didn't have a background? Stripe was just a street gangster in Macau. Giving him 10 guts wouldn't dare to make a move in the casino. You are very good. Lines turned around and left after saying this. Yi Zhiguo asked with a worried face. Xiao Hao, will he retaliate? Macau's law and order is ranked globally. Yi Hao comforted. Okay, but do you really want to go to the VIP hall? Yi Zhiguo still didn't really believe Yi Hao had a talent for gambling now. There's no harm in seeing it, isn't there? Yi Hao said with a smile. Yi Hao's family of 3 had just walked to the stairs when a waiter whispered. Are the 3 of you heading to the VIP hall? Aha. Yi Hao nodded. Please follow me. Yi Hao saw a clear slogan written at the aisle as he followed the waiter towards the stairs. Minimum spending of 10,000 for the VIP lounge. The waitress didn't treat the 3 people lightly just because of their attire, and she softly explained some of the details of the VIP lounge to them. Auntie, just call me Xiao Yi, the waitress said softly. I will be at your service the entire time. The vast majority of a casino's revenue came from the VIP lounge, so every casino paid extreme attention to their VIPs. Roll the dice. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. I'll play this. Aha. Yi Hao followed Yi Hua and soon arrived at the dice rolling room. There were about 20 people in this room, and their gazes were all on the lotter. The Lotus officer shook the cup in his hand for a while, then gently placed it on the gambling table. Everyone can place their bets now. What are the rules? Yi Hao asked. There are 6 dice in the cup. You guess the total sum of the dice. If you guess correctly, you get 10 times the odds. Yi Hua said softly. If 6 dice were connected together, the number of points would be 1. And Yi Hao believed that most of the lotteries here could do it. And the largest sum of 6 dice was 36. So the probability of guessing correctly was 1 in 36. However, the casino only gave 10 times the odds. So it had to be said that the casino was really dark. Yi Hao only used 0.3 seconds to see the 6 dice. 21. Yi Hao saw that everyone else had placed their bets, so he put 3 cyan-colored chips on the 21 position. And Yi Hao was the only one in the room who put his chips on 21. Open the cup. Open it. I don't believe I won't win this time. I've chosen 5 numbers this time. I don't believe I won't win this time. The dealer opened the dice cup under the anticipation of the whole audience. The numbers on the 6 dice were 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Guo Xiu did some calculations in his mind, and then his eyes widened. 21. According to the 10 times odds, Yi Hao got $300,000 in a flash. Yi Hua was a bit delighted as he handed over 33 cyan-colored chips to Yi Hao. You're so lucky. Borrow your luck. Yi Hao smiled and then handed Yi Hua a cyan-colored chip. Your tip. Yi Hua hurriedly thanked him. Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu's faces instantly froze. These two didn't expect that this guy Yi Hao casually gave Yi Hua a 10,000 ton tip. This was $10,000, but Yi Hao had given it all. Could they stop it anymore? There wasn't much change on the Dutchman's face. Wasn't the 1 in 36 chance of being right a normal thing? After the dealer put down the cup again, one by one, the gamblers started to place their bets. Yi Hao pondered for a while and took out 10 green chips and put them on 23. Yi Hao's behavior led some gamblers to follow suit, and they also placed their bets on the 23 position. When the dealer opened the cup, Guo Xiu's face couldn't help but change, because the numbers of the 6 dice were all small. How could they add up to 23? 100,000. Thinking of this, Guo Xiu a burst of heartache. It hadn't even warmed up yet and then it was gone. Xiao Hao, why don't we withdraw? Guo Xiu pulled Yi Hao and whispered. Play one more hand. Yi Hao said with a smile. Then this one can't be too big. Guo Xiu hurriedly instructed. Now even if they left, they still earned more than $200,000. What made Guo Xiu speechless was that Yi Hao pressed all the 25 cyan chips in his hand on the 36th position. A hand of pokies. Yi Hao said with a smile. Why do I feel that this is not a pokey? You are simply giving money to the casino. A gambler said breathlessly. The number 36 may not even appear once a day. I advise you to change it, before the pot is opened. Facing the persuasion of several gamblers, Yi Hao showed indifference. According to the probability, every number may appear. These ones who wanted to persuade Yi Hao didn't know what to say. Some things were theoretically valid, but in reality, it wasn't so. Guo Xiu was anxious. Xiao Hao, what are you dash? This is supposed to be earned money. The big deal is to return it to the casino. Yi Hao pulled Guo Xiu and said with a smile, you child. Yi Zhiguo also felt that Yi Hao's behavior was too risky, and with this $250,000 the family's financial situation could be greatly relieved. Open the cup. Yi Hao looked at the Dutchman and said in a deep voice, are you sure? The Dutchman asked. I'm sure. Yi Hao nodded his head. Good. Buy in. After saying this, the Dutchman slowly opened the cup under the expectant looks of the whole room. Chapter 39, Interception. The eyes of the entire audience fell on the 6 dice in the cup, and when they looked at the numbers on the 6 dice one by one their mouths opened wide in shock. 6 sixes. The 6 dice are all sixes. How is that possible? An unbelievable look appeared in the eyes of Guo Xiu and Yi Zhiguo. No one had thought that Yi Hao had gotten it right. Yes, in their hearts Yi Hao was blindly blindfolded. The Dutchman was equally stunned. But this kind of thing happened every day in casinos, and immediately he looked at Yang Mo with a smile and said, congratulations to this tourist for winning $2.5 million. Let's go. Yi Zhiguo said after calming down a little. Yi Hao nodded gently. Actually, Yi Zhiguo didn't need to ask Yi Hao to continue winning. There was no guarantee that he would attract the casino's attention if he won anymore. This was not what Yi Hao wanted to see. The casino's efficiency was very fast, and in less than a minute Yi Zhiguo's cell phone bank received the text message, your account has been credited with $2.5 million. And at this time both Yi Zhiguo and Guo Xiu were in a dream. The two of them did not expect that the predicament that had plagued the family for many days would be solved just like that. Xiao Hao. Guo Xiu hugged her son and cried tears of joy. There was still more than $1 million in cash after removing the debts of the family. Mom, Macau also has commercial streets. Let's go shopping as a family while we still have some time. Yi Hao said softly. Right, go shopping. Yi Zhiguo also became bold now. Spend according to the 100,000. No one is allowed to come home until we spend it all. Looks like you guys have earned a lot. Just then a sorrowful voice sounded behind them. Only then did Ji Hao notice that the tattooed youth was standing behind them with 5 punks. And beside this tattooed youth there was a middle-aged man in a black suit. Tattoo. Is this the kid who earned you $30,000? The middle-aged man in black suit pointed at Yi Hao and said, Uncle Lu, I recognize this kid even if he turns into ashes. Arlene was busy saying, give you 2 choices. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Hao and said, first, return Atang's $30,000 to him. Second, you bet against me. What if I choose neither? If you don't choose both, you can hardly walk out of Macau in one piece. I don't believe it. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. Even if he didn't use the ability to slow down his speed, Yi Hao's own physical quality was not even comparable to that of a special forces soldier. Yi Hao didn't feel that the few people in front of him were his opponents. Kid, I think you are impatient to live. When Ah Lang said here, his big hand grabbed towards Yi Hao's shoulder, and what stunned Ah Lang was that Yi Hao avoided it in the middle of nowhere. And then Yi Hao gave Ah Lang an over-the-shoulder fall with a smooth diagonal stride. With a bang, Ah Lang felt 2 broken ribs. Dare to strike at our boss. I think you are impatient to live. Brothers, go. The 5 gangsters rushed towards Yi Hao the first time after realizing that their boss was knocked down. Yi Hao stared coldly at these 5 punks, then turned on the delayed speed without hesitation. The movements of these 5 punks were no longer 10 times slower in Yi Hao's eyes, but 20 times. When Yi Zhiguo reacted and wanted to strike, he was shocked to find that the 5 punks who rushed over were swollen by Yi Hao's swollen cheeks. When did my son become so strong? Yi Zhiguo muttered. The middle-aged man in a black suit looked at Yi Hao with a grave expression. I didn't expect you to be a practiced fighter. Overpraise, Yi Hao said indifferently. Now I want to see your gambling skills even more. The middle-aged stared at Yi Hao with burning eyes and said, not interested. Yi Hao refused. I'm afraid it's not a matter of whether you're interested or not. The middle-aged man pointed at the police who arrived not far away and said, you'd better promise me before they come. Otherwise I can't guarantee whether you'll spend tonight in jail or not. You threaten me? A cold light immediately bloomed in Yi Hao's eyes. Lu Ziming ignored Yi Hao's threat and said calmly as usual, I have some relations in both black and white, so I still have no problem to fix you. Hearing this, the cold aura in Yi Hao's eyes increased. Since you think that money is hot, I don't mind helping you share it. You made a wise decision, Lu Ziming said with a faint smile, and just then 2 patrolmen rushed over. What happened? A patrolman asked in a deep voice. We were fooling around, Lu Ziming said with a smile. Making fun? That patrolman looked at Yi Hao doubtfully. It was because how Arlene and the other 6 punks looked like they had been beaten up. This unimpressive-looking youth was so strong? Well, we are really fooling around. Yi Hao nodded and said, Yi Hao didn't doubt Lu Ziming's words. Since ancient times, black and white were involved. Yi Hao didn't know how wide Lu Ziming's path was, but he knew that he could definitely fix himself. After all, he had made a move to beat up the 5 people of the lines. This fact Yi Hao couldn't deny. Please, Lu Ziming said with an imaginary hand to guide him. Yi Hao nodded slightly, but in his heart, he secretly had a plan. The casino provided specialized boxes. Lu Ziming looked at Yi Hao and said, "What do you want to play? Roll the dice and listen to the points." Yi Hao looked at Lu Ziming and said. Lu Ziming's face couldn't help but change slightly. "Are you sure?" Those who were able to listen to the number of points were all elite masters in the gambling world, and the one in front of him looked only 17 or 18 years old. How could he reach such a level? In fact, the one who changed color at this moment was also the lotter in charge of hosting. He glanced at Yi Hao suspiciously but didn't say anything. "Is there a problem? Since you are so confident in your gambling skills, I will accompany you." Lu Ziming signaled the lotter to start. The Dutchman took the specialized apparatus and let the two of them check it before starting to shake it. Lu Ziming's ears immediately perked up. Lu Ziming was still a hair's breadth away from being a master, but he didn't feel that Yi Hao was even better than himself. As the cup landed on top of the gambling table, Lu Ziming said with a smile, "Are we going to talk about the rules before opening the cup? You say, guessing the number of points is slightly difficult, so whoever guesses the closest wins. Is this okay?" "No problem. Since there's no problem, I'll bet 30,000. Lu Ziming said and threw 3 cyan-colored chips on the number 24. How could Yi Hao see this and not realize that Lu Ziming was simply here to help Arlene find a fight? "Don't delay." Ah Lang stared at Yang Mo and said in a cold voice, "What's the hurry?" Yi Hao glanced at Ah Lang, then similarly threw out 3 cyan-colored chips, but Yi Hao threw them on the number 25. "You're really good at throwing." Ah Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the scene. "What's the problem? You think you can win by betting on a number close to my Uncle Lu?" "I really think so." Yi Hao laughed. Chapter 40, Casino Master. Open the cup. Lu Ziming was a bit displeased with Yi Hao's little cleverness. The Dutchman looked at Yi Hao. 2 families had to agree before opening the cup. This was the rule. Yi Hao nodded gently. The Dutchman then opened the cup. When Guo saw that the numbers of the 6 dice were 1, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 6, his whole face showed surprise. 25, said Ah Lang, dumbfounded. Lu Ziming was also stunned for a moment. Didn't expect this kind of result. Again, Lu Ziming looked at the Dutchman and said, "Come on." The lottery officer nodded and shook again. The difference was that this time, the shaking technique was different. It was slightly more drastic than before. This invariably increased the difficulty of the challenge. Cough. Ah Lang violently coughed dryly. Lu Ziming's eyebrows could not help but be shaken, but at this time he did not say anything. He waited for the Lotus officer to drop the cup before giving Ah Lang a fierce glare. Ah Lang hurriedly lowered his head. The most taboo thing when listening to the cups was noise. "You first." Lu Ziming looked at Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao smiled then threw 6 cyan-colored chips onto the number 24. 60,000. Lu Ziming's eyes flashed. Lu Ziming hesitated for a moment then threw 6 cyan chips onto the number 21. Open. The 6 dice were all 4s through and through. 4 6 24. Lu Ziming couldn't help but change his expression as he looked at Yi Hao. "I didn't expect you to be an expert. Still want to bet?" Yi Hao played with a chip in his hand and said, "Where is this?" Lu Ziming took out a gold card from his wallet and said to Arlene, "Exchange 1 million chips." Hearing Lu Ziming exchange 1 million chips, Yi Jigua and Guo Xiu's faces couldn't help but change. Lu Ziming was going to play big. "Xiao Hao, should we exchange some as well?" Yi Jigua asked in a low voice. "These chips are enough." Yi Hao gently shook his head. It didn't take long for Arlene to come back with 100 cyan-colored chips. Again, as soon as the cup in the dealer's hand fell, Lu Ziming confidently took 10 cyan chips and threw them onto the number 16. Yi Hao, however, pushed all the 12 cyan-colored chips in front of him to the number 12. "You are really confident," Lu Ziming said and took 2 chips again and threw them over. "Having strength is not confidence," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Lotter, open the cup." The numbers on the 6 dice were 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Lu Ziming's face became ugly. By this point he was finally sure that the youth in front of him was an expert in the gambling world. "Still want to gamble?" Yi Hao asked. "Let's play poker." Where would Lu Ziming be willing to gamble with Yi Hao on this again? "Not interested." Yi Hao refused without even thinking. Where did Lu Ziming think that Yi Hao would refuse? "Lotterer, does your casino allow forced betting?" Yi Hao looked at the Lotus officer and asked seriously. The Lotus officer looked at Lu Ziming with an instantly unkind look. "Please respect yourself, Mr. Lu." Casinos had long since embarked on the path of formalized operation now, and it simply wouldn't work to follow the old path before now. The reason why the bosses of the major casinos were constantly doing charity work was that they wanted to portray a positive image of themselves in society. Therefore, as long as you do not draw 1,000 in the casino win 1,800,000, simply do not need to worry about the casino will renege on the debt, and even as long as you ask, the casino side will arrange for security personnel to personally send you back to the mainland. The 18 casinos in Macau don't care about their reputation. If the reputation is not good enough to do business in the future, it is not good enough to do business in the future. Lu Ziming's face changed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Let's go, Yi Hao said and stood up. Lung just wanted to intercept, but Lu Ziming stopped him. Do you want to die? Lu Ziming warned in a low voice. The security personnel of the casino used to be mongrels. They wouldn't be polite to anyone who messed up in the casino. Xiao Hao, are we going back now? Yi Zhiguo asked. We'll let the casino's security personnel send us back to the mainland, Yi Hao said and beckoned an attendant. The attendant said after a pause, Sir, our casino can arrange security personnel to escort you back to the mainland, but there is a commission. How much? It depends on your itinerary. Sir, send us to Jiangnan City, Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. The waiter thought for a while then said, I don't know how many security personnel you want. Sir, all I ask is that you send me safely and conveniently to Jiangnan City. 100,000. Fine. Lu Ziming's interception had made both his parents extremely worried and uneasy, so spending $100,000 to buy a peace of mind, Yi Hao felt it was cost-effective. Sir, follow me. The casino had a mature system. The casino handled it in a very short time. Sir, this is your resting place. I will send the ticket later. The attendant brought Yi Hao's family to the luxurious room of the casino and said softly. Vuxiu circled around the room and said, Just now, I thought that $100,000 was a bit unjustly spent, but now I realize that there is still a reason why people want to be expensive. Yi Zhiguo also nodded and said, This configuration is a bit more advanced than the 5-star hotel we stayed in. Waiting for the three people to calm down, Yi Zhiguo said softly, Despite some waves this time, but this time our family earned nearly 3 million. After removing the family's debt there are about 2 million. Aha! Wuxiu also felt that this trip was worth it. I want to redecorate the home. As for the rest of the money to start a business, Yi Zhiguo said the words in his heart. You still want to do the renovation? Guoxiu asked. The property market is heating up right now. The renovation industry will have to explode sooner or later. Yi Zhiguo nodded and said, I'm going to smash $1 million to get a regular decoration company. You guys just watch over this matter. Yi Hao snorted and said. And just then the doorbell rang. Sending the air ticket so soon? Yi Hao said with some doubts. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but light up after he opened the door. The young girl in front of her eyes had eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like stars. She stood in front of Yi Hao and a sense of grace and splendor came to her. Yi Hao immediately realized that this young girl's family lineage was not the same, or else she would not be able to cultivate this kind of superior temperament at all. Didn't disturb you, right? The young girl said softly. The young girl's voice was light, brittle, and beautiful, and would give you a sense of supreme enjoyment. Are you? Introducing myself, I'm Lan Qingqing, and I'm also the person in charge of this casino. Lan Qingqing said and stretched out her jade-like small hand. Yi Hao was stunned. He didn't expect the person in charge of the casino to come to his door. However, soon Yi Hao realized that he was afraid that his betting against Lu Ziming had reached Lan Qingqing's ears. What do you want to find me for? Yi Hao asked softly. Chapter 41, The Realm of the Zone Master. Lan Qingqing smiled slightly when she saw the wary look in Yi Hao's eyes. I heard that your excellency is a casino expert, so Qingqing came to pay a visit. Lan Qingqing's slender fingers still hung in the air as she said this. Yi Hao held Lan Qingqing's catkin after a moment of contemplation. It was very soft and smooth. When Yi Hao held it, he actually developed a feeling that he didn't want to let go. But how Yi Hao's body had been transformed by divine blood, this willpower and self-control was still there. However, after letting go, Yi Hao still had a feeling of lingering. Can't talk about casino masters? Just playing when I'm bored. Yi Hao couldn't say he wouldn't. Could he? I wonder if Qingqing has the honor to see your excellency's gambling skills. Lan Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but light up and said, Okay. Yi Hao nodded. As the head of the casino, the energy that Lan Qingqing possessed could not be said to be strong. Lu Ziming's matter gave Yi Hao an idea and thought of expanding his network. Lan Qingqing was undoubtedly a qualified target, but I have to talk to my parents. Yi Hao said softly. I should. Lan Qingqing said with a smile. Yi Hao closed the door and turned around to go back to his room. Xiao Hao, are you sure it's okay? Yi Zhiguo said with some uneasiness. MS. Lan should have taken a fancy to my gambling skills, so you guys shouldn't worry about my safety. Yi Hao looked at Yi Zhiguo and the two of them and said, plus not anyone can pose a threat to me. Xiao Hao, when did you learn martial arts? Yi Zhiguo then asked. I met a white-bearded old man once when I was strolling in the park after I recovered. Yi Hao stopped when he said this. Don't ask about the next ones. I can't tell you even if you ask. After Yi Hao left, Yi Zhiguo had a worried face. Xiao Hao, becoming more and more mysterious. You just need to know that he is our son. Gui Xiu didn't feel anything. That's true. Yi Zhiguan nodded. Lan Qingqing's figure was very tall, almost catching up to Yi Hao, and her body emitted a light fragrance. A fragrance that was very light and nice. What kind of perfume is this? Yi Hao asked. AG&C. Lan Qingqing whispered back. How come I haven't heard of this kind of perfume? Yi Hao said in a daze. Yi Hao wasn't a white guy who didn't know anything, and had been browsing all kinds of news after the end of the specialization exam. This kind of perfume is specially customized by the Swedish royal family. If you like it, I'll send you 2 bottles later. I see. Special order products like this usually didn't appear on social media. It was something that belonged to the upper class nobility. No need. Yi Hao refused. Yi Hao knew very well that this kind of perfume was expensive. How could he ask for it for no reason? Lan Qingqing did not say anything with a faint smile. AG&C, this kind of perfume Swedish royal family only produced 5,000 bottles every year. So without a certain social status, even if they wanted to buy it, they couldn't buy it. That is to say, Blue Qingqing's hands are not much. Blue Qingqing is not unable to send Yi Hao AG&C perfume. The premise is that Yi Hao is worthy of her strength to send perfume. Yi Hao came to a VIP hall with Lan Qingqing. Lan Qingqing pointed at a middle-aged Lotus officer in the VIP lounge. This is our senior Lotus officer of Jiahua Casino, Lotus Ma. Yi Hao nodded lightly towards the middle-aged Lotus officer. Are you ready? Lan Qingqing looked towards Yi Hao and inquired. Aha. With that, Lan Qingqing's eyes signaled the middle-aged Lotus officer that he could start. With a lift of his hand, Ma Hone turned the cup over, inhaled the 6 dice with a smooth shake, and then shook it according to a certain frequency. Yi Hao stared at the cup in silence. Yi Hao noticed that the frequency of Ma's shaking was far more than the previous one. The faster the frequency, the faster the numbers changed, and then it would be hard for you to guess. Lan Qingqing and the 2 black-clothed bodyguards all held their breath. They all knew clearly that Yi Hao could not be disturbed at this time. 2, Yi Hao said just after the dealer put down the cup. At that, Ma's face showed a stunned look, because Ma knew the number in the cup long before he put it down. As Ma Hojun uncovered the lid of the goblet, Lan Qingqing and the others were shocked to find 6 dice with 5 dice stacked on top of each other. The number of the topmost dice was 1, and one of the dice standing next to these 5 dice was also 1. Hojo Ma, you're going to have to show some strength, Lan Qingqing said with a smile. Magistrate Ma took a deep breath, lifted his hand and sucked the 6 dice into the cup. This time, Yi Hao noticed that Magistrate Ma's little thumb would gently shake when he shook the cup, and as his little thumb shook, the 6 dice would rotate rapidly in the cup. After Ma Hojia put the cup down, Lan Qingqing said with a smile, Ma Hojia's skills are getting more and more exquisite. Just getting started. Mr. Ma said modestly. 6. Yi Hao said succinctly. Ma Hojia's face couldn't help but change. I'm using the art of fixed spin. How can you still guess it? The art of fixed spin was the key to judge whether a dealer was a master or not, because when the art of fixed spin was used, the dice would rotate at high speed, and then it would be hard to guess the number of points of the dice. But Yi Hao guessed the number of points of the dice very casually. It was understandable that Yi Hao was about the same age as Lotus Ma, but the problem was that this one looked only 17 or 18 years old. Go invite Master Zhou, Lan Qingqing said to a bodyguard beside her. The bodyguard answered and quickly left. It didn't take long for the bodyguard to bring an old man in a Chinese mountain suit to the VIP hall. Greetings, Miss. Master Zhou respectfully bowed to Lan Qingqing. Lan Qingqing smiled faintly and said, Master Zhou is polite. Master Zhou looked at Yi Hao after exchanging pleasantries with Lan Qingqing for a while and said, This is Mr. Yi, right? Yi Hao. Yi Hao wasn't used to people calling him Prince. Master Zhou smiled, then walked to the dice position. Mr. Yi, you have to listen carefully. Yi Hao nodded gently. Yi Hao's eyesight had now reached a terrifying point, so he could easily see the tiny things that others couldn't notice. Yi Hao noticed that the frequency of Master Zhou's little thumb twitching was 3 times more frequent than that of Lotus Ma's. When Yi Hao used his perspective eye, he noticed that the 6 dice rotated so much that he couldn't see the numbers on them at all. It was hard to capture with eyesight. Yi Hao stopped after watching for 3 seconds. After all, Yi Hao's time for perspective was not unlimited. With Master Zhou putting the cup down, Yi Hao made an okay gesture. What does it mean? Master Zhou was stunned and said, 3. Master Zhou puzzled and opened the cup. 6 dice were stacked 2 by 2, and the dice on top were all 1. Master Zhou couldn't help but look at Yi Hao with a horrified look in his eyes. Has Master Yi's art of listening to the cup reached the realm of a Grandmaster? Chapter 42 Taoist Clan. The realm of the Grandmaster. Whether it is shaking the cup or listening to the cup, there is a division between the masters and the gurus. Master, as long as you practice diligently, will one day be able to reach. But you want to reach the master will need to be very high talent, because the master means you can start a sect. As soon as Grandmaster Zhou's words fell, Lan Qingqing's eyes revealed an unbelievable look. She knew very well what a sect master meant. Ms. Lan, you've seen my gambling skills. so there shouldn't be anything wrong now, right? Yi Hao didn't answer Master Zhou's words, but looked at Lan Qingqing by his side and said, "Just now, I took the liberty of disturbing Mr. Yi, please give Qingqing a chance to make amends, okay?" Lan Qingqing's amber eyes stared at Yi Hao blinking and blinking. Yi Hao was helpless in the face of Lan Qingqing's eyes. "Is the atonement in your mouth to treat me to dinner? Then you are promising." Looking at the smile on Lan Qingqing's face, Yi Hao's mind couldn't help but recall a phrase. "A slight smile is very charming." Lan Qingqing was very good with words, and you never had to worry about running out of topics when chatting with her. And at the same time, you wouldn't feel awkward about the scene. This was a kind of socializing sleight of hand. "Yi Hao, is there any interest in coming to my casino as an advisor?" Lan Qingqing invited when the fire was almost ready. Yi Hao understood that this was the topic of the day. "There is no such intention for the time being." Yi Hao didn't say it to death. "I'm still a student now." "Student?" Lan Qingqing said with a flash of her wonderful eyes. "Just took the specialized examination. I wonder which university you enrolled in." "College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. So it seems like you did well in the exam." Lan Qingqing still knew a lot about some of the key prestigious schools in Huaxia. "I wonder how many points you scored on the college entrance exam." 900 points. "There won't be any problem with the Chinese Medicine College if you score 900 points. Lan Qingqing said with a slight shock in her heart. This score of Yi Hao wasn't much far from even the 6 top academies. Of course Lan Qingqing didn't know that Yi Hao's English was a 0, and Yi Hao wasn't going to tell Lan Qingqing about it. There was no need. And just then Lan Qingqing's face changed. Then she covered her mouth and coughed violently. When Lan Qingqing calmed down, Yi Hao noticed that the corner of Lan Qingqing's lips were covered with blood. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Hao asked after a moment of hesitation. "An old problem." Lan Qingqing's face turned pale. She took a tissue and wiped it before saying, "Should I send you to the hospital?" Lan Qingqing gently shook her head. "I heard that the dean of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine is the saint of the country." "Has Miss Lan dash?" Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. "If it wasn't for the sage of the nation of Huaxu, I would have died a few years ago." Lan Qingqing said bitterly. There was no way out in this way. The top doctor in the whole of Huaxu was Huaxu. Huaxu couldn't even do anything about it, almost pronouncing Lan Qingqing's fate. However, a figure suddenly appeared in Yi Hao's mind. "Actually, it's not without a solution." Yi Hao still said after thinking for a while. "Ha?" Lan Qingqing looked at Yi Hao with some shock. She didn't understand why Yi Hao would say such a thing. The secular people might not have a way, but the Taoist sect might be able to. Yi Hao's words caused Lan Qingqing's face to be filled with dismay. "Taoist sect? Taoist sect?" Lan Qingqing's face became grave. "You know a Taoist sect?" "I know a disciple of a Taoist sect." Yi Hao nodded. Yi Hao had seen Plum Snow make a move, and this one was definitely a disciple of the Taoist sect. Lan Qingqing became excited. "Can you introduce him on my behalf?" The Dao family sect had always been in legend, but Lan Qingqing knew it was true. It was just that the Taoist sect disdained to interact with the world, and even though the Lan family had utilized countless manpower and resources, they still had not found the legendary Taoist sect. "That Taoist disciple will come looking for me sooner or later, because I took an important thing from her," Yi Hao said softly, "but I don't know when she will come looking for me." "What thing?" Lan Qingqing knew that it was a bit rude to ask, but this matter involved her life. Lan Qingqing couldn't help but ask clearly. "Her personal bronze dagger," Yi Hao said. "You must tell me when she looks for you." Lan Qingqing said seriously. "I will beg her to save you." Yi Hao nodded gently. Yi Hao's matter continued to ferment. Just as Jiangnan Daily claimed that there would be a big news breaking out tomorrow, many netizens had a hard time sleeping all night. They all wondered what the big news was. In the early hours of the morning, Jiangnan Daily News Agency punctually published a few photos and a text. Yi Hao's lack of exams was surprisingly due to seeing justice. There are fewer and fewer people who see justice in this society. Such a student should be given a chance to retake the exam. I suggest that the Ministry of Education arrange for Yi Hao to retake the exam, even if it's a bit more difficult. We can't let those who are brave and courageous shed tears. This one has the stature of a top student. Just as countless netizens swiped the screen, Jiangnan Daily News then published an even more explosive news. Yi Hao forcibly requested to be discharged from the hospital, and Officer Liang escorted him there. Countless netizens were stunned. What is this situation? Yi Hao went to the exam, or was he escorted by a police officer? Then how come Yi Hao's English score is still 0? Just when they wanted to know the answer, Jiangnan Daily claimed to break the news tomorrow. This made a lot of netizens leave comments cursing Jiangnan Daily for being shameless. Do you want to make it a serialized drama? These netizens are still very much looking forward to the early morning news. Jiangnan Daily News Agency has a point or very reliable. That is, they claim to have explosive news. Then this news is certainly explosive, and justified. In the early morning of that day, the website of Jiangnan Daily published a video. The video clearly showed what happened when Yi Hao came to the entrance of the second vocational and technical college accompanied by Liang Mo. When the netizens across the country saw Su Li repeatedly preventing Yi Hao from entering the school gate, their hearts were not to mention how angry they were. Shameless. Such a person is also worthy of being a teacher. It is strongly recommended that such a teacher be expelled from the team of teachers. Such a teacher should be sentenced. I saw Yi Hao's tears fall when he was so angry that he spurted blood. How can Yi Hao be fine in his heart when he said he was fine? Without Su Li's obstruction, this year's first prize winner will definitely be Yi Hao. Just because Yi Hao affected Su Li's promotion, Su Li held a grudge to take revenge on Yi Hao. Such a person should be killed by 1,000 cuts. You are not noticed Yi Hao's that old teacher's grief. I estimate that if it is not the doorman stop certainly will tear Su Li's mouth. At the same time many netizens denounce Su Li also constantly 8 Ministry of Education hope to carefully consider Yi Hao retake things. The bigwigs in the Ministry of Education also couldn't resist the pressure and claimed that they were discussing Yi Hao's retake of the exam. Chapter 43, Fong, one of the Fong family. Imperial capital. A handsome young man in loose-fitting loungewear sat upright and respectfully served the washed tea to the old man across from him. The old man reached out and took the cup of tea and gently sipped it with a smile. Wen's tea ceremony is becoming more and more refined. Lips and teeth were fragrant, and the belly was full of splendor. The handsome youth smiled and said, "As long as uncle likes it, it's good. Wonder didn't come to seek me out this time just to make tea for me, right?" The old man looked at the handsome youth and asked, "I don't know what uncle thinks about the Yi Hao matter that's making a lot of noise on the internet." The handsome youth hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth to ask, "Wonder what do you think?" Zhang Runlu put down his teacup and asked with a smile, "I think we should give Yi Hao a chance," the handsome youth said in a deep voice. "Why?" Zhang Runlu didn't seem to be surprised that the handsome youth said this. "Because I think my position as the top scholar is well deserved," the handsome youth said seriously. "I will consider it carefully." Liang Long Zhang Runlu spoke. "Then wonder will not disturb uncle's rest," the handsome youth said and stood up. "Wei Zai, see wonder off." Zhang Runlu glanced at the secretary beside him and said. A moment later Wei Zai walked back. "Do you know what to do about Yi Hao?" Zhang Runlu asked indifferently. "I will urge and arrange for Yi Hao to retake the exam as soon as possible," Wei Zai said softly. A hint of disappointment appeared in Zhang Runliu's eyes when he heard this. Wei Zai's face couldn't help but change. "Am I wrong? Do you know what kind of tea this is?" Zhang Runlu pointed at the 2 tails of tea leaves on the coffee table and said, "Weishan de Hongpo." Wei Zai was not without insight, and with a glance, he could tell that this was de Hongpo. Wui Mountain de Hongpo also has 3, 6, 9 grades, and these 2 tails come from those 100-year-old tea trees. Zhang Runlu said here. Wei Zai's mind rang with 2 words. Special offer. Even I, a retired old minister, am not qualified to get it. Zhang Runlu continued. Then Fong Wen gave me this heavy gift. Could it be for us to help Yi Hao? But just now I heard Fong Wen say that he wants to make his first prize winner a real winner. Wouldn't it be a real name without Yi Hao fighting for it? Wei Zai's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Zhang Runliu's reminder today, then his own career path would have come to an end. The path of the career path really wasn't so easy to mix. What do you think of Fong Wen? Zhang Runlu had the intention to test Wei Zai. Even if Fong Wen's position as scholar is not well deserved, he is still the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. Wei Zai pondered for a while and said, at such a young age, he is not only proficient in 5 languages, but he is also famous for his zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, handsome looks and a rich family background. This time, he even got into the 6 top schools, the financial school. There will definitely be a place for him in the business world in the future. And then? Zhang Runlu asked. Then? Wei Zai was stunned. Hadn't he gotten to the point after saying so much? Wei Zai thought over what he had just said. There were no mistakes. Narrow-mindedness, limited achievements. Zhang Runlu gently spat out 8 words. What? Wei Zai didn't expect Zhang Runlu to give such an evaluation no matter what. Even if Fong Wen doesn't come to me in this matter of Yi Hao, do you think Yi Hao will have a chance to retake the exam? Zhang Runlu said leisurely. Who in the imperial capital dares to disregard the attitude of the Fong family? Unless the Fong family puts out word that it doesn't matter. Who would go and punch the Fong family in the face? It's too young after all. Zhang Runlu stood up when he said this and walked towards the room. What the nation's netizens didn't expect was that the result of the Ministry of Education's discussion was that Yi Hao was not allowed to retake the exam. A whole bunch of reasons were summarized. These reasons Yi Hao put down his cell phone with some disinterest after reading them once. These reasons are simply excuses. Wei Xiao said angrily. For me alone, maybe those guys don't want to go through all the trouble. Yi Hao's heart was also filled with anger. One day I will make this world listen to my voice. Distracted, Yi Hao said to Guo Xiao and went out for a walk. Without realizing it, Yi Hao came to the Black Dragon Pool in Jiangnan City. Black Dragon Spring was an attraction in Jiangnan City, but this attraction was not very famous, because weird things often happened in this place. It was only when Yi Hao noticed a black ancient well in front of him that he realized with a jolt that he had come to a place where he shouldn't have come. the legend of Black Dragon Spring was known to the locals. It was naturally impossible for Yi Hao not to know it. Legend had it that there was a vicious black dragon locked underneath the Black Dragon Spring. It was just that no one had seen the Black Dragon for so many years. But the Black Dragon Spring has a rusty chain. 20 years ago, an archaeological team came to the Black Dragon Spring, and they used modern equipment to detect it. But the modern equipment failed as soon as it entered the Black Dragon Spring. The archaeological team did not believe in evil and used machinery to pull the chain. But everyone did not expect the chain is pulled up hundreds of meters and not the end. At this time the Black Dragon Spring is bubbling, and then smelled the sound of the waves of the wash. The local people were frightened by this scene. They immediately asked the team to send the chain back. The team was equally stunned. Jiangnan City was located inland, how could it be connected to the sea? Therefore, they hurriedly sent the chain back, and the matter was closed. After Yi Hao's mind remembered this incident, he pulled his feet and was about to leave this place. However, as he walked, Yi Hao's face became ugly, because Yi Hao noticed that he was back by the Black Dragon Spring again. In other words, Yi Hao had been detouring the whole time. Ghost hitting the wall. Yi Hao said in his heart, "It's a blindfold." Right at this moment, an old voice sounded in Yi Hao's heart. Yi Hao was startled. Who do you say I am? A ghost? Yi Hao cautiously looked around and said, "You're the ING ghost? I am the noble dragon race." The voice roared up in Yi Hao's heart. Dragon race, dragon race, dragon race, dragon race? Yi Hao looked at this ancient well in front of him when he heard this. Are you the locked black dragon? Not bad. Isn't the dragon race powerful? But the dragon race is not invincible. Then who locked you up? A few old guys from the Taoist clan. Why did they lock you up? Because I'm a dragon. What kind of reason is that? Yi Hao was stunned. Because they are afraid of my power as an adult. The black dragon said somewhat sadly. But I still want to know why you are telling me this. Don't you want to save me? Don't want to. Why don't you have any compassion in you? No. Since you don't have compassion, then I won't have any psychological burden if I swallow you. Right at this moment, a figure wearing a black robe appeared in front of Yi Hao, and then his big hand grabbed towards Yi Hao. Chapter 44: A Black Dragon. Yi Hao looked at the black-robed youth with a hideous face. How did he still not know that this one was afraid, that he was not ready to let go of himself for a long time? The black-robed youth easily locked Yi Hao's body, and then his sharp nails pierced Yi Hao's arm, and blood immediately gushed out desperately. The black-robed youth looked at Yi Hao's blood with ecstasy in his eyes. Your blood really contains terrifying life force. The black-robed youth licked 2 drops of blood somewhat greedily as he said, I'm curious to know why you didn't devour the people who passed by before? Yi Hao stared at the black-robed youth and calmly asked. This was thanks to the help of the divine blood. The more this situation happened, the calmer he became. Because I haven't recovered yet before, and I just recovered some today. The black-robed youth looked at Yi Hao and revealed a mouthful of white teeth, saying, then I think you might never recover. Yi Hao grinned and said, what did you say? The black-robed youth just said this and felt like a volcano erupted inside his body in an instant. The black-robed youth slapped towards Yi Hao in anger. Even though Yi Hao used the ability to slow down his speed in a hurry, he was still slapped away by the black-robed youth. Ah! The black-robed youth screamed out miserably. Gradually, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. His hand pinched the seal of the law. His whole body surged out a burst of arcane fluctuations, and then the black-robed youth transformed into a bead that was as black as ink. And just when this bead was ready to break through the air and go, a pair of big hands but steadily held. Who was it if it wasn't Yi Hao who had just been slapped away by the black-robed youth? What is this thing? Yi Hao said as he looked at the cold bead with a cold body. The black dragon was terrified. This bead was carrying all his memories and mana. It was just that the black dragon's mana was now imprisoned into this bead. Otherwise he could easily finish off Yi Hao. This was a forbidden technique of the dragon race, but the price was that one had to sleep for hundreds of years. But it was better than falling, right? Yi Hao felt the strong vibration of the dragon pearl in his hand, hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth and swallowed it. This is definitely a good thing. This was Yi Hao's thought. The black dragon was confused. What did this lord do? He swallowed his own dragon pearl? Shouldn't he have swallowed him himself? But soon the black dragon didn't have time to think about these questions, because the dragon pearl started to digest in Yi Hao's body. Isn't this guy immortal? The black dragon was shocked. How could a mortal's body be able to digest his own dragon pearl? But when he thought about how he had to perform a forbidden technique after swallowing 2 drops of this guy's blood earlier, the black dragon realized what kind of mortal this guy was. Is there such a strong mortal? Yi Hao felt one of the black dragon's memories pouring into his mind. These memories were like a movie playing one by one in Yi Hao's mind, and with Yi Hao's perverted memory easily memorized them all. No! The black dragon roared unwillingly when it sensed that its memory power was continuously devoured by Yi Hao. But nay, the black dragon chose to seal himself. All he could do was to watch and see himself being devoured by Yi Hao. After writing down all the memories of Black Dragon's life, Yi Hao realized that this Black Dragon guy was quite miserable. It was true that what Black Dragon said before didn't lie to Yi Hao, but Black Dragon still had something to hide. What he hid was that black dragons were synonymous with evil, and most of them were tyrannical and murderous in nature. Even the dragons of the same clan were not spared. This led to the Black Dragon clan not being accepted by the Dragon clan. Therefore, the Taoist clan had only sealed the Black Dragon as being relatively merciful. So what one swallowed was a dragon pearl. Yi Hao muttered. Yi Hao didn't expect that he had gotten a heavenly blessing from one of his decisions. Through the Black Dragon's memories, Yi Hao learned that the Black Dragon was tyrannical because of the Black Dragon's bloodline, but now what he had swallowed was only the Black Dragon's memories and mana. In other words, he had gotten all the inheritance except for the Black Dragon's bloodline, and Yi Hao didn't want the Black Dragon's bloodline at all. Could the Black Dragon's bloodline be even better compared to his own divine blood? What about Gongfa? This was what Yi Hao valued. Ever since he knew that there were ghosts and gods in this world, Yi Hao had a deep crisis. Now Yi Hao finally found a solution. That was to become stronger himself. Ancestral Dragon Decision. Yi Hao was stunned when he searched for the origin gong method that the Black Dragon practiced. Just by looking at the name alone, this technique knew that it was a strong mess. Could this be the reason why the Black Dragon clan was strong? Even if the dragons hate the Black Dragons, they have to admit one thing. That is, the Black Dragon clan's combat power is extremely strong. Otherwise, why could the Black Dragons be compared to the Golden Dragons? The Golden Dragon race is the most pure and noble bloodline of the dragon race. Yi Hao didn't cultivate the Ancestral Dragon Decision at the first time, because he had been delayed for a few hours here. After returning home, Yi Hao told Guixiu to go to bed and cultivate according to what the Ancestral Dragon Decision said above. If Yi Hao didn't know how to cultivate before, it wasn't a problem after devouring the Black Dragon's memories. The first step of cultivation was to sense the aura of heaven and earth, and this involved the cultivator's spiritual root. Cultivators with spiritual roots could sense spiritual chi in a few days, while those without spiritual roots would never be able to sense it in their lifetime. Without spiritual chi entering the body, even if it was strong, it was only the Ho Tian realm. Yi Hao ran according to the method to try to sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. To Yi Hao's surprise, he sensed it instantly, and then the strand of spiritual chi surged into his body. I'm afraid that the spiritual root he possesses is an extreme spiritual root, right? Yi Hao just thought about it and realized that without that drop of divine blood, whether he had a spiritual root or not was a question. Now Yi Hao wasn't a white boy who didn't know anything. Yi Hao still remembered the wording that mysterious middle-aged man said. God's blood. Was there a god in this world? Even the Black Dragon was skeptical about this. What did this show? It showed that gods were high up in the sky and were in the middle of legends for existences like the Black Dragon. The facts also proved the horror of the divine blood. As strong as Black Dragon, he was still killed by his own 2 drops of divine blood. Of course, Yi Hao also knew clearly that the Black Dragon was killed too unjustly, because the Black Dragon tried to devour the essence of its own blood. The problem was that the essence of its own blood was divine blood. Divine blood was inviolable. The divinity in the divine blood immediately started to fight back. There was no doubt that the Black Dragon that had just recovered a little bit was no match for the divine blood. Thinking about this, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel emotional. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Su Li, because without Su Li's obstruction, could he be depressed to go to the Black Dragon Spring? How could he get the Black Dragon's Dragon Pearl if he didn't go to the Black Dragon Spring? Fate. Yi Hao knew that this was fate. When will one take fate into one's own hands? Yi Hao said leisurely as he looked at the ceiling. Chapter 45, 3 Roommates. Cultivation never happened overnight. 2 months of Yi Hao's whole day diving cultivation still hadn't set foot on the first layer of the body refinement realm. However, Yi Hao felt that he wasn't much farther away from this realm, and that he should be able to step on it in half a month's time. However, at this time, Yi Hao had to terminate his cultivation, because there were still 2 days before the Chinese medicine college started. Guixiu had prepared Yi Hao's things half a month ago. Yi Hao looked at the 2 thick suitcases and smiled bitterly. Mom, isn't it too much? How much is this? Guixiu said and rubbed her head. Let me think about what else is missing. Mom, as long as the documents are brought, the rest is not a problem. Yi Hao said softly, just buy it locally when the time comes. Well, this is a bank card for you. The password is your birthday. Guixiu handed a bank card to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took it and put the bank card into the black wallet Guixiu bought for him. There's still 3,000 cash here. Guixiu then took out 3 stacks of banknotes and said, it's not good to bring too much cash when you go out, so you should bring 3,000 cash. Enough, Yi Hao said with a smile. There's 100,000 in the bank card. If you run out, just say so. 100,000? Yi Hao said with a shock. If it was before, Yi Zhiguo and his duo would never be able to give Yi Hao 100,000 at once, but now after seeing their son's ability they felt the need to give him some more cash. Aha! Yi Hao nodded without excuses. Yi Hao didn't want to live on campus when he traveled to the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. But the house price in Mordor was the number one in the country, so renting a house was also a big expense, and with this $100,000, he could save a lot of things. University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. This is the top medical university in China except for Hua Tuo College, and in the research of Chinese medicine, even Hua Tuo College is slightly inferior, because the president of the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine is Hua Su, who is renowned in the medical world. Yi Hao, somewhat helplessly pushing two big suitcases under the big sun, finally saw the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine after half a stop, and then Yi Hao noticed that two seniors came over in his direction. Yi Hao knew that these seniors came to welcome the new students. Yi Hao was about to be polite when he was surprised to find that these two students bypassed Yi Hao towards a girl behind him. Livestock. Yi Hao cursed in a low voice. The University of Traditional Chinese Medicine had detailed road signs, so it was easy to find the enrollment place. Yi Hao received his dormitory key after paying the tuition fee. Room 101 in Building 2. The two students who were chatting in the dormitory stopped when Yi Hao pushed open room 101. You are Yi Hao, right? A student with a dark figure stood up and asked with a smile. Yi Hao nodded gently. Are you guys from this dormitory too? Well, introduce yourself. Anhui Hua Yuan Xiao Laoshi. Mr. Xiao Laoshi. Honestly honest. Xiao Laoshi was busy explaining. Your name is a bit odd. Yi Hao said with a smile. My family is from Jiangnan City. My parents can't change it even if they want to. Xiao Laoshi scratched his head nervously and said, my family is from Anhui Luan. At this time another rather handsome student came up. My name is Zheng Xiaolong. No wonder you two are chatting so passionately, so you two are still old folks. Yi Hao suddenly realized. I should say smelly. A tall student who was all wet with sweat walked in. He shot the basketball twice and threw it into the corner. Get to know each other. My family is from Shandong Hezi. My name is Yuan Gaoxing. Jiangnan Yi Hao. Yuan Gaoxing took off his sweatshirt with a hum. Yi Hao, you make up the bed. Let's go out to a restaurant at noon. Yi Hao took a look and pushed his luggage and came to the bed near the toilet. There were only 4 beds in the dormitory. The rest of the 3 good positions were all occupied, so Yi Hao only had this one to choose from. The beds were dirty. Yi Hao scrubbed it 3 times before giving up. By the time Yi Hao finished organizing it was already an hour later. Yuan Gaoxing looked at his watch and said, let's go for a few. Yuan Gaoxing chose a restaurant near the school and asked for a private room before a few people chatted. However, at the beginning, the 4 people were still a bit formal, but after a few bottles of beer, each one of them came to life. I tell you there are a few beautiful women in our class. Zheng Xiaolong heatedly laughed. How did you know that? Yuan Gaoxing's eyes lit up and said, I can't tell you how I know, but what I can tell you is, to get started before it's too late. Zheng Xiaolong's words made Yuan Gaoxing ponder for a moment. Can you get the contact information of those people? A friend's wife is not to be deceived. Xiao Laoshi said immediately. It's still a bit early to say friends' wives, Zheng Xiaolong said and lit a cigarette, but I don't think it's a problem to catch up with her. By the way, do you know who the school beauty of our school is? Yuan Gaoxing thought of something furiously. Tang Flutter. Zheng Xiaolong said without even thinking. Didn't you guys see the image of the young girl on the acceptance letter? That's Tang Flutter? Yi Hao said with some surprise, because the Tang Flutter on the admission notice was like a fairy banished to the earth. Immaculate. Tang Fluttering was selected as the school flower when she went to our Traditional Chinese Medicine University, and by the time Tang Fluttering went to her sophomore year she was still the school flower of the Traditional Chinese Medicine University, and I'm afraid I don't think there's anyone in our session who can compare to Tang Fluttering. Zheng Xiaolong opened his mouth. Many seniors have said that no one can replace Tang Flutterby until she graduates. So does Tang Flutter have a boyfriend? Yuan Gaoxing asked tentatively. No, Zheng Xiaolong said categorically. Tang Pianpian is the super school bully of our Chinese Medicine University. Her life at school is always 4 points in one line. Classroom, cafeteria, dormitory, library. There are 800 if not 1,000 chasing after Tang Flutter for so many years, but Tang Flutter hasn't dated any of the students. Zheng Xiaolong looked at Yuan Gaoxing when he said this. What? You also want to chase after our Tang University school beauty? There is this idea. Yuan Gaoxing did not hide his inner thoughts at all. Then I wish my brother success, Zheng Xiaolong said and picked up his wine glass. Let's go for one. Bottoms up. After having enough wine and food, it was time to settle the bill. What surprised Yi Hao was that Zheng Xiaolong, who was active at the table, was always pulling back. It. Yuan Gaoxing said with a smile. Let me do it. Xiao Laoshi said and took out his wallet. Swipe my card. Yi Hao snatched the bank card and handed it over. Chapter 46, 3 Beautiful Women. Xiao Laoshi's family can be seen from his clothes. This meal must cost at least $300, which was nothing for Yi Hao, but might be more for Xiao Laoshi. The boss took Yi Hao's bank card with a smile. Who pays isn't the same. Yi Hao, I'll give you my share, Yuan Gaoxing said and was about to pull out $100. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. I'll treat everyone today. Hearing Yi Hao say this, Yuan Gaoxing didn't insist anymore. After Yi Hao took the receipt and wrote his name, Zhang Xiaolong came up. Are we going to buy some public supplies for our dormitory? What do you mean? Xiao honestly asked. Such as shampoo, toilet paper, and so on. Everyone's preferences are different. It's better to use each one for this. Yuan Gaoxing refused. Well, it's better to use each one. Yi Hao also said. By paying just now, Yi Hao realized that Yuan Gaoxing was a man of principle. Perhaps it was the difference in his upbringing that made him prefer the AA system. This system is good or bad for now, but it lacks a bit of human flavor. Xiao Laoshi is faithful and honest. Perhaps because of family problems, he dared not be too generous. Because after he said he would pay, Xiao Laoshi was no longer polite. And Zhang Xiaolong is a typical like to take advantage of small advantages. For this kind of people, Yi Hao has always been not close nor distant. You cannot refuse to communicate with each other because of each other like this. Yi Hao. 4 people came to the classroom when most of the students have arrived. When the class noticed the arrival of the 4 boys, there was a slight look of regret on their faces. It's Han Yu again. How come there are no pretty girls? There are a total of 45 people in our class, and now 41 have come. Come on, aren't those 2 pretty? Their looks are on the middle of the range, but they're still a little bit short of being pretty. I'm telling you, if you dress them up a little, they'll be goddesses by then. If you don't do it, when they know how to dress up in sophomore year, you won't even have a chance to drink soup. Yi Hao's 4 searched for an empty row and sat down. Their classroom was huge, with 80 to 90 seats. That one with shawl hair is nice. Yuan Gaoxing pointed at a girl in the first 3 rows with glowing eyes and said, well, this girl is nice. Zhang Xiaolong nodded and said, but the pretty 2 haven't come yet. Zhang Xiaolong was talking when a wolf cry couldn't help but resound throughout the room. Yi Hao looked towards the doorway and instantly saw 2 girls walking in arm, talking and laughing. The girl on the left had a high ponytail. Her body was tall and staggering, convex where it should be convex, concave where it should be concave, and exuded a youthful atmosphere. Who is this one? Yuan Gaoxing asked busily. Zhang Lan. Zhang Xiaolong barred his lips and said, the school flower of our term is probably her. It's really pretty. Xiao Laoshi's dark face was full of luster. Who's that next to Zhang Lan? Yi Hao asked, pointing at the chubby, baby fat girl. This is the Bai He I told you guys about. Zhang Xiaolong looked a bit excited and said, the 3 of them? Yi Hao suddenly came to a realization. Bai He couldn't compare to Zhang Lan if they were talking about her body, and if they were talking about her looks, they still couldn't compare to Zhang Lan. But the problem was that Bai He's boobs were spectacular, and she still had the unique baby fat. It looked like she had the urge to pinch them. This size must be at least C, right? What kind of eyes do you have? It has to be at least a D. Why do I think it's an E? Baby fat, looks so kawaii. Zhang Xiaolong noticed that Yuan Gaoxing and Xiao Laoshi were always staring at Bai He disgruntledly. I can state to you guys, Bai He, I'm aiming to win. What? You haven't caught up? Don't even let us see? Yuan Gaoxing laughed. Isn't this a feeling of loss? Zhang Xiaolong heatedly laughed, and at this time, Xiao Laoshi realized that Yi Hao had been staring at Zhang Lan, so he touched him with his elbow and said, Yi Hao. What? Fancying Zhang Lan? I just think the name is a bit familiar. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. There are a lot of people with the same name in the world. Xiao Laoshi said softly. I'd say if you have your eye on Zhang Lan, you have to do it before it's too late. Why don't you do it? Yi Hao looked at Xiao Laoshi and said, I am both black and ugly. Where can people look at me? Xiao Laoshi shook his head and said, is this cold humor? Yi Hao smiled sparingly and said, I'm not interested in Zhang Lan, and also I have a girlfriend. You're starting quite early here? Yuan Gaoxing was stunned and said, classmate? She's in her old home. Yi Hao couldn't help but reveal Li Chen-chen's figure in his mind when he said this. Although there was no commitment between the two, they understood each other's feelings. Yuan Gaoxing said after pondering for a while, this relationship is mostly not very stable. I think you should still find one in the university. I don't think it's reliable either. Zhang Xiaolong chimed in. I say Yi Hao should go for it. Didn't you notice the eyes of these animals? Yi Hao didn't think so. Were relationships in college always reliable? Breakups abounded when they graduated. It didn't take long for a woman in a teacher's professional outfit to walk into the classroom. The whole class once again let out a wolf-like howl. Why? Because this woman, even than Zhang Lan, is not inferior. And this woman also has a mature flavor, which is like a ripe peach, as full and tempting. Hello everyone, I am your counselor Lang Shui. This woman said while holding a chalk and wrote her name on the blackboard. Lang Shui then wrote her cell phone number on the blackboard. This is my cell phone number, so everyone can write it down. The students in the class all of a sudden one by one excitedly took out their cell phones and wrote down Lang Shui's cell phone number. I believe everyone is still not familiar with each other, so let's all introduce ourselves now. Lang Shui said and took out a list. The first name on the list was Yi Hao. 900 points. Lang Shue's eyes had a slight regret when she looked at this name. It was because Yi Hao was not only the first place in their class, but also the first place in applying for the Chinese Medicine College. Yi Hao, come introduce yourself, Lang Shue said softly. Yi Hao stood up and came to the podium with the whole audience watching. Zhang Lan, who was originally looking at his cell phone when he saw Yi Hao's silhouette, had an unbelievable look in his eyes. Yi Hao. Zhang Lan suddenly shouted out Yi Hao's name, making many students in the class feel surprised. Yi Hao looked at Zhang Lan with some doubts and said, "You know me? Chapter 47, who are you scolding?" Zhang Lan was even more sure that this was the same Yi Hao who made headlines 2 months ago when he waited to see Yi Hao's face. "I'm the second place of Jiangnan City, Zhang Lan." Yi Hao instantly realized why he felt Zhang Lan's name was somewhat familiar before, because he had once heard a student mention Zhang Lan's name. Yi Hao from Jiangnan City. Yi Hao nodded gently with Zhang Lan, briefly introduced his place of origin name, and walked off the podium under the stunned look of the whole audience. This name is somewhat familiar. I also feel that this name is somewhat familiar. Surprisingly, it's that lord. Isn't this the Yi Hao who made a lot of noise 2 months ago? The schoolmaster who still got a perfect score on his English absence? The students in this off-duty class all remembered who Yi Hao was, and one by one, they stood up to survey him. "Alright, all sit down for me." Lang Shui slapped the table and said, "Zhang Lan, come introduce yourself." Zhang Lan gently took a breath to calm down, and deliberated his words after walking to the podium. "I'm Zhang Lan from Jiangnan City, and my hobby is that I like to run in the morning." Zhang Lan introduced himself for half a minute before walking off the podium. The class then introduced themselves one by one. Lang Shui clapped her hands and said, "I believe everyone has a small understanding of their classmates. If you want to know in detail, you guys just add this group for private chat. Any usual activities in the class will also be posted in the group." Yi Hao had just joined the group when his cell phone rang with the sound of a message alert, and Yi Hao clicked in to see that he had been set up as an administrator. At the same time, Zhang Lan was also set as an administrator. "Teacher Lang, ask for an administrator. Lang Big Beauty, give me an administrator, okay?" Facing the students' requests, Lang Shui chose to ignore them. Yi Hao was about to close his cell phone when it rang with the sound of a message alert again. Yi Hao took a look at Zhang Lan's add friend prompt. They are all classmates and in the same city. How can Yi Hao refuse? Furthermore, why would Yi Hao refuse a beautiful woman? This side just agreed that Zhang Lan sent a message over there. "Agree too slow. Give you a bad review." Yi Hao smiled and turned off his phone. Zhang Lan held her phone and waited for a while without waiting for Yi Hao to reply, so she turned around and looked over in Yi Hao's direction, only to realize that Yi Hao was chatting with Yuan Gaoxing 3 bits. "This guy, dared to ignore me?" Zhang Lan said with slight anger. "Who messed with my baby again?" He asked as he saw the exasperated Zhang Lan budging. "This bastard Yi Hao." Zhang Lan said back, "You know Yi Hao? I didn't know him before, but now I do. What's the situation? I sent him a message and he didn't even reply me? There's such a person? I'll greet him for you." He said and took out his own cell phone and chose to add Yi Hao's friend. But what surprised He was that Yi Hao simply ignored her. This made He feel humiliated, so she just kept adding there. In fact, he heard the first sound of the cell phone prompt, but he ignored it. But what he could not expect was that the cell phone prompt sounded non-stop. What is the situation? Yi Hao took out his phone and realized that so many beeps were his ghosts. Yi Hao sent a temporary dialogue over. "What's the matter with you?" He saw the temporary dialogue box and the whole person was dumbfounded. "Baby, Yi Hao is really a superb person. What's wrong?" Zhang Lan looked at his phone suspiciously, and immediately noticed the temporary dialogue box on it. The temporary dialogue box meant that Yi Hao didn't want to add He as a friend at all. This was because the temporary dialogue box wouldn't appear if the other party was directly added as a friend. "Why don't you add me as a friend?" He sent a message in anger. "Not familiar with you." Yi Hao didn't mind adding He as a friend. The problem was that Zhang Xiaolong had mentioned chasing He before, and it was more or less inappropriate for his side to fight with He. "You do master. No quality." It wasn't that Yi Hao didn't know that He sent this sentence as a flirtation, but Yi Hao really didn't want to have too much contact with He, so he pulled He black after sending this sentence. "Yi Hao, you who are you calling unqualified?" He dabbed his head and stood up, pointing at Yi Hao and cursing angrily. The whole class was all stunned, and then they all looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao also didn't expect how He, who looked so cute, could be so tough in nature. "Yi Hao, what did you do to He?" Lang Shui, who was chatting with the students in the front row, immediately looked at Yi Hao and asked. Yi Hao gave Lang Shui a dissatisfied look. "Why does this sound ambiguous? What do you mean, what did I do to He? She's greeting my grandpa." Yi Hao laughed bitterly. "Don't you know that I was flirting?" He said with an aggrieved face. "Then don't you know that was also flirting on my part?" Yi Hao felt equally wronged. "Then why did you black out me?" He asked, staring at Yi Hao's eyes. The students in the class were even more dumbfounded by this. They had just desperately tried to add by his QQ number but couldn't. How did this lord take the initiative to pull by his QQ number black? Didn't I say so? We're not familiar. Yi Hao hated this feeling of being surrounded. What should you do if you have nothing to do? He was about to say something when he was pulled by Zhang Lan beside him. Do you not want your ladylike image anymore? Zhang Lan whispered. He let out an ah before she realized how unladylike she was just now. She sat down in a hurry, her little face turning pale. It's over. It's over. My image. Zhang Lan could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. You're still laughing. You're still laughing. If I didn't do it for you, could I be humiliated by Yi Hao? He twisted Zhang Lan. Stop. Zhang Lan hurriedly begged for mercy. Didn't Yi Hao just pull the plug on you? How did this rise to humiliation? I don't care. I have to make him look good anyway. He snorted coldly. People had a comparative mind. Yi Hao added Zhang Lan's friend request rejecting by his. So even if Yi Hao didn't reply, the unhappiness in Zhang Lan's heart was gone. Later, you guys go to the logistics and take your student IDs to get your uniforms. A month-long military training will start from tomorrow, and I'll give you a credit if any of you are able to get a standard bearer's certificate by then. Maybe you guys don't understand the graduation system of the Chinese Medicine University. Lang Shui scanned the room and said, to obtain a degree from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine for 4 years you have to get 200 credits, which means you have to get 50 credits every year. You all have 10 subjects to learn each year, 5 of which you must learn, and 5 of which you elect to take yourselves. For each subject you will get 2 credits if you get 60 or more, 3 credits if you get 70 or more, 4 credits if you get 80 or more, 5 credits if you get 90 or more, and 6 credits if you get a perfect score. Chapter 48, Study Committee Member. The entire class was almost stunned. According to Lang Shui's words, in 1 year's time if they wanted to get 50 credits they would have to achieve more than 90 points in every subject. Before they enrolled in the Chinese Medicine University they knew that the content of the Chinese Medicine University was horrible, but they just didn't expect it to be this horrible. Mr. Lang, what if I fail? Repeat the main subject if you fail, and 0 points if you choose a side subject. Lang Shui's words were tantamount to throwing a pot of cold water on these students. Mr. Lang, what if we don't have 400 credits after we graduate from college? I'll give you 1 year to make up the credits you owe. And if you still can't make up the credits, you won't have an academic certificate. No academic certificate meant 4 years of college for nothing. Mr. Lang, I want to know if the percentage is high. Every year in our school, 1/3 of the students are put on hold for a year because of their credits, and nearly 1/5 of the students still fail to graduate after retaking a year. Mr. Lang, what if I get 400 credits early? Zhang Lan asked softly. You can apply for graduation if you get 400 credits in advance. Lang Shui's words caused the whole class to be shocked. No one had ever imagined the Chinese Medicine University had such a system. But there aren't many students who have applied for early graduation in Chinese Medicine University for so many years. Why? Because in 1 year you will have 10 subjects to pass. You have to take out a lot of time to study, as well as you still want to enjoy a good college life, which will inevitably take up part of your time. Even if you are even better, how many more credits can you get in 1 year? Lang Shui smiled and said, there's one more thing that I didn't tell you. The 20 main subjects stipulated by the school are mandatory, which means that if you want to graduate in your junior year you'll have to pass the 5 main subjects of your senior year in advance as well. Zhang Lan could not help but fall silent. Zhang Lan was certainly high-minded and proud, but she also knew her own abilities. After Lang Shui analyzed it like this, she felt that the possibility of her wanting to graduate early was too low. Yi Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yi Hao had the ability to forget everything, so how can he be difficult to deal with even more subjects? The most important thing during the university was self-learning, and there were not many times when he actually needed a teacher. So Yi Hao had already decided in his heart to finish his studies early. So you guys should know the importance of a credit now, right? Lang Shui asked with a smile. The eyes of the whole class lit up at the words. Who would dare not take a credit seriously now? Alright, class dismissed. Lang Shui continued, and just as the class got up Lang Shui's eyes fell on Yi Hao and Zhang Lan again. Yi Hao, Zhang Lan, you two stay. Yi Hao, who was about to leave, couldn't help but stop his steps. After the other students in the class had left, Lang Shui looked at Yi Hao with a smile and said, Yi Hao, do you want to be the study committee member or the group secretary? Both of them were in high positions of power during the university, and Lang Shui was the first to let Yi Hao choose also because she saw him. Neither is interested. Out of Lang Shui's expectation, Yi Hao directly refused. Do you know that being a study committee member and a group secretary will have a lot of benefits? For example, scholarships at the national level can be prioritized. The first batch of party members are also chosen from the group secretary, and there's also the possibility of becoming the president of the student union. Lang Shui briefly stated a few points. Even your employment can be prioritized. I still refuse. Yi Hao still had to cultivate. How could he have time to engage in this? How could these worldly merits and fame compare to cultivation and longevity? Lang Shui didn't expect Yi Hao to be so unmotivated? Teacher Lang, since Yi Hao doesn't want to be it, why don't you let me be it? Zhang Lan said in a hurry. Zhang Lan said this purely to relieve Yi Hao. Yi Hao study committee member. Zhang Lan you league secretary. Lang Shui said in a deep voice. You have to do it even if you don't. Now it was Yi Hao's turn to be speechless. How can there be such a counselor? On campus, Zhang Lan looked at the somewhat depressed Yi Hao and couldn't help but laugh. Are you so reluctant to be a study committee member? Don't like to manage these messy things. Yi Hao nodded. The study committee member doesn't usually do anything. If I do anything I'll leave it to you. Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. What about you? I have something to do. What is it? Why are you so nosy? Can you chat? Zhang Lan realized that he couldn't understand Yi Hao a bit. Why was this guy so strange? I'm leaving, Yi Hao said with a smile when he saw that he had reached the fork in the road. You don't know how to be a gentleman and send me off in the middle of the night? Zhang Lan said with dissatisfaction. Me. Yi Hao was about to refuse when he suddenly sensed a cold aura. Then Yi Hao's eyes saw an illusory shadow standing on a tree not far away. Yi Hao didn't know what was going on with his eye mutation before. With his own cultivation he understood that the divine blood was supposed to advance his body towards the direction of a cultivator. It was good that Yi Hao now possessed the cultivation of the first layer of body refining, but Yi Hao didn't know any Daozuan jutsu yet, so facing this ghostly figure, Yi Hao immediately pulled out the bronze dagger from his waist. With the moment Yi Hao pulled out the bronze dagger, a cold sword intent diffused towards the surroundings. The ghostly figure disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that not everyone was like that lord he saw in the warehouse that day. What a beautiful dagger. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up and said. Yi Hao casually put the dagger away, then looked at Zhang Lan seriously and said in a deep voice, don't run out alone at night in the future. What's wrong? Our school is not clean. Yi Hao, are you sure you're not joking? Zhang Lan pursed her lips and laughed. Do you think I look like someone who was joking? Yi Hao said helplessly. Is this cold humor? Zhang Lan laughed. Yi Hao instantly realized that wanting Zhang Lan to believe was a hard thing to do. However, thinking that most of the souls didn't have much harm, Yi Hao didn't say anything more. Let me send you back to your dormitory. This place was still some distance away from the girls' dormitory, so Yi Hao worried about Zhang Lan's safety and said. The corner of Zhang Lan's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. But what Yi Hao didn't expect was that he saw Bai He at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Bai He's eyes widened the moment he saw Yi Hao, and then he rushed towards Yi Hao in a burst of trotting. Yi Hao, I will kill you. Yi Hao didn't dare to stay when he saw this scene, turned around and ran in the direction he came from. How could Bai He's small body catch up with Yi Hao? So it didn't take long before he was panting with exhaustion. What do you think you're chasing Yi Hao for? This guy dared to reject me. I'm going to make him look good. Chapter 49, Roommate. Yi Hao once again came to the fork in the road to see if he could search for that soul. The soul is actually the human soul. Normally souls would go to hell, but there were some souls that would wander the world, and most of these souls suffered from bad luck or unwillingness. Only some of these souls are harmful, and most of them will dissipate after a while. The soul just now had been injured by the sword intent, and Yi Hao believed that it would dissipate in a short time. Yi Hao also realized that there were magic weapons and spiritual treasures in the world only after he got the Black Dragon's memories. A magic weapon was the magic treasure of a worldly expert. There were still experts in the world. For example, Shaolin, such as Wudong, such as Tibet. But only the experts of these secular sects are qualified to hold magic weapons, and spiritual treasures were only available in Taoist sects anymore. The bronze dagger in Yi Hao's hand was a middle-grade spiritual treasure, and this level of spiritual treasure was also extremely precious in Taoist sects. So Yi Hao guessed that Mei Lianshua's status in the sect was low, or else it would be impossible for her to get such a spiritual treasure at this age. Yi Hao was still a little bit away from the first layer of body refining, but Yi Hao was already able to use the true essence in his body to catalyze the dagger. This was also the reason why that spirit fled in fear. There was also the fact that even if Yi Hao didn't use his holy power to catalyze that spirit, he didn't dare to come close to Yi Hao within 3 meters. Otherwise this bronze dagger would spontaneously catalyze to protect Yi Hao. Spiritual treasures have spirits. Yi Hao turned around and didn't find any trace of that spirit, so Yi Hao turned around and walked back towards his dormitory. When he arrived at the door of his dormitory, Yi Hao heard Xiao Laosher's excited wail. Yin Lan agreed to my friend request. Yin Lan is the one with a face full of freckles? I say honestly your taste doesn't work. Xiao Laosher heatedly laughed. Yin Lan is full of freckles, but she has a good body. And if the freckles can be removed, Yin Lan is definitely not ugly in our class. Honestly, have a long-term vision. Yi Hao smiled and pushed the door. Yin Lan doesn't have a few boys paying attention at all right now, so the probability of my success is at least 80%. Xiao Laosher's dark face was filled with excitement. For Xiao Laosher's confidence, Yi Hao was unable to say anything. Yin Lan's appearance was not very outstanding, but it could not be said that people were not picky. Xiao Laosher's body really didn't have any flashpoint. Yi Hao, you have to help me. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong walked to Yi Hao's side and said, no help. Yi Hao refused. I haven't said what's the matter. Zhang Xiaolong said helplessly. It must be about Bai He. Yi Hao skimmed his mouth. Well, it's about Bai He. Zhang Xiaolong was a bit surprised to find that Yi Hao had guessed it, but immediately Zhang Xiaolong looked at Yi Hao in a serious manner and said, do you think we are brothers? Yi Hao hated this tone. I haven't known you for a day yet. How can I become a brother? I don't know Bai He well. Yi Hao digressed and said, but you're familiar with Zhang Lan. Zhang Xiaolong busily said, I've asked around. Zhang Lan and Bai He both live in the same dormitory. Can you see if you can get Bai He to add me as a friend through Zhang Lan? I'm not familiar with Zhang Lan either. Yi Hao refused again, making Zhang Xiaolong quite dissatisfied. And just then Yi Hao's cell phone rang. Yi Hao opened it to see that it was an unfamiliar number. However, Yi Hao still pressed the answer button. Which one? Guess who I am. Boring. Yi Hao could not hear that the one on the other side was exactly Zhang Lan. I say Yi Hao, which has you like this? Zhang Lan screamed. Okay, what's the matter? That girl Bai He will most likely screw you, so you'll have to take it easy when the time comes. Good. And this is my cell phone number. Remember to save it. How do you know my cell phone number? Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. You tell me? Zhang Lan played a dumb question and hung up. Yi Hao put the phone into his pants. Zhang Xiaolong then stared at Yi Hao. Zhang Lan has called you, and you still say you don't know Zhang Lan well? I want to know who revealed my cell phone number. Yi Hao looked at Zhang Xiaolong and said. Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. Me. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. So Zhang Xiaolong had to say, I hate personal privacy being revealed. Yi Hao said and went back to his seat in the dormitory. I say Yi Hao, have you got it wrong? Big beautiful Zhang wants your cell phone number. What are you still hiding it for? Zhang Xiaolong asked breathlessly. I told you a long time ago. I'm not familiar with Zhang Lan. Yi Hao said and flipped open a book in front of him. The complete book of traditional Chinese medicine. The book was thick, nearly 600 pages. And this book was only the first one. There were 4 books in total in the complete book of traditional Chinese medicine. Yi Hao flipped through it and changed color slightly, because there were too many contents on it, and many herbs had the same medicinal properties, so it was really hard to remember them all. But this was relative to other students. Yi Hao could not forget anything, plus Yi Hao's brain power was still developing, so it was not difficult to memorize these things and integrate them. Cultivation made Yi Hao extremely energetic, and he didn't have to worry about sleep deprivation at all. Seeing Yi Hao reading a book there, Yuan Gaoxing's trio couldn't help but curiously walk up to Yi Hao's heel and laugh. I say, schoolmaster, what kind of book do you read on the rare occasion you have the time? Just look at it when I'm bored. Yi Hao said back, let's play cards. Yuan Gaoxing's words were echoed by Zhang Xiaolong. I've wanted to play cards for a long time. Let's fight the landlord or deep fry gold flower. Zhang Xiaolong rubbed his fists and said, let's 4 of us fight the landlord. Yuan Gaoxing said after thinking for a moment, I don't know how to play cards. You guys do it. Yi Hao refused. Yi Hao, don't spoil the fun, okay? Come, together. Yuan Gaoxing invited Yi Hao to join him. Yi Hao still refused. I really don't know how. You guys come. Seeing Yi Hao like this, Yuan Gaoxing didn't persuade him anymore. Then Yuan Gaoxing went to the kiosk and bought a pair of poker and played with Zhang Xiaolong and Xiao Laosher. The 3 of them were playing fried gold flower. The gold flower requires a certain amount of skill and courage. Xiao Laosher undoubtedly lacks a lot. Every time he achieved a good card he would be overjoyed, which led to Xiao Laosher not having a chance to catch the duo at all. And in just 3 hours Xiao Laosher lost 200. Yi Hao couldn't help but shake his head. He now finally understood why many students went to the library. It was really because their roommates were too noisy. Both Zhang Xiaolong and Yuan Gaoxing knew where Yi Hao was reading, but they didn't have an ounce of care for Yi Hao's mindset at all when they played cards. They all shouted when they drew a good card and flipped it over. Gambling is addictive. Even at 1 o'clock in the morning Xiao Laosher didn't have the slightest intention to end it, and by this time Xiao Laosher had already lost more than 500. Chapter 50, Morning Run. Xiao Laosher lost his red eyes. Yi Hao understood when he saw this scene. However, it was useless for anyone to persuade Xiao Laosher at this time, and whoever persuaded him would flip out with you. Honest, let's play for 1 more hour and then we'll finish, okay? Yuan Gaoxing looked at the time and said, I can barely keep my eyes open. Zhang Xiaolong agreed. Okay. Xiao Laosher nodded. This hour Xiao Laosher's luck streak exploded, and in the end, Xiao Laosher earned back $200. Fight again tomorrow. Zhang Xiaolong smiled as he put the $200 he earned into his wallet. Xiao Laosher yawned, then noticed that Yi Hao was still reading, and his face couldn't help but show an apologetic look. Yi Hao, it didn't affect you. Did it? No, I was just watching and playing. Yi Hao shook his head with a smile. You guys are playing cards so loudly, how can you not be affected? It seems like I'll have to look for an apartment tomorrow. Yi Hao didn't turn off the light immediately but continued to look at the Chinese medicine book. If he read it like this, he should have mastered this Chinese medicine book in 3 days. Half an hour later Yi Hao heard Xiao Laoshi's snoring, and then not long after that he heard Zhang Xiaolong's teeth grinding. Just when Yi Hao thought that only Yuan Gaoxing was normal, Yi Hao heard Yuan Gaoxing talking in his sleep again. Well, all of them are not normal. After reading for another half hour, Yi Hao turned off the lamp and went to sleep. At 5:30 in the morning, Yi Hao got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then he changed into a sportswear and walked towards the playground. The morning was the time when the aura of heaven and earth was the most vigorous, even though the aura in the city was muddy. But who let Yi Hao's spiritual root be the top one? Even if it was muddy, he could still draw some of it. Yi Hao ran around the forest path while silently running the ancestral dragon decision. As he ran, Yi Hao suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zhang Lan. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that when Zhang Lan introduced himself, he said that he liked running. Zhang Lan turned around when he sensed someone behind him and looked over. When Zhang Lan saw that it was Yi Hao, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Yi Hao, why did you get up so early? Yi Hao took a few quick steps to catch up with Zhang Lan. It's already not early at this point. Zhang Lan guffawed. I didn't realize that you also like to run in the morning. The air is fresh in the morning. Let's do it together. Aha. After running for about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Lan couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Hao, take a break. Yi Hao looked ahead and said, you rest here for a while, I'll come back after a lap. Yi Hao ran towards the front as he said that. This guy, Zhang Lan had never seen such an unsettling windy guy. Suddenly coming to an unfamiliar place, Zhang Lan was instinctively close to Yi Hao, who was also a hometown of Jiangnan City. Furthermore, Zhang Lan has always been concerned about Yi Hao. This is not a lack of English test is fully qualified to achieve the honor of the first prize. The longer Zhang Lan paid attention to, the more interested she was in Yi Hao. And what she didn't expect was that Yi Hao would be her classmate, which was also why Zhang Lan was close to Yi Hao again and again. Just who would have thought that this guy wouldn't even show any false colors to himself? Could it be that he was ugly? It couldn't be. A few moments later Yi Hao ran to Zhang Lan's side again. How's the rest? When Zhang Lan saw that Yi Hao's breath was smooth as if he had never run before, he couldn't help but show a shocked look in his eyes. However, Zhang Lan didn't say anything. After Zhang Lan reached the limit again, she was shocked to find that Yi Hao's breath still hadn't changed much. This guy's physique was too strong, right? Zhang Lan believed that even the professional sports students in the school couldn't compare to Yi Hao's physique. Where to now? Zhang Lan asked. Back to the dormitory. Yi Hao said back. I'm going to go to the cafeteria and bring meat buns for Bai He. Zhang Lan looked at Yi Hao and said, want to go together? Well, go together. Yi Hao nodded. There weren't many students in the cafeteria at this time, as most of the students hadn't gotten up at this hour. However, Zhang Lan's appearance still caught the attention of many students. This girl is so pretty? Why do I feel so unfamiliar? This one is most likely a freshman, so it's an elementary school girl. Zhang Lan and Yi Hao were lining up when a tall and handsome student came up. He patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, classmate, make way. Yi Hao glanced at the other. Who are you? Zhong Sifang didn't expect Yi Hao to be so unfriendly, and his face instantly turned cold when he heard that. Didn't you hear what I said? Who the hell are you? Yi Hao flipped Zhong Guangfang a glance and said. Yi Hao's words made the surrounding students all look over. Zhong Sifang was furious when he looked at Yi Hao. He stepped forward and picked up Yi Hao's collar. Zhong Guangfang was very tall, about 190 centimeters or more. Zhang Lan turned around and saw this scene and hurriedly stepped forward. What are you doing? I'm talking to this schoolmate about life. Zhong Quartet gave Zhang Lan a gentle smile. Snap. Yi Hao slapped Zhong Quartet's face. Zhong Quartet was immediately confused. What the hell? Yi Hao straightened his collar and said in a cold voice. This dress is over $100. Can you afford to pay for it? Whoosh. Zhong Sifang was beaten. 3 students immediately surrounded. Zhang Lan stepped forward to protect Yi Hao. What do you want to do? Yi Hao reached out and pushed Zhang Lan to the side, looking at the 3 students with fearless eyes. Together or one by one? Kid, you're arrogant. A student clenched his fist and said, arrogant and used to it, you bite me. To be honest, Yi Hao wasn't really afraid of these few students. Before Yi Hao had cultivated Taoism, he could beat dozens of punks casually, but now that Yi Hao had cultivated Taoism, even if he was a Hotian martial arts expert, he could only be abused by Yi Hao when he met him. How dare you whip me? Zhong Sifang finally reacted at this time. He stared at Yi Hao with incomparably gloomy eyes and said, I've already smoked. Yi Hao said indifferently. You. Zhong Sifang's finger angrily pointed at Yi Hao and said, you what you? Yi Hao asked as he broke Zhong Sifang's finger. Zhong Guangfang's body instantly shortened, and then he shouted at the top of his voice, "Pain! Pain! No! It's going to break!" Zhong Guangfang's 3 classmates saw how they could still endure this. One student's fist smashed towards Yi Hao's face, and one student's big foot kicked towards Yi Hao's waist. Yi Hao's mind moved and pinched that student's fist, then pulled an arc towards that student's foot. The powerful force shook the second student backward, and when the force was removed, he sat on the ground with his butt. As for the student's fist, it was bruised and swollen, but Yi Hao knew that his bones were definitely hurt. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. The third student still wanted to make a move. How could he still dare to make a move when he saw this scene? I want to tell you 2 things. First, queue jumping is a shameful behavior. Second, if you really want to queue jump, your tone should be better. Yi Hao kicked Zhong Sifang to the side as soon as he said this. Chapter 51 Military Training. Zhong Quartet gave Yi Hao a hateful look. How could he not know that he couldn't get this scene back at the moment? Yi Hao was too strong. Even if all 4 of them went together, it was useless. After Zhong Sifang left, Zhanlan looked at Yi Hao with colorful eyes. You've learned martial arts? Pretty much. Yi Hao couldn't say that he had practiced martial arts. Could he? Teach me. Zhanlan was busy saying. Yi Hao sized up Zhanlan and said, you don't have the talent to practice martial arts. You re the one who doesn't have a talent for practicing martial arts? Zhanlan grumbled angrily. If you don't want to teach, just say so. Yi Hao hemmed and hawed and stopped speaking. How did Yi Hao know about talent root and bone? He just didn't know how to teach? Moreover, even if he knew, he was not willing to teach. Yi Hao bought some breakfast and returned to the dormitory with a big bag. I say it's 6:20. When are you 3 going to sleep? Yi Hao put down the breakfast and said with a smile. It's 6:20? Zheng Xiaolong rubbed his eyes and said. I haven't woken up yet? Xiao Laosher said in a muffled voice. Who let you play cards so late? Yi Hao pointed to the breakfast on the table and said. I bought breakfast for you guys. Upon hearing that there was breakfast, Yuan Gaoxing and the 3 of them got energized. The 3 of them washed their faces and then feasted. Yi Hao, why did you get up so early? Zheng Xiaolong said while eating a meat bun. Morning run. Morning run? Your spirit is really good. Xiao Laosher couldn't help but say. Yi Hao was the last one to sleep last night. It's okay. Yi Hao changed his uniform on and looked at the mirror. Yi Hao realized that with the transformation of divine blood his skin had become smooth and elastic. The small moles and spots on his face were gone. It seems like he has become a little bit more handsome. Yi Hao rubbed his chin and said, even if you look at you again, you are not as handsome as this young master. Zheng Xiaolong's head came over as he touched his thin stubble. Do you think this beard is shaved or not? Shave or not, it's all the same bear. Yuan Gaoxing washed his hands and stood behind the 2 of them. If I say that the highest face value in our dormitory is me, put P, the face value of our dorm room relies on me alone to support it. Okay? Zheng Xiaolong immediately retorted. You 2 will be late if you keep beeping. Yi Hao looked at the time, turned around and walked towards the playground. Yi Hao, wait for me. Xiao Laosher put his upper body over his body and chased towards Yi Hao. Whoever goes last will lock the door. Zheng Xiaolong said this and ran away in a huff. When Yi Hao and the 4 of them arrived at the playground, almost all the students in the class had arrived. The class had already stood in 2 rows according to men and women. Yi Hao and the 4 of them consciously stood in the boys' line according to their size. What Yi Hao didn't expect was to be surrounded by Bai He. Yi Hao, change your position. Zheng Xiaolong walked to Yi Hao's side and whispered after seeing this situation. Yi Hao turned around and walked to Zheng Xiaolong's position. Zheng Xiaolong was brewing in his mind the whole unforgettable opening speech of Bai He, but Bai He turned around and changed position with a girl behind him. And after the change, Bai He's position was exactly adjacent to Yi Hao again. Want to get rid of me? No way. Bai He stared at Yi Hao and coldly snorted. Big sister, I have nothing against you, okay? Yi Hao said breathlessly. Who made you not add my QQ number? I'll add it now, okay? Now I'm not happy about it. What then? You have to apologize to me. Okay, I'll apologize. Insincere, you big shot. Yi Hao, you're scolding me again? Bai He once again blew up, pointing at Yi Hao angrily. The whole class looked at the duo. Lang Shui walked to the duo with a gloomy face and said, what's going on? Teacher Lang, you have to do it for me. Bai He looked at Lang Shui pitifully and said, the instructor will be here soon. Bai He, if you dare to mess up again, beware of me deducting your credits. Lang Shui glared at Bai He and turned around. How could Lang Shui not see that Bai He was simply evil? What the hell? Bai He was confused. And just as Bai He wanted to say something, a burst of exclamations rang out from all around. The instructors are here. All so handsome. I want to pounce on one. In the face of the girl's flamboyant behavior, the boys' hearts were filled with jealousy. But jealousy was jealousy. And in their hearts they had to admit that these instructors looked handsome in their uniforms. The instructor of Yi Hao's class was a young man in his 20s. From today onwards I am your instructor. My name is He Jing. Now you are divided into 2 columns according to your height. As He Jing's words fell, some of the students in the class spontaneously switched places. He Jing waited for a while, then walked over to Zhang Xiaolong with a sullen face and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" He Jing's words were very impulsive. Zhang Xiaolong was young and vigorous. How could he stand it? Therefore, Zhang Xiaolong chose to remain silent. When He Jing saw that Zhang Xiaolong did not respond, he said angrily, "Run 3 laps around the playground." "I'm not running." Zhang Xiaolong looked at He Jing and said in a deep voice, "Soldiers have the duty to obey orders." "Sorry, I'm not a soldier. But you don't seem to realize that college students are members of the reserves, and you're doing military training right now." A hint of austerity appeared in He Jing's gaze. "I'm going to say it for the last time. Run 3 laps around the playground. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey." If you wanted to make these students forbidding, you had to keep them in sufficient awe of themselves. He Jing had originally wanted to find a prick, but it didn't occur to him that Zhang Xiaolong jumped out without saying a word. "I'm not running." Zhang Xiaolong gritted his teeth. "You cannot run. But what I'm going to tell you is, I'll write the words unqualified on your evaluation column, and this item will be counted in your file," He Jing said in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaolong's face changed, but he still didn't move. Yuan Gaoxing said after a moment of hesitation, "Xiaolong, go run. Who told you to speak?" He Jing looked at Yuan Gaoxing and said, "Me." Yuan Gaoxing was interrupted by He Jing just as he spoke. "Report before you speak. Report. Speak. Xiaolong, go run." Yuan Gaoxing said in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes struggled for a moment before he walked out of the square and ran towards the playground. "And you, go run 3 laps as well." He Jing pointed at Yuan Gaoxing and said, "Why?" Yuan Gaoxing said in disbelief. "There's no why, you just obey," He Jing said somewhat brutally. "Me." Yuan Gaoxing thought of Zhang Xiaolong's matter when he said this. He instantly realized that there was no use for him to say anything. So Yuan Gaoxing walked out of the square towards Zhang Xiaolong and chased after him. Xiao Laoshi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Report. Speak. Instructor. I also request to run 3 laps. The simple Xiao Laoshi muffled his voice. "Reason. Because I'm in the same dormitory as Zhang Xiaolong and Yuan Gaoxing," Xiao Laoshi said truthfully. "Since you like running so much, then you can run 5 laps. He Jing glanced at Xiao Laoshi and said indifferently. Chapter 52, The Standard Bearer Belongs. Xiao Laoshi was stunned. He hadn't expected this result no matter what. "Is there a problem?" He Jing looked at Xiao Laoshi and said, "No problem." Xiao Laoshi bitterly ran to Yi Hao's side, then touched Yi Hao with his elbow and said, "Together?" Yi Hao's face immediately darkened. "Together with you. You also run 5 laps. He Jing pointed at Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao asked breathlessly, "Why? Are you in the same dormitory as the 3 of them?" "Yes." "Since they are from the same dormitory, why are you standing in the square? According to what you said, do I still have to be martyred when the 3 of them die?" Yi Hao was hurt by He Jing's words. The students in the class burst out laughing. "Silence!" He Jing instantly growled. The laughter came to an abrupt end. He Jing pointed at Yi Hao and said, "You run 10 laps for me." How meaningless 10 laps are. Out of the class's expectation, Yi Hao uttered these words. "Then you'll run 20 laps. He Jing also didn't expect Yi Hao to dare to talk back to himself like this. Yi Hao smiled, then patted Xiao Laoshi's shoulder and said, "Run 20 laps with me." I can't run so many laps?" Xiao Laoshi was startled. "Then what are you pulling me down for?" Yi Hao said without any humor. Before Xiao Laoshi could say anything, Yi Hao ran towards the distance. Xiao Laoshi realized that he was not justified and chased after Yi Hao. Just how could Xiao Laoshi catch up with Yi Hao? Yi Hao had been keeping a constant high speed, so Yi Hao quickly overtook Zhang Xiaolong and the 2 of them. "Yi Hao, how did you get penalized for running too?" "Yi Hao, don't run so fast." Facing the duo's shouts, Yi Hao ignored them but crossed over. When Yi Hao passed in front of his own squad, he shouted, "First lap." He Jing looked at Yi Hao with some shock and anger in his eyes. "If you have the ability, you can keep this speed all the time, as you wish. If you can still keep this speed after 10 laps, the standard bearer slot in my hand is yours," He Jing said immediately when he saw how arrogant Yi Hao was. Yi Hao immediately stopped when he heard this. "If you have time, you might as well take your watch and record the time," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Good boy," He Jing said and looked at his watch. "I'd like to see if you have this ability." Just after Yi Hao ran away, He Jing turned around and said to the class, "All sit down." All the students in the class, both male and female, sat down. "You guys also record the time," He Jing said. One by one, the students in the class pulled out their cell phones. 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. When Yi Hao ran to the 5th lap, the students in the class looked at Yi Hao differently, because 1 lap of their playground was the standard 400 meters, which meant that Yi Hao running 2.5 laps was 1,000 meters. These students had no problem running 1,000 meters. The problem was that in the first lap they were mostly able to maintain a faster speed, while in the second lap they had to slow down, and as for the last half lap they were as tired as dogs. And Yi Hao? The whole 5 laps all kept the even speed of the first lap. This guy's physique was too good, right? Is this guy a long-distance runner? Have you ever seen a long-distance runner run so fast? I don't know if you guys have seriously calculated the time. Yi Hao's time per lap is actually decreasing. Decreasing? Is that a mistake? You'll know if you're precise to the second. He Jing looked at Yi Hao with a gloomy face. He Jing was wearing a military watch. He knew that the student was right. Yi Hao had shortened each lap by 1 to 2 seconds. 8 laps. 9 laps. When Yi Hao ran the 10th lap, he stopped in front of He Jing with a faint smile. Is the standard bearer mine now? A physique like yours is simply tough. Are you interested in joining our army? He Jing looked at Yi Hao with burning eyes and said. Yi Hao gently shook his head and said, not interested. That's too bad. He Jing said here with a change of voice. The standard bearer slot is yours, but you still have to run 10 more laps. Aha. Yi Hao got a positive reply from He Jing and ran towards the distance. However, after 10 laps Yi Hao intentionally slowed down, and when he returned to the square formation, he intentionally pretended to be out of breath. The military training was all about marching, resting at ease, and other standard movements of the army, but it took a long time of cooperation to make it neat and tidy. He Jing trained for about an hour before letting the pampered students rest. After He Jing ordered them to take a rest, these students sat on the ground one by one without any image. Even the girls were like that. The weather in Mordor was still hot even in the middle of September. Therefore, most of the students in the class were drenched in sweat. Yi Hao also had to force out a lot of sweat in order to act differently. The instructor is too ruthless. Yuan Gaoxing laughed bitterly. How can anyone come up and train for an hour? Xiao honestly nodded in agreement. I'll buy some water, Zhang Xiaolong said and stood up and walked towards the kiosk. And at this time there were quite a few students in the class who headed to the kiosk to buy drinks. After a while Zhang Xiaolong walked over carrying a bottle of iced tea. Why did you just buy a bottle? Xiao Laoshi said with a start. It's not like you asked me to bring it. Zhang Xiaolong was surprised. I didn't say you wouldn't bring it, Xiao Laoshi said somewhat breathlessly. Wouldn't it be a waste if I bought it in case you don't drink it? Zhang Xiaolong said and gulped down a mouthful. Xiao Laoshi opened his mouth without saying anything else. Just then Zhang Lan walked over to Yi Hao's side and proceeded to hand him a bottle of pure water. Here you go. Zhang Lan's action made the whole class quite shocked and envious. Zhang Lan was clearly interested in Yi Hao. Yi Hao took it smoothly. Thank you. Don't thank me verbally, let's be practical. Zhang Lan guffawed. The look on Yi Hao's face stiffened. Okay, what do you want to do? I'm going to buy some daily necessities at noon. I can't bring them with me as a girl. Zhang Lan said softly. Well, let's go to the school supermarket after military training. Let's go to Carrefour. The items there are more complete. Okay. When Zhang Lan left, Yuan Gaoxing said with an envious face. Yi Hao. Okay, the class flower caught up so quickly? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Hao shook his head. We are just classmates. Since we are classmates, then why didn't Zhang Lan invite me? Where was Yuan Gaoxing willing to believe Yi Hao's words? Maybe because I am more handsome? Yi Hao's words were unanimously despised by the three of them, only for their faces to change again when they saw the walking figure, because the one who came was exactly Bai He. Bai He was wearing a bunch of military uniforms, so he appeared to have a more spectacular chest, and this one was still a baby face, so the visual impact was spectacular. Yi Hao, I bought this especially for you. Bai He ran away after saying this. Yi Hao didn't notice that Bai He's eyes flashed with a look of plotting success. Chapter 53, School Flower Tang Fluttering. Zhang Xiaolong was struck by lightning and his entire body was confused. He finally realized why Bai was not willing to add himself as a friend. Dare this one to like Yi Hao. Yi Hao also didn't expect Bai He to give himself a drink. However, he already had a bottle in his hand, so Yi Hao casually gave the drink to Xiao Laoshi. It's not good, right? Xiao Laoshi said busily. This is what Bai He gave you. What's not good about it? Just give it to you and you drink it. Yi Hao said indifferently. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Laoshi opened the bottle cap and gulped it down in one gulp. Why are you giving drinks to Yi Hao? Zhang Lan looked at Bai He with some surprise. I'm worried that one bottle of drink is not enough for him. Bai He's gaze was a bit evasive. Why do I feel that you have a conspiracy? Zhang Lan hadn't spent much time with Bai He, but he had already figured out this person's temperament. This person did not look harmless, but he was definitely a vindictive master. How could it be? Bai He commiserated. Well, I hope it's just me thinking too much. Zhang Lan shook his head. He Jing let his classmates rest for 10 minutes before blowing the horn. All rise, He Jing said in a deep voice. The students reluctantly stood up. You run 3 laps around the playground. He Jing pointed at a student who was still sitting on the ground. Why? This is the punishment for insubordination. And if there is a next time, the punishment will be doubled. As He Jing's words fell, how did the students in the class still dare to dawdle? Not 3 minutes into the workout, Xiao Laoshi felt his stomach growl. And as time went on, the stomach pain got worse. Report! Xiao Laoshi shouted. He Jing looked at Xiao Laoshi unhappily and said, "What's the matter? I need to go to the restroom." Some cold sweat seeped out from Xiao Laoshi's forehead when he uttered these words. "You were clearly given time to go to the restroom just now." He Jing heard that it was this matter and immediately said, "No one is allowed to go. I can't hold out any longer," Xiao Laoshi said with a red face. When He Jing saw Xiao Laoshi covering his stomach, he nodded and said, "Go." Xiao Laoshi was amazed and hurriedly ran in the direction of the toilet, but Xiao Laoshi hadn't run 2 steps yet. His sphincter muscle contracted, and then a hot stream rushed out. Xiao Laoshi immediately froze in place. "What's that smell?" The students in the class unanimously looked at Xiao Laoshi. Only then did they notice that a yellow liquid flowed out down Xiao Laoshi's pants leg, and there were even obvious wet marks on Xiao Laoshi's hindquarters. "Pooped his pants." I don't know who said a sentence. Xiao Laoshi's face twitched. At this time, Xiao Laoshi had an urge to drill into the ground. "Honest, go back to the dormitory," Yi Hao hurriedly said. He was stunned as he watched Xiao Laoshi leave. "Did Yi Hao give Xiao Laoshi the drink?" He muttered. He put 3 laxatives in the drink. Yi Hao should be acting like Xiao Laoshi if he drank it. You put laxatives in the drink?" Zhang Lan had been secretly observing He. Facing Zhang Lan's scrutinizing gaze, He nodded shyly. "How many tablets did you put down?" 3 tablets. Hearing this, Zhang Lan angrily stared at He and said, "Do you know that 3 tablets can make Xiao Laoshi dehydrated or even faint?" He did not expect the situation to be so serious. "Report." Zhang Lan hurriedly shouted towards the instructor. "What is it?" He Jing asked. "Instructor, Xiao Laoshi's diarrhea is a bit severe. I suggest sending him to the infirmary immediately," Zhang Lan said in a deep voice. He Jing thought for a while then said, "Yi Hao, you send Xiao Laoshi to the infirmary." Yi Hao nodded and chased towards Xiao Laoshi. When Yi Hao arrived at the dormitory, he saw the door wide open, and Yi Hao understood that Xiao Laoshi mostly couldn't help himself. Yi Hao closed the door and came to the door of the toilet. "Honest, how do you feel?" "Better now." Xiao Laoshi's voice was full of bitterness. After a while, Xiao Laoshi cleaned up in the toilet. Before he could scrub it, Xiao Laoshi's stomach hurt again. Xiao Laoshi hastily squatted on the commode again. "Yi Hao, is the bun you bought in the morning fresh?" "Fresh Gao Xing, we 3 have eaten Then how come my stomach has diarrhea for a good reason?" Xiao Laoshi said something that came to his mind violently. "It couldn't be that the drink he gave you had problems, right?" Yi Hao was stunned. Immediately, Yi Hao said, "It's really possible. You rejected his friend ad request, so he put laxatives in the drink to take revenge on you." Xiao honestly had an urge to cry as he said, "Yi Hao, you have to treat me to a big meal at noon. According to your diarrhea he may have put down more than 1 piece." Yi Hao said softly, "I'll take you to the infirmary to hang a hangnail after you straighten up. You wait for me." Xiao Laoshi covered his stomach after finishing up and came to the infirmary accompanied by Yi Hao. There was a middle-aged doctor in the infirmary. "What's going on?" "Diarrhea. Probably took a few laxatives," Yi Hao said. "Did you have diarrhea?" "Twice. It looks like you're a bit dehydrated." The middle-aged doctor nodded and said, "I'll go and dispense the medicine for you." Diarrhea were common diseases. If it was difficult, the infirmary would have suggested going to the hospital. The middle-aged doctor had just hooked up Xiao Laoshi's hanging water when Xiao Laoshi's stomach growled again. "I can't. I have to go to the toilet." Xiao Laoshi was busy saying, "I'll hold the hanging bottle for you." There was a toilet in the infirmary. By the time Yi Hao accompanied Xiao Laoshi out of the toilet, the eyes of the 2 of them coincidentally fell on a young girl. Manly posture. Stunning back. Even without seeing the front side, Yi Hao and the 2 of them could imagine that this young girl must be a rare beauty. "This back is somewhat familiar." A trace of doubt appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. And then Yi Hao's eyes were bright. Tang Flutter. Yi Hao remembered that this was exactly the woman on the university admission notice. Tang Flutter couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Hao. "So pretty," Yi Hao blurted out. Tang Fluttershy's beauty was more like a lotus flower in water, giving people a stunning beauty. Tang Flutter said with a slight smile, "You guys are the new students this year, right?" Yi Hao's body was still wearing a military uniform, so their identity was easy to guess. "Academic Sister Tang," Xiao Laoshi said with a red face. "I'm Xiao Laoshi from the freshman class." Tang Fluttershy smiled. Yi Hao stared at Tang Flutter and watched as his face became grave. "Have you been having sleepless nights lately?" Yi Hao asked softly. Tang Fluttershy nodded gently. Her own dark circles under her eyes were the best proof. "Actually, it's not that you can't sleep, but you don't dare to sleep at all." Yi Hao's next words caused Tang Flutter's face to change with a brush. Chapter 54, Getting a Room. "How do you know?" Tang Flutter asked as she stepped forward. "You're not sick. Medicine is useless," Yi Hao said as he stared into Tang Flutter's eyes. What Yi Hao said was too metaphysical, making Tang Danceflash not know what to say for a moment. "Let's talk," Yi Hao said and hung the bottle on the boon seriously. "Good." Tang Dance came to the infirmary this time because she wanted to prescribe some tranquilizing medicine. Xiao Laosher watched Tang Flutterby leave with Yi Hao and the whole person was dumbfounded. What was the situation? Yi Hao coaxed Tang Flutter away with just a few words? What's wrong with that? Yi Hao and the two of them found a chair and sat down. What exactly do you know? Tang Flutterby came up and asked. There is a demonic beast in your body. Demonic beast? Tang Flutter looked at Yi Hao with a strange expression. How can there be a demonic beast in this world? The marvelousness of this world is far beyond your imagination. Yi Hao laughed. The name of the demonic beast in your body is called Dream Nightmare. So as long as you fall asleep you will have nightmares. When Yi Hao said this, Tang Fluttershy vaguely believed it for 3 minutes. How do I crack it? I don't have the ability to crack it right now. Yi Hao shook his head. What effect will the dream nightmare have on me? Dream nightmare will keep torturing your spirit until your spirit can't withstand the collapse. Yi Hao said back. Tang Flutter was well aware of the result of a mental collapse. How did the dream nightmare get inside me? Bad luck. Tang Flutter froze. What? There's something inconvenient to tell you. Yi Hao shook his head. Yi Hao didn't lie to Tang Fluttershy. After the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation, all sorts of cow ghosts and snakes ran out. It made sense that dream nightmare would run out as well. Then what should I do? Tang Flutter was still most concerned about this. You wait for me here, Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. Where are you going? Back to my dorm room. It didn't take long for Yi Hao to arrive in front of Tang Fluttershy. Are you sleepy now? Yi Hao asked. Sleepy? Tang Fluttershy hadn't rested for a day and a night. How could she not be sleepy? Sleep now if you're sleepy. Here? Tang Dance was surprised. I mainly want to try whether this thing works or not, Yi Hao said and took out the bronze dagger in his arms. Tang Dance looked at the dagger suspiciously and said, What is this? It's a spiritual treasure to cut down demons and eliminate devils, Yi Hao said with a smile. Are you sure it's useful? Tang Flutter asked. The dream nightmare can't torture you to death for a while, so it's nothing even if you fall asleep. Tang Fluttershy glared at Yi Hao. Can you talk? Go to sleep. If the spirit treasure doesn't work you'll have to think of something else. Yi Hao changed the topic. Tang Fluttershy said after a moment of hesitation. I can't sleep here, in front of a strange boy, and on a chair on campus. How could Tang Flutter possibly sleep? Then what should I do? Yi Hao said breathlessly. How about a room? Tang Dance said after thinking for a while and biting her lip. Tang Dance really wanted to sleep too much. The dream nightmares had tortured her over the past few days. Let's go then, Yi Hao said indifferently. If you dare to take advantage of me while I'm sleeping, Tang Flutter said and shook her fist towards Yi Hao as if demonstrating. You're overthinking it. Yi Hao gave Tang Flutterby a glance. Humph. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Flowery fist wanking. What did you say? Tang Flutter said as she stopped Yi Hao. Are you still going to get a room? How did this sound so ambiguous? Tang Flutterby and Yi Hao just walked out of the school gate. Tang Flutterby reached out and stopped a cab. Isn't there an express hotel right there? Yi Hao pointed to the hotel not far away. Tang Fluttershy flipped Yi Hao a glance and said, Do you want the whole school to know that we went to a room? It was so close to the school. Where would Tang Flutterby dare to go? Okay, whatever. Yi Hao's mind became more and more spontaneous, but it was to go to a farther place to open a room. Then go. Tang Flutterby opened the Baidu map and looked for a while before telling the cabmaster about a slightly farther hotel. When she arrived at the hotel, she handed her ID card and verification code to the front desk. Room 301. The front desk handed Tang Flutterby the room card. Tang Flutterby gave a hem and took the elevator with Yi Hao to room 301. Just as the two of them entered into room 301, the man coming out of the opposite room saw this scene with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Tang Flutterby had a room with a man? Zhuo Jing rubbed his eyes and stepped forward to listen at the door. Soon he heard Tang Flutter's voice. It really is Tang Flutter. Zhuo Jing took a deep breath. Who would have thought that Tang Flutter, who was never false to any boy, would be in a room with a boy? Zhuo Jing decided to tell Wei Duo about this after a moment of contemplation. Wei Ta was one of Tang Flutter's followers, and Zhuo Jing had once chased after Tang Flutter as well, thus clashing with Wei Ta. However, after seeing Wei Tuo's strength, Zhuo Jing decisively gave up pursuing Tang Flutter, and instead joined Wei Tuo's banner as his junior. Zhuo Jing turned around and returned to the opposite room after a heavily made-up woman was wearing clothes. Young Zhuo, why are you back again? That woman threw a wink towards Zhuo Jing. Zhuo Jing signaled the woman not to speak. Then Zhuo Jing dialed Wei Tuo's phone. Zhuo Jing, what is it? A clear voice rang out over there as soon as the phone was connected. Wei Xiao, there's something I don't know if I should tell you or not. Zhuo Jing didn't say anything about Tang Flutter at first. The other side was silent for a moment before saying, Speak. I saw Tang Flutter and a man get a room at the Green Hotel on Jiangnan Road. Say that again? Zhuo Jing then emphasized what he had just said. I'm in a meeting on the Yangcheng side right now, so go investigate that boy right now and give me his information before I come back. An icy voice came from over there. If you can't find out then contact Zheng Fong. I'll send you Zheng Fong's contact information later. Yes. Zhuo Jing could hear the icy coldness in Wei Tuo's voice, and he could completely imagine Yi Hao's end. But that was not something Zhuo Jing needed to consider. In fact, how could Zhuo Jing ever not wish for Yi Hao to die? The goddess that he didn't get was actually slept with by this guy Yi Hao. At this moment, he had the urge to rush in and fork and circle Yi Hao. Tang Fluttershy lay on the bed and closed her eyes, but soon she opened her eyes. I can't sleep. You'll fall asleep after a while. Yi Hao, is what you said true or not? Do demonic beasts really exist in the world? The compulsion art of the southern border, the head-subduing art of Thailand, and the corpse-catching art of Western Hunan have been passed down until now. Could it be that you think it's all a lie? Yi Hao said with a smile. Chapter 55 Blackmail. Then how do you know about these things? Tang Flutter said with a flash of her eyes. Reading books. Yi Hao looked at Tang Dance here and said, you have time to set my words not as good as sleeping. Being seen through by Yi Hao, Tang Flutter's face was slightly scarlet, but she still lightly opened her cherry lips and said, can you tell me about it? No way. Why? I'm afraid of scaring you. I'm not afraid. Is that so? Yi Hao looked at Tang Flutterby skeptically. I have a lot of guts. Then why don't you dare to sleep? Tang Flutter was perhaps really tired, and it didn't take long before she huffed and puffed her way to sleep. And just as Tang Flutter fell asleep, her face revealed a hint of panic. Yi Hao immediately drew out the bronze dagger in his arms, and then the look of panic on Tang Flutter's face diminished quite a bit. This dream nightmare is much stronger than that soul. Yi Hao input his true essence into the bronze dagger as soon as he said this, and the bronze dagger immediately bloomed with an awe-inspiring sword intent. This sword intent could not be felt by ordinary cultivators. However, the dream nightmare hidden within Tang Fluttershy's body was keenly aware of it, so the next moment the look of panic on Tang Fluttershy's face all dissipated. Useful. But then the problem came. He was able to deter the dream nightmare, but he couldn't kill it. In other words, it was a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause. Perhaps one would have to wait until one stepped into the first layer of body refinement. Originally, it would take half a month to break through to the first layer of body refining, but now Yi Hao didn't have that much time. Yi Hao estimated that he would need a month to break through anyhow. After the dream nightmare was shocked, Yi Hao silently cultivated. He didn't know how long had passed before Tang Flutter woke up leisurely. The moment she opened her eyes she saw a face. Ah! Tang Fluttershy screamed. Missy, am I that scary? Yi Hao looked at Tang Flutter breathlessly and said, why am I here? Did you sleep in a daze? Yi Hao messed up. Tang Dance rubbed her fluffy hair and suddenly remembered today's events, and it was then that she noticed that she wasn't covered by the quilt, as it was tightly clamped by her legs. Tang Flutter hurriedly lifted the quilt over herself. Are you wearing clothes okay? I can't believe I didn't dream. Tang Dance suddenly thought of this matter, and she looked at Yi Hao with incomparable astonishment. You're looking forward to having nightmares? How did you do it? It's up. Tang Flutter looked at the bronze dagger in Yi Hao's hand with a burning gaze and said, can I borrow this dagger for a while? There's no harm in lending you the dagger. The problem is that it's not much use. Yi Hao said softly, what do you mean? Just now when I put the dagger beside you the look of panic on your face only slightly weakened, which means that the dream nightmare is only jealous of this dagger, but it still invaded into your dream world. It was only later when I inspired the sword intent in the dagger that the dream nightmare had to exit your dream realm. Excited how? You couldn't do it. How do you know I can't do it if you don't teach me? Are you hungry? Tang Flutter touched her stomach, then felt hungry. How long did I sleep for? More than 10 hours. Ah, what's wrong? I still have classes in the afternoon? I still have military training in the afternoon? Of course Yi Hao asked Yuan Gaoxing to help him ask for a vacation. Tang Flutterby was busy rolling out of bed to straighten her messy hair, and by the time Tang Flutterby checked out she thought of another problem. Will Dream Nightmare show up again at night? I don't know. When Yi Hao said this, he saw Tang Flutter's angry eyes and had to say, I don't know if the Dream Nightmare will appear tonight after it was shocked by me. What if it appears? Cool it. Yi Hao. Tang Fluttershy bit down on a mouthful of silver teeth and shouted in exasperation. What do you want to eat? Don't change the subject. How about a hot pot? I just had it yesterday. Then let's eat Szechuan food. Szechuan is too spicy. Let's have barbecue. Okay. Standard foodie. Yi Hao laughed out loud. Tang Fluttershy had the urge to beat him up when she looked at Yi Hao's appearance. Tang Fluttershy thought so, and she did so as well. Just before she could punch Yi Hao miraculously avoided it. Tang Flutter's eyes couldn't help but light up. Good reaction speed. Average. Take another punch. Tang Dance said and took a few steps forward to strike towards Yi Hao again. Yi Hao easily held Tang Dance's fist. Tang Dancefleet pumped her fist hard but realized that she couldn't pull it out at all. Tang Dance noticed this scene and threw a whip leg towards Yi Hao's thigh. Yi Hao loosened his grip on Tang Dance's fist, then gently slapped his palm on her leg. Tang Dance felt as if her kick was on cotton. No strength. Flowery fist. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Your kung fu is so strong? Tang Flutter knew that Yi Hao used soft strength, The only way to master soft strength was after cultivating rigid strength to a certain stage. Even though Tang Flutter's coach was a 6th degree black belt, still hadn't mastered this soft power. The coach once said that after mastering the soft power, he could be called a master. Masters. How many masters are there in the whole of China? Yi Hao's martial arts had reached the level of master at a young age. Average. Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders. Teach me. Tang Flutter looked at Yi Hao with an expectant face and said, I don't have time. Yi Hao refused without even thinking about it. Tang Flutter was about to say something when a voice rang in her ear. Sister. About? Tang Fluttershy's face looked at a stray guy with an unhappy face. What? A date or not? Sister, give a word? Kuei will continue to ask when he saw Tang Flutter's silence. No date. But I've got my eye on you, so it's up to you whether to make a date or not. Kuei Wu said and grabbed towards Tang Flutter. Yi Hao reached out and stopped Kuei Wu. Get lost. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that Kuei Wu fell down obediently, and then Kuei Wu screamed miserably, holding his legs as if he had no life. Hitman! 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 Tang Flutter was stunned. Yi Hao was also stunned. Porcelain? As Kuei Wu screamed miserably, up a dozen young men and women in the surrounding area surrounded them. Want to help? A woman asked. Call the police. Ku Wu said in a hurry. How much do you want? Yi Hao frowned and asked. Do you think you can just slip some money into my legs after you broke them and get over it? Kuei Wu looked at Yi Hao and said angrily. I'm telling you. No way. Don't you just want to blackmail some more money? Yi Hao also got a bit angry. Almost got it. Chapter 56 Torture. Yi Hao always thought that Kuei Wu was trying to blackmail money, but with the woman having just called the police car arriving within a minute, Yi Hao, even if he was stupid, realized that this was a bureau against himself. Who did he offend? I don't seem to have offended anyone since I came to Mordor. Why did he do this to himself? What happened? The two officers asked in a deep voice after arriving here. Kuei Wu looked at Yi Hao with a sad face and said, I just looked at his girlfriend and he punched and kicked me. You're lying. Tang Flutter said angrily. Did I lie? The eyes of the crowd around me are shining. Ku Wu looked at the surrounding onlookers when he said this. I'll testify. I saw him hit someone. A middle-aged man was the first to say. I'll testify. This kid hit too hard. Yeah, if it wasn't for us stopping it we would have beaten him to death. How could Tang Flutter see the scene and still not understand that these onlookers were all Ku Wu's helpers? Perjury is illegal. Tang Flutter said in a deep voice. Little girl, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. The middle-aged man said unhappily. Tang Flutter was going to say something else, an officer, but looked at Yi Hao and said, You come with us. You can't take him away. Tang Fluttershy stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao pushed Tang Flutterby away, then handed her his cell phone. Tell President Long about me. Aha. Tang Dance forced herself to calm down. She knew that she couldn't stop Yi Hao from being taken away at this time. Since Yi Hao ordered so, she thought that Yi Hao must have a doorway. The two policemen took Yi Hao away, along with Kuei Wu and several witnesses. Their office procedure was formal, anyone could not say a single thing wrong with it. Yi Hao's heart was uneasy. If this matter was formal, the more bad dishes it was. This shows that the other party wants to make himself dead. Tang Flutter quickly found the phone number of President Long in Yi Hao's cell phone contact. It didn't take long for President Long's cheerful voice to come from over there. Yi Hao, why did you think of calling me? You are President Long, right? You are. I'm Yi Hao's friend. Please save Yi Hao. What happened? Tang Fluttershy then recounted what happened before. This is planted evidence, President Long said in a deep voice. Don't be in a hurry. I have a few friends in the press in Magic City. I'll have them inquire about it now. President Long was very efficient. It didn't take long for Tang Flutter's cell phone to ring. Things are a bit troublesome. President Long came up with these words. Tang Dance's face couldn't help but change. Who exactly is trying to fix Yi Hao? According to the news, my friend inquired about someone above sent word to fix Yi Hao. My friend used some connections but no one dared to ask. President Long said in a deep voice. Then what to do? President Long pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. Yi Hao chose the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, right? Aha. Your principal has significant influence in Magic City and even the whole country. If your principal is willing to help, Yi Hao will be fine. Principal? Tang Flutter's eyes lit up. The principal of the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Huaxiu, was the saint of traditional Chinese medicine in China, and even the top echelons of the imperial capital, Huaxiu, could speak his mind. Name? A police officer in the interrogation room asked. Yi Hao. Gender? Male. Age? 19. Why did you play K5? I didn't fight Ku Wu. Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Kuei Wu's right leg was broken by your kick. How dare you say you didn't hit Kuei Wu? I didn't hit Kuei Wu. Bring Ku Wu in. The policemen interrogating Yi Hao were instantly furious. Soon a policeman pushed in Ku Wu, whose right leg was deformed. Yi Hao stared at Kuei Wu's right leg for a while, then sighed softly. You guys really went through a lot of trouble to deal with me. With Yi Hao's penetrating eyes, he could easily see through that Kawu's right leg was indeed broken, and this broken injury was still violently struck by an external force. Now what else do you have to say? Kawu's right leg has nothing to do with me. The evidence is all there. Do you still not confess? Things I didn't do. What kind of crime am I confessing to? Looks like you won't confess without using some extraordinary means. The policeman interrogating Yi Hao stood up and said in a cold voice. This was to force a confession. Yi Hao's gaze flinched. He also didn't know if Tang Flutter had notified President Long. Yi Hao didn't think about escaping. Even though Yi Hao had this ability, Yi Hao didn't dare to do it. At that time, he would become a fugitive. After a while, two policemen came in with some equipment. The two policemen racked Yi Hao to a metal chair. Then one policeman took a rope and strangled his neck. The second policeman pressed and held down his head. And the third policeman put a layer of soaked light veil towards his face. Do you know what this is? Yi Hao didn't respond. To be honest, Yi Hao really didn't know what they were going to do. Look, there are 9 such light veils in total. I will stick them on your face one by one, and when all these light veils are on your face, your breathing becomes hard. In order to live you will have to breathe desperately. Don't worry, if you breathe desperately you will be able to draw in enough oxygen to keep you alive. Is that all? What kind of torture would it be called if that was all? The next one will definitely be exciting. Let's wait and see. The policeman said this and put a second layer of light veil towards Yi Hao's face. 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. When the 9th layer of soaked veil was pasted on Yi Hao's face, Yi Hao felt that breathing became incredibly hard. He had to try his best to draw a little bit of oxygen. And just then a stream of liquid poured on top of the veil, and the next moment a pungent smell reached his nostrils. Yi Hao's face couldn't help but change. Chili water. He hurriedly held his breath. Pepper water sucked into his nose would not be choked to death. The problem was how long can you hold it in? When Yi Hao couldn't hold on any longer, the chili water seeped into his nose as soon as he breathed in. Yi Hao immediately coughed violently, coughing and coughing. Snot and tears flowed out. After coughing for a while, the uncomfortable strength was slightly weakened, but then the feeling of suffocation came to his brain again. Yi Hao finally understood how sinful this punishment was. As long as you breathe you have to inhale chili water. This kind of stimulation is not something anyone can bear, but you have to bear it even if you don't. Because if you don't breathe, you have to suffocate. And even if you deliberately hold your breath, but when you faint, your body instinct will still let you breathe. The result of breathing is that you will be stimulated to wake up, and so on and so forth. Not afraid of you not compromising, not afraid of you not confessing. Chapter 57 The Pearl. Magic City Airport. 2 rows of bodyguards looked at a slowly landing private airplane with a solemn expression. In China, a private jet is a status symbol. Even in the 21st century, there aren't many people who own private jets in China. To know an even cheaper private jet has to break the billion, and the annual maintenance fee is as high as tens of millions of dollars. Assets do not have billions of simply do not consider private aircraft. When this private jet stopped after the 2 rows of bodyguards quickly moved to the position of the exit hatch. With the opening of the hatch, a young girl in a black suit was the first to walk out. She scanned the room before retreating to the exit hatch, and then a girl like a fairy in a painting appeared. Her eyebrows, her eyes, and her lips seemed as if they were all delicately carved by nature. Lin Roer glanced around calmly before stepping on the elevator and walking towards the bottom. 2 rows of black-clothed bodyguards immediately escorted Lin Zoer in the center. After getting into the special customized version of the Lincoln sedan, Lin Zoer's eyes landed on a young girl wearing a golden eyeglass frame beside her. Xiao Mei, how is my grandfather's situation? Lin Zoer asked. The old man woke up an hour ago. After several medical experts checked, the old man's various physical indicators are good. Xiao Mei was none other than one of Lin Roer's secretaries. Is there anything else? Lin Zoer nodded and said. This news was known to Lin Zoer before. Mrs. Zhou is hosting a charity dinner in the evening, and the invitation has already been sent to your mansion. Xiao Mei opened the record book and said seriously. In fact, Xiao Mei could remember all these things without recording them, but Lin Roer's itinerary was related to her safety, so all these things had to be recorded. And Yi Hao was taken away by the Minhang District Jiangjia Road Police Station. Yi Hao? Lin Roer was stunned when she heard the name Yi Hao. Yi Hao is the student who saved the old man. You said that you asked me to keep an eye on his whereabouts, Xiao Mei said softly. Because of what? Lin Roer's mind couldn't help but see Yi Hao's appearance. I started investigating immediately after Yi Hao's matter happened, and I haven't gotten any results yet, Xiao Mei hurriedly said. Now rush to the Minhang District Jiangjia Road Police Station, Lin Zoer said in a deep voice. And right in the middle of Lin Roer rushing to the police station, Xiao Mei answered a phone call. Miss, the matter has been probed clearly. This matter was done at the behest of Wei Duo, Wei Ta. The Wei family is only a small family in Magic City, but Wei Tuo's mother is a member of the Wang family. Tell Director Jiang about this matter. Lin Rower said with a stern gaze. Yi Hao was grandfather Lin Yuantu's lifesaver, so even if he offended the Wang clan, so what? Zhang Gaoyi was the public security director of Minhang district. When he heard the call from Lin Rower's secretary, he immediately rushed towards the Jiangzhou Road police station. On the way there, Zhang Gaoyi realized that this matter was mostly true. When he arrived at the entrance of the Jiangzhou Road police station, he ran into Lin Rower's convoy. Miss Lin, Zhang Gaoyi said with a start. He was secretly shocked. What exactly was Yi Hao's origin? How come the Pearl of the Magic City was laboring to come personally? Director Jiang, I wonder if it's convenient for us to go in and take a look at my friend. Miss Lin, you're joking, Zhang Gaoyi said with a smile. Please, even if it was inconvenient at this time, he had to give face to Lin Rower. This behemoth of the Lin family had connections to even the top echelons of the Magic City. Zhang Gaoyi's arrival made the officers at the Jiangzhou Road police station nervous. Where's Wang Jin? Captain Wang, a clerk stammered. Not daring to speak, Zhang Gaoyi snorted coldly and walked towards the interrogation room. On the way here, Zhang Gaoyi had inquired about the ins and outs of Yi Hao's case. This matter was instructed by Weitua to do by Wang Jin. The purpose was to put Yi Hao's guilt into practice. In his own rule even happened this kind of thing. Zhang Gaoyi harbor a fire in his heart. Zhang Gaoyi heard Wang Jin's voice when he came to the door of the interrogation room. Yi Hao, this is the ninth light veil. If you don't draw a pledge, don't blame me if you die then. Zhang Gaoyi's face changed when he heard these words. Damn! With one kick, he kicked open the door. Who? Wang Jin saw Zhang Gaoyi's figure just as he spoke. Director Jiang. Wang Jin was confused. He didn't know how this matter had alarmed Zhang Gaoyi. Zhang Gaoyi, however, didn't have time to pay attention to Wang Jin as he ran to Yi Hao's side in a few steps. Lin Rower, accompanied by her secretary and bodyguard, similarly came to Yi Hao's side. Chilly water. The bodyguard Lan changed color and said. Zhang Gaoyi removed the 8 light veils that were pasted on Yi Hao's face as soon as he could, and then Zhang Gaoyi carried a bucket of fresh water next to him and poured it towards Yi Hao's face. Quickly go and get a few more buckets of water, Zhang Gaoyi said while pouring. Lin Zuer glanced at the bodyguards beside her. The 2 bodyguards quickly left the place. After Zhang Gaoyi finished pouring all the buckets of cool water, the 2 bodyguards still didn't come over. Zhang Gaoyi touched Yi Hao's face. It was rolling hot and scary. Call 120, Zhang Gaoyi said in a deep voice. No need. Just then Yi Hao opened his eyes, and his eyes became incomparably red. With this bucket of water poured down, Yi Hao already felt a lot more comfortable, and at that moment his own body instinctively started to repair his injuries. No, the chilly water will burn your eyes and skin, Zhang Gaoyi hurriedly said. At this time a bodyguard ran in holding 2 carriers of mineral water. It was simply unrealistic to try to catch a full bucket of fresh water in a short period of time, so one of the bodyguards rushed into the kiosk to buy 2 carriers of mineral water. Open it to clean his face. Don't break it before the doctor comes. Zhang Gaoyi quickly opened a bottle of mineral water when he saw the 2 totes of mineral water and stepped forward. Help! Lin Zuer said in a deep voice. Bodyguard Xiao Lan and secretary Xiao Mei hurriedly squatted down to help open the mineral water. Let's see if there's any chilled mineral water? Zhang Gaoyi suddenly thought of something. There's really no need. The handcuffs cuffing his hands snapped at the sound when Yi Hao said this. Xiaolan's figure appeared in front of Lin Rower with a flash, looking at Yi Hao with a guarded gaze. Xiao Lan could also break the handcuffs. The problem was that Yi Hao had just been tortured. How does he still have this strength? Yi Hao blithely ignored the stunned looks of the people around him, and then held a rope strangling himself with both hands. The shadow snapped with a sound. You, Wang Jin pointed at Yi Hao in shock. How did you do it? I did it when I wanted to. Yi Hao stared at Wang Jin with a stern cold aura flashing in his eyes. What do you want to do? Wang Jin looked at Yi Hao's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. I can't do the point of ignoring the law yet, but there's something I have to tell you. I've reserved your little life. Yi Hao said word by word. Chapter 58 Violet Club. For a moment the whole audience was stunned by Yi Hao's words. Zhang Gaoyi looked at Yi Hao saying this sentence with such gravity and realized that there was a big possibility that Yi Hao was serious. That meant Yi Hao would strike towards Wang Jin. Yi Hao, this is a legalized society, Zhang Gaoyi reminded. Wang Jin's crime will be punished according to the law. Yi Hao smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Gaoyi was kindly reminding Yi Hao, so naturally Yi Hao wouldn't be unaware of it. Let's go. At this time, Lin Rower said in a deep voice. Only then did Yi Hao's gaze fall on Lin Rower, and the moment Yi Hao saw Lin Rower a verse rang in his mind. With flowers as her appearance, birds as her voice, the moon as her god, jade as her bones, ice and snow as her skin, autumn water as her posture, and poetry as her heart. Only such a woman could also be worthy of such a verse, and only such a verse could describe Lin Rower's beauty. Beautiful, stunningly beautiful, beautiful, beautiful without equal. However, Yi Hao's mentality had long since become tough after the transformation of divine blood. and the disorientation in his eyes recovered in just a moment. You are Dash? I'm Lin Rower. Lin Rower? Yi Hao said with a start. You know? Lin Rower couldn't help but ask when she noticed Yi Hao's stunned expression. Yi Hao gently shook his head and said, standing in front of you I vaguely felt a powerful aura. So just now I was wondering why you would take such a name? Do you still remember that you saved an elder 2 months ago? Remember. That elder was Lin Yuan too. My grandfather. Lin Rower said briefly, then said, my grandfather awakened an hour ago, so why don't you come with me to take a look? Good. Yi Hao had now realized that it wasn't President Long's credit that he was able to get out of the trap this time. Rather, the Lin family had stepped in and helped themselves. Therefore, as a matter of fact, Yi Hao had to go and thank them once or twice. Yi Hao couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at the lengthened version of the Lincoln sedan in front of him. This kind of sedan Yi Hao had only seen on TV. Please, Lin Zwyer said softly. Yi Hao nodded and searched for a seat and sat down. Xiao Mei opened her mouth and just wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Lin Ruer's eyes, because the position that Yi Hao sat in was exactly the position that Lin Ruer often sat in. As the limousine slowly started, Lin Ruer looked at Yi Hao and said, 2 months ago, since you saved Grandpa has been in a coma, and I've been busy negotiating an important foreign business during this period of time, so the Lin family hasn't given you any contact in these 2 months, but your Lin family has been paying attention to me, right? Yi Hao said with a smile. Not bad. Lin Zwyer nodded. I want to know who targeted me, Yi Hao said after a moment of silence. Wei family, Wei Duo. A trace of doubt flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. What about the reason? That's something you have to ask Wei Duo. The Lin family couldn't know everything in Magic City even if they were more powerful. Is there an address for Wei Duo? Yi Hao said immediately. Lin Rower glanced at Xiaolan by her side. Xiaolan then said, Wei Duo is now at the Violet Mansion. Is it convenient to take me there now? Go to the Violet Mansion, Lin Zwyer said softly. Violet Public Hall. Zhuo Jing looked at the row of women in front of him. The entire person was confused. These 12 women with breasts and rings could be described as having everything. Zhuo Jing, still satisfied? A young man in a white shirt with a cigar in his mouth asked indifferently. Full satisfied. How could one not be satisfied? None of the girls Zhuo Jing had ed over the years could be compared to the one in front of him. Pick one if you're satisfied? The white-shirt youth looked at Zhuo Jing with a hint of contempt flowing under his eyes. An uneducated bumpkin. Zhuo Jing's eyes swept through each of the 12 women, and finally Zhuo Jing chose a tall young girl. "Ni Shui at your service," that tall young girl softly said when she came to Zhuo Jing's heel. Zhuo Jing rudely wrapped Ni Shui in his arms, and then a pair of big hands groped towards Ni Shui. Ni Shui's pretty face instantly chilled. "Please respect yourself." Zhuo Jing could not help but be stunned. What was the situation? Never seen a woman before, have you? The white-shirt youth frowned. Zhuo Jing then realized that it seemed like Ni Shui was different from what he had imagined. The women of the Violet Mansion are all proficient in the art of massage and yoga. After you try it, I guarantee that you will definitely come back for more. The white-shirt youth looked at Zhuo Jing and said, "As for other thoughts you don't want to think about, so many years is not no trouble in the Violet public house. But the trouble is not broken legs like a dead dog thrown out." Zhuo Jing was startled. The white-shirt youth had briefly introduced Violet Mansion to himself when he came just now. Violet Park was one of the 3 major public halls in Magic City. Only members of the upper-class status were qualified to go in. Zhuo Jing might not have had the chance to come to Violet Park in his life if he hadn't passed through Weiduo. Making trouble? Zhuo Jing didn't even think about it, and it was only now that he realized that he had almost made a mess just now. Sorry. Zhuo Jing repeatedly said sorry to Ni Shui beside him. Ni Shui smiled faintly and said, "Your Excellency is joking." Ni Shui looked as if nothing had happened just now. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Yi Hao walked in with a smile on his face. Zhuo Jing's face changed when he got a good look at Yi Hao and said, "You, how come you're here? Who are you?" Wei Duo said with a displeased look. This was his box. Yi Hao coming uninvited was simply not giving him face. Actually, there was another reason for Wei Duo to scold Yi Hao like this. This person looked like he knew Zhuo Jing. Is Zhuo Jing's status able to make friends with powerful characters? It looks like this person is also a bumpkin who was brought here like Zhuo Jing. Yi Hao's eyes immediately landed on Zhuo Jing. "It looks like you know me." With that, Yi Hao walked up to Zhuo Jing and looked him up and down. "But I'm sure I don't recognize you. Yi Hao, shouldn't you be in the police station now?" Zhuo Jing said Yi Hao's identity in one word. Wei Duo rubbed his feet. Yi Hao had obviously arrested him through his own connections. How could Yi Hao appear here? There was no possibility. There was no reason. It shouldn't be. Yi Hao glanced at Wei Duo and said, "You are Wei Duo, right? How did you appear here?" Wei Ta asking this was tantamount to admitting his identity. "You don't need to care why I appeared here." Yi Hao smiled and folded his body in front of Wei Duo. "All you need to do is to answer a few questions from me. Where are your Violet security personnel?" Wei Duo's heart had a bad premonition. He pointed at Yi Hao and said, Why did you allow him to break into the guest's room? Chapter 59, A Single Write-Off. An Shui saw this situation, hesitated for a moment or opened her mouth. This gentleman, please go out. What An Shui didn't expect was that Yi Hao grabbed Wei Duo's hair and smashed it towards the glass coffee table. Bang! Wei Duo was dumbfounded. Was this one crazy? Yi Hao lifted Wei Duo's head with a chilly face and said, "Why did you set me up? Do you know you are looking for death?" Just as Wei Duo uttered these words, Yi Hao grabbed Wei Duo's head and smashed it towards the coffee table again. When Yi Hao lifted Wei Duo's head again, 2 slits appeared on his forehead and blood gurgled out. Seeing this scene, An Shui turned around and ran out of the box. An Shui was ready to tell the security personnel about this incident to capture this bold guy. But when An Shui ran out of the box but was told by the security staff not to ask about the things in the box, An Shui's heart couldn't help but raise shock waves. What kind of amazing origin did that unimpressive youth have? Even if he openly committed murder in the Violet Mansion, it didn't matter. Why did you design me? Yi Hao asked again. Wei Duo was honest at this time. He was clear that if he dared to nag anymore, this one would not hesitate to lift his head and smash it against the glass coffee table. Tang Flutter is a woman I value. Yi Hao was stunned. You saw me rooming with Tang Flutter? Zhuo Jing saw it. Hearing that Wei Duo had sold himself, Zhuo Jing's heart greeted Wei Duo's entire female family. What is Zhuo Jing's status? Sophomore student of Chinese Medicine University. Yi Hao understood when he asked. Tang Flutter had to bring herself so far to open a room, and as a result, Zhuo Jing saw it and informed Wei Duo. Unwarranted disaster. He himself hadn't even pulled Tang Flutter's little hand. So you're going to plant evidence to put me behind bars? Wei Duo didn't answer. How to answer? Could it be answered yes? Wasn't this looking for a fight? Do you know that this will ruin my whole life? A burst of unspeakable anger surged through Yi Hao's heart, and he lifted Wei Duo's head and smashed it towards the coffee table again. Bang! 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 Yi Hao threw the fainted Wei Duo aside after carrying his head and smashing it 3 times in a row, then slowly walked towards him under Zhuo Jing's terrified look. Don't say that I didn't do anything in the room with Tang Flutter. Even if I did something, it can't get in your way, right? Yi Hao walked to Zhuo Jing's face as soon as his last word fell. Zhuo Jing's whole body was trembling. The bloody scene just now made his legs and stomach tremble. He was just a student. How had he ever seen such a violent scene? In fact, Zhuo Jing was not shorter than Yi Hao, and looked a bit stronger than Yi Hao. But at this moment, he didn't dare to make a move. You know very well what will happen to me if you tell Wei Duo about this. But you still resolutely went ahead in order to hug Wei Duo's thigh. Yi Hao stared at Zhuo Jing and said in a deep voice, since you like hugging the thigh so much, I'll waste one of your legs. It's not excessive, right? Excessive? How could it not be excessive? That was a leg. Isn't there nothing wrong with you? Meeting Yi Hao's eyes, Zhuo Jing said tremblingly, I'm fine and what you've done can be written off. Yi Hao said here and kicked Zhuo Jing's abdomen with one knee, and Zhuo Jing immediately bowed down and coughed violently. Yi Hao elbowed Zhuo Jing and stumbled to the ground, then stepped towards his knee. Zhuo Jing immediately screamed lifelessly. Yi Hao's kick had mercilessly shattered his knees and limbs. Yi Hao believed that even the most advanced medical science nowadays would not be able to heal him again. Zhuo Jing's scream made Wei Duo wake up. When Wei Duo saw Zhuo Jing's miserable condition, he closed his eyes in a hurry. He was worried that Yi Hao would continue to do violence to himself. Why haven't the security personnel of Violet Mansion arrived yet? Wei Duo's heart had a bad premonition. Could it be that this person's background made the top management of Violet Mansion acquiesce to Yi Hao's behavior? If that was the case, would he still have a chance to retaliate? Wei Duo's face stiffened violently while he was pondering, and then an unspeakable sharp pain filled his whole body. My leg, my leg, my leg. Wei Duo didn't think that Yi Hao had stomped off his own leg hard too. How could he dare? How could he? Even though Wei Duo was no longer famous in Magic City, his own family was related to the Wang family. Wasn't Yi Hao worried about the Wang family's retaliation when he stepped on his own leg? This time is just a small punishment for you. If there is a next time, it won't be as simple as a leg. Yi Hao drew out 2 tissues to wipe the blood on his hands when he said this. When Yi Hao left, several security personnel sent Wei Duo and Zhuo Jing to the hospital, and in the monitoring hall 2 graceful women quietly watched the scene. Clean hands. This kid is not simple, but this kid is a bit too much. He didn't leave himself a way out. By the time Yi Hao consumes his kindness to the Lin family, I believe that with the Wang family's vindictive character he will definitely strike. Actually, I'm wondering if this matter of Yi Hao was intentionally pushed by Lin Roer. When you say it like that, it's really possible. Lin Roer looked at Yi Hao, who looked as usual with a hint of curiosity hidden in her eyes. Lin Roer had read Yi Hao's information no less than 10 times, but she still couldn't understand. How did this person's achievements suddenly reach an amazing point? Low profile? This reason of Yi Hao's, Lin Roer didn't believe it at all. Is it convenient to ask you a question? Lin Roer asked. Ask, how did you pass out? Yi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly when Lin Roer asked this question. Suddenly, I passed out. Lin Roer's eyes revealed a look of realization. Yi Hao's avoidance of answering the question made her understand that the problem was in Yi Hao's coma. Lin Yuantu's spirit wasn't very good, but it made sense. After all, Lin Yuantu had just woken up. Yi Hao, I'm sorry. Lin Yuantu had just woken up when the Lin family's housekeeper briefly talked about what had happened in the past 2 months. Lin Yuantu naturally asked about Yi Hao. The housekeeper also reported truthfully. Only then did Lin Yuantu realize that Yi Hao wasn't just talking when he said that he got into the 6 top academies. This person really has the strength, and he was dragged by himself to miss out on the position of the top scholar. Therefore, how could Lin Yuantu's heart not feel guilty? Elder Lin, let's not mention the past anymore, Yi Hao said softly. If Yi Hao still had regrets about going to the 6 top academies before, then there were no more since Yi Hao obtained the inheritance of the Black Dragon. So what if the position of the top scholar? Could it be compared to longevity? Yi Hao. The doctor instructed the old master not to talk much. Butler Luo Tong whispered. Yi Hao nodded and stood up. Then, old master, you take care of your injuries. I'll come back to see you after a while. Roar, see Yi Hao off. Lin Yuantu uttered these words intermittently. Chapter 60, Battle Power 8 stars. Lin Roar accompanied Yi Hao out of the hospital room, then said softly, "It's not good to take a taxi here. I'll ask Xiao Mei to send you." Good. Yi Hao was not a pretentious person. Lin Yuantu lived in a sanatorium. This sanatorium was inhabited by either rich or noble people, so it was destined not to be in the downtown area. Just now, Yi Hao was worried about how to go back. Just as Yi Hao walked towards the parking lot with Lin Ruer, a female nurse pushed a cart towards the two of them. Lin Ruer took one look at the nurse and withdrew her gaze. This was an ordinary female nurse. However, Yi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then Yi Hao reached out and pushed Lin Zoer behind him. Lin Zoer's face couldn't help but change. "How did you barge in?" Yi Hao looked at the female nurse and said in a deep voice. The female nurse looked at Yi Hao with a blank look on her face. "What did you say?" And the moment the last word fell, a dagger appeared on her wrist, and then this dagger stabbed towards Yi Hao without any hesitation. Quick! This female nurse's figure appeared by Yi Hao's side with a lightning-like leap. Xiao Mei screamed when she saw this scene. The dagger was about to pierce Yi Hao's heart when Yi Hao's two fingers clamped the dagger. That female nurse's face changed wildly. Highly skilled. This was her first intuition. Bai Luo was very clear about the strength and speed of her attack. Even the elites in the organization didn't have many who could dodge it, but this one clamped her dagger with just 2 fingers. Retreat! The principle of a killer was to miss a blow and immediately flee far away. Want to go? With a cold snort, Yi Hao stepped forward and grabbed towards Bai Lu's white wrist. Bai Lu retreated. The problem was, how could Bai Lu's speed compare to his own? Yi Hao easily grabbed Bai Lu's wrist. What's wrong with being young? Why do you want to be an assassin? Yi Hao stared at Bai Lu's eyes and asked. Instead, Bai Lu sneered and looked at Lin Ruer behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao instinctively turned back to look, and the moment he turned back, Yi Hao felt a stern killing chance. Whoosh! A poisonous needle ejected from the ring in Bai Lu's hand. Yi Hao let go of Bai Lu's wrist at the first time, and then smashed his fist towards the poisonous needle. The powerful fist force instantly shattered the poisonous needle. At this time, Bai Lu had already retreated to more than 10 meters away. The principle of the killer is that if a blow fails, he will immediately disappear. While retreating, Bai Lu looked at Yi Hao and said in a cold voice, "You've already been hit by my poison needle. You're just waiting for the poison to die." Yi Hao was just about to go forward to chase after Bai Lu when an orb appeared in her hand. Then she threw it towards the ground in front of her, and a large amount of smoke immediately blocked Yi Hao's way. Yi Hao didn't track rashly but took Lin Ruer to leave this area. The assassination case in the sanatorium made the director of this sanatorium very annoyed, and he didn't hesitate to remove the captain in charge of security, and then invited the top domestic security team to come with heavy money. Who exactly did your Lin family offend? Yi Hao looked at Lin Ruer beside him and said, "First someone assassinated your grandfather, and now someone assassinated you. The Lin family has grown to this point today, has already violated the interests of many people." Lin Ruer was silent for a while, then said, "As for assassination, I have experienced dozens of them over the years." Yi Hao looked at Lin Ruer's heart as she calmly said these words as usual, and a wave of pity surged through his heart. It was hard for an ordinary person to encounter one assassination like this in their lifetime, while this 20-something-year-old girl in front of him had encountered dozens of them. "You can call me if you need help," Yi Hao said softly. Lin Ruer looked up at Yi Hao and nodded. "I'm going back." This time, Lin Ruer didn't send Yi Hao again. After all, after what had just happened, no one could guarantee that the other party's assassination would end. Xiaolan appeared by Lin Zoyer's side right after Yi Hao left. "Did you investigate clearly who it was?" The one who struck was Yan Luo, the 7th-ranked killer organization in the world. Xiaolan's face was filled with gravity as she said this. "Yan Luo? Yama King lets you die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep you until the 5th night?" This is Yan Luo's slogan, and few who have been targeted by Yan Luo over the years have survived. The other side is really willing to put down blood money. After Yen Luo's failure this time, the next assassin he sends will be even stronger, Xiao Lan said with some concern. Lin Roar looked at Xiao Lan's expression and asked, can't you handle it? I'm not absolutely sure. Xiao Lan hesitated for a moment or said, I remember you once mentioned your senior sister Shui Yun to me. My senior sister Shui Yun is impacting the 9 stars. She won't come down the mountain until she breaks through. Lan shook her head and said, what do you think of Yi Hao's battle power? Lin Roar asked after thinking for a while. Yi Hao's battle power is likely to reach 8 stars. Xiao Lan's tone became grave when she said the name Yi Hao. Doesn't that mean it's even stronger than you? Lin Roar didn't think that Yi Hao's strength would be so strong. Xiao Lan's strength reached the 7-star realm. Don't ever think that the realm of 7 stars was weak, but in reality, this realm was already very high. Many martial artists cultivated their whole life without breaking through the 1-star realm. Xiao Lan nodded. Lin Roar then fell into deep thought. After a long time, she said to Xiao Mei, you book a private room at the Mansion International. I'll treat Yi Hao to dinner tomorrow at noon. Go. Yi Hao greeted Lin Roar's bodyguard who sent him back and opened the car door. After returning to the school, Yi Hao realized that his phone was still at Tang Flutter's place when he touched his pants pocket. Yi Hao stopped a student to borrow the phone and dialed his number. The result was that the phone was turned off. No electricity. Yi Hao thought for a moment and walked towards the dormitory. That guy Zhang Xiaolong most likely knew Tang Flutter's contact information. I say Yi Hao, where have you been? Yuan Gaoxing asked when he saw Yi Hao push the door in. Something came up. Yi Hao looked at Zhang Xiaolong when he said this. Xiaolong, do you know Tang Flutter's cell phone number? The whole dormitory was stunned by Yi Hao's words. Zhang Xiaolong even exaggeratedly pinched Yi Hao's neck and said, you're still not satisfied with having Zhanglan? Yi Hao casually pushed Zhang Xiaolong to one side. I have something to do with Tang Flutter. What kind of business can you have? Just tell me, do you know? I know, but I advise you not to fight. Why? Because Tang Flutter has already pulled the plug on hundreds of harassing calls. Well, you lend me your cell phone. What are you doing? To call Tang Flutterby. Brother, can we not joke around? Who's kidding you? Tang Flutterby is holding my cell phone. If I don't use your cell phone to call, whose cell phone will I use? What? Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened as he said, Tang Flutter is holding your cell phone? Chapter 61, Challenging Yi Hao. You two are proceeding so fast? At this time, Xiao Laosher's weak voice came from the bed. Honest, what do you know? Zhang Xiaolong said in dismay. Today when Yi Hao accompanied me for the hanging water, Yi Hao snubbed Tang Flutter. Snubbed? Who snubbed? Yi Hao was speechless. I say Yi Hao, this is your fault, Zhang Xiaolong said in a serious manner. Zhanglan's condition is already very good. Okay? How can you still hit on Tang Flutter? Zhang Xiaolong's tone was filled with thick jealousy. Don't beep. Do you want to borrow the cell phone? Yi Hao rolled Zhang Xiaolong's eyes. Here, there's Tang Flutter's cell phone number in the contacts. Zhang Xiaolong handed his cell phone to Yi Hao somewhat helplessly. Yi Hao found Tang Flutter's cell phone number and dialed it. Not 2 seconds later Tang Flutter's voice came from over there. Which one? Me. Yi Hao. Tang Fluttershy said in surprise. Are you okay? Yeah, it's okay. Where are you now? The university dormitory. Which building? Building 2101. Wait for me. The other side said this and hung up their cell phone. Yi Hao returned the phone to Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were glowing as he said, Tang Flutter is coming over to you? Aha! When Zhang Xiaolong heard this, he hurriedly ran to the mirror to fix his hair. Yuan Gaoxing, on the other hand, immediately took off his sweatshirt and replaced it with a white shirt. Xiao Laosher somewhat weakly got off the bed to seriously dress himself. You guys are really enough, Yi Hao said breathlessly when he saw this scene. About 10 minutes had passed before Tang Flutter's voice rang from the balcony. Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled as he saw the panting Tang panting through the balcony. I'll be right out. Tang Flutterby was still panting when Yi Hao came outside. What are you running so fast for? Tang Fluttershy looked Yi Hao up and down for a while and said, It's good that you're okay. What can I do? Yi Hao said softly, Have you eaten? No. Tang Flutter noticed that her stomach was still hungry. Let me treat you to dinner. Aha. Yuan Gaoxing and the 3 of them were not far from hanging Yi Hao, and when they saw the 2 of them leaving side by side, the 3 of them had shock in their eyes. I remember Tang Flutter never ate alone with a boy. Zhang Xiaolong's mouth didn't even work when he uttered these words. Is this the rhythm of dating? Xiao Laosher felt so bad. Even though he had known for a long time that there was no possibility for him and Tang Flutter, it was still inevitably hard in his heart to see his goddess dating Yi Hao now. This is also too heavenly, Yuan Gaoxing said in a depressed and incomparable manner. Tang Flutter was too famous in the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and it wasn't like this point in the morning when most of the students were in class, so Tang Flutter walked side by side with Yi Hao, attracting the attention of many students. Isn't that Tang Flutterby? Doesn't Tang Flutter never date boys? What's going on here? That guy is so ugly. I can take him for 10 blocks. How can he be worthy of my goddess? As he walked, Yi Hao's face became bad-looking. Was he ugly? Stop. Just then a tall student stopped Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the tall student wearing a jersey in front of him and said, "What's the matter? You don't deserve to walk with Tang Flutter? Does being worthy have a dime to do with you? What did you say?" A cold light immediately flashed in the eyes of that senior student. Then he stepped forward and was about to strike at Yi Hao. Tang Flutter stopped that student. "Meng Yongyan, what are you doing? Tang Flutter, get out of the way," Meng Yongyan said in a deep voice. "This is our man's business." Meng Yongyan. Tang Fluttershy looked at Meng Yongyan with a look of anger in her eyes. Meng Yongyan instantly realized that if he didn't get out of the way he would never be able to cross paths with the woman in front of him again. "Tomorrow at 12 noon. I'll be waiting for you at the basketball court." Meng Yongyan stared at Yi Hao and said, "If you are a man, come." After saying these words, Meng Yongyan turned around and left. "Don't take Meng Yongyan's words to heart," Tang Flutter said softly. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Meng Yongyan's put words Yi Hao didn't put in his heart at all. Maybe Meng Yongyan thought he was bullish, but he was nothing in Yi Hao's heart. The two of them found a small restaurant and ordered a few fried dishes. Tang Flutter returned her cell phone to Yi Hao. "Your cell phone is out of battery." "Aha. What's going on with today's incident?" President Long said. "The other party is not small." Tang Flutter asked the doubts in her heart. "Do you know Zhuo Jing?" "Zhuo Jing? Zhuo Jing is a sophomore. He saw the two of us get a room." Tang Flutter was instantly stunned. "You mean this matter was set up by Zhuo Jing?" "No." Yi Hao gently shook his head. "It was Wei Duo." "Wei Duo?" Tang Flutter's face changed and said, "The Wei Duo family has opened a few business clubs in Magic City, and it's heard that the Wei Duo family still has relations with the upper echelons. Do you know quite a lot?" Yi Hao curiously looked at Tang Fluttershy. "These things were told to me by Zhuo Jing." Tang Fluttershy returned. "It turns out that this matter was messed up by Wei Duo. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake." President Long Jiangnan Daily's influence in the Jiangnan city area naturally went without saying, but President Long would not be enough in the internationalized metropolis of Magic City. As for how Yi Hao got out of the trap, Tang Flutter determined that it was the school's senior management that stepped in, because after President Long reminded Tang Flutterby told Leng Shui about this matter, it was obvious that Leng Shui had more weight than herself in finding the school's senior management. Just what Leng Shui didn't know was that the school's senior management didn't play a role. And how could Yi Hao come out if not for Lin Zoyer's personal visit? Tang Flutter didn't ask Yi Hao and didn't say much. "Do you know Haihang Garden?" The two chatted for a while before Yi Hao changed the topic. "Haihang Garden is 2 stops away from our school." Tang Flutter nodded and said, "What are you asking for?" "I saw on Catch that there are a few houses for rent in Haihang Garden." "You're going out to rent a house?" Tang Fluttershy's eyes widened. "What's wrong?" "Magic City's housing prices have always been the highest in the country, which causes renting to be equally high. Haihang Garden is considered a good neighborhood of its kind. If you rent a room, you'll need about 6,000 for a set, and if it's fully furnished with all the appliances and finely decorated, I'm afraid it'll be more than 8,000. "Aha." Yi Hao nodded. This price did not exceed Yi Hao's mental expectation. "I didn't see that you are really a landlord." Tang Flutter giggled. "What kind of tycoon am I?" Yi Hao laughed. "While there's still time, why don't we go to Haihang Garden after dinner?" Tang Fluttershy said with a flutter in her heart. Chapter 62, The Ghost House. "This house is nice." Tang Flutter flipped to a well-decorated house after searching for a while on Catch. 2 rooms, 1 hall, medium decoration, complete appliances, turnkey ready to live. Tang Flutterby showed the picture to Yi Hao. "What's more important is that this house only costs 4,000 a month. That's a bit cheap, isn't it?" Yi Hao said in disbelief, because the ones with the same configuration were around 6,000. "I'll contact the landlord." Tang Flutter dialed the contact information above, and within a few seconds a middle-aged voice came from there. "Landlord, I saw the news you posted on Catch. Is your house ready to be rented?" "Yes. Do you see when you have time? Let's go over and take a look at your house." "Anytime you have time, come now is fine." "Then it's okay if we get to your place in an hour or so?" "It's okay." After hanging up the phone, Tang Flutter said to Yi Hao with a smile, "Got in touch, we'll go take a look later." "Aha." The landlord was a naive-looking middle-aged man, but the moment he pushed open the door, Yi Hao understood why this one rented so cheaply. A woman in white clothes was hanging on a beam and was swinging. Hanging ghost. Tang Flutter didn't feel anything. She surveyed the configuration in the room with interest. "Boss, you're not being generous," Yi Hao asked with a smile. The landlord's face changed slightly and said, What do you mean? Someone died in this suite you bought, right?" The landlord said bitterly. "Has this matter already spread?" Wei Jianhua, because of greed for cheap on the purchase of this house. The results of the night Wei Jianhua stayed in the strange things. Do not believe in evil. He looked for the next day 2 friends to live together. But that night the 3 people were subjected to ghosts on the bed. The two friends even said what are not in the residence. The house cannot be smashed in the hands of it? Wei Jianhua is thinking of transferring the house out. The problem is that the past 3 months no one to take over. After all, buying a house is a big deal. Who does not inquire before buying? Wei Jianhua thought of decorating and renting, but after 2 couples moved in, no one dared to come, and because he did not return the second couple of 2,000 deposit, the second couple is in the neighborhood spread around his house as a ghost house. That's good, it's all spread. Yi Hao understood when he heard Wei Jianhua's words. I'll stay here for a while, I think the rumors will be gone by then. Yi Hao looked at Wei Jianhua and said with a smile, but isn't the rent going to be dash? Aren't you afraid that this is a haunted mansion? Wei Jianhua still asked after thinking for a while. Who dares to go to Liangshan without 3 or 2 or 3? Yi Hao smiled and patted Wei Jianhua's shoulder. After I leave this house can be rented out normally. Are you sure? If you don't believe me we can sign the contract now. Yi Hao laughed. Then let's sign for a year now. Who's going to sign a 1-year contract with you? 3 months by 3 months. Yi Hao wasn't sure how long he could stay here, so there was no point in hitching a year at once. 3 months is 3 months. I'll revise the contract, Wei Jianhua said and pulled out the contract from his briefcase. 2,000 for the deposit, 12,000 for the 3 months rent. Just give me 14,000. Who told you that the rent is still 4,000? Yi Hao flipped Wei Jianhua a glance and said, I did you such a big favor. You still don't show it? Then 3,005? Wei Jianhua asked tentatively. 3,000. Fine. Wei Jianhua clenched his teeth and said, but I can say ugly words in front of me. After signing the agreement I can't return the money. I'll take a look at the agreement. Yi Hao nodded after scanning the agreement, and at that moment, Tang Flutter came over. How is it? It can be signed. Renting this configuration at this price is earning. Yi Hao then brushed and signed his name. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money to you. As Wei Jianhua received the transfer he said in surprise, here are the 3 keys. I'll give them all to you. The house can be moved in at any time, right? It's all ready now. Aha. I'll leave you guys alone. Wei Jianhua squeezed his eyes with Yi Hao and said, brother, your girlfriend is so pretty. Tang Flutter's face instantly turned red. She was just about to explain something but Wei Jianhua turned away. Yi Hao glanced at the hanging ghost that was still hanging on the beams then walked towards the master bedroom. Yi Hao secretly nodded after inspecting it. The decoration wasn't luxurious but it had everything. When will you move in? Tomorrow. Do you have a lot of stuff? Do you need my help? I wouldn't dare to bother you. A big school girl. What are you talking about? I don't have much stuff. Yi Hao laughed when he saw Tang Flutter's faint. Yi Hao looked at his cell phone. It was already 9:30. Let's go back to school. Yi Hao was interrogated by Yuan Gaoxing's trio after he returned to the dormitory. Yi Hao perfunctorily replied a few sentences and opened the Chinese medicine book to read it. At 3 in the morning Yi Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Hao, what's wrong? I had a nightmare again. Tang Flutterby over there said with a palpitating heart. You might be able to hold out for another half a month. Yi Hao said after thinking for a while. Are you asking me not to sleep for half a month? Tang Flutter rubbed her messy hair and said bitterly. Tang Flutter said after a moment of silence. I'll move to Haihun Garden tomorrow as well. Is this appropriate? Yi Hao was indifferent. It's settled. Tang Flutter whispered. I'm getting up to read. Otherwise I'll be sleepy again later. Yi Hao hung up his cell phone but couldn't sleep after tossing and turning. How could Yi Hao turn a blind eye to Tang Flutter's beauty? Thinking about it, Yi Hao rolled over and got out of bed to read his textbook. What's the point of wasting time if you can't sleep? Anyway, he had to read the textbook sooner or later. Even if you want to become immortal in the future, you still have to graduate. After all, this was a stage in one's life that one should go through. However, there was one more thing to do now. Yi Hao put on his clothes and came to Haihun Garden at around 5 o'clock. After pushing open the gate, Yi Hao realized that the woman in white on the beam had disappeared. Yi Hao closed the gate with his hand, and then turned on the electric light. At this time of the day, the brightness of the room was still not high. Yi Hao didn't touch the light switch, but touched a soft and smooth little hand. But Yi Hao didn't have any enjoyable feeling, because the other party's small hand was cold and piercing to the bone. Yi Hao fixed his eyes and looked. A figure was looking at himself fixedly. Her 2 eyeballs were protruding outward. Her tongue was even drooping for a long time, and her face was as if she had sprinkled a layer of white powder. Chapter 63, You Go Away. Snap. Yi Hao slapped this white-clothed woman's face. The woman in white shrieked miserably and dissolved into a green smoke. Yi Hao looked towards the distance with a gloomy face, and soon saw the woman in white on the beam. Do you think I can't see you if you hide there? The white-clothed woman's face revealed a look of fear. Only then did she realize that the other party was a high-ranking person. Therefore, the white-clothed woman was going to run away at the first moment. But Yi Hao drew out the bronze dagger at his waist. As Yi Hao urged the bronze dagger, a cold sword intent filled the whole room. The white-clothed woman screamed miserably again. Her whole body was unable to move as if she was under a spell. Master, spare your life. Yi Hao took a big step towards the woman in white. Why don't you go to reincarnation? I still have revenge yet. From the moment you committed suicide, everything in the young world has nothing to do with you anymore. Yi Hao said indifferently. I am not willing. The white-clothed woman growled in a low voice. Whether you are willing or not is your business. Just don't affect me. Yi Hao said and then put the bronze dagger away under the white-clothed woman's stunned look. Leave. Thank you, master. The white-clothed woman respectfully bowed, then floated away from the place. When the woman in white left, Yi Hao still felt a fainting chi. It looks like we have to set up a sun-gathering formation. These yin chi didn't have any effect on Yi Hao, but it would affect Tang Flutter's body. Yi Hao got all the memories of the Black Dragon, and most of these memories were related to cultivation. Yi Hao believed that he had mastered the Taoist arts and aptitudes that even Mei Lianchua was far from being able to compare with himself. Since the cultivation level of the woman in white was not high, the sun-gathering formation didn't need to be too advanced. Yi Hao waited until the nearby kiosk opened and bought a dozen of mirrors and set up a sun-gathering formation. With the first ray of sunlight pouring into the whole room, the yin chi in the room dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Hao looked at the time and ran along the street toward the dormitory. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes looked towards Yi Hao's hands. Yi Hao, why didn't you bring breakfast? Yi Hao was slightly uncomfortable in his heart. Should he have brought him breakfast himself? Didn't bring any money, Yi Hao said indifferently. Then remember to bring money when you run in the morning tomorrow, Zhang Xiaolong kindly reminded. This belonged to shamelessness. I forgot if you didn't say it. Yi Hao said with a smile. You guys haven't paid me for yesterday's meal. I say Yi Hao, this is your fault, Zhang Xiaolong said unhappily. How much is a meal? I've never seen you so stingy. There's no way. The family is poor. Yi Hao smiled and said, honestly, your meal costs $5. Gao Xing's is 4. And Xiao Long's is also 4. Oh, here. Xiao Laosher hurriedly took out a $5 ticket and handed it to Yi Hao. Yuan Gaoxing rummaged through his wallet and said, I don't have any change on me. Let me treat you to lunch at noon. Zhang Xiaolong heard Yuan Gaoxing say this and said obediently, next time I'll treat you to breakfast and return it. Okay. With Yi Hao's eyesight easily saw a bunch of coins in Zhang Xiaolong's drawer. But this guy insisted that he didn't have any change. Can you still testify to go? At that time, you can make a scene. To be honest, Yi Hao really does not care about this $10 or $8. Yi Hao disgusted is Zhang Xiaolong's attitude. The military training is still practicing the front step. Zhang Lan sat by Yi Hao's side in the free rest time. This made many boys in the class gloomy. Zhang Lan's behavior like this is even a little cute. It was all clear that this one had thoughts about Yi Hao. What did you do yesterday afternoon? Something. What is it? Looking at Zhang Lan's bright eyes, Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Lan said with a tiger face. Why are you asking when you know it all? How did you know Tang Flutter? Who in our school doesn't know Tang Flutter? Meng Yongyan has already let slip that he'll challenge you at 12:30 at noon at the basketball court. Looks like this kid is making a lot of noise. Meng Yongyan is the vice president of the basketball association. He has a lot of supporters in school. It doesn't matter to me if he has more supporters. You're not going to answer the battle? If he challenges me, do I have to accept? You are really different. Zhang Lan guffawed. But what I have to tell you is that this guy Meng Yongyan won't stop at nothing. He'd better rest in peace, Yi Hao said with a slight smile. Otherwise I will teach him how to behave? You know how to play basketball? Zhang Lan's eyes lit up. I still know the basic rules, but I still have no problem abusing him. Yi Hao was not saying this for nothing. With Yi Hao's current eye power and hands, shooting was almost the same, not to say 100%. Where did you get such a big confidence? Born with it. Shameless. You're still young and don't understand. The uniform Zhang Lan chose was a bit loose, so it didn't show off her figure at all. And more importantly, her breasts really weren't that big. You lewd. Zhang Lan stood up indignantly after uttering these words. Yi Hao had a confused feeling as he watched Zhang Lan turn around and walk away. What's the situation? How did I mess with her? Yi Hao looked at Yuan Gaoxing and said, don't you think that your sentence was ambiguous? Yuan Gaoxing skimmed his mouth and said, what ambiguity? Zhang Lan has the looks to have the looks and the body to have the body. To say that the beauty is this. Yuan Gaoxing pointed at his own chest. From my years of experience, Zhang Lan's is only an A cup. Actually, A cups are too common in China. More than 40% of China are A cups. Zhang Xiaolong said at this point, there aren't many C cups and D cups at all. I've read a report from Google. It says that Chinese women have 64% A cups. This data affirms the percentage of A cups to a certain extent. Xiao honestly interjected. All experts. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of being an expert again? Xiao Laosher couldn't help but sigh. What? I failed to confess to Li Xuan yesterday. Failure is failure. You can change the object. Why don't you ask Li Xuan how she refused? Tell me. She asked me what my blood type was. I said type B, and she said that she was also type B, and that the child she gave birth to in the future would be 2B. Yi Hao's face tightened. That's the only reason? Aha. Isn't this an obvious rejection of you? Brother, can you not tell the truth? Xiao Laoshi scratched his hair depressingly. Don't be sad. I'll introduce you to one. Yi Hao said and swept a glance at the class. Soon Yi Hao's gaze was bright. Honest, how about you look at that one? Xiao Laoshi couldn't help but shiver when he saw a girl that Yi Hao was pointing at. Don't joke, okay? What? This girl is as black as an ape. Say it like you're white, yes. Chapter 64, Lin Zoer's kindness. I have to find a good conditioned one to improve the genes of my offspring, Xiao honestly said coyly. Then why don't you go after this one? Yi Hao swept around to help Xiao Laoshi lock an object. Don't even think about this one honestly. Zhang Xiaolong laughed lightly. This one has already been hooked up with a sophomore. It's only been 2 days since school started. Why are you so unreserved? Xiao Laoshi said indignantly. What are you worried about? Yuan Gaoxing laughed. We don't have much else in TCM University, but there are a lot of girls. Our department has relatively fewer girls, and other departments have a lot of girls, so take your time. He Jing realized that Yi Hao's learning ability was extremely strong. He could do the movements he taught himself perfectly. Yes, he could. He Jing realized that Yi Hao's learning ability was extremely strong. He Jing specially observed it. The distance between Yi Hao's practice steps and the ground was 25 centimeters every time. Only specially trained honor guards could do that. How did this guy do it at such a young age? Normally speaking, instructors hated it when students took leave without moving, but He Jing's displeasure in his heart dissipated when he saw this scene. Yi Hao had just finished his military training and was heading towards the cafeteria when his cell phone rang. Yi Hao, where are you? Getting ready to go to the cafeteria to eat. Then help me move things after you finish eating. Aha. Zhang Lan looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. Are you quite busy? Can't you see that the cell phone didn't ring all morning? Rather, it's you whose cell phone has been vibrating all morning. How do you know? Nonsense. We are so close. How could I not know? The corner of Zhang Lan's mouth couldn't help but draw a beautiful arc. If Yi Hao didn't move around and pay attention to Zhang Lan, how could he have noticed this detail? It wasn't inert either. Zhang Lan took the initiative to go to the cafeteria with Yi Hao. How could Yi Hao refuse? But soon Yi Hao realized that going to the cafeteria with Zhang Lan at least he didn't have to queue up, because a lot of boys would take the initiative to give Zhang Lan a seat. Zhang Lan wouldn't jump the queue, but how bad is it to refuse when people make way? After finishing the lunch, Yi Hao took the initiative to send Zhang Lan back to his dormitory. Not that Yi Hao was so understanding, but because Tang Flutter's dormitory was near Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan's heart was like eating honey. This guy was getting more and more competent. When he arrived at Tang Flutter's dormitory downstairs, Yi Hao dialed Tang Flutter's cell phone, and it didn't take long for Tang Flutter to walk down with a big box. Such a big box. Yi Hao was surprised. This box was one size bigger than the box Guo bought for Yi Hao. There's another suitcase. After Tang Flutter finished speaking, she turned around and ran towards the dormitory. A few moments later Tang Flutter carried down another suitcase. I'll get the quilt and mattress. Yi Hao was busy when Tang Dance said, just put the quilt and mattress in the dormitory. We'll go to the supermarket to buy new ones later. Ha! The beds in the master bedroom and the second bedroom are 2. 0*1. 8. The quilts and mattresses in our school are 1. 2. The standard is not suitable. Yi Hao said with a smile. But a set of quilt and mattress costs thousands of dollars. Tang Flutterby still said after hesitating for a while. When Yi Hao heard this, he realized that Tang Flutter's family situation should not be good. Immediately, Yi Hao smiled and said, of course I buy bedding for the house I rent. Isn't this where I live too? Tang Flutter said with a red face. Then you just work for me. Yi Hao said after thinking about it. Work part-time? Tang Fluttershy raised her pretty face and asked doubtfully. In the future, the hygiene of the house will be given to you. This dash? Tang Dance originally thought of cleaning the house herself. Letting the schoolgirl clean the house is not a privilege that anyone has. Yi Hao grinned. And I don't like to be friends with twisted people. Yi Hao had spoken to this point, so it would be meaningless for Tang Flutter to refuse again. After Yi Hao and Tang Flutterby sent the 2 boxes to Haihang Garden, Tang Flutterby was in the master bedroom organizing her things. Yi Hao, on the other hand, was wandering around the room to have a look. Just then Yi Hao's cell phone rang. Which one? Yi Hao asked when he saw it was an unfamiliar number. I'm Xiao Mei. Mr. Lin's secretary. Xiao Mei? What's the matter? Mr. Lin asked you to talk about an important matter. I'm already at the entrance of your school now. I'm at Haihang Garden now. Yi Hao didn't know what the important matter was that Xiao Mei was talking about, but Yi Hao felt that he still needed to go forward to have a look. Then wait for me at the entrance of Haihang Garden for 3 minutes. Aha! Yi Hao came to the master bedroom after pondering for a while. Flutter. What's up? I have some things to do at noon. Can you go to the supermarket to buy bedding by yourself later? Aha! This is my bank card. The password is 123,456. Yi Hao paused here. I'm a bit of a clean freak. You can't buy cheap ones. I'll choose carefully. Tang Dance said softly. Tang Flutter's family decided that Tang Flutter chose to pursue cost-effectiveness more often when buying things. But Yi Hao had said so, where would Tang Fluttering dare to buy things that pursued cost-effectiveness anymore? When Yi Hao walked to the gate of Haihong Garden, a Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the gate. Xiaomei saw Yi Hao coming and rushed to welcome him. Sorry, I forgot that you were in military training. Military training usually ended earlier. Otherwise Xiaomei wouldn't have picked up Yi Hao so late. It's okay. Whether Yi Hao was fine or not, Xiaomei had to explain. Moreover, Xiaomei clearly knew that the one in front of her was not an ordinary student. This one was an 8-star expert that even Xiaolan couldn't compare to. A 7-star expert like Xiaolan was already protecting a national-level dignitary. Yi Hao will invite even the patriarchs within the Red Wall as long as he is willing to do so. Mansion International Hotel. One of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Magic City. Yi Hao followed Xiaomei through the luxurious corridor to room 666. Two clean-looking waiters respectfully opened the room door. At this moment, Lin Ruer, who was looking at the information, immediately stood up and walked towards Yi Hao. Just now, I got lost in reading the information and didn't go out to greet him. Please don't be offended. Mr. Lin is polite. General Manager Lin? Lin Ruer's face showed a displeased color. Are we so raw with each other? Yi Hao was confused. Could it be that the two of us are familiar with each other? I just met you yesterday, okay? However, Yi Hao read a meaning from Lin Zouer's words. Lin Zouer wanted to express closeness. Sister Zoe? Lin Zouer looked a bit older than herself, so Yi Hao called out tentatively. Only then did Lin Zouer's face spread a smile. Since you called me Sister Zouer, then Sister has to give you a meeting gift. Lin Zouer said as Lan took out an exquisite box from her briefcase. Chapter 65 Yi Hao's Worth. Inside the box was a diamond watch from Bacharan Constantine. Yi Hao had to admit that Lin Zouer's vision was unique when he wore it on his hand. Exquisite but not luxurious. Low-key but with substance. Thanks Sister Zouer. Yi Hao didn't refuse. What's the point of refusing? Lin Ruer came up and played the emotional card and sent herself a watch. How could Yi Hao not understand that Lin Ruer must have something to ask for? After 3 rounds of wine, Lin Zouer got to the point. Brother, my sister has something she wants to ask you to help. You say. Sister has recently been targeted by the killer organization Yen Luo. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Is Yen Luo strong? Lin Ruer looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan said after a moment of contemplation. According to the intelligence I got, Yen Luo has 3 to 5 8-star experts. There are no innate ones? Yi Hao's words stunned Xiaolan. There aren't even a few innate experts even in our Wudong? In that case, there aren't even many innate experts in this world. Yi Hao rubbed his chin and said. Yi Hao was well aware that he would be able to reach the first level of body refining in half a month or so, and by then, even the innate experts in the martial arts world would not be his opponent. Normally speaking, the first level of body refining was on the same level as an innate expert. The problem was that was Yi Hao's body refining layer an ordinary body refining layer? There was also the fact that Yi Hao's physical body was several times that of a cultivator of the same level. Not to mention the fact that he had some special abilities under the transformation of divine blood. Under the superposition of these factors, it would be strange if an innate expert was his opponent. Even Yi Hao now felt that even an innate expert could resist. Innate experts are all at the national treasure level. Lan said with certainty. Do you know the lair of Yen Luo organization? Yi Hao asked after thinking for a while. What are you asking this for? To finish it off. Of course. Lan's jaw dropped in shock. Can we stop joking? Who's joking with you? Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said. You're a 9-star expert? Lan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, but it wasn't right. Even a 9-star expert wouldn't dare to break into Yen Luo's lair alone. No. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Yi Hao's strength simply couldn't be divided purely by the Hotian realm. I told you? How could there be such a young 9-star expert? Xiao Lan's heart was then relieved. Yi Hao smiled, then looked at Lin Ruer and said, It's no problem to protect you, but I can't be by your side all the time. My security is hard to break through even by several 8-star experts in a short time. What I am worried about is me attending some business events or public places. Lin Zouer said softly. No problem if that's the case. Yi Hao nodded. Then thank you, brother. Lin Ruer guffawed and said. Saying thank you is a little bit raw. I'm going to participate in a charity auction at 8 tonight. An embarrassed look appeared on Lin Zouer's face as she said this. Then let Xiaomei come to pick me up earlier. Yi Hao said with a smile. Honestly, a specialized car is much more comfortable than a cab. Which one does brother like? Sister will give it to you. Lin Zouer said softly. I'd rather not have something that expensive. Yi Hao politely refused. Lin Ruer didn't mention it again. Yi Hao, do you know how much this Rolls-Royce Phantom costs? Xiaomei said with a smile as she sent Yi Hao back to the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Around $8 million. Yi Hao still knew the rough price of the Phantom. This Mirage has gone through some modifications. The price is around $10 million. Xiaomei said here with a change of voice. And this Vacheron Constantine diamond watch you are wearing can buy half a Mirage. Yi Hao was stunned. He then realized why Lin Zou'er didn't talk to him about the honorarium issue. Dare he say that the person had already paid $5 million? This is too expensive. Yi Hao said as he was about to take off the diamond watch. Miss has wasted 2 hours picking this watch in the morning. If you take it off, I think Miss will definitely be unhappy. But Yi Hao still took it off. Xiaomei didn't take it but asked, I heard Xiaolan say that you are an 8-star expert? Pretty much. Yi Hao blinked and said, then do you know how much a year's honorarium is for an 8-star expert? Xiaomei asked with a smile. How much? Xiaolan is a 7-star expert with a yearly honorarium of $20 million, while an 8-star expert's honorarium has to be doubled. Xiaomei could be said to be astonishing. Then wouldn't a 9-star expert have to break $100 million? 9-star experts can't just break $100 million, but you can't even invite them without a certain status. Xiaomei said here and said with some sighs, your family's young lady doesn't have the qualifications either? With the young lady's current qualifications, even an 8-star expert can't be invited. Alright. Yi Hao then realized his position. He also put on the Vacheron Constantine diamond watch with peace of mind, but it was really stylish to wear it. Lang Shui drove a Beetle and was about to head to a nearby large supermarket when violently Lang Shui's eyes were filled with incredulity when she saw a license plate. Isn't this Lin Zou'er's license plate? Lang Shui thought and parked the Beetle on the side of the road. It didn't take more than a few seconds for Lang Shui to be shocked that she saw Yi Hao's figure. How could this guy be in Lin Zou'er's car? Could this one be related to the Lin family? Yes. Lang Shui suddenly remembered that yesterday Tang Flutter told herself about Yi Hao being taken away by the nearby police station. At that time, Lang Shui didn't tell the school's senior management first. It was because Lang Shui herself had strong connections. After a long hesitation, Lang Shui still dialed her cousin's phone. But what surprised Lang Shui was that her cousin told herself that this matter had already been done. Since Yi Hao did not say, Lang Shui did not continue to ask more. Who would have thought that it would be related to the Lin family? Yi Hao just walked to the school gate and received a call from Lang Shui. Yi Hao looked towards the distance after connecting, and soon Yi Hao saw Lang Shui's Beetle. Yi Hao pulled open the car door and sat up. Ms. Lang, what's the matter? I'm going to Hualien supermarket for shopping. Help me carry my stuff. Yi Hao was speechless. How could it be such a coincidence? But with Lang Shui asking Yi Hao what relationship he had with the Lin family, Yi Hao realized that Lang Shui wasn't specifically asking him to carry things. I saved Lin Yuan too. Yi Hao said softly. It was Lin Yuan too who had a car accident in the first place. Lang Shui suddenly remembered the incident 2 months ago when Yi Hao was in the hospital for saving someone. Yeah, no wonder the Lin family would step in to save you. Lang Shui turned her words here and said, but I hope you stay away from the Lin family. It seems like your identity is not simple either. Ms. Lung, Yi Hao said with a smile. How could Lang Shui recognize Lin Zou'er's license plate if she didn't have a certain identity? Do you know that you are in danger now? Lang Shui couldn't help but say angrily when she saw that Yi Hao was actually concerned about her identity. Chapter 66, Lin Family's Crisis. Tell me. Yi Hao adjusted a comfortable posture and said with a smile, the Lin family is now in danger. You're a dead man if you get involved. Not really, right? Is the filth of the big families not something you know? Lang Shui said in a grave tone. The Lin family is now being targeted by the Zhou family and the Zhang family. And there are even the Wang family, the Sun family, the Kong family, and the Lang family shaking their heads. So it's impossible for the Lin family to resist even if they're strong. Lang family? Yi Hao's eyes flashed as he said, Mr. Lang, you're from the Long family, right? You. Lang Shui was so angry that she could hardly speak. What kind of person is this guy? After saying so much himself, this guy still focuses on this kind of issue? I don't care if the Lin family falls or not, but Lin Roer can't be okay. Yi Hao looked at Lang Shui and said, Lin Roer is the current head of Lin family. Do you think it's possible to not move Lin Roer? Whoever moves dies. Yi Hao calmly said. Yi Hao. Lang Shui was a bit shocked as she looked at Yi Hao, who calmly said this, and it was then that she suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this student. Just kidding. Yi Hao laughed fiercely. I'm just a student. Where am I qualified to get involved in the grudges among your powerful families? You guy. Lang Shui hammered Yi Hao in annoyance. Yi Hao smiled and dodged. Lang Shui, perhaps to take revenge on Yi Hao, deliberately bought a lot of things at the supermarket. What Lang Shui didn't expect was that even though Yi Hao's whole body was hung all over, still didn't have the slightest feeling of effort. Call me yourself if you want to take leave again in the future, Lang Shui said after Yi Hao put down the things. Aha. Yi Hao nodded and said, Teacher Lang, I won't be staying in the dormitory from today. What? A student must have the counselor's consent to not live in the dormitory. don't live in the dormitory for convenience. Is it because you didn't get along well with the Yuan Gaoxing trio? No, I've rented a house in Haihang Garden. Rented it? Aha. I don't agree. You'll agree. Mr. Lung. Yi Hao turned around when he said this. I have to organize the things in the dormitory while there is still time. Believe it or not, I'll deduct your credits? I'll earn as many credits as you deduct. Yi Hao started to organize his clothes after returning to his dorm room. Guo Xiu had prepared a lot of clothes for Yi Hao. Yi Hao was going to bring the vast majority of the clothes to the rented house. As for the dormitory room, just leaving 2 or 3 pieces for changing would be almost enough. Yi Hao, what are you doing? Xiao honestly asked. Moving out to live. As soon as Yi Hao said moving out to live, Yuan Gaoxing and the 3 of them all gathered around. What's going on? Zhang Xiaolong asked. Yi Hao folded the clothes in his hands and said, I'm used to living alone. Don't intervene. If the brothers have done something wrong, you just say it. Yuan Gaoxing said with a straight face. Really no. No. Why did you move out? Yuan Gaoxing said with a puzzled face. Don't you know that the rent in Magic City is very expensive? Yi Hao said after pondering for a while. Actually, I moved out to live with a sister. What? Yi Hao's words could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. No one had thought that Yi Hao moved out because of this. I say Yi Hao, you're a bit fast-paced too, aren't you? Yuan Gaoxing said in shock. I just want to know who you are living with. Xiao Laosher's dark face was glowing. Zhang Lan? You're overthinking it. Yi Hao didn't continue to explain, but continued to straighten up his clothes. Zhang Xiaolong's trio didn't guess that it was Tang Flutter, no matter how much they guessed, because it didn't make sense. Even if Tang Flutter was lucky enough to get acquainted with Yi Hao, it was impossible that she could just know him for 2 days and then shamelessly cohabit with him, right? Zhang Lan is possible. This person has been chasing after Yi Hao for a long time. Yi Hao was about to leave after loading the 2 suitcases. Let me help you, Yuan Gaoxing said with a smile. Not convenient. Yi Hao gave Yuan Gaoxing a wink. My god, that's all the more reason I have to go. Yuan Gaoxing said so, but the movements in his hands stopped. Yi Hao returned to Haihang Garden to put his things in the second bedroom. The master bedroom was occupied by Tang Flutter. It was impossible for Yi Hao to put his own things even if he wanted to. Zhang Lan walked to Yi Hao just after the military training. Let's go watch a movie at night. Zhang Lan took out 2 movie tickets and waved them in front of Yi Hao. A sound of wolf howling came out from all around. Zhang Lan's pursuit was too obvious. Even a little cutie could all see it. Yi Hao was about to say something when his cell phone vibrated. It's only 5 o'clock and you want to go over? Yi Hao said suspiciously when he picked up Xiao Mei's phone. We have to prepare in advance. Xiao Mei whispered back. Okay, where are you now? I'm in front of your school now. Wait for me for 20 minutes. Yi Hao hung up the phone, then looked at Zhang Lan with an apologetic face and said, I have something to do in the evening. Well, you're busy then. Zhang Lan said softly. Yi Hao was about to leave when he stopped him. I say Yi Hao, what do you mean? What? My baby took the initiative to ask you out. How dare you push it? I have something in the evening. Push it. Can't push. What is it? It's not convenient to tell you. Convenient to tell my baby then? He said tit for tat. Hearing this, Zhang Lan hurriedly pulled He back. Why are you pulling me? He said in dissatisfaction. I'm helping you seek justice. I don't need you to mind my business. Zhang Lan said with a tigerish face. He was unreasonably stunned. The employer has a mission. Yi Hao hesitated or whispered to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yi Hao actually gave her an explanation? Did this prove that she had a place in his heart? But then the question came again. Employer? Mission? What was Yi Hao doing? Yi Hao didn't say much but walked quickly towards the dormitory. He couldn't wear this military uniform to meet Xiao Mei. When Yi Hao came to the school entrance, he saw 6 luxury cars lined up, and Yi Hao immediately realized that Lin Ruer had also come here. Yi Hao was guided by Xiao Mei to the vehicle in the very center. Sister Zoe, Yi Hao shouted after sitting down. Lin Zoe handed Yi Hao a bottle of mineral water and said, thirsty after such a long military training, right? It had to be said that Lin Zoe was really understanding. Such a small action could show her personal cultivation. Yi Hao picked it up and said with some surprise, when did Nanfu Zhangquan have this series? The mineral water of Nanfu Zhangquan in front of his eyes was actually made of glass, and the glass was also inscribed with an eagle with wings flying. This is the high-end series Mo Yaquan launched by Nanfu Zhangquan. Xiao Mei said at the right time, but I still think the French Evian has more flavor. Chapter 67 Attacked. This is the high-end series Mo Yaquan launched by Nanfu Zhangquan. Xiao Mei said at the right time, but I still think the French Evian has more flavor. Well, neither Mo Yaquan nor Evian Yi Hao had ever heard of it. However, the taste of Mo Yaquan was really good, a lot better than the 1.5 bottles on the market. When the fleet stopped at the department store building, Yi Hao realized that Lin Ruer was so early to buy clothes for herself. Yi Hao didn't refuse. He accompanied Lin Ruer to appear in a high-end place. Wearing too shabby will definitely be laughed at. Who would like to be laughed at when they have nothing to do? Miss, will this be dangerous? Under normal circumstances, Xiaolan can follow alone, but now Lin Rower is being stared at by Yan Luo organization. If there are no bodyguards to follow, it is hard to guarantee that something will happen. Isn't there my brother? Lin Rower said with a smile. Yi Hao gently nodded. As his cultivation improved, Yi Hao became more and more confident. Alright, Lin Rower had said this, so Xiaolan didn't say anything else. Of course, it was mainly because Xiaolan felt that Yi Hao, an 8-star expert, could guarantee Lin Rower's safety. A woman like Lin Rower was born to be a star-crossed existence. She caused a sensation when she just appeared in the department store building, and one by one, the men looked at Lin Rower shocked and speechless. This is too beautiful. Why do I think she's even more beautiful than a star? I finally know what it means to be a goddess of temperament. This is a strong goddess paradigm. And just as Lin Rower led Yi Hao towards the men's clothing area, a young man wearing Armani came forward and stopped the group. Introduce yourself. Get out of the way. Lon interrupted the youth. This youth's face revealed a displeased look. Is there a place for you to talk here? This youth was observant of words and colors, thus he could tell at a glance that Xiaolan was a follower. Scram! A cold light flashed in Xiaolan's eyes and said, I'm standing here today. Let's see how you make me roll. This youth coldly stared at Xiaolan and said. Xiaolan couldn't help but furrow her brows. She didn't want to hit someone in public if she didn't have to. While she was pondering, Yi Hao walked out of the crowd and slapped the youth's face. Then, under the youth's stunned look, he dragged him by his hair and smashed it towards the counter on the side. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, the surrounding pedestrians scattered with a bang. This was too overbearing, wasn't it? Even if this youth shows love to your girlfriend in front of Yi Hao, you can't put people to death. Xiaolan saw this scene and was about to go forward when she was held down by Lin Rower. Lin Rower said with a grave face, pay attention to the surrounding. Xiaolan was terrified. How could Yi Hao beat up this youth for no reason? Then there was only one possibility. This youth was a killer. The question was, how did this one see it? And just when Yi Hao dragged that youth's hair towards the counter and smashed it once again, a powerful force surged out of that youth's body. This power was golden and iron. But out of the youth's expectation, Yi Hao's big hand still steadily dragged his hair towards the counter once again. Wu Juan's heart set off shocking waves. He was an 8-star level assassin. How could this one easily take control of himself? Wu Juan utilized his inner strength to break his hair, then retreated away like lightning. Wu Juan retreated fast, but Yi Hao chased faster. Yi Hao locked his shoulder blades before Wu Juan even landed on the ground. Who are you? Wu Juan looked at Yi Hao with a shocked face and said, how can you be an assassin with your strength? Yi Hao scared. Wu Juan had the urge to cry. He himself was the third-ranked existence in Yan Luo organization. What now? Yi Hao looked at Lan and said, kill or waste? Scrap. Xiao Lan said without hesitation. Yi Hao was about to make a move when a hint of sinister color appeared on Wu Juan's face. Then a strand of black blood gurgled out along the corner of his mouth. Poison pill. Ran stepped forward to see this scene. Her face changed slightly and said, still really ruthless. Yi Hao casually threw Wu Juan to the ground. I'll stay behind to deal with this. Yi Hao, you go with the lady to buy clothes, Lan said after a moment of contemplation. Yi Hao nodded. An expert like Xiao Lan undoubtedly had an inextricable relationship with the police. Yi Hao looked sideways at Lin Rower, whose complexion didn't change much, and sighed slightly in his heart. What exactly had the young girl in front of him experienced, making it possible to remain calm in the face of such an assassination? Lin Rower patiently helped Yi Hao pick 4 pieces of clothes. Even the shirt, tie, socks and such also helped to buy. Yi Hao instantly felt handsome to a new height after changing into the outfit. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, Xiaomei said as she looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao grinned. He felt the same way. Lin Rower, however, glared at Xiaomei and said, nonsense. Xiaomei spat out her tongue. When are we going to the charity auction? Right now, Lin Zuoyer said softly. It's only 6 o'clock now. Yi Hao looked at his watch and said, are you confident about the transportation situation in Magic City? Lin Zuoyer smiled. Okay, being the biggest city in China, the traffic in Mordor could simply be described as bad. It was already 7:50 when Lin Zuoyer's convoy arrived at the Mandala clubhouse. Yi Hao realized that Lin Zuoyer was Lin Zuoyer. It was because Lin Zuoyer caused a stir when she appeared at the clubhouse. Even these children of worldly families likewise showed extreme shock. Is this Lin Rower? I've long heard that Lin Rower is the pearl of the Magic City. I didn't believe this before, but today I finally realized that what I've been told is true. Stunningly beautiful. These sons of the worldly families quickly noticed Yi Hao standing beside Lin Rower. Who is this one? What qualifications does someone that ugly have to stand beside my goddess? That's right, ugly as hell. Yi Hao's face immediately darkened. Spicy next door. You guys are the only ones who are handsome? MS. Lin, you made me wait for a while. At this moment, a graceful youth came in a neat suit. The moment he saw this young man, even though Yi Hao was a picky master, he had to admit that he was more handsome than himself. This youth had a gentle smile on his face, and his star-like eyes flickered with a faint light as he looked at Lin Ruor in front of him and extended his hand. Handsome, elegant, confident, subdued. This was the Zhou family's Zhou Wenyu. Mr. Zhou, joking. Lin Ruor knew very well that the one in front of her hated to die immediately, but Lin Ruor's face still showed just the right amount of smile, and then Lin Ruor stretched out her small jade-like hand. Chapter 68, The 8 Ciphers. Mr. Zhou, joking. Lin Ruor knew very well that the one in front of her hated to die immediately, but Lin Ruor still had a just right smile on her face. Then Lin Ruor stretched out her small jade-like hand, and just when Zhou Wenyu was about to hold Lin Ruor's jade hand, Yi Hao grabbed Zhou Wenyu's big hand first. Zhou Wenyu was stunned. What the hell? Who is this dilettante? Lin Zoyer was equally stunned. Shaking hands on this kind of occasion was a normal thing. Why did Yi Hao stop it? Could it be that dash? Lin Ruor's complexion couldn't help but chill as she looked at Zhou Wenyu when she thought of this. Lan even realized what was going on and half stood in front of Lin Ruor. As long as Zhou Wenyu made any movement, Lan would unleash a thunderous strike. What are you doing? Zhou Wenyu said in a deep voice. Didn't do anything. Yi Hao said calmly. This was still called not doing anything? Miss Lin. Who is this? Zhou Wenyu looked at Lin Ruor and asked in a deep voice. My bodyguard Yi Hao. Lin Ruor, even without saying it, Zhou Wenyu was still able to investigate Yi Hao's information. Can a bodyguard be this ungenerous? Zhou Wenyu said after she had determined Yi Hao's identity. Are bodyguards inferior in your eyes? Yi Hao sneered. You. Zhou Wenyu choked on his words for a moment. The surrounding luxurious kids were even more stunned. They all wanted to know which one was this oddball? How did he dare to call out to the Zhou family's son? Zhou Wenyu shook his head after calming down for a moment. I didn't mean that. It's just that the rules can't be abolished. You have so much nonsense. Yi Hao stared at Zhou Wenyu. Plus, what qualifications do you have to talk to me about rules? What did you say? Zhou Wenyu was furious. You don't want to be a human being that much? The corner of Yi Hao's mouth revealed an arc and said, what did you say? Unlike the previous rage, Zhou Wenyu's face showed a color of fear. You know very well what I said. Yi Hao stepped forward and patted Zhou Wenyu's shoulder. This torment is hard, isn't it? Zhou Wenyu's whole body shivered uncontrollably. He was now more and more certain that the youth in front of him knew what was happening to him. And just then Zhou Wenyu's bodyguard rushed over, and Yi Hao retreated to his original position in a smooth manner. It's okay. Zhou Wenyu waved his hand to indicate that the bodyguard didn't need to lean forward. Miss Lin, please. Lin Ruor nodded after giving Zhou Wenyu a suspicious look. Many celebrities surrounded Lin Zoer when she arrived in the hall. Yi Hao was just about to go forward when Xiaolan pulled him back. There won't be any problems here. Why? The Mandala Hall is sitting on a 9-star senior. Anyone who dares to mess up here will only have one result. Xiaolan made a neck-wiping motion when she said this. How could Yi Hao still not understand what Xiaolan meant? However, a 9-star expert Yi Hao really didn't put it in his eyes. And right at this moment, Yi Hao felt prying. Yes, prying. Yi Hao followed this feeling and locked onto a middle-aged man who hid in the corner and drank. Yi Hao blinked and then the spiritual energy slammed towards this middle-aged man's eyes without hesitation. With a bang, a slight sonic boom sounded in the void. And the next moment that middle-aged man dabbed his head and stood up, and he looked at Yi Hao with a shocking wave in his heart. This kind of terrifying spiritual energy must be at least the peak of 9 stars. The problem was that this one was too young. Casually spying on others was a big taboo in itself, but this one didn't think anyone could discover him. After all, a 9-star expert was not a big cabbage. Wang Hua knew that he had violated a taboo. Therefore he walked towards Yi Hao after a short contemplation. Yi Hao noticed this middle-aged man walking towards him, then carried a glass of red wine towards a corner. Xiaolan glanced at Yi Hao and then kept her eyes on Lin Ruor. Little friend, please don't blame me for the offense just now, Wang Hua said in a deep voice. Are you the bodyguard of Mandala Club? Yi Hao glanced at Wang Hua and said, bodyguard? How could that be possible? He himself was heavily hired by the owner of Mandala Guildhall to watch the venue. Well, it was no different from a bodyguard. Yes, even Mandala can hire an 8-star expert. It looks like Mandala is not simple, Yi Hao asked with a smile. Wasn't this nonsense? Wang Hua didn't want to answer Yi Hao's question. I haven't yet asked you which sect you are from. Not telling you. What kind of answer was this? Wang Hua didn't want to communicate with this Irby anymore. However, Wang Hua's heart was secretly on guard. With such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age, the sect behind this one was definitely not simple. Furthermore, this person would have no problem stepping into the innate without any surprises. Wang Hua was very clear about his own qualifications, and could not step into the innate in his life. Therefore, he wanted to make friends with Yi Hao even more. And through a short exchange Wang Hua realized that Yi Hao didn't seem to know anything about martial arts sects. My master didn't tell me this, Yi Hao said casually. Manhwa really wanted to say that your master is so capricious, but considering that Yi Hao's sect was most likely a hidden and powerful sect, Wang Hua gave up the idea. The clamor of the entire room stopped as a graceful woman walked onto the podium. Welcome all of you to the charity auction that I am presiding over. The woman paused when she said this, and the men and women in the room immediately applauded. Zhou Haimei waited until the applause from the entire room had fallen back some before she softly said, "The charity auction that I'm presiding over today is mainly a financial subsidy for the poor families in the southern border region. The target this time is $1 billion. There were at least 300 to 500 business tycoons from Magic City who came this time, so raising $1 billion would not be any problem at all." Zhou Haimei gave another lyrical speech before starting to preside over the first auction of exhibits. The first exhibit is Su Beihong's 8 Steeds. When the two young girls unfolded the 8 ciphers drawing, the entire room couldn't help but erupt in a chorus of exclamations. Master Su's? Look at the charisma, it's 6 or 7/10%. The auction was hosted by Mrs. Zhou. Do you think it could be a fake? Every piece of Master Su's calligraphy and painting is over $50 million. I remember the 10 ciphers painting even fetched $120 million. The people who came here were all elites from the business world and the scions of various big families. Their knowledge could not be said to be broad. Therefore, within a short period of time they had estimated the value of this painting. The reserve price for the 8 ciphers painting is $50 million, and each increase shall not be less than 1 million. Zhou Haimei said with a smile. $60 million. $61 million. $62 million. $63 million. Yi Hao watched the price of the 8 signets climb over and over again, sighing. Chapter 69 Injustice. Yi Hao once thought that he could live happily for the rest of his life as long as he gave himself $5 million. And seeing this scene, Yi Hao realized that for these upper-class elites, what was 5 million? A luxury car or a watch? The difference in status determines the difference in vision. This 8 Steeds painting was finally auctioned by a big businessman for $93 million. The second exhibit is an ancient jade. Zhou Haimei said the shape of the ancient jade appeared in the screen behind her. However, we can't figure out the composition of this ancient jade, but touching it in your hand will make you feel refreshed. Yi Hao's gaze fixed on the ancient jade held in the hands of the young girl on the stage. His eyes lit up. What kind of ancient jade is this? This is clearly a spirit stone. Yi Hao was ecstatic in his heart. Zhou Haimei scanned the entire room and said, the base price of this ancient jade is 100,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. 110,000. 120,000. In fact, many of the big men bidding simply do not care how much value this piece of jade. Even if this piece of jade is a plastic fake, does not matter. What they really valued was being able to get Zhou Haimei's attention. $200,000. Just then Yi Hao in the corner opened his mouth. All the gazes in the room fell on Yi Hao's body. What was the situation? Who was this person? One had to know that the ones who chose to bid were all bigwigs in the business world and elites from various big families. Can't I bid? Yi Hao asked, pointing at himself. Zhou Haimei was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled lightly and said, of course you can. This one is bidding for $200,000. Is there any higher? 1 million. The entire room clamored. Even if you're rich, you can't burn like this, right? It's Wang Rue. Has Wang Rue's brain been pinched? Why do I feel like Wang Rue is deliberately targeting that bodyguard? This bodyguard is Lin Zouer's. Isn't Wang Rue afraid that Lin Zouer will hold a grudge? Lin Zouer understood that Wang Rue was trying to take revenge for Wei Tao when she saw that it was Wang Rue who was bidding. It was the Wang family that the Wei family followed. Yi Hao glanced at Wang Rue then said indifferently, 2 million. You have 2 million for a tiny bodyguard? Wang Rue sneered. You don't seem to know the consequences of malicious bidding. I will pay for all of Yi Hao's expenses. Lin Ruer said calmly. No, I will help pay for all my expenses today. Mr. Zhou. Out of the expectation of the whole room, Yi Hao said these words. Zhou Wenyu's heart beat even faster when she noticed that the eyes of the whole room fell on her. This guy really knows something. Zhou Wenyu was silent for a moment when he thought of this, and then his face was filled with a smile. Brother Yi is right. What the hell? The entire room was confused. Weren't the Zhou family and the Lin family as hot as water? Any questions now? Yi Hao looked at Wang Rue and said. Wang Rue fell silent. The Wang family had already joined the ranks of the inverted Lin, so it was fine to be at war with the Lin family. But the question was, how did Yi Hao get involved with Zhou Wenyu? The whole room was equally considering this question. However, at this time, there was no one who didn't have the eyes to bid for this ancient jade with Yi Hao. The third exhibit is a string of dongju. Dongju was already worth a lot of money, not to mention a string of dongju. As the two young girls placed the dongju in front of the crowd, they realized that this string of dongju was exactly the same size. This is a rare treasure. This string of dongju must be at least $10 million or more. I'm afraid this is the only dongju in the world. I reckon. When these bigwigs in the business world realized the value of this string of dongju, so one by one, they bid on it. $22 million. $24 million. $30 million. Just then Yi Hao said violently. Zhou Wenyu's face couldn't help but turn white. This asshole. Zhou Wenyu, even though he was a clan member of the Zhou clan, didn't just casually come up with $30 million. The problem was that Zhou Wenyu had said in front of everyone that Yi Hao's expenses were all on his head. He couldn't even deny it if he wanted to. 31 million. 32 million. Yi Hao's price was quickly broken. 40 million. Yi Hao said without changing his face. When the crowd saw this scene, they could only give up. This one wasn't short on money at all. How can you still compete? Yi Hao didn't do too much either. After auctioning this string of Dongzhu, he didn't auction the rest. This made Zhou Wenyu's heart a little bit easier. After the auction ended, the two young girls handed over the two exhibits to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the ancient jade in his hands at the first time, and Yi Hao immediately felt strand after strand of spiritual energy. It was pure and thick. Yi Hao didn't continue to absorb it but discreetly put this ancient jade into his pocket. What's so special about this ancient jade? Wang Hua asked curiously. Not telling you. Wang Hua's face darkened. How could this guy flip his face faster than a book? Let's go. Yi Hao lifted the box containing the Dongzhu and got up, then walked towards Lin Rower. Lin Rower looked at Yi Hao with curiosity in her eyes. However, she also knew that this kind of occasion was not suitable for asking. By the time Yi Hao and Lin Zoyer sat in the sedan, Lin Zoyer's bright eyes blinked and blinked as she looked at Yi Hao. Sister Zoyer, just ask whatever you want to ask. Yi Hao laughed bitterly. A goddess was still cute? Who could stand it? What's going on between you and Zhou Wenyu? Aren't I from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Then what? Zhou Wenyu, I can tell at a glance that he has a weak kidney. Lin Zoyer was stunned. No matter what, she hadn't expected this to be the case. That's how you threatened him? Lan had an incredulous look on her face. Otherwise? Yi Hao said with a smile. If I explode this matter, do you think it will be damaged to Zhou Wenyu's image? Damaged for sure. The question is, will others believe it if you blow it up? Lan didn't really believe Yi Hao's words. Therefore, when Lin Ruer's fleet of cars sent Yi Hao to Haihang Garden, Xiaolan said the doubts in her heart. Miss, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Lin Zoyer said softly. Yi Hao's home changed drastically when he returned home. Tang Flutter had planned and organized the things in the house, which looked more pleasing to the eyes and also seemed to have more space. How is it? Still satisfied? Tang Fluttershy asked with a smile. I really can't pick out anything I'm not satisfied with. Yi Hao's face changed abruptly when he said this. At the same time, a cold, piercing wind blew into the room. Tang Flutter couldn't help but shiver. Why is it so cold? Flutter, you go back to the house. Yi Hao said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Something unclean came in. Yi Hao still said after thinking for a while. After all, Tang Flutter knew about the existence of dream nightmare. Tang Flutter's eyes showed consternation. Then she swished and scurried to Yi Hao's side, her full breasts clinging to Yi Hao's arm, her eyes sweeping over the surroundings vigilantly. Don't worry, it's just a small character. Yi Hao comforted. Chapter 70, Protective Bells. Hearing Yi Hao say this, Tang Fluttering slightly relaxed a bit. Didn't I tell you not to come here again? Yi Hao coldly looked at the white-clothed female ghost who had barged in. The white-clothed female ghost plopped down on the ground. Please master, save me. And just then the glass window was shattered by a huge force. Then a figure appeared in the living room. Sinful animal. Let's see if I don't behead you today. This one wore a Bagua Taoist robe and held a peachwood sword in his hand and said sternly. As soon as this person's words fell, the peachwood sword in his hand cut through an arcane trail. The white-clothed female ghost looked like her entire body was imprisoned and she couldn't even move. Seeing that the mahogany sword is about to chop on the body of the female ghost in white when a glass chip hit the Taoist priest's wrist, the Taoist priest ate pain in the hand of the peachwood sword out of the hand. How dare you stop me? I'm not only going to stop you today, I'm going to beat you up today. Yi Hao went forward and picked up the Taoist priest and snapped 2 slaps. That Taoist priest was dumbfounded. Do you know that she is a stern ghost? No. You know, and you're still protecting her? Who let you break into my house? Just because I broke into your house, you're going to hit me in the mouth? Or else? Xiaoming was in a bad mood. How could there be such an oddball? But there was one thing he had to admit. This one was much stronger than himself. Otherwise, how could he carry himself? Now that you've fought, it's time for me to put her away, right? Dawn said after calming down a bit. No. Why? Who gave you permission to do it in my room? Are you going to keep this one? Do you know that people and ghosts are different? I just feel sorry for her. Pity? This one will turn into a severe ghost after a while. And then God knows how many innocent people she will kill. I won't do anything to innocent people. I just need to kill that negative person and I will immediately head to hell. You won't do it to innocent people? Xiaoming laughed out loud. Don't tell me that you haven't inhaled popularity for such a long time. The white-clothed female ghost fell silent. She simply couldn't stay in the young world for a long time if she didn't inhale popularity. Popularity was closely related to longevity. If the white-clothed female ghost inhaled a few bites of the other party, her lifespan would be reduced by a few years. This was an evil deed that harmed the heavens and the earth. Since you've sucked it, Don't say you're innocent. I would rather die, but I beg the Taoist master to do me justice. From the moment you die, what happens in the yang world has nothing to do with you. Taoist master. Shut up. Yi Hao rolled Xiaoming's eyes and said, Little Taoist, what are you yelling for in my territory? Only then did Xiaoming realize that he had a lord in front of him. I'm sure you heard this popularity sucker just now. Senior, Huaki said busily. I'm curious to know why you haven't taken revenge yet with your strength? Yi Hao asked. It's because that person's body carries a body protection artifact, and with my current cultivation level, I can't even get close to him. Do you have any way to break his body protection artifact? Yi Hao looked at Xiaoming and said. Xiaoming was startled. Senior, you won't let me help her, right? Is there a problem? It's good that I don't kill ghosts. How can I even help her? Do you know the 5 ghost carrying technique? Yi Hao thought for a second and said, yes, since you know it you'll steal that person's protective spell. That's not good. Xiaoming said breathlessly. Will you help? Yi Hao said and picked up Xiaoming's collar again. Help, Xiaoming said with no sense of propriety. Yi Hao smiled and put Xiaoming down, then even straightened his collar for him. Let's go now. Do you know that this will damage yin virtue? It's not mine that's damaged. Can we still chat happily? Xiaoming had the urge to cry. He wanted to go home so badly. The outside world was too dangerous. What surprised Yi Hao and his duo was that the object of the white female ghost's revenge was also in Haihang Garden. Is this the one? Xiaoming pointed to one not far away and said. The female ghost in white nodded her head repeatedly. Xiaoming mused for a moment before reciting an incantation under his breath, and before long a little ghost appeared in front of Xiaoming. Go and steal this family's magic weapon. Your kid's identity is not simple. Yi Hao stared at Xiaoming instead. How do you know? Xiaoming couldn't help but change color. There are 2 versions of the 5 ghosts carrying technique. One is to utilize the skull of a dead person, and the other one is to summon the ghosts of hell. Yi Hao said with a smile, and summoning the earthly ghost messenger is only known to the Maoshan sect. I am Maoshan disciple Xiaoming. Yi Hao had said it to this point. It would be meaningless if he hid it anymore. And the reason why Yi Hao knew this was also because of Black Dragon's memory. You're practicing down the mountain? Aha! Can you teach me your Maoshan's Taoist techniques? Can't. Xiaoming's face darkened once more. I heard that some of your Maoshan Taoists raise ghosts. For some ghosts that are pitiful and have their nether gates closed, we in the Maoshan sect will selectively take them in. Have you raised any? Yes. Show me. No. Yi Hao's eyes glanced around Xiaoming's body, and soon his eyes landed on a piece of wood around his waist. Soul-restoring wood. Yi Hao said in disbelief. You kid really went through a lot of trouble to raise ghosts. Soul-restoring wood was extremely precious. Even in the Black Dragon's memory, it was not common. I have to be responsible for her, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Female? Female. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Xiaoming said in annoyance. And just then that ghostly messenger from the hell handed a bell to Xiaoming. Xiaoming said after carefully examining it, there is a single Vajra Sutra engraved in this bell. A single engraved pair of Vajra Sutras doesn't have this kind of power, does it? The problem is that there is also a drop of that monk's tongue root blood in this Vajra Sutra. The blood at the root of the tongue has the most yang energy. This is why Taoist priests are afraid of biting their tongues and spraying it on the Taoist talisman. It was because this could make the power skyrocket several times. This bell is good. Give it to me, Yi Hao said and snatched the bell from Xiaoming's hand. This bell could play a role in warding off evil spirits when placed in the house. Of course Yi Hao didn't think this bell would work on Dream Nightmare. You can take revenge now, Yi Hao said at this time. Thank you, Taoist master. The white female ghost thanked Yi Hao again and again and then floated into the man's room. And not long after that, a mournful scream sounded in that room. About 3 minutes later, a police car stopped nearby, and then 3 criminal police officers rushed into the room with guns. The police have been alarmed, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Should we withdraw? Xiaoming asked. Nonsense, Yi Hao said without any humor. Chapter 71, Entering the Devil. The moment the 3 criminal police officers rushed into the room, they saw a creepy scene. A cloaked white woman with a repulsive face was tearing at the body of a man lying on the floor. The man's eyes were filled with lingering terror. His whole body was twitching unceasingly, and his body was dripping with blood. Stop, the criminal police officer in charge said in a deep voice. The woman in white glanced at the criminal cop. The 3 criminal police officers' faces changed wildly, and after they glanced at each other, they turned around and quickly fled the place. This is a ING ghost. By the time these 3 ran downstairs, their faces couldn't be more ugly. The problem is that this ghost is still killing people. Can't we just go back like this? The second criminal police officer said. Transfer people. Transfer a large force to come. The lead criminal police officer said in a deep voice. I'll make the call. The third criminal cop immediately called the headquarters. The situation is urgent. Transfer a large force to come immediately. This one said incoherently. The operator immediately reported this matter to Deputy Director Zhang Chang. who upon hearing this hastily mobilized more than 50 people, and then he even connected to the armed police side to coordinate. The armed police immediately dispatched a squadron. The two teams came to Haihung Garden in a short time. They blocked off the entire building where the accident occurred at the first time. What happened? Zhang Chang asked as he walked up to the three criminal police officers. It's not easy to say about this matter. The criminal police officer in the lead smiled bitterly. What's there to say? We saw a female ghost in white eating people. The criminal police officer in charge hesitated for a moment or said truthfully. What? Many of the leaders, including Zhang Chang, were stunned. A ghost eating people? Just kidding. What era is this? And you guys still believe in ghosts? Zhang Chang said in a cold voice. To say that there are ghosts, that would be someone pretending to be a god. Saying this, Zhang Chang arrived at the door of the room in question with a dozen or so gun-toting criminal police officers. Zhang Chang exchanged a glance with the two criminal police officers beside him. Then he violently kicked open the door of the room, and these two armed police officers rushed in at the first opportunity. They locked onto the white-clothed woman on the floor at the first opportunity. Hands up, the two criminal police officers said sternly as they moved. Along with these two criminal police came in the 10 criminal police at the door, and they quickly surrounded the white woman in the center. At this time, a dozen members of the armed police squadron also rushed in. While they rushed into the rest of the rooms in this room with their guns and retreated back when they didn't find anything, Zhang Chang saw that the situation was settled. Then he said in a deep voice, "Hands up." The woman in white raised her head with a displeased expression. The hearts of all the criminal police and armed police in the room couldn't help but slow down a beat when they saw the woman in white's appearance. This is a ghost, okay? But as the saying goes, people have the guts of a group, and so many police officers were here, so none of them turned and fled. Roll. The white-clothed female ghost's voice was cold and biting. Playing God. Zhang Chang pulled the trigger. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to stand up, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Noisy. The voice of the woman in white transformed into a rolling sound wave. The glass of the surrounding room shattered with a bang, and the police officers in the field even covered their ears in pain. And just as the woman in white continued to emit the sound of ghostly whistling, 2 figures appeared in the middle of this room. Xiaoming said in a cold voice, "Sinful animal." Xiaoming's words carried a Taoist heart-clearing incantation that erased the sound of the ghostly whistling in an instant. A look of scorn appeared on the white female ghost's face, and immediately the white female ghost got up and was about to flee. Want to leave? Xiaoming pulled out a handful of soybeans and scattered them towards the woman in white. When the soybeans touched the woman in white, she fell to the ground, and at the same time a gust of white smoke gushed out from her body. She kept rolling on the ground in pain. Taoist master, please spare me. You have already entered the devil by devouring human flesh. No one can save you now, Xiaoming said with cold eyes. Yi Hao looked at the female ghost in white and sighed softly. Nothing happened when the female ghost in white left after beheading this man. The problem was that this one even made the move of devouring human flesh. Eating human flesh was a big taboo. As Xiaoming said, this woman in white has become a demon. The woman in white is already possessed, and being possessed means that she is hopeless. After a short time, the white female ghost turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into thin air. Xiaoming bent down to pick up the soybeans one by one, and Yi Hao also bent down to pick up the soybeans when he saw this scene. These soybeans are all my hard-earned sacrifices. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Hao had picked up 2/3 of them. Yi Hao glanced at the yellow beans in his hand and said, "There are only 12 of them. These 12 I need to sacrifice them wholeheartedly for a month. Okay?" Xiaoming felt his heart ache, and just then Zhang Chang woke up from the shocking scene in front of him. He walked over with a grave expression. This Taoist priest. If he had felt that Taoist priests were all pretending to be gods and goddesses before, that thought no longer crossed his mind at this moment. Xiaoming performed a Taoist salute, and then said in a deep voice, "This man did something wrong to this woman because he did something wrong to this woman. So this woman chose to commit suicide in a fit of rage. And as for what happened afterward, you already know about it." "How do you know so clearly?" Zhang Chang said in dismay. "Because this female ghost killed herself in the room I rented." Yi Hao interjected. "Why didn't you stop the female ghost from killing? Isn't this a step too late?" "Okay." Zhang Chang had a bit of a headache after understanding what happened, how the report should be written. "After you report this matter truthfully, this case will be transferred to the Psychic Bureau," Xiaoming said softly. "Psychic Bureau?" Zhang Chang was stunned and said, "The Psychic Bureau has always existed. It's just that you don't know about it," Xiaoming said with a smile. "In fact, the psychic incidents over the years have all been handled by the Psychic Bureau secretly." "There's really no problem?" "There's really no problem," Xiaoming nodded and said. "This time I also came down from the mountain to join the Psychic Bureau under the order of my master. Can you leave a contact information?" Zhang Chang didn't dare to let these two go to the police station to record their statements, so he retreated to ask for contact information. "I just came down from the mountain without a cell phone." Xiaoming looked at Yi Hao when he said this. "Keep mine," Yi Hao said and reported his cell phone number. "Thanks to you too this time." Zheng Cheng thanked the two from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of these two, it was questionable whether they would be alive or not. Just then a groaning sound sounded. Only then did the crowd remember the youth on the ground. Sending it to the hospital might still be able to resuscitate it for a moment or two, Xiao Ming said after checking it. Any more resuscitation would be a waste of time, Yi Hao said softly. 40% of this youth's whole body was torn and drenched in blood by the female ghost in white. The eyes were gouged blind. The nose was bitten off. The lips were gone. The hand tendons were ripped off. And the leg tendons were drawn out. This living was better than dying? Chapter 72 3 Sects and 6 Doors. When Xiaoming and Yi Hao jumped down to the 4th floor with a long jump, Yi Hao walked towards his house. What are you following me for? Yi Hao looked at Xiaoming, who was following him, in surprise. I don't have a place to stay. Xiaoming was embarrassed. I'll just stay for one day. I'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Yi Hao nodded. But you can't stay for nothing. Xiaoming's face changed slightly. I don't have any cash on me. Don't want your money. Do me a favor. Yi Hao smiled in his heart when he saw that Xiaoming's face was all a bit white. This one was afraid that he hadn't eaten much of the loss of having no money since he went down the mountain until now. I will help when I can. Xiaoming weighed his words for a moment and said, Do you know about Dream Night? Dream Night? Xiaoming heard this with a grave expression. You've seen Dream Night? Seen it. This kind of demonic beast like dream nightmares lurks in people's souls like a maggot on the bone. With my current Taoist skill I can't get rid of the dream nightmares yet, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Does your Mashan sect belong to the Taoist sect? Belongs. Then does your Mashan have spiritual talismans for curing diseases? No. You Mashan don't even have this kind of simple spirit talisman? We in Mashan emphasize predestined reincarnation. We won't interfere in the affairs of mortals. Xiaoming seemed to have read Yi Hao's mind and said, and don't get too involved in karma, fellow Taoist. I have promised that girl. That's so. Xiaoming pondered for a while, then pulled out a jade bottle from his pocket. Then Xiaoming poured out a yellow pill from the jade bottle. This is a fitness pill refined by our Maoshan sect. After taking it, it can greatly enhance your body. I think it can alleviate that girl's illness to a certain extent. Yi Hao reached out and took it before he busied himself. Give me some more. Taking one and then taking another won't have any effect. Xiaoming said softly. I'll give it to my parents. This okay? Xiaoming pondered for a moment before giving the bottle all to Yi Hao. This kind of stuff is however useless to you and me. Well, do you know which of the Taoist sects has a healing holy elixir? There are 3 clans and 6 sects in the Taoist family, and none of the 6 sects have this strength. If you want the healing holy pills, the only way is to ask the 3 clans for them. Xiaoming paused here and said, but the 3 sects are not very good at talking. Yi Hao's heart was slightly heavy. Previously, Yi Hao thought that he could ask for the elixir that cured Lan Xingqing as long as he found Mei Lianxue. Now he realized that he was still thinking too naively. What if Mei Yixue was also a cultivator of the 6 sects? However, Yi Hao wasn't desperate yet. This was because when Yi Hao's cultivation level rose a bit more he would be able to refine his own elixir. This black dragon's memories were extremely refuted, even in alchemy and formations and such. After Yi Hao returned home with Xiaoming, Tang Flutter ran out in a hurry. No one could calm down after what happened just now. It's over, Yi Hao said softly. Aha, Tang Flutter said so, but she was still a bit stunned. You Maoshan sect must have amulets or something like that? Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. There's none on my body right now. This Taoist robe on you is nice. This can't be given. Xiaoming changed color. This way, I'll draw one for you tomorrow. It's too little. Drawing talismans extremely consumes the mind. You think it's so easy? Xiaoming laughed bitterly. Too. Fine. Xiaoming nodded helplessly. What materials are needed? Cinnabar, wolf hair, yellow paper, and chicken blood. Xiaoming said a few things. Come on, I won't ask. Yi Hao said and took out his wallet from his pocket, taking out 2,000 cash and handing it to Xiaoming. It's a bit much, Xiaoming said with some excitement. Don't you still have to go to the psychic bureau? Don't you need money on the way? Yi Hao's words filled Xiaoming's heart with emotion. Even the previous incident of Yi Hao robbing his soybean discomfort had vanished. Tonight you stay in my room. Yi Hao pointed to the second bedroom and said, Aha. Yi Hao then returned to the master bedroom with Tang Flutter. Yi Hao put the copper bell on the side of the bed. This copper bell is to deter demons and evils. And here are 3 soybeans for you, Yi Hao said and pulled out 3 soybeans from his pocket. What is this? These soybeans are not simple. Each one has a talisman engraved on it. What are you giving me these for? There's something wrong with the 6 paths of reincarnation. And all the bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods have run out. Yi Hao sighed softly. I've seen spirits in our school more than once, and you know that our school is built on a mass grave. In the past, it was still able to be suppressed by the students' righteousness, but now do you think it can still be suppressed? Tang Flutter couldn't help but change color. The great powers of the world and the nether women of the hell have begun to act, so with the amulet of the little Taoist priest safety is not something to worry about, Yi Hao said softly. Tang Fluttershy then felt slightly more at ease. Are you sleepy now? Not sleepy. I'll read if I'm not sleepy, Yi Hao said and read the Chinese medicine book. Tang Fluttershy, on the other hand, picked up a book on economics and read it. As time went by, Yi Hao's memory became more and more horrible. Yi Hao was curious to know if he could reach the legendary 10 lines at a glance after some more time. Yi Hao quietly read the book for 3 hours before putting it down, and when Yi Hao saw the book in Tang Flutter's hand he was stunned. Why are you reading about economics? I'm more interested in economy recently. Ever thought about investing? Thought about it, but my vision needs lots and lots of money. How much? It might need $1 billion in the early stage. Yi Hao's face changed when he heard this. Are you sure you're not joking? The future era is the era of the internet. I'm going to create a brand new app. Now Baidu and Ali are in the preparation stage. If I can get a head start in developing this app, I believe that I will be able to get a share of the internet in the future. How much startup capital is needed in the early stages? Because it requires the recruitment of top-notch network experts as well as decent office conditions, the initial startup capital needs about $20 million. Tang Flutter's mind had long had a plan. How long will it take for the pre-startup? The hardest thing right now is to get this app developed. If we can recruit top-notch network experts, I think a year's time will be about right. Network experts are not a problem. I happen to know a few hackers, Yi Hao said after a moment of contemplation. As for funding, I can provide you with around $30 million. What? Tang Flutter changed color. How can you possibly have that much money? Chapter 73, Meng Yongyan blocking the door. It made sense for Tang Flutter to have such doubts. If Yi Hao could casually take out $30 million, why didn't he buy a house in Magic City? 2 days ago, I pitched a guy, and that guy gave me a string of dongju. Dongju? Tang Flutter's eyes lit up and said, show me. Yi Hao got up and brought over the dongju beads in the second bedroom room. This bead is so beautiful. A mesmerized look appeared in Tang Flutter's eyes. Keep it if you like it, Yi Hao said with a smile. Tang Flutter's face couldn't help but turn red. This was an Eastern pearl worth $30 million. Yi Hao gave it to himself without even thinking about it. So how could Tang Pantheon not think wildly? This is too expensive. Tang Flutter hurriedly put the dongju into the box. I'll give this string of dongju to the auction house in the next 2 days, Yi Hao said softly, so you can start preparing for the app now. Do you trust me that much? Tang Fluttershy asked, staring at Yi Hao's eyes after a moment of contemplation. Aha, I will definitely not fail you, Tang Flutter said in a grave tone. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Yi Hao said and flipped out Tai Shishio's cell phone number. There's something I want to ask for your help. Yi Hao went straight to the point. Let's talk straight between us brothers. Tai Shishio's eyes lit up when he heard that Yi Hao had something to do. Yi Hao's strong strength made the whole Vermilion Bird Squad want Yi Hao to join in, only that Yi Hao had rejected them twice in a row. Do you know how to make app? Yes, I want a top computer engineer. I am the top computer engineer. Somehow Yi Hao was skeptical of Tai Shishio's words. What about Death and Ning Xian? This Reaper guy is a top international hacker, and Ning Xian is a consultant of the National Security Intelligence Department. So Han? What else? I'm going to design an app. Are you interested in coming over to help? It's very casual to help. I mean, come work at my company. This dash? Taishu hesitated down. The company will give you a satisfactory salary. This Yi Hao, my salary is not low. Tai Shishio felt the need to say this out loud. What price do other companies offer you? Microsoft offered me a salary of $3.5 million last month. I'll give you $5 million, Yi Hao said with a slight pause. Tai Shishio was stunned. Brother, are you sure? Tai Shishio's value was only around $3 million. And the reason why Microsoft offered $3.5 million was because it needed to let Tai Shishio travel to the United States. It had to be said that Yi Hao's $5 million salary impressed Tai Shishio. The question was, could Yi Hao get $5 million? How can I fool you with this kind of thing? Yi Hao smiled and said, in this way, you will come to Magic City tomorrow, and we will meet and talk. Good. After hanging up Taisher Hu's phone, Yi Hao looked at Tang Flutter. Tomorrow you talk to Taisher Hu in detail. Taisher Hu? You know him? This is a top network engineer. I've seen his information in the database. So he's okay? Absolutely no problem. Tang Fluttershy got excited. Taisher Hu's network is undoubtedly wider than ours. Having Taisher Hu invite computer talents can save a lot of manpower and material resources. Well, you look after this matter. Yi Hao nodded. As for the funds, Yi Hao was going to give this string of dongju to Lin Ruer to auction. The Lin family undoubtedly had connections in this area. Both problems were solved. Yi Hao looked at Tang Flutter, who was still a bit excited. Say, are you going to rest? I can't sleep now. It would be strange if Tang Fluttershy could fall asleep now. Then I'll read some more. Yi Hao was ready to finish reading this Chinese medicine book as soon as possible. Aha! Tang Dance's mind was filled with the company's plans. She fell asleep just thinking about it. The first thing Yi Hao did when he noticed Tang Flutterby falling asleep was to draw out the bronze dagger. After Yi Hao stimulated the sword intent contained in the bronze dagger, the dream nightmare didn't dare to make trouble. Tang Dance woke up on time at 7 o'clock the next morning. When she saw Yi Hao sitting beside her, she asked softly, "Are you sleepy?" "I'm just resting when I'm practicing." Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. "Do I look like someone who has sleepiness? You don't lie to me? What's in it for me to lie to you about this kind of thing?" Yi Hao stood up long and said, "And remember that I'm not an ordinary person." Suddenly I realized that I seem to have forgotten one thing, Tang Flutter said with a pat on the head. "What? I forgot to sew the purse." "Then sew it now. I have class in the morning." "Take a vacation if you have classes," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Tai Shio will be at the airport in 2 hours. Won't you come with me to pick him up then?" "That have to go together," Tang Flutterby said busily. Tai Shio was related to the construction of the company's app, so Tang Flutter had to meet him. Plus there were still a lot of details to be finalized for the meeting, and Yi Hao was undoubtedly unreliable in this kind of matter. After Yi Hao walked out of the room, he realized that Xiaoming had already disappeared. Seeing that his things were still there, Yi Hao knew that the guy had mostly gone out to buy something. It didn't take long for Xiaoming to walk in carrying a big red-furred rooster. "Dao brother, where is there a place in this neighborhood that sells literary treasures? Just get in a cab and tell the master to go to a street of literary houses in the south of the city," Tang Flutter said as she walked out of the restroom. "Well, I'll go now." Xiaoming belonged to the practical side, so he left as soon as he said he would. "Wait for me." Yi Hao chased after him. "I'll go buy breakfast." Tang Fluttershy got a little chagrined. How could she even forget something like buying breakfast? By the time Yi Hao bought the 2 breakfasts back, Tang Flutter had sewn 2 purses. "Which one do you want?" Yi Hao looked at the 2 purses and looked at them with a strange color. How could he choose? "These are ing Mandarin ducks." Tang Flutterby blinked and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yi Hao chose one with a doubtful heart. Did Tang Fluttershy not recognize the Mandarin ducks? Well, regardless of whether Tang Flutterby recognized it or not, Yi Hao was ready to play deaf and dumb. Breakfast was being eaten until he was half full when Yi Hao's cell phone rang. "What is it?" Yi Hao couldn't help but be dismayed when he saw that it was Yuan Gaoxing's. "I'm telling you, Yi Hao, don't come to military training today." "What's wrong?" "Meng Yongyan has brought a dozen boys to block you." "Meng Yongyan?" A cold light flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. "This grandson blocked the door of our dormitory with great fanfare." Relying on his connections in the student union, Yuan Gaoxing was also quite uncomfortable in his heart when he said this. "I know." Yi Hao hung up his cell phone when he said this. "Meng Yongyan looking for trouble?" Just now, Tang Flutter heard Yi Hao mention the 3 words Meng Yongyan. Chapter 74, The Overwhelming Counterattack. A dozen tall boys blocked the door of the 101 dormitory with Meng Yongyan as their leader. "Yi Hao, do you like being a grandson that much?" "This guy doesn't like to be a grandson. This guy is simply a grandson. Yesterday Yongyan waited for him for an hour. This guy hard dare not show up. Who says otherwise? But Yi Hao, this guy is really wimpy. Yongyan and not beat you. Just with you to practice a little ball skills. You again wimpy also not to not open the door. I haven't seen such a wimp for so many years." Next door. Listening to these boys sneering, Yuan Gaoxing finally couldn't help but push open the door. His hands carrying a bench. Blocking the door is very accomplished? Xiao Laoshi saw the scene and walked out with a bench in his hand. Zheng Xiaolong hesitated for a moment and also chose to stand out. "Who are you cursing?" Meng Yongyan said with a cold expression. "Lousy scolded you." Yuan Gaoxing stared at Meng Yongyan and said, "Got guts." Meng Yongyan gave a thumbs up towards Yuan Gaoxing, and then a steel pipe slipped out of his sleeve, which was held in the palm of his hand and smashed towards Yuan Gaoxing. If this smashed, the head is the lightest. Yuan Gaoxing was stunned. He did not expect Meng Yongyan, this guy, really dare to smash towards his head. Doesn't he worry about people getting killed? In Meng Yongyan's hands, of steel pipe will be smashed to Yuan Gaoxing's head. At the moment a figure rushed in like lightning. In the time of no time to catch, Meng Yongyan smashed over the steel pipe. "Do you know what will happen if this is smashed?" The figure stared at Meng Yongyan and said, "Yi Hao, have you finally stopped being a grandson?" Meng Yongyan said with a hideous look on his face. Yi Hao smiled coldly, then snatched the steel pipe in Meng Yongyan's hand and smashed it towards Meng Yongyan's head. The whole scene froze. No one thought that the weak-looking Yi Hao was so ruthless. Meng Yongyan's head was confused. At that moment, the steel pipe in Yi Hao's hand was smashing towards Meng Yongyan's head again. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" The 3 boys saw the scene and immediately shot towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao's eyes flashed with a cold aura and the steel pipe quickly smashed towards their shoulder area. The 3 students knelt on the ground in no particular order. "What's the situation? Yi Hao's speed is too fast, right? I didn't even see it clearly just now." Yi Hao looked at the remaining 8 boys with cold eyes while holding the steel pipe and said, "Wimped out?" The 8 boys were indeed a bit wimpy. The problem is that after Yi Hao said this sentence, even if they were more egregious, they had to go on. However, The result of their going up was that they were smashed by Yi Hao with a steel pipe on their shoulder blades. With Yi Hao's strength, he easily smashed their shoulder blades, and for a moment, all 11 students let out a miserable sound. At this moment, Yi Hao's eyes fell on Meng Yongyan, who had a head full of blood. Meng Yongyan looked at Yi Hao with fear in his eyes. What are you going to do? You blocked the door. Do you think I might easily forget about it? Yi Hao sneered. I'll call the police if you come forward again. Meng Yongyan didn't want to say such a wimpy thing, but who let Yi Hao take a step towards him? Call the police? I'll report it for you. With that, Yi Hao took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Cheng's number. Zhang Cheng was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of their district. It could be said that he was in a high position of power. Bureau Zhang. I was besieged by a group of students at school, and these students are also holding instruments. There's still such a thing under Lang Longkuan? Zhang Cheng immediately said angrily. I'll come over right now. Actually, Zhang Cheng didn't believe Yi Hao's words. Joke. How could a dozen students be his opponent when he jumped from the 4th floor? Yi Hao mostly made this call to let himself go forward to finish the job. You let the police. I helped you report. Now should we talk? Yi Hao asked indifferently while carrying the steel pipe. Meng Yongyan was silent. Is it dumb? Yi Hao said. Here a steel pipe was drawn to Meng Yongyan's cheek. Meng Yongyan's 3 teeth mixed with blood immediately spit up, and his cheekbones were swollen. Meng Yongyan covered his mouth and his whole body was trembling. Pain. Pain into the bone marrow. What did I ask you? Yi Hao saw that Meng Yongyan didn't answer when he immediately raised the steel pipe again. Don't. Meng Yongyan was scared. This person is simply not shy about meat and fish. If you had spoken earlier, you wouldn't have gotten this steel pipe. Yi Hao held the steel pipe and patted on Meng Yongyan's shoulder. Do you think you are cheap? The word irritated Meng Yongyan. His nails pierced deeply into the flesh and blood, but by the time he glanced at Yi Hao's icy cold eyes hardened. He didn't dare to say a single word. It's not impossible for you to block me, provided that you have the ability to do so. Yi Hao said here and kicked one of the boys who screamed the most miserably out. This point of injury is screaming like this. Shame on you. The rest of the boys immediately didn't dare to scream anymore. On one hand, they were worried that Yi Hao would strike, and on the other hand, they also felt ashamed. Yi Hao didn't say anything more but stood still and waited. About 5 minutes passed. The siren sounded, and then more than 20 policemen rushed in towards Yi Hao's dormitory. Zhang Cheng was the first one. When Zhang Cheng saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. This kid was too ruthless, right? What happened? Zhang Cheng was looking at Yi Hao when he asked this. Officer, he was armed and assaulted. Just as Meng Yongyan said this sentence, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Zhang Cheng. I didn't ask you to say it. Yi Hao said slowly, because I had some conflicts with this one. This one called a dozen brothers to block the door of my dorm room. I received my roommate's call and rushed over it the first time. And the moment I came to the door I noticed that he was holding a stick and smashing towards my roommate's head. According to his kind of smashing method, my roommate absolutely could not have survived. Yi Hao continued. I don't know if it's wrong for me to step in and stop this situation. This is righteousness. This police officer, even if he was acting in a righteous manner, but he followed up and continued to beat us. Meng Yongyan held his tongue. Including you, there are 12 boys. If I didn't make a decisive move I would probably have been killed by you guys. Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Well, this belongs to self-defense. Zhang Cheng asked tentatively when he said this. I don't know if you guys have any witnesses? I am a witness. Yuan Gaoxing said immediately. This, Zhang Cheng said softly, since you are also one of the parties involved, you can't be a witness. I have a video. Yi Hao looked at Tang Flutter in the crowd when he said this. Chapter 75, Blue Qingqing. It was only then that the onlookers realized that Tang Flutter was also in the crowd. Tang Fluttershy ignored the stares of the entire crowd and handed her cell phone over to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Chen looked at it once before saying, can you make a copy of the video for me? Sure, Tang Flutter said and used Bluetooth to make a copy of the video to Zhang Cheng. Cuff this group of crowd troublemakers back to the police station, Zhang Cheng said in a deep voice. And right at this moment, the Director of Academic Affairs and Lang Shui of the Chinese Medicine University rushed over. When the Dean of Academic Affairs saw the tragic state of Meng Yongyan and the other 12 students, he said in a deep voice, what happened? Zhang Cheng then briefly told the matter. The head of the Academic Affairs Office looked at Yi Hao with some shock, but immediately the head of the Academic Affairs Office said with a straight face, they are still just a group of kids. Give them a chance, okay? If this group of students got into the police station and had a record, the graduation certificate of the Chinese Medicine University would be out of the question. It can be said that all these years of hard work have been wasted. Director, you gave them a chance. Have you ever thought about me? Yi Hao calmly looked at the director and said, if I was blocked by Meng Yongyan and the others this time, what do you think I would be beaten up by them? It doesn't matter if my mental state is better. If my mental state is not good, can I still stay in the university? They thought of this outcome before they struck, but they still struck without hesitation. Yi Hao's voice chilled as he spoke. But they didn't cause any consequences after all. Ha! All I know is that if there is no punishment for doing something wrong there will be no repentance. Yi Hao threw his voice and said, Director Zhang, isn't the armed behavior of more than 3 people defined as involving black? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Meng Yongyan and the others' faces changed wildly. These days, as long as one is involved in triad, it's at least 3 years of imprisonment. For the time being, it can be characterized as involving black, but ultimately, whether it is involving black or not, we have to further determine it. Zheng Chang nodded. Meng Yongyan and the other 12 students were paralyzed with fear. They didn't understand how just helping out in a fight could be characterized as involving black. Yi Hao, if they are characterized like this, their lives will be over. The director also saw the hint at this time, feeling that Yi Hao and Zheng Chang knew each other. They won't let me live well, so why should I care about their lives? Yi Hao said indifferently. Yi Hao. Lang Shui walked over. Give them a chance, okay? Yi Hao was silent for a moment and said, No, Yi Hao, since you didn't show up when you should, don't show up when you shouldn't. Lang Shui instantly understood that Yi Hao was blaming her for arriving too late. I had something to do outside just now. All I know is that Yuan Gaoxing's head would have been smashed open if I had been 1 minute later. Yi Hao said calmly as usual. Take away. Zheng Chang took away all 12 students, including Meng Yongyan, with a wave of his hand. The director of the Academic Affairs Office sighed helplessly. Yi Hao, let them be spared. Director, they will be released after half a month of imprisonment. Yi Hao said with a smile. That just now was just to let them understand that they should consider the consequences before doing something. The director of the Academic Affairs Office couldn't help but be stunned. Then he patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, Don't be so heavy-handed next time. I will pay attention. You brat. Lang Shui looked at Yi Hao viciously when the director of the teaching office left. Teacher Lang, I want to take a day off. Yi Hao changed the topic and said, Take a vacation for what? To pick up a friend. Go. Lang Shui said after a moment of contemplation. Yi Hao then chatted with Yuan Gaoxing and the others for a while before heading to the Magic City Airport with Tang Flutter. What Yi Hao didn't notice was that a figure in the crowd had been quietly watching the scene. When this figure saw Yi Hao leaving with Tang Fluttershy shoulder to shoulder, her eyes dimmed for a moment. This asshole. He was just about to rush out when this figure pulled her back. What are you doing? Yi Hao has his foot in 2 boats. I'm going to help you teach him a lesson. He clenched his fist and said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Lan looked at Bai He and said, Yi Hao and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Who are you fooling? Where was Bai He willing to believe it? I was chasing Yi Hao all along, but Yi Hao didn't agree. Zhang Lan said seriously, Yi Hao has the right to choose. As well as this matter you don't get involved. I'm helping you. He stomped his foot and said angrily. I know. Zhang Lan spoke without any reason and felt a wave of dizziness. He rushed forward to help Zhang Lan who had fallen into a fainting spell. Yi Hao Duo and Taisher Hu after a short meeting to finalize the details of cooperation, and then Taisher Hu non-stop hoofed it to buy a ticket to Kyoto. To make an app, one Taisher Hu couldn't do it at all, and in this aspect, Taisher Xiu's connections played a huge advantage, which was why Yi Hao gave Taisher Xiu $5 million in salary. Why don't you accompany me to take a look at the office building? Tang Flutter asked with an expectant face. Aha! Yi Hao nodded. Last night, Tang Flutter had looked at a few office buildings. Today, she turned around and finally finalized an office floor. The rent of this office floor was $3 million a year. Yi Hao paid a deposit of 50,000 to temporarily settle this office building, and as for the follow-up funds, Yi Hao was ready to give them when he signed the agreement 2 days later. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that just at 3 o'clock in the afternoon his cell phone received a text message. Your bank card income is $28,888,000. It's arrived. Yi Hao showed Tang Flutter's cell phone text message. With these funds I'm sure I'll be able to make the app, and then we can finance it as long as we have some influence. Tang Flutter said softly. Financing was a very normal thing in the business world. You don't have funds yet, how can you develop without financing? This matter is up to you. Yi Hao was too lazy to listen to the process. Well, let's go order some office supplies now. Since the funds had arrived, it was time to make preparations early. Yi Hao was about to say yes when his cell phone rang. Have you arrived, Ms. Lan? Yesterday, Yi Hao told Lan Qingqing about this after he got the fitness pill from Xiaoming. What he didn't expect was that Lan Qingqing had rushed to Magic City without stopping. Thinking about it, Yi Hao's face became gloomy. If the situation was not particularly critical, how could Lan Qingqing rush over? Well, I've already arrived at the Magic City airport. Lan Qingqing's nice voice rang out. Next I'll go to UNE Hotel. Well, I'll go over there now as well. Yi Hao said softly. We'll see you later then. Lan Qingqing coughed violently again after saying this, and by the time she coughed for a while her palm was full of blood. According to me, Qingqing should have stayed at home and recuperated properly, but as a result, Qingqing had to believe in a college student's bull ********. Look at what Qingqing has been tortured into now, a middle-aged noblewoman said in a cold voice. Chapter 76 Spiritual Elixir. Lan Qingqing just wanted to say something and coughed again, and this time there was a trace of blood clots coughed out. Qingqing, a middle-aged man in a suit, saw this scene with a look of pain in his eyes. Father, I am fine. Lan Qingqing's face reluctantly squeezed out a trace of a smile. Only this wisp of a smile felt pale and helpless no matter how one looked at it. If you were at home it wouldn't be with this, the middle-aged noblewoman said compassionately as she handed over a cup of hot water. Mom, Yi Hao wouldn't lie to me. Lan Qingqing washed her hands and said softly, Taoist sects have always existed in nothingness. They don't deal with the mundane at all. How could Yi Hao, a student, cross paths with such existences? The middle-aged noblewoman said in a deep voice. With Qingqing's current body convalescing in the hospital is no longer necessary. Lan Zhongtian gently shook his head and said, This time, I brought Qingqing here because I also wanted to meet Huashu. Huasu, you have an appointment with Sage Hua? Aha! Huasu was not only famous domestically, but also internationally, and there was no telling how many people made appointments every day. But it was simply impossible to make an appointment if you didn't have a certain status. I hope that Sage Hua has the ability to cure Qingqing's illness. The middle-aged noblewoman said so, but she didn't hold much hope in her heart. Huasu had long said that Qingqing's illness was not something that could be cured by medicine or stone. Even with Huasu's medical skills, she was only able to alleviate it. And as for Western medicine, there was simply nothing they could do. Lan Qingqing still didn't have time to go to the Yuan Yi Hotel, because as soon as she got off the private jet she fell into a faint. Lan Qingqing was rushed to the Magic City Chinese Medicine Hospital, because Huashu was there. It was already 2 hours later when Yi Hao got this news. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Qingqing, who was as pale as paper. At this moment, Lan Qingqing was inhaling oxygen, and she squeezed out a smile on her face when she saw Yi Hao. You are Yi Hao, right? Lan Zhongtian said softly. You are Dash? Yi Hao noticed that this middle-aged man had a three-quarter resemblance to Lan Qingqing and had an answer in his heart. I am Lan Zhongtian, Qingqing's father. Lan Zhongtian said in a neutral voice. Thank you for coming to see Qingqing. Qingqing is my friend. Yi Hao said and was about to go up to see Lan Qingqing. Qingqing can't be disturbed now. The middle-aged noblewoman stopped Yi Hao. Lan Zhongtian gently shook his head towards the middle-aged noblewoman. Only then did the middle-aged noblewoman reluctantly get out of the way. Yi Hao sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the weak Lan Qingqing. What's wrong? Lan Qingqing was just about to say something when one of the nurses next to her was busy saying, The patient can't talk now. Yi Hao's eyes signaled Lan Qingqing not to speak. Then his 2 fingers were on Qingqing's pulse. This scene made Lan Zhongtian extremely surprised. Could it be that Yi Hao knew how to read patients? True essence was a kind of energy. This kind of energy was beneficial to one's body. This was also what Yi Hao got from Black Dragon's memories. In fact, the internal force cultivated by martial arts experts was also a kind of energy. Only that the energy level of internal force was far less than that of true essence. Yi Hao didn't dare to input too much at once. However, with Yi Hao's rhythmic input, Lan Qingqing's heartbeat frequency continued to rise, and Lan Qingqing's various vital indicators gradually became normal. The nurse on duty stood up in shock. How is it possible? What happened? Lan Zhongtian said in a deep voice. Lan Qingqing's various vital indicators are almost back to normal. The nurse hurriedly pressed the emergency button after saying this. Lan Zhongtian looked at Yi Hao with a shocked face. Lan Qingqing's various vital indicators tended to normalize. Could it be due to this youth? It didn't take long for the 3 doctors to arrive in the intensive care ward. This family member, we want to check Lan Qingqing's body, an elderly doctor politely said to Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded and stood up. Just as he stood up his head stumbled a bit. The consumption is a bit big, Yi Hao said in his heart. If Yi Hao had officially stepped into the first level of body refining, he wouldn't be this weak, because by stepping into the first layer of body refining, the body would have formed a big cycle. Unlike now when the true essence in the body would be depleted if it wasn't stored. The 3 doctors carefully examined Lan Qingqing's vital indicators, and the results that the 3 of them came up with were unbelievable even to them. Lan Qingqing's current state was just slightly weaker than normal people. Other than that, Lan Qingqing's vital indicators were completely normal. Impossible. Doesn't make sense. Please consult the dean. The 3 doctors rushed to the dean's office at the first opportunity after coming to this conclusion. A few moments later a gorgeous-haired old man appeared in Lan Qingqing's hospital room. He shook his head gently after carefully inspecting Lan Qingqing's body. Blip. What does that mean? Lan Qingqing's body recovery is just an illusion. It will return to its original state in another 2 or 3 days. Huashu sighed softly. The 3 doctors wanted to ask more questions but Huashu waved her hand and said, You guys go out. The 3 doctors didn't dare to say more and respectfully walked out. Huashu's gaze fell on Lan Zhongtian. Mr. Lan, who treated Qingqing just now? Lan Zhongtian's gaze couldn't help but fall on Yi Hao. It's really out of my expectation that little friend can have such pure internal force at this age. It's just that I hope that little friend won't give Qingqing any more internal force to consolidate her body in the future. Why? The bones of internal force contain the power of destruction. So this is drinking hemlock to Qingqing. Who told you that I am internal force? Yi Hao shook his head slightly. What? Huaxiu was shocked. Yi Hao smiled and walked over to Lan Qingqing's hospital bedside, then took out a jade bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill. Eat it. Lan Qingqing had already pulled off the oxygen mask at this time, because there was no need for it. Now all her body functions had returned to normal. Lan Qingqing swallowed the pill with a hum. The pill turned into a mellow energy that surged into her limbs and bones right after entering the mouth, and gradually Lan Qingqing felt that her entire body was filled with endless power. How does it feel? I feel like I have an inexhaustible amount of energy in my body. That's right, Yi Hao said with a smile. This pill can greatly enhance your physique. It's normal for regular people to increase their lifespan by 5 or 6 years if they take it. Yi Hao's words made Huasu and the others all stunned. Huasu even took a step forward and said, I wonder what kind of spirit pills are in your hands. Huasu had now come into contact with the level of spirit pills, but it was just a contact to know. Yi Hao poured out one and handed it to Huasu, who gently sniffed it in shock. There are 300 years of yellow essence and 500 years of ginseng in this pill, as well as 200 years of snow clams. Huasu named a dozen or so valuable herbs in a row. This pill can really be called a spiritual elixir. Chapter 77 Love Letter. Yi Hao poured out one and handed it to Huasu, who gently sniffed it in shock. There are 300 years of yellow essence and 500 years of ginseng in this pill, as well as 200 years of snow clams. Huasu named a dozen or so valuable herbs in a row. This pill can truly be called a spiritual elixir. Is it convenient for little friend to sell me one? Huasu rubbed his hands together. I would like to study how it was developed. You can't study it. Yi Hao shook his head. Take a step back and say that even if you research it, you don't have such ingredients to match it. Huasu nodded bitterly. Raw materials had always been the problem that constrained traditional Chinese medicine. Can you sell me one? At this moment, that middle-aged noblewoman Ping Mei stepped forward with burning eyes and said, just now, she heard Yi Hao introduce this pill and mention that regular people can extend their life by 5 or 6 years. Yi Hao gently shook his head. I am Qingqing's mom, Ping Mei said unhappily. And then? Yi Hao could tell at a glance that this Ping Mei couldn't be Qingqing's real mom. But even if she was Qingqing's real mom, Yi Hao couldn't just give it to her. Like this, how about I fund the purchase of 2 of your spirit pills? Lan Zhongtian was equally interested in the spirit pills in Yi Hao's hand. Does Mr. Lan think that the spirit elixir of a Taoist sect is something that can be purchased by worldly goods? Yi Hao looked at Lan Zhongtian with a smile on his face and said, furthermore, am I that short of money in Mr. Lan's eyes? A trace of anger appeared in Lan Zhongtian's eyebrows. Qingqing, I still have something to do. I'll go back first. Yi Hao said towards Lan Qingqing and turned around. You guys. With a stomp of her foot, Lan Qingqing chased after Yi Hao. I don't know what to do, Lan Zhongtian said angrily. Huasu glanced at Lan Zhongtian and said, Mr. Lan, there's something I have to remind you. This little friend is not someone you can afford to offend, even if you have deep roots in Macau. Lan Zhongtian was stunned and said, not to mention the fact that this little friend is acquainted with cultivators from the Taoist sect. His current cultivation alone is such that Mr. Lan's personal bodyguard is no match for him. How is that possible? Lan Zhongtian was stunned. His personal bodyguard was a 9-star Hotian top expert. Huaxiu, however, turned around and left the place without another word. Ping Mei said with a gloomy expression, such a young 9-star expert is bound to enter the innate without any surprises. Innate level experts have certain privileges in the country now. Now it seems that Yi Hao's friend must be a cultivator of a Taoist sect. And for Yi Hao to have such a powerful cultivation at such an age, do you think that Yi Hao has any Taoist secret books in his body? Lan Zhongtian mused. You don't want the secret books on Yi Hao's body, right? Ping Mei was startled and said, our Lan family has never been able to dominate in Macau, but it might be possible if we have the support of Patriarch Bai Ruo. Lan Zhongtian looked at Ping Mei and said, you want to ask Patriarch Bai Ruo to deal with Yi Hao? Ping Mei hesitated. Patriarch Bai Ruo is at the innate realm. It's fine to deal with Yi Hao. The problem is, what about Qingqing's illness at that time? For the sake of the Lan family, Qingqing can be temporarily sacrificed. Lan Zhongtian was silent for a long time before speaking. Ping Mei's whole body shook. She looked at Lan Zhongtian for the first time and felt that this man was so strange. Ping Mei was a bit of a snob, but she was not heartless to the extent that Lan Zhongtian was. Yi Hao. Sorry. Lan Qingqing caught up with Yi Hao with an apologetic face. It's me who should say sorry. Yi Hao said softly. The spirit elixir that cured your illness will take some more time before I can give it to you. You mustn't say that. Lan Qingqing was busy saying, I feel even more guilty when you say that. Then we won't even talk about it. Yi Hao looked at Lan Qingqing's big eyes filled with tears and laughed. You go back. I have to go to class. Lan Qingqing didn't notice the smile on Yi Hao's face converge the moment he turned around. Maybe even Lan Zhongtian didn't notice that his lofty and commanding stance had angered Yi Hao. And Yi Hao also didn't notice that the Black Dragon's arrogance was affecting him in a subtle way while he got the Black Dragon's memory. If it was before, Yi Hao would not have left. After Yi Hao left the hospital, he dialed Tang Flutter's phone. And when he learned that Tang Flutter was configuring computers in the computer city, he rushed over. And then Yi Hao and Tang Flutter bought a batch of instruments. When he returned to Haihang Garden, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Hao saw 2 pieces of talisman paper and a letter on the desktop. The letter was left by Xiaoming. He told Yi Hao that he was heading to the psychic bureau, and that he would see him again in the future. The 2 pieces of talisman paper on the desktop were amulets. Flutter, you should buy a small plastic bag tomorrow to put the amulet in before putting it in your purse. Yi Hao said this also to prevent the amulet paper from breaking or getting wet. I have such a small plastic bag. Tang Flutter quickly took out 2 small plastic bags from the room. Why do you have everything? Yi Hao was surprised. I'm Doraemon, Tang Flutter said, and even learned a cat call. Yi Hao couldn't help but shiver. I say, senior sister, are you testing my fixation? Isn't it true that cultivators can't get close to women? Tang Fluttershy blinked and said, who told you that? Yi Hao glared viciously at Tang Fluttershy. If you tempt me again, bear the consequences. Tang Dance immediately showed a look of so much fear. Don't you bully people. This place couldn't stay any longer. Something would have to happen if he stayed any longer. Yi Hao got up and went back to his room and took out the Chinese medicine book and read it. He could finish this book today. Yi Hao believed that he could get full marks in this subject. This thing is just rote memorization without a little bit of falsehood. The next morning Yi Hao and Tang Flutter walked side by side towards the university. Yi Hao, shouldn't we buy a car? Do you have a driver's license? I passed the test. Then let's buy one. Yi Hao was as convenient as he could be. Well, let's go see the car this afternoon. Good. Yi Hao now had nearly $30 million. Buying a several $100,000 sedan couldn't be easier. Looks like I need to get a driver's license too, Yi Hao said after thinking about it. After arriving at the school, Yi Hao went straight to the playground. And at this time, the whole class looked at Yi Hao with awe. The video of Yi Hao beating up Meng Yongyan and 12 other boys was widely circulated in the school. And no one thought that this skinny figure was tough to such a degree. This is what a man is. One fighting 12 and not getting hurt. This is the real man. I've found some liking for him. I think he's getting smoother and smoother. Just as some girls in the class were fawning, a girl from the neighboring class walked towards Yi Hao with her head lowered. Then she stuffed an envelope towards Yi Hao's hand and whispered, "This is what I wrote for you." Chapter 78, weighing no more than 100. Just as some girls in the class were fawning, a girl from the neighboring class walked towards Yi Hao with her head lowered. Then she shoved an envelope towards Yi Hao's hand and whispered, "This is what I wrote for you." After saying this, the girl left the place as if she had fled. Yi Hao looked at the pink envelope in his hand and said, "Is this the legendary love letter?" After thinking about it, Yi Hao gave a smile and put the love letter into his pocket to return to the team. But at this moment, a figure stopped Yi Hao's way. Yi Hao. With a snap, he slapped Yi Hao's face. But with Yi Hao's reaction speed, how could he be slapped by her? Yi Hao pinched His palm and said, "What are you doing? You scum." He scolded through clenched teeth. "How did I become a scum?" Yi Hao didn't have a clue. "You scum. He. Are you sick?" Yi Hao's face turned cold. He didn't cross paths with He. He was still about to say something when Zhang Lan hurriedly ran over. He, what are you doing? I'm helping you get justice. I don't have any justice to seek, Zhang Lan said in a deep voice. This guy eats from the bowl and still looks at the pot. Why would you still plead for him for such a scum? He. Zhang Lan's pretty face went completely cold. I told you, I don't need you to mind my business, Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan didn't say anything, just looked at He with a firm gaze. He sighed softly. Zhang Lan, you are hopeless. Yes, I'm hopeless. He shook his head and turned to leave the place. Zhang Lan looked at Yi Hao with an apologetic face and said, "Sorry." Yi Hao opened his mouth to say something but eventually said nothing. After Yi Hao returned to the team, he noticed that the students around him were pointing at him, secretly saying anything. Yi Hao was helpless. Who had he offended? Yi Hao, don't you look at the love letter Su Mengmeng gave you? Zheng Xiaolong touched Yi Hao and said, "You recognize it?" Nonsense. Who doesn't know Su Mengmeng from class 3? This one is the class flower in class 3. Zhang Lan is the first in our beauty list, and Su Mengmeng is the second. Zheng Xiaolong skimmed his mouth and said, Yi Hao couldn't help but look at Su Mengmeng in class 3. When Yi Hao saw Su Mengmeng, he realized that Su Mengmeng was also looking at himself. Su Mengmeng was caught peeping and hurriedly lowered her little head. Yi Hao smiled and pulled out Su Mengmeng's love letter. As far as I can remember, this is the first time Yi Hao received a love letter. Before I met you, I never thought that I would write a love letter for anyone before I met you. The few 18 words expressed Su Mengming's thoughts and feelings to the fullest. The small, elegant words exuded a grassy fragrance. Yi Hao couldn't help but gently sniff a mouthful of it and immediately felt relaxed. Yi Hao folded the love letter and put it into his pocket. After not much time He Jing came over, and as soon as he came, he announced a heavy news. 10 kilometers field stretching today. When He Jing said this he aid in a deep voice. All stand at attention, turn to the right, and run and walk. The 45 students in the class divided into 2 rows and followed He Jing as he ran towards the school entrance. After arriving at the school's entrance, they saw a large vehicle from the military region. Get in, He Jing ordered. The vehicles drove for about an hour before stopping in the middle of the mountains. Get out of the vehicle. Resume formation. Follow me. He Jing gave order after order. The roads in the mountains were rugged, so you would be more tired when you ran. 10 kilometers was nothing for Yi Hao, but it was a test for the other students. After running for about 2 kilometers many girls complained, while after holding out for another kilometer girls refused to run anymore. 10 kilometers is a hard and fast rule, even if you have to crawl through it, He Jing said indifferently. These students were in agony, but they still had to grit their teeth and walk. At this moment, Zhang Lan's feet slipped and his ankle was crooked and he was about to fall down immediately, and Yi Hao was right beside Zhang Lan. He caught Zhang Lan with his quick eyes and hands. However, Yi Hao still heard a knocking sound. Zhang Lan couldn't help but let out a sound of pain. The students around them gathered around at once, and He Jing peeled through the crowd and ran over. Let me take a look at your feet. He Jing examined Zhang Lan's foot and realized that it was dislocated, and after dislocating it, he was afraid that it would be even worse if he didn't connect it back in time. Zhang Lan, why did you twist your foot? He Jing said as he gently turned Zhang Lan's ankle. I twisted it when I wasn't paying attention. Zhang Lan couldn't say that she was thinking about Yi Hao in her heart, and just then only heard a knocking and snapping sound as He Jing returned Zhang Lan's ankle to its place. Zhang Lan yelped in pain, but immediately this pain was gradually slowing down. I've already helped you put your ankle back in place. Yi Hao, you helped Zhang Lan to continue walking. He Jing was still very perceptive, so he directly arranged for Yi Hao. I can walk by myself, Zhang Lan said with a red face. If you walk by yourself your feet will have to swell up. He Jing stood up when he said this. The rest of the class continue walking. After the class had left Yi Hao said softly, let's go. Aha! A sharp pain came from Zhang Lan's left foot with a little effort. Yi Hao looked at the pain between Zhang Lan's eyebrows and squatted in front of Zhang Lan. Let me carry you. No. If I say no, then no. Yi Hao looked at Zhang Lan who screwed up with himself and held Zhang Lan in his arms as soon as he stopped his waist. Zhang Lan was stunned. For a moment, she even forgot to exclaim. And when Yi Hao chased towards the front Zhang Lan's head recovered its normal thinking ability. Put me down quickly. Putting down is fine, but you have to let me carry it. Let you carry it. Where would Zhang Lan dare not compromise? Would she still want to live if her classmates saw this scene? Yi Hao gently put Zhang Lan down, then squatted in front of Zhang Lan and said, come up. Zhang Lan looked at the generous figure in front of him and bit his lips. Then he lay on Yi Hao's body. When Yi Hao carried Zhang Lan on his back, Zhang Lan's chest was tightly pressed against Yi Hao's back. Zhang Lan felt her face rolling. Yours aren't A cups, right? Yi Hao asked fiercely. What? Zhang Lan was stunned. I've always thought you're an A cup, but now it seems like you have to be at least A B, right? Shut up. What does the 34, 36 of cups mean? Beat to death. Yi Hao saw that Zhang Lan didn't want to talk about this with himself only to shut his mouth for the time being. Yi Hao walked calmly and Zhang Lan wouldn't drop down. Just like this walking for about 10 minutes Zhang Lan asked. Tired? Just how can you be tired with this 100+ pounds? Who's over 100 pounds? I'm 96 pounds. Zhang Lan instantly exploded. I forgot if you didn't mention it. Forgot what? If you don't weigh more than 100, you're either flat-chested or short. Chapter 79 Shocking. Weighing less than 100 is either flat-chested or short. Is Zhang Lan short? 168 is a goddess height amongst girls. Then there was only one possibility. Yi Hao. Asterisk. You belong to a dog. Yi Hao said fiercely. Zhang Lan loosened her mouth and whispered. I want to leave my mark on your shoulder. I'm afraid this wish of yours will be hard to realize. Why? My skin is thicker. Yi Hao drew a breath of cold air when he said this, because Zhang Lan once again bit on his shoulder. The difference was that this time, Zhang Lan used more force. Yi Hao hurriedly controlled the true essence in his body that wanted to fight back. If the true essence fought back, it would have to break all of Zhang Lan's teeth. However, the result was that he was bitten by Zhang Lan and bled. He was really cheap. What's the point of talking about your thick skin? Zhang Lan bit and burst into tears. I know I'm not as pretty as Tang Flutter. I know I'm not as smart as Tang Flutter. I know I'm not as elegant as Tang Flutter. And I'm just an ugly duckling compared to Tang Flutter. But I don't know why I just like you. Yi Hao's whole body shook. I'm not in a male-female relationship with Tang Flutter. Yi Hao said after a while of silence. Really? Zhang Lan's eyes lit up and said. Really? Yi Hao nodded his head. Put me down. After a while Zhang Lan said. What's wrong? You put me down first. Yi Hao then squatted down to let Zhang Lan down. Zhang Lan held down to prevent Yi Hao from moving around. She lifted up Yi Hao's uniform, and immediately saw the red-stained bright red t-shirt. Zhang Lan tremblingly stroked Yi Hao's wound and said, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. You lied to me. That hurts. Are you a man? Zhang Lan resumed lying on Yi Hao's back. Yi Hao was about to get up when he violently heard a sound of alarm. Someone has fallen off the cliff. Fell off the cliff? When Yi Hao heard this, he hurriedly ran towards the front with Zhang Lan on his back, and it didn't take long for Yi Hao and Zhang Lan to arrive at the location of the accident. Yi Hao and the others walked along the mountain road winding all the way towards the top. Only the slope was relatively gentle, but after 10 kilometers in a row they still climbed to a higher mountain now. Bai He also fell down somehow. Bai He was walking fine when it was like he was pushed and rolled down the mountain after a few rolls. Hearing this Zhang Lan's face changed drastically. Bai He? Yi Hao put Zhang Lan down and said softly, I'll go take a look. Make sure to save Bai He. Yi Hao hummed and pushed his way through the crowd towards the front. He Jing walked around the edge of the cliff with an anxious face. He Jing would definitely be disciplined if something happened to a student, and He Jing didn't care how much he was disciplined, as long as he could save the girl back. Yi Hao came to the edge of the cliff and looked at it, and at a glance, he saw Bai He on the tree branch. Bai He was paralyzed with fear. She just held the tree branch with a death grip and didn't dare to move. This tree branch won't last long, Yi Hao said when he saw this. I've already notified the military region, and the military region will send someone soon, He Jing said in a deep voice, but I'm just worried that the branch will break before the people from the military district rush over. Everyone take off their jackets, knot the sleeves together and create a rope this way. Zhang Lan suddenly thought of something. It had to be said that this was a good way. He Jing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took off the uniform he was wearing. Everyone do as Zhang Lan said. Just then Bai He exclaimed. Yi Hao, however, saw that the tree branch broke in half. Not good. He Jing was busy. Yi Hao took out the bronze dagger in his bosom after a moment of silence, then jumped down with a long jump under the shocked look of the whole audience. Zhang Lan in the distance almost didn't faint. She was telling Yi Hao to make sure to save Bai He, but she didn't tell Yi Hao to go to his death. The students in the class even swarmed to the edge of the cliff, and the next moment they saw an unbelievable scene, only to see the dagger in Yi Hao's hand penetrating into the rock, and half of his body kept floating on the edge of the cliff. My God, how did Yi Hao do that? Yi Hao's guts are too big, right? I just want to know what the dagger in Yi Hao's hand is. How could it easily pierce through such a solid rock? Zhang Lan endured the pain and came to the edge of the cliff, and when she saw that Yi Hao was unharmed, one of her 3 souls finally returned. All keep quiet, He Jing said in a deep voice. At this time, Yi Hao was the one who couldn't be disturbed the most. The students also understood, thus one by one chose to shut up. The orientation of Yi Hao's dagger penetration was equal to Bai He. Bai He also saw Yi Hao and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. When I hold you later you must hold my waist with death, no? No. And remember to never pull my hand, otherwise neither of us will survive when the time comes, Yi Hao warned. Ming, Bai He's lips were shivering when he said this. Actually, with Yi Hao's current cultivation even without the bronze dagger, he was fine. It was because the true essence could easily scratch the rocks when it ran through his hands. Yi Hao moved his orientation while approaching Bai He. When he came to Bai He's side, Yi Hao said in a deep voice, Hold me. I don't dare. Bai He cried as she spoke. She really didn't dare, because no matter how she looked at it, she felt that this branch was a bit more reliable. Click. As soon as Bai He's words fell, the tree branch completely broke, and then Bai He's figure fell down with the tree branch. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao drew out his dagger and fell with his body, but Bai He fell 1 second earlier than Yi Hao, so Yi Hao couldn't catch up with Bai He in his free fall. When Yi Hao was running his true essence, his falling speed accelerated steeply, and when the falling distance was equal to Bai He, he grabbed Bai He. By this time, Bai He had already fainted from fear. Yi Hao took one look at Bai He and ran the dagger into the rock again. The huge gravity made the bronze dagger cut through a long section of rock before it stopped, but in just a moment the distance they had fallen had reached 100 meters. Going up was a bit shocking, so they could only continue to descend. Yi Hao hugged Bai He and then drew his dagger again. Yi Hao fell and stopped like this 2 or 3 times before landing steadily on the spot. Bai He. Yi Hao shook Bai He. Bai He didn't have the slightest reaction. She didn't die. Just then a calm voice rang out. A cold light couldn't help but flash through Yi Hao's eyes. Just now, Yi Hao could tell that Bai He's fall was a bit strange, and now it seemed that this was simply man-made. Yi Hao stood up and stared at a slowly walking figure. Who are you? Bai Ruo. Chapter 80 Against an Innate Expert. Macau people? Yi Hao heard that Bai Ruo had a strong Macau accent. Not bad. Why did you find me? Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Lan Zhongtian told me that you have Taoist secret books on your body. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Hao with fire in his eyes and said, before, I was skeptical about Lan Zhongtian's words, but now I believe it by 7 or 8 points. Lan Zhongtian? Yi Hao was stunned. Lan Zhongtian has always been called a lord. It seems that little friend has been blinded by Lan Zhongtian. You can just come directly if you want to deal with me. Why do you want to implicate this innocent girl? Yi Hao pointed at the unconscious Bai He after calming down a bit. Because I'm worried that you are in the innate realm. If you are in the innate realm just now you can also consume some of your strength, no? Bai Ruo frankly said. As for this girl, dead is dead. You deserve to die. Yi Hao stared at Bai Ruo and said word by word. From Bai Ruo's words Yi Hao heard Bai Ruo's disregard for the lives of ordinary people. You'd better think about how you can survive? Bai Ruo turned into a shadow and shot towards Yi Hao when he said this. Before he even got close Yi Hao sensed a titanic feeling. Potential. This was an invisible potential. If one's cultivation was too weak, one would simply be paralyzed in front of this potential. The problem was that Yi Hao's cultivation was about to break through to the first layer of body refining, and once he broke through, even an innate expert could be easily defeated. As for now, facing an innate expert also possessed the ability to resist. With a bang, Yi Hao and Bai Ruo's hands touched each other, and the two forces with different attributes collided in the center of the palm. Bai Ruo's power was soft and strong, and Yi Hao's power was thick and domineering. Bai Ruo retreated a few steps backward one after another before stopping, and he looked at Yi Hao with some uncertainty. Have you reached the innate? Yi Hao didn't respond and pounced towards Bai Ruo like a rock. The rock struck the sky. Bai Ruo immediately felt the overwhelming momentum, which made his heart and soul tremble. This momentum dash? This momentum was even more terrifying than Bai Ruo's. Take my strike. Yi Hao's attack was wide open, simple and rough. With a bang Bai Ruo's figure staggered back again. Again. Yi Hao said with great vigor. True essence was at a much higher level than true chi. Otherwise how would Yi Hao dare to collide like this? Moreover, the battle memories belonging to the Black Dragon surged when Yi Hao fought, so with time Yi Hao's fighting power became stronger and stronger. But as he fought Yi Hao's face changed, because the true essence in Yi Hao's body was almost depleted, while Bai Ruo seemed to be suppressed. His breath was not yet disorganized. Delay the speed. Yi Hao understood that he couldn't delay any longer, and right after Yi Hao unleashed the ability to delay speed, Yi Hao realized that his speed had invariably increased by 3 times. Yes, 3 times. Yi Hao had known for a long time that the ability to slow down speed was actually a cultivator's reaction speed, and he would consume his spirit when he used this ability. Now his spirit was highly concentrated and constantly consumed, so his ability to slow down speed was greatly weakened, and Yi Hao understood that as his cultivation increased the ability of his eyes would no longer add up, but now 3 times was enough for himself. With a bang Yi Hao's palm slapped onto Bai Ruo's chest under his unbelievable look. Bai Ruo opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Hao charged towards Bai Ruo again. While you are sick, I want to kill you. But when Yi Hao was halfway there, he suddenly saw a flash of blue light. Even though Yi Hao desperately dodged, he was still grazed by a sleeve arrow and hurt his arm. Bai Ruo stood up with a pale face. You've been hit by my arrow poison. If you dare to move your true chi, the poison will instantly surge into your heart. Is that so? Yi Hao lightning-like went up and slapped down towards Bai Ruo's head. A shocked and inexplicable look flashed in Bai Ruo's eyes. How did this guy dare? And just at the moment when Yi Hao was about to slap Bai Ruo's head, his head dazzled, and then his palm slightly deviated and slapped on Bai Ruo's shoulder. Bai Ruo sprayed out a mouthful of blood again and desperately stood up and ran away. Bai Ruo was afraid. This guy, Yi Hao, was simply a desperate man. If she stayed, there was no guarantee that this guy wouldn't die with her. Yi Hao looked at the direction Bai Ruo left with coldness in his eyes. The dizziness in his head was getting heavier and heavier. Yi Hao immediately sat down on his knees. He ran his holy power over and over again, but found that it didn't have much effect. However, after this dizziness reached a peak, it started to diminish, and Yi Hao knew clearly that it was because his body transformed by divine blood was working. Why Yi Hao dared to strike again was because he knew that his body had been transformed by divine blood. Through the Black Dragon's memory, Yi Hao knew clearly what an amazing existence that person was. A drop of his divine blood could not be described as precious. Therefore, there was no problem at all in dealing with a mere toxin. After about half a quarter of an hour, Yi Hao saw several soldiers in camouflage uniforms arrive here, and Yi Hao no longer insisted on passing out, because when unconscious, the body's recovery speed will be invariably accelerated. Yi Hao and Bai He were urgently sent to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Bai He and Yi Hao woke up one after another. Bai He looked at the nurse beside him and said, I didn't die. You didn't die. How come I didn't die? Falling from such a high cliff? Bai He was a little puzzled. You were saved by me. At this time, Yi Hao, who was lying beside Bai He, said, You. Bai He didn't know what to say for a moment. Only after a long time did he break the silence and said, "Why did you jump off the cliff to save me? I would save even a cat or dog, let alone a human being." Yi Hao flipped by he a glance and said, "Can't you say something I'm touched by?" By he huffed, "I'm scum. Scum. You." By he just wanted to retort something but didn't know what to say. And after another moment, he said, "Thank you." Yi Hao smiled, then started thinking about Bai Ruo ambushing himself. Lan Zhongtian. A stern cold light flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. Yi Hao didn't think that Bai Ruo would cheat himself on this matter. It was just that what Yi Hao couldn't accept was that Lan Zhongtian could disregard Lan Qingqing's death for Bai Ruo's support. What a hard heart. Thinking of this, Yi Hao secretly made a decision. He must step into the first layer of body refining as soon as possible. As long as he stepped on the first layer of body refining, he could cultivate divine aptitude. Yes, divine aptitude. Divine aptitude that only cultivators could do. Why was Yi Hao sure that he could kill an innate realm expert once he stepped into the first layer of body refining? It wasn't because his own cultivation was much stronger than an innate expert, but because the means Yi Hao had mastered were far from being comparable to an innate expert, and Yi Hao had the means to step into the innate realm as soon as possible. Spirit stones. Before, Yi Hao couldn't afford to waste them, but now he didn't have the heart for it. Chapter 81, You Missed the Test. Yi Hao and Bai He underwent a series of tests right after they were sent to the hospital, and this was a process. When the check came out, a figure jumped into Yi Hao's arms. "Oh, I thought I would never see you again." In fact, not only Zhang Lan thought so, the whole class thought so. No one thought Yi Hao could survive when he jumped down with Bai He resolutely, but the fact was out of everyone's expectation. Both Yi Hao and Bai He were surprisingly okay. "Where am I going to die so easily?" Yi Hao gently patted Zhang Lan's back and said softly. Bai He also walked out at this time. She looked at Zhang Lan wrapping his arms around Yi Hao. For some reason her heart was slightly uncomfortable. In her most desperate time, Yi Hao appeared at her side. Even if it was hundreds of meters of dangerous cliffs, he was still fearless. And those who wrote love letters to themselves every day said that they liked their boys? Bai He just looked at it like this with a hint of disorientation in her eyes. Zhang Lan still wanted to stay in Yi Hao's arms for a while longer, but the pain coming from his ankle was getting heavier and heavier. "Spray some painkillers," Yi Hao said softly. You hold me up," Zhang Lan said in a delicate voice. The boys in the class couldn't help but wail out when they saw this scene. Zhang Lan's current appearance was clearly deeply in love with Yi Hao. After the doctor treated Zhang Lan, Yi Hao carried Zhang Lan to Zhang Lan's dormitory. The host aunt confirmed Zhang Lan's injury and allowed Yi Hao, a boy, to go there. "Zhang Lan, there shouldn't be anything inappropriate for children in your dorm room, right?" Yi Hao asked with a smile as he carried Zhang Lan upstairs. "And no, there is." "Right." Zhang Lan thought for a while and seemed to be uncertain, but now she was not having the chance to check it out in advance. Yi Hao knocked on the door of Zhang Lan's dorm room. After a while, a young girl in pajamas with half of her breasts exposed opened the door. Yi Hao immediately saw this beautiful scene. The first time Yi Hao twisted his head. As a gentleman, how could he keep staring at other girls' breasts? So Yi Hao took a peek. 2 peeks. Several peeks. Lu Dai quickly noticed that something was wrong. An unbelievable look appeared on her face when she saw that it was a boy in front of her. Lu Dai. At this moment, Zhang Lan called out. Lu Dai immediately looked at Zhang Lan. "Zhang Lan, what happened to you?" "I twisted my foot," Zhang Lan said. "Is it serious?" Lu Dai's attraction was all on Zhang Lan's body. "It's a bit serious." With the help of Yi Hao and Lu Dai, Zhang Lan sat on his bed and said, "I'll leave first." Yi Hao didn't dare to stay here any longer, mainly because Lu Dai still hadn't pulled up the sling, and Yi Hao's gaze was always involuntarily peeking. Zhang Lan was still about to say something when Yi Hao hurriedly ran away. Zhang Lan was stunned, but soon she noticed Lu Dai's chest. "Lu Dai, you're naked." Zhang Lan pointed at Lu Dai's chest and giggled. Only then did Lu Dai wake up as if from a dream, and then burst into a rage. This bastard Yi Hao must have seen it all. Not much was revealed. "If you laugh again, believe it or not, I'll make Yi Hao responsible." Zhang Lan really didn't dare to laugh. She was aware that this girl, Lu Dai, was a bit of a tiger. "Lied to you." Lu Dai laughed. "My intended is also a gaijin. One day he will step on 7 colored clouds to pick me up. You've watched too much Journey to the West in the big story, haven't you? But this is my vision. Before the longing, I want to tell you something important." "What is it?" "You're leaking sideways." Zhang Lan pointed at the lower half of Lu Dai's bloodstained skirt and said. Yi Hao called Lang Shui to ask for a half-month vacation after returning to Haihun Garden. Lang Shui approved it reluctantly. Immediately, Yi Hao took out the spirit stone and silently practiced. This was the first time Yi Hao used the spirit stone to cultivate wholeheartedly, so the effect was far beyond Yi Hao's expectation. Yi Hao believed that if he could keep up this speed, he would be able to enter the first layer of body refining within 2 days. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Flutterby bought some fruits and came back, and when she saw Yi Hao practicing, she went into the kitchen to make a few dishes. When Tang Fluttering fried the last dish, Yi Hao collected his energy and got up. Yi Hao walked out of his room and smelled a burst of fragrance. I didn't realize that big school flower Tang still has a handful of good cooking skills. That's right, Tang Fluttering said and poured a spoonful of oil into the pot. Then Tang Fluttering raised her hand and flipped the dish and the pot in the air. The fierce fire met the hot oil and immediately burned up in the pot. This level. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Quickly praise me. Tang Flutter stared at Yi Hao and said, Chef Tang. Yi Hao laughed. Perfunctory. Insincere. Tang Pian dumped the dishes on a plate. Punish you for serving rice. Tang Flutter's cooking skills were awesome. Yi Hao had always thought Guo Xiu's cooking was good before, but compared to Tang Flutterby it was another notch down. Flutter, who did you learn to cook from? Grandpa. Then your grandfather's level is somewhat high. My grandfather worked as a cook in the presidential palace when he was young. Speaking here, Tang Flutter's face was grim again. Just because of this identity havoc his legs were broken. Yi Hao sighed. 10 years of havoc was a term that Chinese people did not want to mention. It ruined China's moral etiquette and civilization inheritance. After a while of silence Tang Flutter asked, was it you who saved Bai He today? Aha. So you really can fly over walls? Yes. You need to be more careful when you strike in the future. Tang Flutter warned. I'm worried that someone above will be watching you. Yi Hao was about to say something when his heart just fluttered. You're right. People are already looking for them. Tang Flutter's pretty face changed instantly. Don't worry, Yi Hao said softly. And just then the door of the room rang with a knocking sound. Yi Hao got up and pushed open the room door. A man wearing a black military uniform saluted towards Yi Hao and said, You are Yi Hao, right? Not bad. Yi Hao nodded. Is it convenient to come with us now? Go. This kind of thing had to be faced sooner or later, and Yi Hao's expression was frank. Tang Fluttershy rushed over in a hurry. Yi Hao signaled that Tang Fluttershy was fine. I'll be back soon, Yi Hao said softly, but Tang Dance still pulled Yi Hao's hand and didn't let go. The man in black military uniform said when he saw this scene, This time, we asked Yi Hao to come forward because we want to invite Yi Hao to join our organization. Don't worry, we don't have any malice towards Yi Hao. Are you sure? I'm sure, that youth said in a deep voice. Tang Flutterer let go of Yi Hao after a moment of hesitation. Remember to keep in touch. Chapter 82, One of the Privileges. Which department do you belong to? Yi Hao asked after he sat on the man's military vehicle. The Martial Arts Bureau. Who are you taking me to see? The person in charge of our Wu Dao Bureau in Magic City. Magic City was the most economically prosperous and populous city in China. Therefore it was normal for the Wu Dao Bureau to set up a branch here. What surprised Yi Hao was that the Wu Dao Bureau was in the middle of the military area. The young man led Yi Hao around the military area for some distance before coming to a gate again. You can't enter it at all without a document. And this area is a forbidden area even in the military area. That youth said and got off. Yi Hao followed that youth to the gate. The youth took out his own documents and then registered Yi Hao's identity before he was released. After walking for not long, the two of them came to an office building. Our office is here. The youth pointed at the office building and said, Aha! The youth led Yi Hao. Just as he entered the doorway, Yi Hao sensed a burst of strength smashing towards his heart. The eyes in Yi Hao's eyes flashed. His body shape was like electricity and he instantly pinched the palm of that figure, then pressed his backhand down towards the other person's chest area. With a bang, the figure fell backward like a paper kite. The entire audience was in an uproar. Luo Ba Dao isn't even this person's opponent. This person has at least reached the middle 8-star level. It's very likely that this one has reached the upper 8-star tier with this kind of weightlifting. Just as these members of the Martial Arts Bureau were discussing, Luo Ba Dao rolled over and stood up, and just as he wanted to charge towards Yi Hao, his face couldn't help but change, and then he sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a wow. If you move again, it won't be as simple as spitting out another mouthful of blood. Yi Hao looked at Luo Ba Dao and said indifferently, Luo Ba Dao, this guy didn't look like a good person in any way. This guy was bald, not to mention that he had tattoos all over his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed beside Yi Hao in an instant. Your Excellency, don't hit so hard, right? Cutting? He greeted before the cut. Yi Hao laughed coldly. If I hadn't been on guard just now, that punch of his would have broken my bones. These players were dumbfounded by what Yi Hao said. However, they wouldn't let Yi Hao beat up their teammates without fighting back. Offended, the four teammates shot towards Yi Hao without a second thought after saying these words. Scram! Yi Hao's voice was like thunder. A terrifying momentum instantly enveloped the hearts of the four team members. It was as if Yi Hao instantly transformed into an exalted divine dragon in their eyes. Puff! The powerful mind shock caused the four players to stagger backward, spitting blood one after another. The whole audience was in an uproar. The team member who led Yi Hao here even said in a shocked voice, Potential! This is potential. What did potential stand for? Everyone was clear about it. The faces of these four players were even more shocked. The innate realm. Only a strong person of the innate realm could have this kind of ability. Yi Hao ignored the horror of the crowd but looked up to the second floor. Seen enough? As soon as Yi Hao's words fell, a pleasant voice sounded. Yi Hao, let's talk. Yi Hao rose up in the air and landed on the second floor, then pushed open the door in front of him. What came into Yi Hao's eyes was a woman with white skin and beautiful appearance. But this woman had two long legs resting on the table at this time. Don't you think this kind of action affects your image? Yi Hao pulled out the chair and sat opposite this woman. This is called being spontaneous, get it? Xiaohua said and lit a cigarette. Do you want one? No, Xiaohua said as he took a drag on the cigarette. Can you tell me how you passed out? This is something I advise you to stop investigating, Yi Hao said with a slight smile. Why? Xiaohua's eyes flashed. Because you can't investigate it. Yi Hao sized up Xiaohua's long legs. You have to be 175, right? 176. No wonder I think you're taller than me. Yi Hao's height was only 178 now. Any interest in joining our martial arts bureau? No. You don't listen to the benefits of joining the Budo bureau? Not listening. Bai Ruo was injured by you this time. Do you think he'll just let it go? It seems like you guys know a lot. Our martial arts bureau's intelligence can be first-hand. Tell me Bai Ruo's address. You have to have something in return, right? I'll help your Budo bureau out once, 3 times, or else, no deal. Xiaohua looked at Yi Hao victoriously when she said this, but out of her expectation Yi Hao stood up and turned around. Xiaohua didn't call out to Yi Hao at first. She was waiting for Yi Hao to turn back, only that she didn't turn back until after Yi Hao walked out of the door. Come back, Xiaohua said in annoyance. Yi Hao, however, didn't even stop. Once, Xiaohua gritted his teeth. Brushing his face, Yi Hao instantly appeared in front of Xiaohua. Don't you ever commit a crime in my hands in the future. Xiaohua looked at Yi Hao and said furiously. This possibility is almost zero. Yi Hao said with a smile. By the way, at the risk of asking, what is your cultivation level? Figure it out yourself. Your cultivation level that even I can't see through has to be at least mid-late innate, and usually those with this cultivation level have to be at least 30 or 40 years old, right? Yi Hao scared when he said this. I have to say that you are really well maintained. You big man. Xiaohua flicked the cigarette towards Yi Hao. The speed of the cigarette was no less than a bullet with the enhancement of true qi. Yi Hao instantly activated the ability to slow down his speed. But just like that, Yi Hao only managed to hold the cigarette. But the next moment a burst of blue smoke came out from his fingertips, and Yi Hao hastily threw the cigarette out of his hand. Yi Hao looked at his fingers. The flesh and blood between 2 fingers were toasted. You're too ruthless, aren't you? Who made your mouth cheap? Xiaohua said without a good mood. And this year I'm 21. Give me Bai Ruo's address. You can contact me when you decide to deal with Bai Ruo, and I'll send someone with you then. Bai Ruo is also an innate expert. Why don't you draw him in? It is true that innate experts possess certain privileges, but such privileges do not include straw men. Can you tell me the privileges of an innate expert? One of the privileges of an innate expert is that he can kill those who provoke him or threaten him when he encounters them. Xiaohua threw Yi Hao an ID when he said this. Major General. Yi Hao was speechless when he saw the rank on the document. A general ranked officer would be a high level in China. Our identities won't be publicized, and this is the secular identity. Xiaohua said indifferently. I believe that with this document you will have a much easier time doing things.